When a young boy unexpectedly falls into the world of Pokemon, the awakening of the comprehensive Pokédex analysis system allows him to perceive the hidden potential of each creature. From capturing a rare shiny Charmander that astonishes the city of Tokiwa, to commanding Mutwo and Ho-Oh in a divine battle. Even Professor Oak is compelled to write a paper on his unique attribute stacking tactics. However, as the Alliance Championship draws near, former allies transform into fierce rivals, and the system's ultimate quest, Trial of Arceus, unveils that the path of mastery is, in fact, the ultimate test orchestrated by the creator deity. Chapter 1. The Journey of Transcendence. At the break of dawn, the first rays of sunlight cascade across the vast forest, filtering through the leaves to illuminate the grass below. Simultaneously, it warms the face of a young boy lying on the ground. Rubbing his eyes and stretching languidly, he suddenly notices the looseness of his clothes and sits up abruptly. Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by a lush expanse of greenery. Observing his small hands and feet, Luo Yangshua's mouth twitches in disbelief as he exclaims, "What on earth is happening?" His voice echoes far and wide, startling a flock of birds that take to the skies in a flurry. Watching them soar, Luo Yangshua ponders, "Pidgey? Could this be the world of Pokemon?" Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind, reminiscent of Hatsune Miku. Just as he begins to contemplate, the system chimes in again. Beep. The purpose of this system is to assist the host in becoming the world's foremost Pokemon master. The host may complete tasks provided by this system to earn rewards and enhance their abilities. Additionally, various subsystems have been activated for the host perusal, and the system will provide explanations. With that, a virtual screen materializes before him, accompanied by the prompt. This screen is visible only to the host. The host may swipe through it in the air to explore. Luo Yangshua synthesizes the information in his mind with the reality before him and deduces several points. First, it appears that he has traversed into the world of Pokemon. Second, he has shrunk in size. Though without a mirror, he remains oblivious to his appearance. Third, he has indeed received a beneficial boon in the form of a seemingly powerful system. Nevertheless, Luo Yangshua takes it all in stride, refraining from lamentation. He feels a twinge of longing for his parents back on Earth, but knowing he cannot return, he resolves to take each step as it comes. Casually swiping the interface, he finds it quite advanced. It displays several options: character status, Pokemon status, shop, lottery, tasks, recharge, and cheat codes. Without even glancing at his character status, he eagerly selects the cheat codes for a thorough examination. Why are there so few cheat options? He muses. Beep. Due to the influence of world rules, not all can be recorded. The host may collect popularity points to unlock additional cheat codes, and new ones may also be entered. What are popularity points? Luo Yangshua inquires. Fame. The simplicity of the answer leaves him speechless. The currently available cheat codes include gender modification of dubious utility, double movement speed, enemy HP display, and guaranteed win at vending machines. After confirming that activating cheat codes would have no adverse effects, he enabled all but the gender-changing option. Subsequently, he turned his attention to his character status. Upon opening it, a three-dimensional representation of himself appeared. It resembled his childhood likeness. Clicking on his character, a series of details materialized before him. Character: Luo Yangshua. Gender: male. Age: 13. Height: 160 centimeters. Weight: 45 kilograms. Strength: 8. Stamina: 9. Intelligence: 10. Spirit: 10. Note: the average adult in this world is rated at 10. Luo Yangshua felt as though he were viewing a low-budget game. Just then, the system voice chimed in. Host, you have an initial character gift pack available for collection. Feeling the system's thoughtfulness, he clicked to claim the gift pack, revealing several items before him. 3 identical sets of pure black clothing, a backpack, and an identification card. He quickly donned one of the outfits and inspected the backpack, which contained a complete array of supplies. A tent, a sleeping bag, 3 sets of onesies, an electronic navigation map, 5 Pokeballs, a full cooking set, and some local currency. Looking at the identification card, he noted it was blank, while the system remarked, the host may freely select their birthplace. The system will automatically register the local household. However, the host must choose wisely, as once a region is selected, only one of the local starters may be chosen as the initial Pokemon and cannot be changed. Luo Yangshua found himself in a quandary. Where should he choose? Upon learning he could obtain a local starter Pokemon, he fixated on 2 choices: Charizard and Greninja. The formidable strengths of these Pokemon need no elaboration. whether it be Charizard's Mega Evolution or Greninja's Bond Phenomenon, both of which Luo Yangshu ardently desired. After considerable deliberation, he asked, "System, in which region am I currently located?" The host is presently in the Tokiwa Forest of the Kanto region. Nodding, Luo Yangshu responded, "I choose the Kanto region, and my starting Pokemon will be Charmander." Understood. Inputting information. Luo Yangshuo, born in Masera Town, orphaned at a young age, has lived independently, often receiving aid from Professor Oak, from whom he received the initial Pokemon, Charmander. Information input complete. As the system's voice echoed, new memories flooded Luo Yangshuo's mind, and he finally felt a genuine connection to this world. Corresponding details appeared on his identification card, and his backpack now contained a Pokédex and an additional Pokeball. Beep. With the acquisition of the Pokédex, a side quest has been triggered. Collect Pokemon. Successfully inputting data for the 146 Pokemon, excluding the 5 legendary beasts of the Kanto region into the Pokédex, will reward you with 10,000 diamonds, a complete set of Mega Evolution Stones, and 2 additional cheat code privileges. Should you successfully capture data on legendary beasts, further rewards await. This was an unexpected boon. Luo Yangshuo opened the Pokeball, and a robust Charmander materialized before him. Upon seeing Luo Yangshuo, it narrowed its eyes and flashed a smile. Luo Yangshuo measured its height against his own. This Charmander stood at a full 80 centimeters, significantly taller than the typical 60 centimeters. Ruffling its head, he said, "Hello, Charmander. From now on, I shall be your trainer. You may call me Xiao Luo." Charmander nodded, lifting its claws in a display of strength, showcasing its prowess. Luo Yangshuo then perused the Pokemon status. Pokemon, Charmander. Level 5. Gender, male. Height, 80 centimeters. Weight, 10 kilograms. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Dragon Rage inherited, Scratch, Growl. Its attributes were quite impressive, especially with the inherited Dragon-type move, Dragon Rage. He then opened the shop, where a variety of items were available, predominantly evolution stones, items, and berries for Pokemon. A smaller selection offered character skills, such as driving, cooking, and attribute points, all requiring coins and diamonds for purchase. Coins could be earned by defeating trainers, while wild Pokemon could yield varying amounts. Diamonds, however, could only be acquired through monetary expenditure. Upon opening the recharge system, Luo Yangshuo found himself at a loss for words. The minimum recharge was set at 10,000 elf coins, which translated to a mere 10 diamonds. Glancing at the 2,000 elf coins gifted by the system, he decided to disregard it entirely. He then accessed the lottery system, where the system kindly provided him with a single draw and a chance for 10 consecutive draws. Luo Yangshuo rubbed his hands together and activated both options, but he had little hope for a favorable outcome. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a portion of elf food. Ding! Congratulations, your 10 consecutive draws were successful, yielding 5 portions of elf food, 1 fire stone, 2 healing potions, 1 antidote, and 1 EV. As expected, his luck was dismal. The 10 consecutive draws guaranteed at least 1 elf, and indeed, it was merely a consolation prize. The only relatively valuable item was the Firestone, but his luck was simply atrocious. Chapter 2. First Recharge Gift Pack. Charmander, Dragon Rage. Luo Yangshuo called out. Charmander let out a cry, enveloped in draconic energy, and charged at the nearby Sandshrew with explosive force, rendering it unconscious and unable to battle. Roar. Charmander let out a triumphant cry, its body radiating a brilliant white light as it transformed into Charmeleon. Approaching, Luo Yangshuo embraced Charmeleon and exclaimed, "Finally evolved, haven't you? Splendid. This marks your 20th consecutive victory." Eevee, standing nearby, also cheered joyfully at Charmeleon's evolution. Releasing Charmeleon from his embrace, Luo Yangshuo asked, "Is there anyone else wishing to challenge me? If not, I shall be off for a meal." Whispers circulated among the onlookers. This young trainer from Pallet Town, Luo, is remarkably skilled. He has defeated 20 trainers in just 2 days. Indeed, and now his Charmander has evolved into Charmeleon, making him even more formidable. Noticing that no one else was stepping forward, Luo Yangshuo shook his head, withdrew Charmeleon and Eevee, and made his way into the Pokemon Center. This was the Pokemon Center of Pewter City, where he had arrived 2 days prior to commence his challenges against all trainers. Initially, he had been taught a lesson by various trainers, but as he and Charmander developed their synergy, he gradually grasped the nuances of battle, culminating in his impressive record of 20 consecutive victories. System, have I completed the task? Luo Yangshuo mumbled to the system while enjoying the complimentary lunch provided by the Pokemon Center. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed 20 consecutive victories and fulfilled the side quest. Rewards: Bonding Power, 20 diamonds, 1,000 popularity points. Finally, after 2 days of arduous battles, his efforts were not in vain. Luo Yangshuo couldn't help but shed tears of joy after all. Ash and his friends had already surpassed him. Just a day prior, Ash, cradling Pikachu and assisted by Brock, had burst into the Pokemon Center. Curious to see if the system had truly integrated him into this world, Luo Yangshuo approached Ash to greet him, and to his surprise, Ash recognized him, even mentioning a future invitation to dinner at his home. Having witnessed the system's formidable capabilities, Luo Yangshuo began to yearn for his future life. After all, having encountered the protagonist indicated that the storyline was unfolding, and he could now participate in the events Ash would face. He was particularly envious of certain powerful Pokemon, especially given the deceptive nature of the system's tasks. The main quest, the Path of the Master. Strength lies in quality, not quantity. The number of Pokemon does not equate to strength. Only those elite Pokemon can lead one further along the path. Capture 6 high-quality Pokemon to participate in the Quartz Conference and claim victory, thereby taking the first step toward the path of mastery. Rewards: 1 Master Ball, a complete set of million evolution stones for Charizard, and a random map for a legendary Pokemon. Note: rewards granted by the system do not count toward the quantity. Regrettably, he found himself in a predicament. Encountering high-quality Pokemon was no easy feat, even with the system's gift of a pair of eyes that could directly assess Pokemon quality. Most he had seen over the past 2 days were of mediocre quality, hardly sufficient. The system categorized Pokemon quality into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and exceptional. The low and medium tiers were self-explanatory, representing the weak and ordinary. High-quality Pokemon could be considered elite with diligent training. Nearly all could attain elite strength. As for exceptional quality, the system offered but one sentence: potential to become a legendary Pokemon. Although the odds were slim, it was advisable for the host to capture and nurture them diligently. Despite his envy, he realized that most wild Pokemon were of medium to low quality, and he had yet to encounter any high-quality specimens, let alone exceptional ones. Fortunately, both his Charmander and Eevee were of high quality, though it was a pity they were not exceptional. The system then revealed that a quality-enhancing elixir to elevate high-quality Pokemon to exceptional status would cost 100,000 diamonds. Luo Yangshuo patted his pocket and sighed. He decided it best to abandon his daydreams and focus on completing tasks to accumulate stones. In recent days, his popularity points had surged, with many accumulating steadily, and combined with the 1,000 points from task completion, he finally surpassed 10,000. He hastily instructed the system to procure the cheat code he needed most: Experience 2, granting an additional 2 experience points after each battle. This was the cheat code essential for his future strength. Nothing could withstand the sheer force of level disparity. If several levels didn't yield visible results, then he would simply overpower them by dozens of levels. As for the bonding power, it was also something Luo Yangshuo desperately needed. He aspired to evolve Eevee into Sylveon. In the game, Eevee needed a bonding level of 2 stars before it could evolve, yet in reality, he was utterly at a loss as to how to achieve 2-star bonding. Thankfully, the system provided a solution. Completing 20 consecutive victories would grant him bonding power, which he could use to nurture Eevee and facilitate its evolution into Sylveon. Moreover, Luo Yangshuo was also intent on aiding Froakia's bonding evolution. Possessing bonding power would streamline the process of supporting Froakia's evolution. Glancing at his 2 Pokemon enjoying their food, Luo Yangshuo resolved to depart Pewter City for Cerulean City. After all, he had no illusions that Brock's father would be any weaker than Brock himself. First, he decided to assess the current status of his 2 Pokemon to prepare for the upcoming gym battles. Pokemon: Charmeleon, level 16, gender male, height 145 centimeters, weight 20 kilograms, ability Blaze, moves Dragon Rage, inherited Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage Pokemon. Eevee, level 13, gender female, height 30 centimeters, weight 6.5 kilograms, ability Runaway, moves Yawn, inherited Helping Hand, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Quick Attack. It would still be a challenging endeavor, given their relatively low levels and the absence of type advantages against Rock-type Pokemon. Luo Yangshuo stroked his chin, deciding to spend some coins in the shop to purchase a fishing rod. The best rod available for coins was merely a good rod. He could only salivate at the sight of the super rod. Good rod. 50 chance of catching rare water-type Pokemon. 1 chance of catching high-quality Pokemon. Super rod. 100 chance of catching rare water-type Pokemon. 10 chance of catching high-quality Pokemon. Such was the distinction, yet the super rod cost 400 diamonds. Gazing at the meager 100 diamonds he had managed to accumulate over the past 2 days, he decided to hold off. However, he did recall possessing a Firestone in his backpack after exploring the shop over the past 2 days. He could assert that while ordinary items were genuinely inexpensive, those associated with Pokemon were exorbitantly priced. Dining lavishly at the restaurant cost merely 20 to 30 elf coins, while a standard Pokeball was priced at 200 elf coins. He resolved to sell the Firestone and recharge his account to see if he could purchase a Super Rod, thus increasing his chances of catching high-quality Pokemon. After finishing his meal, Luo Yangshua promptly sold the Firestone to the shop in Pewter City, earning 30,000 elf coins, which he recharged into the system sufficient to purchase the Super Rod for exactly 400 diamonds. Luo Yangsha couldn't help but marvel at the seeming providence of fate. Having just recharged, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. For recharging 300 diamonds, you have received the first recharge gift package. Please claim it immediately. Luo Yangshua was instantly struck by a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of playing a low-quality mobile game. He clicked to claim the rewards, and several items materialized before him. 10 premium Pokeballs, a jar of honey, and a Pokemon egg. Upon examining the descriptions, Luo Yangshu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was a grand system giveaway. This gift package was indeed valuable. Concentrated sweet honey, the most delectable honey, guaranteed to attract the finest bug-type Pokemon. Pokemon egg. This is an exquisite quasidivine Pokemon egg, though it will require a considerable amount of time before hatching. Exercise caution during the incubation process. Chapter 3. The exceptional Beedrill. Luo Yangshua initially intended to spend another night at the Pokemon Center, but upon catching sight of the sweet honey, concentrated version, he hastily gathered his belongings and set off for the Viridian Forest, for the allure of extraordinary Pokemon was simply too great to resist. After recalling his 2 well-fed Pokemon, he made his way to a section of the Viridian Forest where a barbed wire fence barred entry. Adorned with a large white sign emblazoned in red, Beedrill Territory, no entry. Beedrill is the final evolutionary form of Weedle and boasts 1,000,000 evolutions. Naturally, it was his primary target. While he had the option of capturing a better choice, the Scyther, he doubted that a remarkable Scyther would venture near. The rarity of Scyther implied a scarcity of individuals, making the emergence of an exceptional Pokemon from such a limited species exceedingly unlikely. In contrast, the Beedrill population, being vast, had a significantly higher probability of yielding 1 or 2 exceptional specimens. Upon uncapping the sweet honey, concentrated version, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Luo Yangshua could not help but swallow hard, dipping a finger into the honey and tasting it. A wave of sweetness enveloped him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of bliss. With great willpower, he placed the bottle of sweet honey, concentrated version, on the ground, only to find himself surrounded by a multitude of Caterpie, Weedle, Butterfree, and Beedrill, along with a few Scyther and Heracross, albeit all of mediocre quality. Failing to ignite any desire to capture them. Curiously, despite the evident temptation, none of these Pokemon exhibited any inclination to snatch the honey from him. Luo Yangshua attributed this peculiarity to the system's influence. Soon enough, a swarm of Beedrill parted to reveal a shiny Beedrill gliding towards him. Its yellow-green hue was somewhat unappealing, yet its sapphire-like, deep-set eyes were captivating. He sent out his Charmeleon, lifting the sweet honey, concentrated version from the ground. Would you like some? Defeat my Charmeleon, and it's yours. Of course, if you lose, I shall capture you, and you shall still receive this honey. What do you say? The Beedrill raised its twin stingers, prompting the swarm to retreat and clear a space. The Caterpie and Butterfree also withdrew in a display of respect. Charmeleon, greet them. Ember, Luo Yangshua declared, narrowing his eyes. It seemed this Beedrill was the leader of its swarm and a shiny specimen at that. Charmeleon unleashed a shower of embers, which the Beedrill valiantly attempted to fend off with its stingers, managing to deflect most of the flames, with only a few sparks landing upon its body. Luo Yangshua nodded, recognizing the Beedrill's impressive reaction speed and evident potential. Panting slightly, the Beedrill launched a series of toxic needles, to which Luo Yangshua promptly commanded, finish it off with Smokescreen, then use Dragon Rage. It must be noted that Luo Yangshua had the advantage of an aimbot, clearly seeing the opponent's health points. Charmeleon released a thick cloud of black smoke, enveloping both Pokemon. The toxic needles vanished into the obscurity, and the Beedrill, bewildered, looked around, only to be struck from behind by Charmeleon's dragon rage. As the smoke cleared, the Beedrill spun dizzily before collapsing to the ground. Luo Yangshua tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the shiny Beedrill. Releasing it, he administered healing items while also offering it the coveted sweet honey, concentrated version. Observing the Beedrill relish the honey, Charmeleon, under the wistful gaze of the Beedrill, approached and stealthily consumed nearly half of it. With no recourse, the Beedrill resigned itself to the loss, relieved that some remained. Moments later, Eevee leapt from its Pokeball, its big, watery eyes fixed on the Beedrill, prompting the latter to concede once more, sharing half of its remaining portion, leaving itself with a mere quarter. Luo Yangshua chuckled at this scene, patting the Beedrill on the head and assuring, "Fear not. There will be more delightful treasures in the future. I am destined to become a Pokémon master." The Beedrill nodded, hastily devouring the honey, keen to avoid further loss. Luo Yangshua surveyed the ground, observing the tiny holes punctured by toxic needles, deep in thought as he laid plans for the Beedrill's future. He also took stock of its status to better understand his new companion. Pokémon, Beedrill, shiny, level, 17 gender, male height, 100 centimeters weight, 29. 5 kilograms ability, sniper moves, poison sting, string shot, harden, twin needle, fury attack, rage, pursuit. It possesses the hidden ability sniper. Luo Yangshua felt an unexpected thrill. This ability enhances critical hit damage. It seemed prudent to save some coins for a zoom lens at the shop. Furthermore, once the Beedrill reached level 20 and learned focus energy, each attack could result in critical hits, which would be exhilarating. Regrettably, aside from the exorbitantly priced evolution stones, each item in the shop had a clear price tag of 10,000 coins. After 2 days of battles, he had accumulated only slightly over 3,000 coins. There was still a long way to go. Once the 3 Pokémon finished their honey, the surrounding bug-type Pokémon dispersed. He tidied up his belongings, recalling Charmeleon and Beedrill into their Pokeballs, leaving only Eevee by his side, nurturing its bond in hopes of an early evolution into Sylveon. Placing Eevee on his shoulder, Luo Yangshua opened his electronic map to search for any lakes within Viridian Forest, if such a lake existed. His recently purchased Super Rod from the systems shop would finally prove useful. However, after a thorough search, he found no blue lake markers and reluctantly accepted the reality of having to challenge the Pewter City Gym with his current trio of Pokémon. At least he had activated the experience multiplier cheat. Now it was time to expedite the leveling up of his 3 companions. Determined, Luo Yangshua pursued the direction in which the swarm of Butterfree had vanished. As for why he wouldn't venture into Beedrill territory, he was not foolish. 1 or 2 Beedrill might be manageable, but within that territory, there were hundreds of them. A collective assault would surely overwhelm him. In contrast, Butterfree were far more docile. They would aggressively defend their territory, allowing him to take them down one by one. Having already evolved into Butterfree, their experience points were substantial, and with patience, he could likely level up to 30. Butterfree, I've got something to say, and I must say it. The sheer speed at which Luo Yangshua moved astonished even himself. His speed multiplier cheat had seamlessly integrated with his own physical prowess. This prompted him to reconsider some previously dismissed cheats, such as wider vision and obstacle penetration. He wondered how advantageous these could be if activated. Yet, the thought of the immense popularity points required gave him pause. Ah well, he would take it slow. Bread would come, and milk. Well, milk would come too. Chapter 4. The Battle with Wuning, Evolution of Eevee in the Early Morning. Luo Yangshua zoned as he arrived in Nibi City. After battling until midnight the previous day, his Charmeleon and the others were quite fatigued. Checking the time, Luo decided it would be prudent to first visit the Pokémon Center for recovery before challenging the Nibi Gym. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he handed over 3 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy and took the opportunity to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast in the cafeteria. Standing before the vending machine, he inserted a coin, and a can of orange juice dropped down. Pulling the tab, the words grand prize caught his eye. It dawned on him that he seemed to possess a cheat code for guaranteed wins at vending machines. Expecting perhaps a second can or something similar, he was pleasantly surprised by the grand prize. After finishing the juice, he handed the tab to Nurse Joy, who kindly made a phone call for him. Before long, a middle-aged man arrived at the Pokémon Center, extending his congratulations to Luo while presenting the grand prize, 2 round-trip plane tickets and a hotel card for a 3-day, 2-night stay at the luxurious Hanahono Resort on Akala Island in the Alola region. Luo's eyes sparkled at the mention of a 5-star hotel with all expenses covered for a delightful vacation. Unfortunately, he had to travel within a week, and changing the ticket was not an option. Otherwise, he could have enjoyed a holiday after the court's conference. Inquiring with Nurse Joy, He learned that Nibi City had a small airport with direct flights to Akala Island. Checking his electronic map, he resolved to head to Akala Island right after the gym battle, giving his 3 Pokémon a well-deserved break before flying directly to Golden City, then transferring to Hualan City, and finally to Kuray City. It was then that he recalled Ash and his companions had gone straight to Kuray City after finishing the Hualan gym, looking toward Golden City, which was quite close to Hualan, and Kuray City, which could only be reached after Golden City. Luo was struck by admiration for Ash's knack for getting lost, taking such a convoluted route. After retrieving his 3 Pokeballs, Luo Yangshua followed Nurse Joy's directions to the Nibi gym. As he pushed open the door, he was unexpectedly drenched by a sprinkler system. Resigned, he coughed lightly to draw everyone's attention and announced, "I am Luo from Shirnu Town. Has the gym battle concluded? I wish to challenge the gym." Brock, recalling his Onyx, replied, "I suppose it has concluded. However, if you wish to battle, you will need to wait a moment while I recover my Onyx at the Pokémon Center." Brock's younger siblings, having dismounted from Ash, curiously regarded the new challenger. Before Luo could respond, a voice from outside interrupted, "No need, I shall take this gym battle." Just as the words left his mouth, a man with a hat and a bushy beard entered. Ash, intrigued, asked, "Uncle Wuning, what brings you here?" "Because this irresponsible father wishes to do something for his child." Wuning replied, removing his hat, and the bushy beard stuck to his face. Brock and his siblings instantly recognized him as their father, as the squinty eyes were unmistakably a family trait. What followed was a rather kitsch reunion, leaving Luo feeling quite awkward. Once the reunion concluded, Wuning accepted the gym challenge, allowing Brock to travel and pursue his dreams before it was Luo Yangshua's turn to battle. Ash and his companions stayed to cheer him on, being from the same hometown, while Brock assumed the role of temporary referee. The gym battle pitted Luo from Shirnu Town against gym leader Wuning, with each participant allowed 2 Pokémon. The challenger could switch out Pokémon at will, while the gym leader could not, until one side's 2 Pokémon were unable to battle. "Do you understand?" Brock asked from the sidelines. "Absolutely," Luo replied. "As the challenger, I shall take the first move. Come forth, Darumaka." Wuning sent out his first Pokémon, stating, "You are also a newcomer, so I shall not take advantage of you. This Pokémon was recently captured. Let me test your strength." "Hee, prepare to be astonished," Luo declared. "Eevee, you are up." Ash immediately pulled out his Pokédex, and Misty leaned in to get a closer look. Eevee, still an enigma, carries an incredibly unstable genetic code. Its appearance can even mirror that of its trainer. No data available. It is an unknown Pokémon, the Pokédex chimed. "Oh dear. Does this mean Luo is at a disadvantage?" Ash mused. "Eevee, yawn," Luo commanded. He would not take this lightly. As the first attacker, he aimed to annoy Wuning. Eevee opened its mouth and emitted a yawn, releasing a wave of drowsiness across the rocky arena. Wuning furrowed his brow. Realizing the predicament, Darumaka was newly acquired and lacked any countermeasures for sleep-inducing tactics. Yet, Wuning could not be underestimated. "Flame Vortex," he ordered. "Quick attack, dodge it," Luo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Eevee swiftly dodged the Flame Vortex, while Darumaka succumbed to sleep. Luo sensed victory was assured. Tail Whip, and when Darumaka wakes, follow up with Swift. Wuning watched in resignation as Eevee continually wagged its tail, lowering Darumaka's defenses. After some time, Darumaka awoke, only to be met with a barrage of swift attacks from Eevee. Darumaka collapsed, unable to continue. Brock raised his hand, declaring, "Darumaka is unable to battle. Eevee is the victor. Gym leader, please switch Pokémon." As soon as Brock finished speaking, Eevee was enveloped in a brilliant white light. As the light faded, a graceful Pokémon emerged, adorned in pale pink with ribbons and bows. One ribbon even wrapped around Luo's arm. "How adorable," Misty exclaimed in delight. "No data available. It is an unknown Pokémon," the Pokédex announced. Overjoyed, Luo crouched down to pet his newly evolved Sylveon, saying, "You performed splendidly, and you have finally evolved. Look, it's Sylveon. So beautiful." He then produced a small mirror, allowing Sylveon to admire its new form. Sylveon inspected itself, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed a lovely girl, and this form aligned perfectly with its aesthetic. Chapter 5, Journey to the Alola Region. Pokémon. Sylveon level, 29 gender, female height, 100 centimeters weight, 23. 5 kilograms ability, cute charm moves, yawn, inherited, assist, growl, tackle, tail whip, sand attack, round, quick attack, fairy wind, draining kiss, skill swap. Misty Terrain. This summarizes the current status of Sylveon, which has reached level 29 and learned Misty Terrain. For the next 5 turns, no Pokémon can inflict a status condition, and Dragon-type moves are halved in power. Upon seeing Wuning's Soundwave larva, I could hardly suppress a laugh. After all, the Fairy type had yet to be introduced. and no one knew that Fairy-type Pokémon are immune to Dragon-type attacks. Wuning recalled his Darumaka and sent out the Soundwave larva, stating, "Xiao Luo, your understanding of moves is impressive, and your training of Pokémon is commendable. Your strength is quite respectable. I must take this seriously. This is a Pokémon I captured while traveling in the Hoenn region, and it is quite powerful. Even if your 2 Pokémon fall to it, I will still award you the badge. Let us begin. You may attack first." Observing Wuning's air of invincibility, I couldn't help but smirk and said, "Let us showcase your strength, Sylveon." Misty Terrain. As Sylveon touched the ground, a wave of fairy-type energy enveloped the rocky arena, turning it a lovely shade of pink. Wuning, perplexed by the move's effects, commanded, "Soundwave larva, Dragon Breath." "Endure it, skill swap," I replied with a grin. The Soundwave larva, a dragon and ground type with the ability Levitate, found itself entirely thwarted by Sylveon's immunity to dragon moves and the Levitate ability's immunity to ground moves. Sylveon had effectively sealed off the 2 primary offensive attributes of the Soundwave larva. Even if it possessed other moves, it could hardly defeat Sylveon, who had Draining Kiss to restore health, placing it in an advantageous position. As I had anticipated, after the skill swap, Sylveon's ability changed to the Levitate of the Soundwave larva. Wuning abandoned any ground-type moves, and upon witnessing Sylveon withstand the Dragon Breath with minimal damage, he mistakenly assumed Sylveon had a substantial health pool. The Soundwave larva's Dragon Breath and Rock Slide were its only means to wear down Sylveon, but with Draining Kiss, Sylveon systematically drained the life from the Soundwave larva. When the Soundwave larva succumbed to battle fatigue, the victor of this gym match was declared to be Xiao Luo from the Shirnu town. Brock announced the result, and Wuning's face flushed with embarrassment. What a resounding defeat. Clearing his throat, he said, "Congratulations on your victory, Xiao Luo. Here is the gray badge. By the way, could you tell me more about this Sylveon? It is quite impressive." I accepted the badge and placed it in my backpack, kneeling to pet Sylveon gently. Sylveon is an evolved form of EV, a new type I refer to as Fairy-type. Fairy-type Pokémon are entirely immune to Dragon-type damage and deal double damage to Dragon types. I plan to inform Professor Oak about this discovery shortly, and perhaps he might grant me some funding. Upon hearing that Fairy-type Pokémon are immune to Dragon-type attacks, Wuning felt a surge of frustration. Reflecting on the battle, he realized he had been bested by sending out the Soundwave larva, with the combination of Fairy-type and Levitate. It could not swiftly defeat Sylveon, allowing it to wear down the Soundwave larva instead. Shaking his head, Wuning felt the weight of age upon him. Ash and his companions excitedly approached, bombarding me with questions, which I readily answered. However, when Ash invited me to travel together, I politely declined, waving a ticket in the air. I won the grand prize. I'm calling Professor Oak shortly and heading straight to the Alola region for a vacation. Let's meet again another time. With that, I departed, chuckling to myself. Traveling with this trio, while likely to encounter rare Pokémon, would undoubtedly lead to many troublesome situations. Best to avoid it if possible. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center to allow Sylveon to rest, I contacted Professor Oak, informing him about Sylveon and the Fairy type, hoping he could request funding from the Pokémon League to renovate the dilapidated house provided by Shirnu Town. Professor Oak promptly agreed and suggested that I send Sylveon for him to observe. I explained that I intended to take my Pokémon on vacation and would discuss it later. I sent him several photos of Sylveon and informed him about a few Fairy-type Pokémon from the Kanto region for him to study. After enjoying a complimentary lunch at the Pokémon Center, I made my way to the airport. Once on board, the plane set off for the Alola region. The following morning, the aircraft landed at the Akala Island Airport, where I was picked up by a private car and brought to the Hano Hano Hotel. Upon entering the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor, I released my 3 eager Pokémon, allowing them the freedom of the spacious accommodations. After changing into my swim trunks, I donned a pair of oversized beach shorts and made my way to the beach, attracting the attention of numerous lovely young women, though they were drawn to Sylveon rather than me. The Pokémon's adorable appearance quickly captivated a throng of admirers. Observing the scene, I secretly gave Sylveon a thumbs up. Letting them frolic freely, Beedrill and Sylveon lounged on beach chairs, soaking up the sun, while Charmeleon, dressed in a small beach outfit, remained by my side. I affectionately patted Charmeleon's head. After all, it was my first Pokémon, and we shared a special bond. I then headed to rent a Lapras to experience the unique style of riding in Alola, bringing along my Super Rod. I was eager to explore the bountiful aquatic life of the Alola region. As I rode the Lapras to a spot slightly offshore, Charmeleon watched the fish swimming beneath the surface and instinctively reached out, causing the fish to scatter in alarm. I noticed they were merely ordinary fish and dismissed the commotion. In the world of Pokémon, ordinary animals do exist. After all, humans cannot consume Pokémon, and even something like Farfetch would not willingly allow itself to be eaten. I secured a piece of Pokémon food to the hook of my Super Rod, which was designed in the shape of a Magikarp, rumored to attach to a Pokémon's mouth and thus catch it. Casting the line into the water, I barely waited 10 seconds before the line tightened. I quickly reeled it in to find a Magikarp had bitten. Shaking my head, I released the Magikarp back into the sea. While Magikarp schools are quite robust, in reality, a single one does not contribute to forming a school. I placed another piece of Pokémon food on the hook and cast it back into the water, awaiting the next catch. Chapter 6. Capturing the Froca Lanternfish, Sun Coral, Pearl Oyster, Punch Sea Cucumber, Love Fish. Countless rare aquatic spirits were caught. Most of them of medium quality, with a few of high quality, and scarcely any of low quality. However, Lu Yangshua failed to capture any. After a rapid upgrade through a surprise battle with 3 spirits, he discerned the distinction between high and superior quality, regardless of skill comprehension or power enhancement. His Beedrill was undeniably superior to his Charizard. It was even more challenging to find medium-quality spirits. Hence, unless it was of exceptional quality or a superior spirit he truly desired, he would refrain from capturing those of inferior quality. Superior spirits could be enhanced to exceptional quality with potions from the marketplace, but they were prohibitively expensive. Upgrading a medium spirit to exceptional required 2 potions, which was a considerable waste. Previously, there were a few superior aquatic spirits, but none were to Lu Yangshua's liking, so he let them go. After all, the system had a task requiring him to capture 6 high-quality spirits to challenge the court's conference. He cast the fishing line again, patiently awaiting a catch. This time, his swift fishing attracted quite a few onlookers, with amazed exclamations occasionally punctuating the air, earning Lu Yangshua several hundred popularity points. "Hey there, traveler. Are you visiting Akala Island? Your fishing skills are impressive," called a mature woman's voice. Lu Yangshua turned, momentarily stunned, and exclaimed, "You are Queen Lizzie of the island." Behind her stood a dark-skinned woman riding a Sharpedo, her bikini accentuating her alluring figure. Upon hearing her name, Lizzie smiled. "It seems you are quite familiar with the Alola region. I am indeed Queen Lizzie of Akala Island. May I ask for your name?" "I am Lu Yangshua from Shirnu Town. You may call me Xiao Luo," he replied, retracting his fishing line and returning a medium-quality shellmet to the sea. "Ah, Xiao Luo. Are you a fishing master? Your speed truly astonishes me," Lizzie remarked as her Sharpedo swam next to Lapras. She gracefully leapt onto Lapras's back, gently patting Charizard's head. "It's just talent," Lu Yangshua responded modestly. "But tell me, as the island queen, are you so idle as to vacation at Hano Beach?" "Haha, even I, as a woman, need to rest occasionally," Lizzie laughed. "Xiao Luo, you've caught so many spirits. Will you not capture them?" "Well, I am rather discerning about spirits. They must be powerful. More importantly, it's about compatibility. If I find them pleasing to the eye, I will capture them. If not, I'll return them to the sea. After all, if I do not capture them, I shan't delay their freedom," Lu Yangshua casually replied. "Your character is quite admirable, Xiao Luo. I like it," Lizzie responded with a broad smile. As they chatted, Lu Yangshua suddenly felt the fishing rod tighten and quickly reeled in. To his delight, he had finally caught a spirit. A blue, frog-like creature landed on Lapras's back. It was a Froakie. Though it wasn't of exceptional quality, the thought of its final evolution, Greninja, ignited his excitement. He had finally acquired his water-type powerhouse. Charizard used Dragon Rage to defeat it, Lu Yangshua commanded. He could see the spirit's HP and estimated its level to be around 10. Under Charizard's level 28 Dragon Rage, it was swiftly incapacitated. As Froakie was pulled from the water, a single Dragon Rage rendered it unable to battle. Ecstatic, Lu Yangshua retrieved a Pokeball and captured Froakie. He high-fived Charizard and said, "Lizzie, I've captured the spirit I wanted. I'll be heading back now. Thank you, Lapras, for bringing me here." Lizzie congratulated Lu Yangshua and then hopped back onto her Sharpedo. Lu Yangshua patted Lapras's head, feeding it the remaining spirit food. Just as he prepared to leave with Lizzie, a long call echoed from the depths of the sea. Lizzie's expression changed. "That's the call of Tapu Koko. What brings it to Akala Island?" As soon as she spoke, a massive water spout erupted from the ocean, revealing a purple spirit resembling a shell with a dark-skinned figure inside. It was Tapu Koko. Simultaneously, a clear call resonated from deep within Akala Island, and a pink silhouette darted to the surface, leaving a trail of colorful luminescence. It was Tapu Lele, resembling a pink maiden. Lu Yangshua, captivated by the phosphorescence, released Froakie. Upon contact with the glowing dust, Froakie's injuries instantly healed, and it approached Tapu Lele to express its gratitude before turning to Lu Yangshua. It then leapt onto his head, acknowledging him as its trainer. Lizzie watched in astonishment as Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele exchanged glances. Tapu Koko tossed a stone towards Lu Yangshua, gazed at him for a moment, and then vanished beneath the waves. Meanwhile, Tapu Lele playfully circled around Lu Yangshua before swatting Charizard off Lapras's back, rendering it unable to battle. Then laughing joyfully as it sprinkled luminescent dust to heal Charizard before departing. Standing on Lapras's back, Charizard defiantly spewed flames at the sky, begrudgingly learning the signature move of the Charizard line, Flamethrower. Lu Yangshua patted Charizard's head, feeling resentful. Don't worry, I will nurture you into a legendary beast. We shall seek revenge together later. Charizard looked back at Lu Yangshua with earnest eyes, bumping its claw against him in agreement. It trusted him as a trainer, believing in his ability to facilitate rapid growth. Lizzie, observing the fiery duo, hesitated to interject. Do you think nurturing a legendary beast is so simple? Gazing at the stone gifted by Tapu Koko in Lu Yangshua's hand, Lizzie's eyes lit up. Luo, may I borrow this stone? I'll process it and return it to you tomorrow. Lu Yangshua nodded, handing the stone to Lizzie. He recognized it as a glimmering stone used to craft Zeerings and preferred to leave such matters to the professionals. As they departed to the beach, Lizzie hurried away. It was then that Lu Yangshua recalled a pressing issue, urgently summoning the system. I encountered 2 legendary beasts. Why is there no additional reward? Ding. The current Pokédex can only record spirits from the Kanto region. Spirits from other regions will be unlocked in subsequent tasks. In other words, no rewards for now. The potential for rewards would only arise during future explorations in the Alola region. Indeed, Lu Yangshua sighed. Chapter 7. The first encounter with Lili. After arriving at the beach chair for a brief respite, the fairy Eevee and the Beedrill gathered around, scrutinizing their new companion. Luo Yangshua opened the panel of the Froakie to examine its details. Pokémon, Froakie level, 15 gender, male height, 30 centimeters weight, 7 kilograms ability, torrent skills, toxic spikes, inherited, pound, growl, bubble, quick attack, lick. Water Pulse. Luo Yangshua recalled that Froakie had a chance of evolving into its bond evolution form after reaching a certain bond value, allowing it to evolve upon defeating a Pokémon. However, the specifics of this phenomenon in reality were uncertain. He quickly summoned the system for clarification, which promptly responded. The host possesses bond power and can directly utilize it to assist Greninja in its bond evolution. The details are left for the host to explore. Luo Yangshua nodded in acceptance. Reclining on the beach chair to bask in the sunlight, the 4 Pokémon began to engage in heartfelt conversation. As he enjoyed the warm rays, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Luo Yangshua sprang upright, raising his gaze to see a girl surrounded by several Clawitzer, seemingly terrified as she sat on the ground, retreating repeatedly. Ding. Side quest activated. Help Lili overcome her fear of Pokémon. Rewards: 1,000 coins, 20 diamonds, 500 popularity points. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, realizing she was the protagonist from the Sun and Moon series. No wonder she looked familiar. However, to help Lili confront her childhood trauma regarding Pokémon, he knew he must first address the immediate situation with the Clawitzer. Beedrill. Use Twin Needle to toss these Clawitzer back into the sea, he commanded. Beedrill complied, swiftly darting to Lili's side and expertly using its Twin Needle to send the Clawitzer flying back into the waves. Defeating them wasn't impossible. It was merely the unpleasant nature of their ability that deterred him. Upon defeat, Clawitzer would eject their internal substance at their opponents, a move that could easily incapacitate Beedrill due to its frail defenses. Approaching Lili, Luo Yangshua extended his hand, asking, "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine, just startled," she replied, grasping his hand to stand. "Hello, I'm Lili. I'm Luo Yangshua from Masera Town. You can call me Xiao Luo," he replied, feeling the softness of her hand. Reluctant to let go. "Masera Town? Are you here on vacation?" Lili inquired. Luo Yangshua took a moment to appraise her. A pure white one-piece swimsuit adorned her form, framing a face of innocent beauty that stirred a flutter in his heart. "Yes, I won a grand prize in a drink lottery, which is how I ended up on this trip." "You're quite lucky," Lili remarked, as the other 3 Pokémon approached. The fairy Eevee accidentally brushed against Lili with its ribbon-like appendage, causing her to jump as if electrified, her words stumbling. "Are you afraid of Pokémon, Lili?" Luo Yangshua asked. Lili took a few steps back, distancing herself from Eevee and its companions, responding with a hint of trepidation. "Yes. I used to love Pokémon as a child, but I don't know what happened. One day, I just began to fear them." Her expression turned somber, revealing the inner turmoil such a transformation had caused her. Luo Yangshua, having watched the anime before his reincarnation, understood the underlying narrative. Yet, he lacked the extraordinary abilities to unlock the seal imposed by her fears. Reflecting on supernatural powers, he recalled a certain individual, Nashi, the gym leader of Golden City. If she were to assist in breaking the seal, it would surely be a simple task. Luo Yangshua could also purchase supernatural abilities in the market with diamonds. of which there was a vast selection. Unfortunately, even the cheapest option required 1,000 diamonds, enough for a Tindraw lottery, gazing at his meager 80 diamonds. He pondered how to persuade Lilei to accompany him to Golden City. After considering his words carefully, he offered, "Would you like me to take a look? I have a bit of supernatural ability that might help uncover the issue afflicting you." "Really? Can you?" Lilei responded, a glimmer of hope sparking in her eyes. "Let's give it a try. I can't guarantee a solution, but we might discover the cause," Luo Yangshua reassured her. "All right. I would love to interact with Pokémon like I did as a child. They are my favorite," Lilei exclaimed with excitement. Luo Yangshua nodded, leading her to his beach chair, where she sat down. He gently placed his hands on her temples, enveloping her in bond power, as theatrics required full immersion. However, as the bond power made contact with her cerebral area, he distinctly sensed a formidable mental force sealing off a portion of her memories. He attempted to use the bond power to unlock the seal, but it remained steadfast. Releasing his hands, he shook his head. "I'm sorry, I'm powerless to help. But there is indeed a strong mental force sealing off a small part of your memories. That must be the reason." "Oh, thank you, Xiaoluo. It's all right." "After all these years, it doesn't matter much," Lilei replied, though the disappointment on her face was palpable. Seeing her distress made Luo Yangshua's heart ache. "Though I cannot assist you, it does not mean that others cannot. In fact, a supernatural Pokémon could help you break the seal. But your inability to interact with them complicates matters. It seems the intent was to completely seal away that part of your memory." Lilei's expression darkened further. Luo Yangshua continued, "However, I have another solution. The Golden Gym in the Kanto region is home to a powerful psychic. If we ask her for help, she should be able to easily lift the seal." Lilei's eyes brightened as she grasped Luo Yangshua's hand tightly. "Really?" "Absolutely. I have no reason to deceive you. But I am unsure if you can join me. I have a 3-night vacation here, after which I will fly to Golden City to challenge the gym in preparation for the Kanto Quartz Conference. If you wish to accompany me, I can take you along in 3 days," Luo Yangshua stated earnestly. "Deal. I will go home and discuss it with my family. Let us meet here tomorrow." With that, she hurriedly dashed away, leaving Luo Yangshua watching her vibrant figure fade into the distance until she vanished from sight. Chapter 8. Challenging Nasi. 3 days swiftly passed, and a plane smoothly landed at the airport of the bustling metropolis, Golden City. Luo Yangshua descended the aircraft alongside Lily AI, who was clad in a pristine white leisure outfit. Her once flowing hair was now tied into a ponytail, and she cradled a snow-white Pokémon egg in her arms. The egg was insulated by an incubator, allowing Lily AI to handle it with ease. This egg was a gift from her principal, a cousin of Professor Oak. And Luo Yangshua speculated that it was indeed the same egg from the anime, originally carried by Ash's Vulpix from the Kanto region to Alola. Now, however, it was Lily AI bringing an Alolan Vulpix to Kanto. Naturally, this Ice Vulpix was to be Lily AI's starter Pokémon, as Luo Yangshua had no intention of making a trip back to Pallet Town for just an egg. Instead, he could simply take the already hatched Ice Vulpix to meet Professor Oak, confident that the professor would not snatch a young girl's starter Pokémon. After a long day of travel, fatigue began to set in. Luo Yangshua first took Lily AI to the Pokémon Center to rejuvenate their Pokémon and the egg, while also indulging in a short nap. Refreshed, he promptly led Lily AI to the Golden City Gym. Upon arriving at the Grand Gym, he noticed the absence of Nasi's father, but felt assured and untroubled by Nasi's psychic abilities. Even though they were on vacation, they would inevitably encounter travelers eager for battles. Over the course of 3 days of sporadic skirmishes, all 4 of his Pokémon had reached levels in the 30s. With his Charmeleon on the verge of evolving into Charizard and his Froakie already evolved into Frogadier. Unfortunately, Frogadier was still at level 31, a bit far from evolving. Otherwise, the evolved Greninja, boasting both water and dark types, would have easily overpowered Nasi's Kadabra. Nevertheless, both Charmeleon and Beedrill were high-damage Pokémon, and given Kadabra's frail nature, they could likely take it down in just a couple of hits. Pushing open the doors of the gym, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI discovered numerous individuals seated in a side room, honing their psychic abilities. Lily AI watched with keen interest, while Luo Yangshua scoffed, dismissing their feeble powers, which paled in comparison to his own bond strength. At that moment, a masked man approached and inquired, "Are you challengers? Do you possess psychic abilities?" "I don't, but Luo does. He wishes to challenge the gym and also requests a favor from your gym leader," Lily AI replied candidly. Upon hearing that Luo Yangshua had psychic abilities, the man nodded and said, "Follow me. I will take you to gym leader Nasi." He then led Luo Yangshua and Lily AI deeper into the gym. They arrived at a massive arena, where the lights illuminated the space, revealing Nasi seated upon a high stool, cradling a doll. Upon their entrance, The doll emitted a voice. You must be the challengers. I am Nasi. Should you win, I will grant you the badge. However, if you lose, you must stay and keep me company. Lily AI, intrigued, asked Luo Yangshua, is she Nasi? How did the doll speak? Ah, it's merely a psychic manipulation of the doll, the voice transmitted through telepathy, Luo Yangshua explained, then turned to Nasi, stating, Gym Leader Nasi. I accept your terms. However, if I win, I would like to request your assistance. This is Lily AI. Her memories are sealed by a constraint in her mind. If I win, could you help remove the seal? Indeed, there is a seal present, but it poses no significant issue. I agree. Let us commence the battle. A single match will determine the outcome. Go, Kadabra! Nasi declared as the doll floated the Pokeball into the arena, summoning a Kadabra. Agreed. Go, Charmeleon! Luo Yangshua called out, unleashing his Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. As Charmeleon entered the fray, a pillar of fire shot towards Kadabra. With a swift motion, Kadabra vanished, reappearing at the opposite end of the arena, and Luo Yangshua immediately sensed the challenge ahead. This was teleportation, a mechanic that allowed one to evade combat in games. In a battle, however, this flickering figure made it exceedingly difficult to pin down Kadabra, especially since it was likely aided by Nasi's psychic prowess. Luo Yangshua glanced at the silent Nasi, knowing she was undoubtedly using her abilities to assist Kadabra, yet he refrained from addressing it directly, resorting to a rather crude strategy. He promptly commanded, Charmeleon, use smokescreen, then detonate. A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped the arena, followed by a sudden explosion that shook the entire golden gem. As the smoke dissipated, Charmeleon stood panting in the center, while Kadabra remained unscathed, encased in a pale blue sphere of light. However, upon noticing Nasi's pale complexion, Luo Yangshua understood that she was not as composed as she appeared. Such a strategy, inflicting damage to oneself while attempting to harm the opponent, was regrettably necessary. Observing Charmeleon's diminished health, now at a quarter of its total, he realized the battle was turning unfavorable. If Nasi had any reserves left, victory was far from assured. With an unwilling roar, Charmeleon ignited the flames on its tail, activating its blaze ability. A radiant white light enveloped it, and as the brilliance faded, a formidable Charizard emerged in the arena. The blue sphere surrounding Kadabra vanished, revealing a white glowing Gardevoir, spoon in hand, standing opposite Charizard. Charizard, use Wing Attack. Luo Yangshua commanded. Evolved into Charizard, its speed had significantly increased, and flying provided a distinct advantage over running on the ground. Gardevoir deftly evaded the wing attack, raising its spoon as its eyes glimmered blue, trapping Charizard with its psychic abilities. Charizard struggled fiercely, breaking free of the psychic hold, and unleashed a flamethrower that struck the unprepared Gardevoir. With a single flamethrower, Gardevoir was left with barely a sliver of health. Luo Yangshua chuckled, Charizard, finish it off with one last flamethrower. Charizard let out a mighty roar, releasing a final flamethrower. Gardevoir, despite successfully teleporting away, was still grazed by the flames and ultimately succumbed to defeat. Luo Yangshua rushed to Charizard's side, embracing it. The battle had indeed been rather peculiar, highlighting Luo Yangshua's current dilemma, his limited roster of Pokémon and insufficient type coverage. He resolved to accumulate some resources to purchase TMs, expanding his Pokémon's type diversity. Otherwise, encountering such a situation again would be exceedingly frustrating. At that moment, a golden badge floated before Luo Yangshua. As Nasi approached, her voice icy as she stated, You have emerged victorious. Here's your badge, and I shall fulfill your other request. With that, she approached Lily AI, lightly tapping her finger on the girl's head before turning and retreating into the depths of the gym. Luo Yangshua stood there, astonished. Is that all it took? Chapter 9, Bounty Challenge Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest to help Lily overcome her fear of fairies. Reward, 1,000 gold coins, 20 diamonds, and 500 popularity points. The system's notification informed Luo Yangshua that Lily had completely healed, prompting him to marvel at the immense power of Naz's abilities. With her eyes closed, Lily carefully examined her hidden memories, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a considerable pause, she finally opened her eyes, wiped away her tears, and gratefully addressed Luo Yangshua. Thank you, Xiao Luo, for bringing me to Kanto and helping me recover my sealed memories. With that, she embraced the Charizard and joyfully exclaimed, This is wonderful. I can interact with Pokémon again. I must also express my gratitude to that Pokémon when I return. Lily, are you planning to go back? Luo Yangshua inquired, feeling a sudden pang of reluctance. Well, I probably won't return just yet. After all, I still need to deliver the Pokémon egg to Professor Oak, and I hope to explore Kanto a bit more, Lily replied, shaking her head. Xiao Luo, may I travel with you? That would be my pleasure. Luo Yangshua smiled, extending his right hand, which Lily grasped in a warm handshake. As they departed from the Golden Gym, Luo Yangshua decided to spend the night in Golden City, planning to set off for Hualan City the following day, with the intention of showing Lily around the bustling metropolis. While accompanying Lily on a shopping excursion, Luo Yangshua summoned the system and inquired, "System, are there any tasks available for quickly earning money or diamonds? I am truly in dire financial straits. Between evolution stones and held items, and now a new skill machine, I am nearly bankrupt. Please take your time, host. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount. I understand the importance of laying a good foundation, but the main quest you issued is exceedingly stringent. High-quality Pokémon are scarce, diamonds are exorbitant, and I have only managed to capture 2 of the Pokémon required for this main quest. Can you blame me for feeling anxious? Ding. A special bounty challenge has been issued. Please proceed to the game center and aim to drop the score of the current leaderboard holder. This is a time-limited task, ending at 10 o'clock tonight. Reward: 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 diamonds, and 10,000 popularity points. Luo Yangshua was momentarily taken aback. Was the system being overly generous? Checking the time, he realized it was only 3 in the afternoon, and he promptly grabbed Lily, making their way to the game center in Golden City. Upon entering the game center, they noticed that the leaderboard's top score exceeded 300,000 points, reportedly earned after a day of gameplay. Luo Yangshua quickly grasped the reality. There is no such thing as a free lunch. However, for such a generous reward, he was willing to take the plunge. He withdrew 300 Pokémon coins to purchase game tokens, with each Pokémon coin exchanging for 10 game tokens, sharing 1,000 tokens with Lily so she could join in the fun, while he settled in front of a slot machine to start playing. An hour later, after a mix of wins and losses, he had managed to multiply his tokens several times over, amassing a total of 5,000 game tokens. Turning to check on Lily, he was astonished to see her with 3 large baskets filled with game tokens. Indeed, as the protagonist, his luck was undeniably favorable. Without hesitation, he handed his game tokens over to Lily, encouraging her to play. System: host, this constitutes cheating. Huh? Which of your eyes witnessed me cheating? Lily and I are merely utilizing the game tokens I purchased together. This is teamwork. Luo Yangshua retorted dismissively. System: your integrity has diminished. How much is integrity worth in diamonds? I'm in it for the gold coins. For the diamonds. For the popularity points. I'm all in. Luo Yangshua replied, fully aware of his motivations. With the aid of Lily's cheat device, they successfully refreshed the leaderboard before 10 o'clock. Subsequently, under the disapproving gaze of the proprietor, they began to redeem their points for prizes, opening one Pokeball after another to observe the Pokémon within. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but marvel at the vast variety and quantity of Pokémon available in this grand city. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he secured a pair of Nidoran and Nidorina, 2 extraordinary Pokémon. Initially, he intended to capture both, but upon considering their identical attributes and similar skills, he realized that capturing both would clearly consume one of his precious slots. After much deliberation, Luo Yangshua decided to gift the Nidorina to Lily, recognizing the effort she had put forth. He then selected a high-quality Clefairy for her, recalling that Lily's mother had once owned a Clefable, which had been her childhood companion. This high-potential Clefairy would undoubtedly be a perfect match for Lily. After sorting through nearly 200 Pokémon, Luo Yangshua discovered yet another exceptional Oddish. Securing 3 extraordinary Pokémon in one go was indeed a significant triumph. Moreover, with such a diverse collection, he had nearly completed the side quest, needing just over 20 rare Pokémon to finish. He also selected more than 20 mid-tier rare Pokémon to send to Professor Oak, who would certainly appreciate the research opportunity, especially since he also assisted with their sustenance. Keeping the extraordinary Nidoran and Oddish with him ensured he had a full team of 6 Pokémon, opting to store Nidorina and Clefairy with the system for now. He planned to present these 2 Pokémon to Lily once her Ice Vulpix hatched and became her initial Pokémon. Meanwhile, Lily was busy selecting clothing and plush toys. Luo Yangshua took the opportunity to purchase a year's supply of energy cubes as nourishment for the Pokémon, noting that energy cubes are far more nutritious than standard Pokémon food. Once Lily finalized her selections of clothing and toys, they left the store contentedly, leaving the proprietor to lament alone in the wind. That evening, Luo Yangshua excitedly claimed his rewards and then opened the shop to begin selecting desired items. In the held items section, he unhesitatingly spent 10,000 gold coins on the focus lens. He had discovered a minor bug in the system. The held items purchased could be integrated into a Pokémon's body, while the Million Evolution Stone had to be worn externally. This meant that Pokémon capable of Million Evolution could equip 2 held items. In contrast, held items in the real world could not be integrated but only worn, marking this as a small oversight by the system, which it had not corrected, tacitly accepting it. Next, he considered the skill machines and million evolution stones, with the most affordable evolution stones costing 3,000 diamonds, the pricier ones at 10,000, and the legendary beasts priced at 50,000. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to purchase the skill machines, primarily to enhance his Pokémon's attack options. He understood that while million evolution was formidable, it could easily be countered without a broad attack strategy to safeguard it. Thus, having a diverse range of options was vital. Finally, he contemplated the choice of skill machines. 10,000 diamonds would allow him to purchase only 10 skill machines, but fortunately, they would remain permanently effective, making the expenditure worthwhile. Chapter 10. The hatching of the Pokémon egg. After much deliberation in the skill shop, I primarily selected the move Dream Talk, which can be learned by all Pokémon, followed by the move Protect to guard against one-hit knockouts. Next, I chose weather-related skills: Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Hail, and Sandstorm. Finally, I opted for 2 high-powered moves, Hyper Beam and Final Gambit, totaling 8 skill machines. It was not that I was unwilling to select others. These were sufficient for the time being. With the remaining diamonds, I decided to exchange for some character skills since we were now traveling as a duo. We could no longer rely on instant meals and instant noodles as we once did. Without hesitation, I invested the diamonds in character skills. The first skills acquired were cooking and medical training, both essential for managing food and treating wounds in the wild. These two were reasonably priced at 200 diamonds each, especially when compared to Pokémon items that often cost thousands. There was no point in lamenting the disparity. It was a blow to my pride. Next was the driving skill, priced at 600 diamonds. Though costly, it encompassed all forms of transportation, including cars, planes, and ships. With a rocket, I could even venture into outer space. I also acquired the Pokémon communication skill for 1,000 diamonds, enabling me to understand Pokémon language, thus facilitating training and communication. With 280 diamonds remaining, I chose to hold off on further expenditures for now, intending to use them if necessary. My popularity points exceeded 14,000, and with 12,000 points, I unlocked the ability to modify Pokémon abilities, something I had long desired. Certain Pokémon abilities were indeed overpowered, and the chance to modify them was delightful. However, I was slightly disheartened to discover that I could only alter a Pokémon's inherent ability and could not change it to that of another Pokémon. It made sense, though, otherwise, the potential for abuse would be tremendous. For instance, the ability Cursed Body, which combines ghost and dark attributes, could become overwhelmingly powerful if paired with a unique ability like Wonder Guard and learned moves such as Mystical Shield. After some contemplation, I decided that Charizard's ability did not require alteration. While Solar Power dealt immense damage, the continuous loss of health on sunny days was cumbersome. I altered Sylveon's ability to pixelate, allowing regular moves to become Fairy type. Frogadier was modified to Protean, enabling it to change its type at will. Beedrill, Nidoran, and Oddish did not require changes, as their current abilities were the most fitting compared to others. Once the modifications were complete, I summoned my Pokémon and had them sequentially learn the skills from the machines. I then proceeded to check their statuses. Pokémon: Charizard level, 36 gender, male height, 200 centimeters weight, 98 kilograms ability, blaze moves, outrage, inherited, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon rage, flamethrower, phantom force, fire fawn, flame burst, slash, wing attack, sunny day, dream talk, protect, hyper beam, final gambit. Pokémon: Sylveon level, 35 gender, female height, 30 centimeters weight, 5 kilograms ability, pixelate moves, yawn, inherited, helping hand, growl, tackle, baby doll eyes, fairy wind, draining kiss, ability swap, misty terrain, light screen, moon blast, stored power, self-suggestion, sunny day, rain dance, dream talk, protect, hyper beam, final gambit. Pokémon: Beedrill, shiny, level, 38 gender, male height, 100 centimeters weight, 29. 5 kilograms ability, sniper moves, poison sting, string shot, harden, twin needle, fury attack, rage, pursuit, focus energy, poison jab, Venoshock, agility, endeavor, needle arm, sunny day, dream talk, protect, hyper beam, final gambit. Pokémon: Frogadier level, 34 gender, male height, 30 centimeters weight, 7 kilograms ability, Protean moves, toxic spikes, inherited, pound, growl, bubble, quick attack, lick, water pulse, smokescreen, round, bounce, substitute, jump kick, shadow clone, water gun, rain dance, dream talk, protect, Hyper Beam, Final Gambit. Pokémon, Nidoran level, 5 gender, male height, 50 centimeters weight, 9 kilograms ability, Poison Point moves, Growl, Inherited, Leer, Peck, Poison Sting, Horn Attack, Sunny Day, Rain Dance. Dream Talk, Protect. Pokémon, Oddish level, 5 gender, female height, 50 centimeters weight, 5 for kilograms ability, Chlorophyll moves, Sweet Scent, Inherited, Absorb, Growth, Sweet Aroma, Sunny Day. Dream Talk, Protect. I also had Nidorina and Clefairy learn Dream Talk and Protect, as I intended to gift them to Lilia, and I could not be stingy. Just as I finished organizing my Pokémon, a knock echoed from outside. Without delay, I rose to answer the door and found Lilia standing there. Clad in a pure white nightgown, clutching a Pokémon egg, her expression fraught with concern. Little Ro, something's wrong. I just saw the egg glowing. As she spoke, the egg in her hands emitted a flash of white light before dimming. Drawing from my extensive experience watching Pokémon anime, I immediately exclaimed, "Come in quickly. The Pokémon egg is about to hatch." Lilia hurried into the room and placed the egg on my desk. I closed the door and turned back to see the egg glowing once more, this time persistently. It was clear that this little one was eager to enter the world. I rushed to the bedside, joining Lilia to witness the birth of this new Pokémon. The white light intensified, and Lilia, somewhat anxious, grasped the edge of my nightgown. Suddenly, with a crack, the light began to dissipate. Before us stood a fluffy, white creature. Indeed, as I had surmised, it was an Alolan Vulpix. The little one opened its eyes, sitting upright and glancing around at Lilia and me, uncertain of which of us were its parents. I stepped back slightly, and the Vulpix immediately approached Lilia, nuzzling its head against her cheek. Joyfully, Lilia embraced the Vulpix, stroking its soft fur as she exclaimed, "You're so cool and white. I shall call you Shiny White." The Vulpix squinted its eyes in delight, accepting its new name. Observing this, I retrieved a Pokeball from my backpack and handed it to Lilia. "Lilia, since Shiny White is hatched and acknowledges you, you should capture it. It will be your first Pokemon." Lilia hesitated, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? This Pokemon was entrusted to me by Principal Ching to deliver to Professor Oak." "Don't worry about it. I had previously discussed this situation with Professor Oak, and he is not an inflexible person. He merely wishes to study the differences among regional Pokemon. You can stay at Professor Oak's lab for a while," I reassured her. "Moreover, consider Shiny White's feelings. Perhaps it wishes to travel with you." Lilia was persuaded by my words and presented the Pokeball before Shiny White. "Shiny White, would you like to travel with me and become my first Pokemon?" The Vulpix nodded, gently tapping the Pokeball's button and transforming into a beam of red light, entering the ball and being captured by Lilia. With glee, Lilia clutched the Pokeball, exclaiming, "This is wonderful." Observing her joy, I also handed her the Pokeballs of Nidoran and Clefairy. Seeing her puzzled expression, I blushed slightly and said, This is to celebrate your becoming a Pokemon trainer. I selected these 2 Pokemon for you at the game center. I hope you like them." "Thank you, Little Ro," she replied with gratitude. Lily AI said, giving him a warm embrace and bidding him good night, before leaving Luo Yangshua's room. This heartfelt hug brought such joy to Luo Yangshua that he could not fall asleep until the midnight hour. The fairy Ivy, whom he used as a pillow, shook her head, realizing that her master was utterly delighted. Chapter 11, The Love Story of Nidoran. Early the next morning, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI called Professor Oak to inform him of the hatching of the fairy egg and the emergence of Ice Ninetales as Lily AI's initial Pokemon. Professor Oak, with a generous spirit, invited Lily AI to stay at the Oak Laboratory for a few days so he could examine Ice Ninetales closely. By the way, Xiao Luo, the report on fairy-type attributes has been submitted to the Pokemon League, which is taking it seriously. Regarding your housing and subsidy matters, they have been resolved. A total of 200,000, along with assistance for renovating your house, Professor Oak stated. Only 200,000? Luo Yangshua responded helplessly. That's equivalent to 200 diamonds. Drawing a single prize costs 100 diamonds, and even a tenfold draw is slightly cheaper at 988 diamonds. Luo Yangshua felt a profound sense of powerlessness. You brat, 200,000 is already a substantial amount. You're still young. What do you need so much money for? Professor Oak retorted with annoyance. Only the householder knows the cost of oil and rice. Luo Yangshua truly felt pressed for funds at that moment. He pondered for a moment and smiled. Professor Oak, regarding the renovation of the house, can I propose my own design for the reconstruction? The League has agreed to this. You provide the blueprints, and they will construct it, Professor Oak confirmed. All right, then don't blame me. Luo Yangshua gritted his teeth and contacted the system to help design an expansive seaside villa. Albeit the size was rather grand. Once the system completed the design, it sent the blueprints to his backpack. Luo Yangsha then retrieved the blueprints from his bag and faxed them to Professor Oak. Upon seeing the blueprints, Professor Oak nearly choked on his own breath and roared. Are you trying to kill me? Is this a house or an aquarium? Indeed. The dilapidated house provided by the system was situated in the most remote area of Shinno town, close to the sea, with scarcely any residents, resulting in ample vacant land. The design plan indicated that the villa, including the yard and road renovations, spanned over 10,000 square meters. The first floor was transformed into an aquarium style, capable of housing a multitude of water-type Pokémon. After all, he couldn't let his super fishing rod go to waste. This could serve as a paid attraction for visitors. While these water-type Pokémon could also help guard the premises. The second floor would serve as a living area, a seaside villa with a balcony overlooking the ocean, facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. As for the various details, let the League worry about them. After all, they provided such a meager subsidy. It would be a disservice to myself not to take full advantage of the League's offer. They explicitly stated that I should provide the blueprints, and they would handle the construction. I did not coerce them in any way. Luo Yangsha winked innocently. Professor Oak, exasperated, hung up the phone and rubbed his aching head. Suddenly, the transporter began to emit a flurry of Pokeballs. Upon inspection, Professor Oak realized it was the 20 rare Pokémon that Luo Yangsha had sent him. Seeing these Pokémon brightened his mood, and he chuckled helplessly. Ah, what a troubled child. Well, it's not my headache. Let the League deal with it. I shall focus on my own research. After the Pokémon were successfully transmitted, Luo Yangsha took Lily AI to the airline company to send back a pile of clothing and plush toys she had selected to the Alola region. The two then set off on their journey to Hualan City. Along the way, they released their Oddish and Nidoran to engage in battle. Striving to familiarize themselves with the rhythm of combat, Oddish performed admirably, diligently following Luo Yangshua's commands, while Nidoran seemed somewhat distracted, frequently glancing in Lily AI's direction. Luo Yangshua, contemplating, had Lily AI release Nidorina. As anticipated, upon Nidorina's appearance, Nidoran dashed over to her, eager to impress and showcase himself. However, Nidorina, being somewhat proud, was aware that wild Nidorina were far rarer than Nidoran. If Nidoran wished to win her affection, he would undoubtedly have to compete with other Nidoran. Without formidable strength, Nidoran should remain single. Nidorina called out a few times to Nidoran, causing him to turn a dull gray, his expression one of despair. Luo Yangshua, exasperated, tapped Nidoran on the head and said, if you don't train properly now, who will care about you when you lack strength? Didn't you hear that Nidorina only favors powerful Nidoqueens? Nidoran's eyes brimmed with tears as he called out to Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua nodded. Indeed. I can understand your words. She doesn't prefer Nidoqueen? Listen to me, train hard, and together we shall claim victory in the Quartz Conference. By then, you will have evolved into Nidoqueen, and after winning the championship, you can return and propose to her. Nidoran nodded and called out a few times, indicating, brother, I leave everything to you. Train me rigorously. Do not treat me like a mere Pokémon. He then approached Nidorina and called out a few times, to which Nidorina nodded in agreement. Observing Nidoran's ignited spirit, Luo Yangshua couldn't help but sigh. This is the beauty of youth. With the encouragement of love, Nidoran's progress was astonishing. Coupled with the exceptional qualities of this Pokémon and the experience-increasing cheat from Luo Yangshua, he reached level 16 and evolved into Nidorino in just one morning. Even Nidorina, who watched from the sidelines, felt a twinge of admiration. However, a promise is a promise. Nidorina insisted that Nidoran must first win the championship and bask in glory before proposing. Nidorina thought to herself with a hint of pride. Lily AI was quite intrigued by Luo Yangshua's ability to understand Pokémon language and his training methods, incessantly asking questions, to which he answered diligently. Lily AI absorbed a wealth of knowledge, things that the Pokémon school could not teach them. The Pokémon school focused more on theoretical knowledge to grow stronger. One must truly venture out, experiencing more to enhance both strength and wisdom. Naturally, this did not include Ash. Ash was starting anew. His experience reset to 0 in every new location, leaving one speechless. Yet, Luo Yangshua suddenly pondered a crucial question. Ash has traveled to so many places and is still only 10. I hope I won't end up being perpetually 13 years old. You need not worry. The previously distorted timeline has been restored. The system suddenly interjected. What do you mean? Luo Yangshua inquired. It means that both Ash and you will indeed grow older. Furthermore, Ash is the darling of this world, and it will not allow him to remain weak. Currently, Ash may not be your match, but with the world's favor, he will grow stronger. The system can assure you that Ash may become your strongest rival on your path to becoming a Pokémon master, the system stated solemnly. Luo Yangshua's lips twitched as he thought, an external aid battling a lucky star. This is the essence of their rivalry. Chapter 12. The doubles match on the ferry sighing. Luo Yangshua leaned against the railing of the ferry, feeling somewhat dispirited. Don't be upset. You wouldn't want to reject the badge that was given to you for free. Lily AI said, gently patting him on the back. You haven't yet decided on your future path. So you wouldn't understand the frustration of a trainer who cannot fight at full capacity. All right, it's just that I haven't had enough battles, Luo Yangshua replied gloomily. This ferry has a vast arena, and it will take 3 days to reach Kyogre City. They are hosting a small doubles competition on board. And you might want to give it a try. Rumor has it that the first prize includes an evolution stone, Lily AI suggested. Upon hearing about the competition and the enticing rewards, Luo Yangshua's spirits were instantly lifted. The system also issued a task to win the championship, offering a reward of 1,000 gold coins, 60 diamonds, and 3,000 popularity points. His enthusiasm was reignited. Currently, they were at the seaside dock of Hualan City, taking a ferry to Kyogre City. Having already secured the blue badge from Hualan, Luo Yangshua realized he had underestimated the Hualan trio. However, having defeated a level 21 evolution of a Stunky in a 1 vs 3 battle, it was evident that the Hualan gym was indeed one of the weakest in Kanto. It seemed that only when Misty returned to take over the gym would Hualan truly grow stronger. This was the 3rd day since leaving Golden City. Given the pace at which Ash and his friends had gotten lost, it was likely they would encounter them in Kyogre City, though nothing was certain. Since hearing the system's praise for Ash, Luo Yangshua had felt an urge to challenge him, at least to gauge Ash's current strength. However, pondering other matters was futile at the moment. The rewards for this competition were quite appealing. Therefore, Luo Yangshua had no choice but to sign up with Lily AI. She was somewhat excited, as this was her first experience in Pokémon battles. After registering, they received a number 3 badge and made their way to the open deck of the ferry, where a sizable battle arena had already attracted a crowd. The captain stepped forward to say a few words, and the competition commenced. Being a privately hosted small-scale event, there were not many participants, only 8 pairs. The first match featured a pair of twin brothers using Pidgey and Hypno, while the second match showcased a couple with Magnemite and Machop. Luo Yangshua lost interest immediately. Noting the vast disparity in their levels and qualifications, the couple was sure to win. As he had predicted, the couple emerged victorious, albeit after a challenging battle. Luo Yangshua shook his head, remembering that a trainer's command and foresight were crucial as well. This first match posed no threat. In the second round, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI took the stage, sending out Frogadier and Snorunt. Their opponents, a pair of friends, unleashed their Geodude and Victory Bell. Luo Yangshua's eyes brightened at the sight. Their levels and qualifications were quite impressive, promising an exhilarating match. Hail, Luo Yangshua declared. With both Geodude and Victory Bell being weak to ice types, he felt it would be remiss not to utilize Hail. Frogadier let out a loud croak, summoning dark clouds overhead as snowflakes began to fall, inflicting persistent damage on the opposing Pokémon. Geodude, use Rock Throw against that white Vulpix, commanded one of the opponents. Victory Bell, use Leaf Blade. Let us target that white Vulpix too. They quickly ordered their Pokémon to counterattack. Lily AI, a beat behind, finally shouted, Snorunt, use Icy Wind. Lily AI, you need not worry about Snorunt's safety. Frogadier, defend Snorunt. Protect her, Luo Yangshua instructed. Frogadier leaped in front of Snorunt, enveloping both Pokémon in a soft green light that shielded them from the incoming attacks of Rock Throw and Leaf Blade. The power of Snorunt's Icy Wind was amplified by the hail, dealing significant damage to both opponents and leaving Geodude encased in ice. Frogadier, use Water Pulse to finish Geodude. Luo Yangshua commanded. Victory Bell will block the Water Pulse. The opponents reacted quickly, with Victory Bell shielding the immobile Geodude from the attack. Although Water Pulse was powerful, Victory Bell's grass typing reduced its effectiveness, sparing it from significant harm. Snorunt, continue using Icy Wind. Lily AI instructed. Victory Bell, use Leaf Blade again. The opponents were growing anxious. Luo Yangshua chuckled, saying, no need to struggle. Frogadier, deliver the final blow with Hydro Pump. Frogadier let out a cry, charging through the Leaf Blade attack and crashing into Victory Bell with tremendous force, slamming it against the ship's wall and rendering it unable to battle. Frogadier also fell into a state of paralysis. The opponent sighed in resignation, I concede. He understood that with Geodude frozen and unable to fight back against 2 Pokémon, there was little hope for victory. It was clear that Frogadier, a water type capable of using Hydro Pump, would not let Geodude endure further punishment. With this victory, Luo Yangshua remained unfazed, while Lily AI joyfully bounced around, hugging Snorunt in celebration. The subsequent matches lacked any remarkable highlights, though one trainer's Beedrill showcased impressive poison techniques that caught the audience's attention. For Luo Yangshua, however, there was little pressure. Frogadier was more than capable. He wished to challenge Frogadier, who was already at level 36 and on the verge of evolving into a Greninja. The anticipation of Greninja's bond evolution made him restless. In the next match against the couple, Snorunt had little to do other than call for Icy Wind, while Frogadier swiftly dispatched both opponents. Luo Yangshua gradually became familiar with Frogadier's new ability, Adaptability, which allowed it to change its type to match the move it used. This feature made Frogadier particularly reliant on technical machines, but with a diverse array of type skills, Frogadier's operational freedom surpassed all other Pokémon. Another match concluded with the young trainer he had rooted for emerging victorious, as his Weezing exhibited a dazzling array of poison-type moves. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, contemplating. If this fellow continues down the poison path, he may very well contend for the title of poison-type champion once Arceus steps down. The final decisive round was about to begin. The captain reappeared, presenting the winners with their prizes 2 Moonstones, perfectly suited for Lily AI and him. They could help Nidorino and Nidorina evolve into Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Luo Yangshua sent out Frogadier once more, while Lily AI hesitated briefly before selecting Clefairy. Deciding not to push Snorunt, who was already fatigued, into battle, the young trainer across from them opted for a Beedrill, while his partner sent out Squirtle. After exchanging greetings, the battle commenced. Chapter 13. The first encounter with Xiaofei. The Moonstone acquired. The battle commenced with the agile Frogadier, as a flash of electricity sparked in the air. Luo Yangshua seized the initiative, his sights set on the Squirtle. Meanwhile, the youth opposing him, wielding an Abomasnow, directed his efforts towards Lilith, landing a venomous bite on Jigglypuff. Both Jigglypuff and Squirtle fell without a moment's notice. Exchanging knowing smiles with the youth, they acknowledged each other as formidable adversaries. Lilith and her companions were merely pawns in their game, to be eliminated to pave the way for a thrilling showdown. Abomasnow, use Toxic, the youth commanded. Frogadier, protect. Luo Yangshua replied, a smile gracing his lips. Having observed the youth's battle tendencies, he discerned a pattern, commencing with Toxic to poison his foes, followed by a barrage of other moves to wear them down. The protective barrier thwarted the poison, prompting the youth to furrow his brow. Abomasnow, unleash Toxic once more. I refuse to believe he can defend against it again. Luo Yangshua shook his head. While Protect was a temporary solution, its efficacy dwindled with each use. Yet, the youth stubbornly adhered to his strategy, a habit that would ultimately limit his potential to rise to the rank of a champion. Rain Dance, Luo Yangshua declared. Frogadier initiated the move, summoning a gentle rain that began to fall. However, Frogadier too succumbed to the poison, its body shimmering with a purplish hue. Luo Yangshua mused. Next will be the bind followed by Toxic Bite. As predicted, the youth commanded, Abomasnow, bind, then use Toxic Bite. Shadow Clone. Water Gun, Luo Yangshua calmly instructed. Frogadier split into 10 clones, causing Abomasnow to miss its target, only for one of the clones to strike back with a water gun, sending Abomasnow flying. Abomasnow, gather your strength. Use Poison Sting to sweep through all the Frogadiers. The youth urged, his anxiety palpable. Abomasnow wobbled upright and unleashed a torrent of poisonous needles. But one last Frogadier vanished, leaving the youth bewildered. What happened? Where's Frogadier? Frogadier, use Last Jump. Luo Yangshua commanded, feeling a tinge of disappointment at the youth's delayed reaction. In that moment, the youth finally realized, as Frogadier descended from the sky, delivering a knee strike that forcefully slammed Abomasnow's head against the deck, rendering it unable to battle. Luo Yangshua shook his head. He had utilized a substitute to distract the opponent, allowing Frogadier to leap stealthily into the air and deliver a decisive blow to the already weakened Abomasnow. The captain proclaimed the champion, and Frogadier radiated a brilliant light as the rain coalesced into a swirling water column around it. As the column dissipated, a majestic Greninja emerged. One hand forming a seal against its chest, the other raised high, exuding an aura of grandeur. Luo Yangshua approached Greninja, embracing it with joy. At last, you have evolved. Greninja nodded coolly, clenching its fist, evidently satisfied with its new form. Luo Yangshua produced an antidote to aid Greninja in shaking off the poison. At that moment, the youth approached and introduced himself. I am Xiaofei from Qianong City. It's a pleasure to meet you. Extending his hand, he awaited Luo Yangshua's response. After assisting Greninja, Luo Yangshua shook Xiaofei's hand, replying, Hello, I am Luo from Shinshin Town. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Lilith, traveling alongside Luo. She chimed in as she approached. Hello, Luo, how long have you been traveling? Your skills are impressive, Xiaofei inquired. I haven't been traveling for long. I received my starter Pokémon this year, Luo Yangshua replied. However, I'm 13 now and have perhaps a bit more experience than you. Oh, I see. You will be participating in the Indigo Conference, right? Let's have a match there. Xiaofei proposed eagerly. Certainly. But I hope you can improve. If you perform like today, you will likely lose. I look forward to a more thrilling battle, Luo Yangshua stated. Afterward, accompanied by Lilith, he approached the captain to claim the 2 moonstones. Luo Yangshua decided against evolving Nidorino into Nidoking just yet, as there were several moves Nidoking could not learn. It would be prudent to wait until Nidorino mastered them, given its exceptional aptitude for learning. Upon hearing Luo Yangshua's thoughts, Xiaofei appeared contemplative, his resolve strengthening. In the following 2 days, Luo Yangshua spent his time fishing for Pokémon and pondering the concept of bond evolution. First, he aimed to maximize his bond with Greninja, seeking complete physical and mental integration. As he moved, Greninja mirrored him, striking various poses that might seem somewhat embarrassing. Lilith watched with great interest, cradling a recently caught Horsia, while a jealous White watched with longing, for that embrace had once been reserved for it. As the bond energy gradually fused with Greninja's form, streams of water enveloped it, forming a rapidly spinning water column. When the column dissipated, a bond-evolved Greninja stood before Luo Yangshua. He eagerly assessed Greninja's current state. Pokémon, Greninja, bond evolution, level, 36 gender, male height, 150 centimeters weight, 40 kilograms ability, protean moves, toxic spikes, inherited, pound, growl, bubble, quick attack, lick, water pulse, smokescreen, round, knock off, substitute, bounce, shadow clone, water gun, rain dance, sleep talk, protect, light of ruin, hydro pump, shadow sneak, spikes, critical hit, water shuriken, psychic. On the surface, it appeared unchanged from its previous form. However, upon testing, he found that bond evolution enhanced Greninja's attributes slightly in various aspects, though not significantly. Inquiring of the system, he received the response: the bond is not yet deep enough. The deeper the bond, the more the host's attributes will augment Greninja's capabilities. Luo Yangshua sighed. So you're saying I'm a mediocre trainer, and I need to spend money to increase my attributes? Indeed, the system affirmed. Well, you shamelessly admit it, he exclaimed. The system merely states the truth, it replied. You're different now, he retorted. I have not changed. My primary goal remains to assist the host in becoming a Pokémon master. I do not speak falsehoods, the system insisted. That's painful, my friend. During this exchange, Greninja could no longer maintain its bond-evolved form and reverted to its original state. As the system indicated, their bond still lacked depth. They had merely scraped the surface of bond evolution and would need to continue training. Meanwhile, the prospect of attribute points loomed before Luo Yangshua like a daunting financial burden. Alas, I am destitute, he lamented. As he sighed, the ferry drew closer to the dock, and Xiaoyu City was now within sight. Chapter 14. The battle with Majishur. Upon disembarking, Luo Yangshua, Lily AI, and Xiaofei arrived at the Pokémon Center. As they entered, they were met with a scene of chaos and panic. Everywhere they looked, Pokémon scorched and singed were being prepared for emergency treatment. Observing the situation, Luo Yangshua immediately deduced that it was the work of Majishur. However, seeing Nurse Joy overwhelmed with her duties, it was evident that they would have to wait some time before she could assist in restoring their Pokémon. Luo Yangshua was unconcerned. Any of his 6 Pokémon could easily handle the situation. After all, Majishur's Raichu had yet to fully master its abilities. And given the current state of Luo Yangshua's Pokémon, he was confident they could prevail. However, Xiaofei's Pokémon were not in the best condition, so he would have to bide his time. Luo Yangshua decided to take Lily AI to challenge the gym first. Upon arrival, they witnessed someone frantically carrying a Rattata towards the Pokémon Center. The sight of that low-quality Rattata, alongside the multitude of other mediocre Pokémon seen earlier, stirred a sense of sympathy within Luo Yangshua for Majishur, as playing with such inexperienced trainers could indeed be quite disheartening. Despite feeling for Majishur's plight, he did not condone his extreme methods. They crossed a line. Suppressing his frustration, Luo Yangshua entered the gym alongside Lily AI. There stood Majishur, clad in military attire at one end of the arena, flanked by 4 disciples, with a plump Raichu before him. Spotting Luo Yangshua and Lily AI, he scoffed. 2 more little ones. Who will step up first? No need for that. I shall challenge the gym on my own. I am Luo, from Pallet Town. How many rounds shall we battle? Luo Yangshua replied. Very well. Each of us will send out 2 Pokémon. Majishur responded with a hint of respect. I will lead with Raichu. Then I shall send out Beedrill, Luo Yangshua declared, summoning his Pokémon. Oh, a shiny Pokémon. But it will still be at a disadvantage against my Raichu, Majishur remarked dismissively. That depends on whether you can actually catch Beedrill, Luo Yangshua retorted calmly. To be honest, Gym Leader Ma, I understand your frustrations, but your approach seems rather ill-considered. If you wish to avoid battling weaklings, you could have your subordinates face off before selecting the strongest for the challenge. Ah, it seems you understand me well. I will consider your proposal. But don't expect me to go easy on you. You may attack first, Majishur laughed heartily. Then do not blame me. Luo Yangshua commanded, Beedrill, focus your energy. In an instant, Beedrill concentrated, doubling its chance to land a critical hit. Raichu, start with a Thunderbolt to greet our opponent, Majishur instructed. Raichu unleashed a Thunderbolt towards Beedrill, but with a glance from Luo Yangshua, Beedrill swiftly executed Quick Attack, evading the strike while simultaneously increasing its speed. Too slow, Beedrill. Use Pin Missile, Luo Yangshua commanded. With glimmering needles, Beedrill charged towards Raichu. Don't be afraid, Raichu. Use Iron Defense, Majishur ordered. How naive. Luo Yangshua thought to himself. Beedrill's speed was far beyond Raichu's reaction time. With a deft sidestep, it dodged Raichu's Iron Defense and struck Raichu's side with its dual stingers, causing it to cry out in pain as it was sent crashing against the gym wall, falling limply afterwards, unable to continue. Majishur gasped, such high damage. Luo Yangshua was aware that Beedrill's attack power was inherently high, and combined with the focus lens and the critical hit from Pin Missile, it was quite normal for Raichu to be taken down in one blow. Recalling Raichu, Majishur took a deep breath and said, I underestimated you. I shall take this seriously now. Come forth, Magneton. Seeing Magneton emerge, Luo Yangshua withdrew Beedrill. A steel and electric type would completely dominate it. Instead, he opted to send out Charizard to face the challenge. As Charizard entered the fray, it immediately unleashed Sunny Day to gain the upper hand. Majishur, unfazed, swiftly countered with Thunderbolt. Block it. Then unleash Flamethrower, Luo Yangshua commanded. The protective sphere successfully deflected the Thunderbolt, and Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards Magneton. Majishur, ever the strategist, declared, next, lock on, then use Zap Cannon. A chill ran down Luo Yangshua's spine. Lock on would guarantee the next move's hit. Charizard, defend yourself. He could only hope for a stroke of luck. Charizard's flamethrower struck Magneton, inflicting substantial damage, but it did not knock it out. Given Majishur's confidence in Magneton withstanding the attack, Luo Yangshua surmised that Magneton must possess the ability Sturdy. With a flash of data in Magneton's eyes, it raised its magnets and unleashed a colossal zap cannon towards Charizard. Charizard attempted to use Protect, but the energy ball was already on its way and struck Charizard directly. Charizard let out a pained cry, its body charred, with sparks occasionally crackling from its form. Luo Yangshua recognized the severity of the situation. Not only had Protect failed, but Charizard was now paralyzed, putting it in grave danger. Magneton, finish it with Thunderbolt, Majishur commanded. Hearing this made Luo Yangshua feel embarrassed. That was a phrase he often used. Fueled by frustration, he shouted, Charizard, protect yourself, then unleash your final Dragon Rage. He had to take a gamble. If the defense succeeded, they could turn the tide, but if it failed, victory would slip through their fingers. Although Beedrill remained as backup, Charizard would surely feel unsatisfied. With a surge of bond energy enveloping Charizard, its speed in executing Protect increased just enough to successfully block the Thunderbolt. In that moment, Dragon energy surged forth violently, crashing into Magneton and defeating it in a single strike. TCH, luck is on your side, Majishur muttered begrudgingly as he recalled Magneton. Approaching Luo Yangshua's, he handed over the orange badge, saying, Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. Indeed, Luo Yangshua agreed. Recognizing that it was a lapse in his judgment, he had not anticipated Magneton learning Lock-On so soon, leading to the subsequent events. Patting Charizard on the back, he said, Brother, that was my mistake. It won't happen again. Charizard rolled its eyes and playfully punched Luo Yangshua's shoulder, as if to say, next time, be more careful. Chapter 15. The Dark Forest. The dilapidated base Luo Yangshua and Lilia left the dojo and returned to the Pokémon Center. As it was essential to restore their Pokémon, Majiji had also ceased accepting challengers, agreeing with Luo Yangshua's perspective and preparing to close the dojo for reorganization. Consequently, the pressure on the Pokémon Center was significantly alleviated. However, upon hearing that the dojo would be closed for a few days, Little Fei was left speechless. He had yet to challenge the gym. Luo Yangshua, unfazed by Little Fei's complaints, had not yet collected all the badges and still needed 2 more Pokémon for his mission. His attention was now directed towards 2 specific Pokémon, the Colossal Onix from Myrtea Mountain and the Mutwo belonging to Sakaki. The enormous Onix had caught the eye of Elite Four's Heba, indicating its formidable prowess. He merely needed to arrive at Myrtea Mountain ahead of Heba. As for Mutwo, it posed a challenge, but capturing it would undoubtedly secure him the championship. Yet, convincing Mutwo to join him before it escaped would be nearly impossible, given that his current Pokémon were insufficient to contend with a legendary creature of such caliber. Nevertheless, if he were to successfully capture Mutwo, Team Rocket would surely retaliate, leading to a tumultuous future unless he refrained from utilizing Mutwo. He was well aware that, although he could navigate the top 4 with his current Pokémon, he would face formidable opponents thereafter. Without Mutwo, his chances of claiming the championship were slim. However, with Mutwo by his side, unless his adversary also possessed a legendary Pokémon, victory would be nearly assured. Yet, pondering these matters was futile. The paramount task was to enhance his strength. Without the necessary power, encountering Mutwo remained uncertain. After restoring their Pokémon, Luo Yangshua and Lilia prepared to journey to Rainbow City. Examining the map, they discovered 2 routes available. A direct highway that would allow them to reach their destination within a day if they traveled by vehicle, or a path through the forest known as the Dark Forest, reputed to be teeming with Pokémon. The name alone suggested an abundance of Ghost-type Pokémon, which piqued Luo Yangshua's interest. He had yet to capture one. After consulting with Lilia, who agreed that traversing the forest would be advantageous, offering the chance to encounter a variety of Pokémon and allowing them to experience the joys of travel rather than relying solely on transportation, they decided to take the route through the Dark Forest. Subsequently, they visited a supermarket to procure some supplies before setting off towards the forest. According to the game's map, there should be a Diglett tunnel leading to Nibby City within the forest, although they had no intention of diverting from their goal of reaching Rainbow City. Upon entering the Dark Forest, Luo Yangshua and Lilia were indeed met with a diverse array of Pokémon, just as the descriptions had promised. Lilia's attention was captured by a Pikachu, and with enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Luo, I want to capture that Pikachu." Luo Yangshua nodded, encouraging her, "If you wish to capture it, then go ahead. I'll support you." Lilia dashed forward, calling up to the Pikachu munching on fruit in the trees, "Pikachu, I want to capture you. Let us battle." Observing this scene, Luo Yangshua nodded in approval. It was said that one tends to adopt traits from those they associate with. Lilia had gradually developed a fondness for battles during their travels, especially since that fateful double battle. Although her skills were still developing, she was progressing. Unlike her previous reliance on Luo Yangshua to capture her desired Pokémon, this time she was determined to take matters into her own hands. The Pikachu tilted its head, puzzled, and called out. Luo Yangshua chuckled, "Pikachu, engage in a battle with her. She wishes to become your trainer." The young Pikachu, still inexperienced in battling, seemed uncertain. Luo Yangshua took a moment to explain the situation, and upon hearing his words, the Pikachu stood up, shook its head, and leaped away. "Wait, battle with me." Lilia, resolute in her decision to battle and capture a Pokémon, refused to give up easily and promptly pursued the Pikachu with her Pokeball in hand. Luo Yangshua, momentarily distracted, lost sight of both the Pikachu and Lilia. With a resigned smile, he hurried after them. After running for a considerable distance, Luo Yangshua realized Lilia was no longer beside him, only her distant screams echoing in his ears. Turning back, he noticed a large hole in the ground where she had fallen. He immediately crouched at the edge of the pit and peered down, but the darkness obscured everything. "Lilia, are you all right?" he called down. My foot seems to be stuck." Lilia's voice drifted back, tinged with pain. It seemed she had injured her foot. "Wait for me. I'll come to rescue you," Luo Yangshua replied. He retrieved a length of rope from his backpack, securing one end to a nearby tree and tying the other around his waist. After testing the knot for sturdiness, he descended into the pit, carefully lowering himself. Upon reaching the bottom, he produced a camping lantern, illuminating the depths of the pit. The flickering light revealed Lilia lying on the ground, supporting her right foot with both hands. Upon seeing Luo Yangshua, she spoke through gritted teeth. "Luo, I think my foot is dislocated. I can't move it at all. Let me take a look," he said, placing the lantern on the ground. Utilizing his medical knowledge, he gently grasped her foot. "Lilia, do you have feelings for me?" "Huh? What?" Before she could fully comprehend his words, Luo Yangshua swiftly relocated her dislocated bone back into place. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he declared, "All done. But you mustn't move your foot for now. I'll carry you." With that, he crouched down and hoisted Lilia onto his back. Lilia held the lantern aloft, illuminating their surroundings while Luo Yangshua supported her legs, contemplating their escape. At this moment, Lilia realized that Luo Yangshua's earlier words had been an attempt to distract her, allowing him to swiftly assist her. Reflecting on his words made her cheeks flush with warmth. As she instinctively raised the lantern to survey their surroundings, she gasped softly, "Luo, look around. It appears to be an abandoned underground base." Luo Yangshua also began to assess their environment. They found themselves in a corridor constructed of steel, with debris strewn about, likely remnants from Lilia's fall, alongside shattered glass and torn papers, indications of an underground laboratory. "Let's south explore this place and see if there is an exit," Luo Yangshua suggested. Typically, underground bases possess exits, but given the apparent abandonment of this one, it was uncertain whether the exits had been sealed. If they hadn't, that would be ideal, as climbing back up through the hole could potentially exacerbate Lilia's injury, leading to lasting repercussions. Lilia nodded in agreement, and together they began to navigate the underground base, searching for a way out. Chapter 16. The remnants of Mutuo and the rebirth of Mutuo's system come forth at once. A grave situation has arisen, Luo Yangshua exclaimed, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Moments ago, while wandering through this subterranean base in search of an exit, he had stumbled upon a wall emblazoned with a prominent letter R, leading him to surmise that this was a forsaken rocket team facility. Yet, the nature of the experiments conducted here remained a mystery. Intrigued, he inspected room after room until he arrived at a vast laboratory that left him in disbelief. Before him stood approximately 20 cylindrical containers, each housing peculiar little Pokémon that bore a striking resemblance to Mutuo. Could this be a site where the rocket team endeavored to create Mutuo? Ding. Scan complete. The incubation chambers contain failed attempts at producing Mutuo, each exhibiting various functional deficiencies. All currently deceased. Their corporeal forms are preserved solely in the cultivation fluid. Upon its disappearance, they would likely disintegrate into a puddle of flesh. Luo Yangshua fell silent, his heart filled with rage towards those deranged scientists, simultaneously chilled by their methods. Ding. Mutuo's genetic material has been successfully recorded into the system. Additional rewards will now be granted. Reward 1. The system will assist in restoring life to one of the failed Mutuo specimens, reviving it. Albeit with a strength surpassing that of the host, posing a potential threat, it is not recommended for the host to choose this option. Reward 2. The system will extract the genetic material from all failed Mutuo specimens, amalgamating it into an egg, which will hatch a new Mutuo, albeit of lower strength, requiring cultivation from the ground up. Please make your selection. Could this be an unexpected stroke of fortune? Luo Yangshua could hardly believe his ears. Could he truly resurrect Mutuo? The system had presented a choice, a high-level, yet potentially unruly Mutuo, or a level 0, obedient one. Naturally, any rational individual would opt for the latter. And Luo Yangshua followed suit. Instantly, under the astonished gaze of Lily AI, the remnants of Mutuo within the incubation chambers began to dissolve into shimmering silver light, which coalesced in the air, ultimately forming a silver egg. Luo Yangshua cradled Lily AI with one arm, while extending his other hand to receive the egg. Following the system's instructions, he infused the egg with a bond of energy, connecting with the nascent Mutuo within. The shell then radiated a brilliant white light, revealing a small Mutuo before them. A voice resonated in their minds. Daddy. Mom. Luo Yangshua and Lily AI exchanged bewildered glances. Luo Yangshua accepted the small Mutuo's address with a sense of awe. Looking at the diminutive creature, he thought, have I truly acquired a divine beast? It was only when he communicated with the young Mutuo, encouraging it to enter a premium Pokeball, that he realized this was not a dream. He later playfully attributed the event to his psychic abilities, which Lily AI accepted due to the small Mutuo's earlier telepathic communication, acknowledging the existence of extraordinary Pokémon in their vast world. After all, there were countless phenomena beyond human comprehension, were there not? Pokémon, Mutuo, young, level, 0 gender, male height, 50 centimeters, 200 centimeters, weight, 35 kilograms, 122 kilograms, ability, pressure moves, sharpen, confusion, psychic, hypnosis, mysterious guard. Luo Yangshua had not anticipated discovering a rocket team underground base within the dim forest. Various origins of Mutuo's creation abound, with stark differences between manga and animation. In the manga, it was depicted that Shaba assisted the rocket team in their research, infusing his DNA into Mutuo's body, establishing a close connection. However, the animation portrayed a distinct narrative, elaborating on the Pokémon world's backdrop and humanity's history of cohabitation with Pokémon. It also delved into the origins of Masashi, whose biological mother, Miyamoto, followed the orders of the former rocket team leader, Sakaki's mother, venturing into the primordial jungles of Guyana in search of Mew, never to return. Additionally, the background of Fuji AI, full name, Fuji Doctor, and the dormant young Mutuo receiving education during its slumber were explored. Mutuo's personal monologues revealed the anguish, solitude, and memory loss that twisted its once benevolent nature into one of wrath. Regardless of the version, Mutuo's narrative remains tragically sorrowful. Now, with the system's aid, another young Mutuo had been born. Compared to the one in Sakaki's possession, this one would surely find greater happiness. Moreover, its arrival did not count as a Pokémon bestowed by the system, meaning that Luo Yangshua could capture another high-quality Pokémon to participate in the court's conference, fulfilling the prerequisite for his mission. Although Luo Yangshua could not discern the young Mutuo's potential, it was certain that its innate qualities would not fall below exceptional standards. However, having captured the young Mutuo, he had reached the limit of 7 Pokémon and would need to return one to Professor Okido. After much deliberation, he reluctantly decided to send back his Sylveon, as Professor Okido had insisted several times. Luo Yangshua could already envision the professor's gleeful expression upon receiving Sylveon. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he knew that both the Rainbow Gym and the Shallow Red Gym were poison-type arenas, leaving little room for Sylveon to shine, thus necessitating its temporary departure from the team. With Lily AI on his back, he resumed his search for an exit while also scouting for any remaining items. Eventually, he located an exit but found nothing of significance. This was to be expected, as the facility had been abandoned, with most valuables already removed. Even the remnants of Mutuo within the incubators would vanish upon their removal, lacking any research value. The exit was sealed but not excessively fortified. Summoning Charizard, Greninja, and Beedrill, the trio unleashed a combined attack of Hyper Beam, successfully demolishing the door. Upon emerging, they were met with a hostile group of Geodudes and Onyxes. Glaring at Luo Yangshua and his companions, Luo Yangshua winced. "I assure you, we did not intend any harm. Do you believe me?" The only response came in the form of various rock-type moves, prompting Luo Yangshua to release all his Pokémon, utilizing Protect to shield himself and Lily AI as they retreated. Accompanying him, the young Mutuo, witnessing the rock types bullying its father, waved its hand, unleashing formidable telekinetic force that repelled most of the Pokémon, while conjuring a psychic barrier to block the remaining ones. Exhausted, it collapsed, only to be swiftly caught by Charizard, who hastily fled the rocky enclave. Once outside the cave, Charizard employed Hyper Beam to seal the entrance, momentarily thwarting their pursuers. Luo Yangshua let out a sigh of relief, unconcerned about whether the Geodudes would become trapped inside. After all, they were rock and ground types, naturally adept at burrowing and unlikely to suffocate. Chapter 17, The Rainbow Gym and the Might of Mutuo. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, as Luo Yangshua and Lilia, riding on Night Arena, arrived at Rainbow City. What was originally a 3-day journey had been extended to a full week. Primarily due to Lilia's obsession, she was determined to capture the Pikachu that had caused her foot injury. It must be said that a woman's fixation can be quite formidable, and while Lilia was still just a girl, her fervor was undeniable. After a week of pursuit, they finally encountered the young Pikachu once more. In a moment filled with Luo Yangshua's resentment, 6 Pokémon surrounded Pikachu from every angle. Ultimately, with the assistance of his Pokémon, Pikachu succumbed to Luo Yangshua's overwhelming presence, allowing Lilia to easily capture it. Concurrently, with Luo Yangshua's help, Nidoran evolved into Nidorina, now standing at a height of 1.6 meters, fully capable of supporting Lilia's weight, thus liberating him after 10 days of servitude. Initially, Lilia's close proximity while riding on Nidorina created an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension, but as time wore on, anyone burdened with a girl consumed by vengeance would find little romance in the situation, only the weariness of a reluctant steed. After capturing Pikachu, Lilia rode Nidorina alongside Luo Yangshua, finally emerging from the forest. Yet, the delay bore fruit. Aside from the little Mutuo, the other 5 Pokémon had reached level 40, and Mutuo had advanced to level 28. In terms of Pokédex entries, only the Fossil Trio and the Dratini line remained, signaling that the collection task was nearing completion. With 10,000 diamonds and a set of evolutionary stones worth 1 million randomly paired, along with the unlocking of 2 cheap privileges, a promising future awaited them. Dreaming of the possibilities, Rainbow City soon came into view. Upon entering Rainbow City, Luo Yangshua and his companions rushed into the Pokémon Center, indulging in a refreshing bath and a hearty meal. Lilia also consulted Nurse Joy about her foot, who assessed the injury and provided new medication, reassuring her that it was healing well and she would likely be able to walk within 2 to 3 days. After resting at the Pokémon Center for a day, the next morning they made their way to the Rainbow Gym, ready to challenge the gym leader. Upon entering the gym, they encountered a group of young ladies attending to grass-type Pokémon. After explaining their intent, one of the ladies led them into the battle arena. There, they met gym leader Eliga. Luo Yangshua introduced himself, saying, "I am Luo from New Town, here to challenge the Rainbow Gym." "Very well," Eliga replied, "I accept your challenge." Dressed in a kimono, she sent forth a Budew. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yangshua chose to send out Mutuo. Eliga remarked, "What an unusual Pokémon. I have never seen one like it before. It appears quite young, perhaps just hatched a few days ago." Luo Yangshua nodded, stroking Mutuo's head. "Indeed. It has only been about 10 days since hatching. However, gym leader Eliga, do not underestimate its potential once it matures." Its strength will rival that of a legendary Pokémon. Rival a legendary Pokémon? Elega replied skeptically, we shall see once the battle commences. The match was set as a 3-on-3 battle, with the first to deplete all 3 Pokémon's combat ability declared the victor. You may attack first, she said. Seeing the disbelief in Elega's eyes, Luo Yangshua chuckled. Mutwo, it seems we have been underestimated. Let us greet them with a psychic move. Mutwo nodded, pointing a finger at Mewtwo, and with a surge of psychic energy, it lifted Mewtwo into the air, then slammed it down to the ground, incapacitating it. Mewtwo, return. Elega called, sorrowfully recalling her Pokémon. It seems I have indeed underestimated you, but I want to hold back. Go, Gloom. Gloom, use Leaf Blade. Elega commanded, launching an immediate attack without yielding the first move to Luo Yangshua. Psychic Blade. Luo Yangshua countered. Mutwo conjured an invisible blade that effortlessly sliced through the Leaf Blade, striking Gloom and rendering it unconscious in an instant. Nodding, Luo Yangshua said, Gym Leader Elega, please reveal your ace. I am eager to see the limits of Mutwo's power. After all, my starter Pokémon, Charizard, would likely fall to Mutwo if I do not treat it seriously, let alone your novice Pokémon. Ah, I see. Your claims about Mutwo becoming a legendary Pokémon are not mere bravado. I apologize, and now I will send forth my strongest Pokémon. Go, Vileplume. Elega declared earnestly. As Vileplume appeared, Luo Yangshua gasped, noting its exceptional quality and estimating it to be at least level 70. Vileplume, use Sunny Day. Elega instructed. Vileplume unleashed an energy orb into the sky, intensifying the sunlight. Luo Yangshua would not allow it to seize the weather advantage, commanding, Mutwo, hail. A flurry of snowflakes descended, inflicting damage upon both Pokémon. Elega recognized the futility of competing for weather control and ordered, Vileplume, use Stun Spore. Protect. Luo Yangshua asserted, nullifying Vileplume's status condition. You are quite the meticulous man, Elega remarked. Vileplume, Petal Dance. She unleashed her powerful attack, hoping to swiftly eliminate Mutwo. Knowing full well that her ace was now in play, a loss would be embarrassing. Defend, then sharpen. Luo Yangshua commanded. The light shield protected Mutwo from the grass-type assault. But Elega immediately commanded Vileplume to use Petal Dance again. Mutwo, not daring to underestimate the attack, used Sharpen, ensuring its next strike would be devastating. The subsequent Petal Dance struck Mutwo, leaving it severely weakened. Determined, Luo Yangshua shouted, Psychic Blade. With its remaining strength, Mutwo unleashed a final Psychic Blade towards Vileplume. While Vileplume continued its relentless Petal Dance, a thunderous explosion resonated as Mutwo succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, while Vileplume was struck, losing a fifth of its health. Return, Mutwo. It is your turn now, Charizard. Luo Yangshua called, sending forth his fiery companion. Charizard, Flamethrower. Vileplume, affected by the side effects of Petal Dance, was unable to evade the oncoming Flamethrower, leaving it with only half its health remaining. Ecstatic, Luo Yangshua commanded, keep the Flamethrowers coming, do not relent. Vileplume, Solar Beam. Elega exclaimed nervously. As the Flamethrowers rained down upon Vileplume, the grass-type Pokémon retaliated with Solar Beam, but the damage taken was greater than it could inflict. By the time Vileplume regained its senses, it was left with scarcely any health remaining. Final Petal Dance. Elega lamented, realizing that the prolonged confusion had cost her the chance to secure a victory against Charizard in the third round. Final Flamethrower. Luo Yangshua countered. Charizard, despite being only level 43, was at a disadvantage against Vileplume's higher level, and the two Pokémon fell simultaneously, marking the conclusion of this gym battle. Chapter 18. The Bat Catastrophe. Observing the two fallen sprites, the duo retracted their respective creatures. Elijah sighed and remarked, it was a mistake. Had I not employed Petal Dance earlier, you likely would not have triumphed so effortlessly. Lilia approached, riding Nidoqueen, her face a portrait of surprise. I had no idea the gym leader possessed such formidable strength. Watching you, Zoro, when so easily led me to believe their capabilities were rather mediocre. Ryangshuo, somewhat irked, patted Lilia on the head and said, who told you that? The gym leader is appointed only among the most powerful in the city, not only to assist the league in governing the towns, but also to safeguard against ferocious Pokémon invasions. As for challenges for badges, the leader does not deploy their strongest Pokémon. They merely provide competent trainers for the competitions. If they use their top-tier Pokémon, few trainers would manage to earn badges. Elijah glanced at Ryangshuo and said, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable. As Zoro indicated, do not be mistaken in the future. Young lady. However, congratulations are in order, Zoro, for your victory. I suspect that with a bit more growth, your Mutwo could very well secure the championship in this tournament. Ryangshuo accepted the badge and placed it into his backpack. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, Are you suggesting that with my current strength, winning the quartz conference would be a challenge? Lilia, intrigued, asked, are their trainers even stronger than Xiaro? Indeed, Elijah hesitated before continuing. You must have heard of the Dragon Master, Dato. Yes, I am aware, Ryangshuo replied, internally scoffing. Isn't he the flying type elite? Dato has a cousin named Xiaozhuang, who serves as a gym leader in the Qingdu region. He also has a younger cousin named Xiaodao, who is about 13 years old and has been serving the league. Dato is soon to be reassigned to Qingdu to take on the role of champion, and Xiaodao is likely to assume the vacant elite position. Although not as powerful as Dato, he is nonetheless among the elite. He will also be participating in this year's Quartz Conference, and I've had a match against him. He is quite formidable, even slightly stronger than you, Xioro, Elijah stated with gravity. Interesting, Ryangshuo mused, stroking his chin. Initially, I thought this tournament might be dull with Mutuo at my side, but it seems another worthy adversary has emerged. How exhilarating. During his time traversing the Pokémon world, Ryangshuo had gradually recognized significant changes within himself. Once an ordinary individual on Earth, leading a monotonous existence, he had genuinely immersed himself in this vibrant realm. Traits previously concealed deep within him began to surface, an exuberant spirit, a hint of cunning, and a fervent passion for Pokémon battles. Such was Ryangshuo's current character. He felt no trepidation towards powerful opponents, but rather an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of rivalry, a reminder that he could continually grow stronger. Bidding farewell to Elijah, he also received a discount voucher for her perfume shop. Although Ryangshuo held little interest in fragrances, Lilia was quite intrigued, true to her feminine nature. She purchased several perfumes to send to her mother, organized the shipping, and they rested for a day in Rainbow City. The following day, after procuring supplies, Ryangshuo and Lilia embarked on their journey to Shallow Red City. Rather than following the path traversed by Ash, Ryangshuo opted for a slightly shorter route, passing through 3 villages en route to their destination. What was expected to be a smooth journey took an unexpected turn on the first day. As dusk fell, Ryangshuo and his companion set up camp beside a small stream. Ryangshuo prepared dinner while Lilia, still nursing her injuries, sat by the water with a simple fishing rod, hoping to catch a fish to enhance their meal. The Pokémon were released to roam freely, engaging in playful sparring out of boredom. Meanwhile, the young Mutuo diligently practiced its psychic abilities, creating quite the pressure for the seasoned Pokémon, such as Charizard, who felt the weight of being bested by a fledgling. Ryangshuo observed the scene in silence, secretly pleased that his Pokémon were striving for improvement. Should Charizard and the others manage to maintain their edge over the young Mutuo, once it evolved into a true legendary Pokémon, they would possess the strength to rival even the mightiest of beings. As night deepened, Ryangshuo completed a large pot of creamy soup, which, paired with the bread they had purchased, would suffice for their evening repast. He served each Pokémon a bowl along with ample energy cubes. Just as they prepared to dig in, an ominous cacophony of screeches approached from the horizon. Ryangshuo's countenance paled as he beheld a vast swarm of Zubat and Golbat, conservatively estimated to number nearly 1,000. Into the tent. Do not engage them. Ryangshuo swiftly scooped Lilia into his arms and dashed into the tent. He then recalled all his Pokémon and sealed the entrance. The wild Zubat and Golbat were known to be bloodsuckers. While their bites were not lethal, the sheer number posed a significant threat. Despite barricading the tent, the relentless sounds of impact echoed outside, and the tent fabric began to tear under the assault. Furrowing his brow, Ryangshuo dispatched the young Mutuo to reinforce the tent's structure with its psychic powers to prevent it from collapsing under the pressure. Lilia, clinging to Ryangshuo's arm in fear, felt utterly lost, unsure of how to respond. Do not worry, I am here, Ryangshuo reassured Lilia, though his trembling hands betrayed his own anxiety. The adage, many ants can kill an elephant, rang true in this scenario. Ryangshuo surmised that even a legendary Pokémon would exercise caution in provoking such a multitude. When numbers reached a certain threshold, they could indeed alter the qualitative disparity. Once the commotion outside subsided, Ryangshuo and Lilia cautiously exited the tent, surveying the chaotic aftermath. Ryangshuo chuckled ruefully. Fortunately, it appears only our food has been devoured. Everyone is safe. Lilia nodded, her eyes wide with the realization of the power of a united swarm of Pokémon. Releasing their Pokémon for a brief meal, Ryangshuo and Lilia quickly packed up and moved on. Staying any longer was unwise. Who could predict whether the Zubat and Golbat would return for a second assault? They hastened onward, finally reaching a small town marked on their map just before dawn. Upon entering the town and locating the Pokémon Center, they knocked for what felt like an eternity before a drowsy Chansey finally opened the door. After explaining their predicament, Chansey allowed them entry. Once inside the Pokémon Center, Ryangshuo and Lilia felt a wave of relief wash over them. This experience had been the most perilous they had encountered during their travels. Exhausted both physically and mentally, they succumbed to slumber. Chapter 19. The Shiny Metagross and Steven awakening well into the day. Luo Yangshua and Lilia made their way to the Pokémon Center's cafeteria for a light meal, during which they inquired with Nurse Joy about the swarm of Zubat and Golbat from the previous night. Oh, you mean that group of Zubat and Golbat? I am aware of them. They used to inhabit a cave in the eastern forest, but recently, for reasons unknown, they have all vacated the cave, causing quite a stir among the townsfolk. Nurse Joy pondered before continuing. Luo Yangshua frowned, realizing this was a troubling situation. The Zubat and Golbat seemed reluctant to return to their home, now flying about chaotically in search of food. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire, prompting the League to intervene with measures that would likely be far from gentle. Ding! A side quest has been triggered. Investigate the Bat Cave. Discover the reason for the Zubat and Golbat's abandonment of their cave and address the issue. Rewards: 1,000 gold coins, 20 diamonds, and 10,000 popularity points. System. Are you certain? Such a minor task offers 10,000 popularity points? Luo Yangshua couldn't help but feel agitated. Ding. The gratitude of Pokémon can also increase popularity points. Alright then. Luo Yangshua accepted the task. He turned to Nurse Joy and asked, Miss Joy, do you have a detailed map? I intend to investigate and ensure these Zubat and Golbat do not cause further disruption. Yes, I do. I cannot express how grateful I am for your assistance. If you can ascertain the reason, please return and inform me immediately. I will report to the League, Nurse Joy replied, rummaging through her desk until she unearthed a dusty map. Taking it from her, Luo Yangshua blew off the dust and examined the map closely. He then addressed Lilia. Lilia, please wait here at the Pokémon Center. Your injuries have yet to fully heal, but I will return by afternoon. Lilia nodded in agreement, saying, be careful on your own, and if things seem amiss, don't hesitate to flee. With a nod, Luo Yangshua set off for the cave, accompanied by his restored Pokémon. After traversing the forest for nearly an hour, he finally arrived at the cave marked on the map. Along the way, he noticed the abundance of fruit trees, which likely sustained the numerous Zubat and Golbat. It seemed that a powerful Pokémon group had invaded this area, driving the Zubat and Golbat away, compelling them to search for food elsewhere. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yangshua released all his Pokémon, forming a protective circle around him as they entered the cave together. The interior was shrouded in darkness. He raised a lantern to illuminate the path, while his Charizard's fiery tail cast a glow over a portion of the cavern. However, after a considerable time with no signs of Pokémon, neither hair nor scale, doubt began to creep into Luo Yangshua's mind. Had he misjudged the situation? As he continued deeper, he faintly heard sounds resembling impacts against the rocky walls, though the distance muddled their clarity. Nevertheless, the presence of noise indicated a connection to the Zubat and Golbat. Luo Yangshua quickened his pace, navigating through the twists and turns until he finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Rushing forward, he gasped in surprise. Instead of the anticipated horde of Pokémon, he found a solitary figure and a colossal Pokémon. The youth was familiar to Luo Yangshua, yet he could scarcely believe his eyes. Is that Steven, the champion of Hoenn? Upon hearing his voice, the young man turned, confirming Luo Yangshua's suspicion. It was indeed Steven, accompanied by his signature shiny Metagross. And you are? Steven inquired. I am Luo from Newtown, currently on a journey to participate in the upcoming Quartz Conference. Luo Yangshua replied. However, I came to investigate why the Zubat and Golbat have left their cave to attack others. Oh, is that so? Steven said. My apologies. I discovered that this cave connects to a small vein of stone. The Zubat and Golbat were obstructing my access, so I had to confront them. It seems I frightened them away from their home. I have nearly finished my stone collection and will depart shortly. I will inform the League to guide the Zubat back. Luo Yangshua gasped. You mean you handled that swarm of Zubat and Golbat all by yourself? Not quite. There were only a few hundred. The remainder fled in fear. It was quite the effort, to be honest, Steven chuckled, brushing it off. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Luo Yangshua pressed on. Was it just with your Metagross? Of course. It is my ace, Steven replied, patting his shiny Metagross's thigh. Luo Yangshua felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Initially, he had thought that even legendary Pokémon would hesitate against the nearly 1,000 Zubat, yet a champion semi-legendary Pokémon had dispatched a significant number with relative ease. It dawned on him that he had been limited in his perspective, lacking exposure to higher-tier power, and he began to question his own abilities. However, his sense of humility ignited a fierce determination to improve and a yearning for strength. Steven recognized this spirit and nodded in approval. You have great potential. Approaching Steven, Luo Yangshua bowed deeply and requested, Mr. Steven, once we exit, may I challenge you to a battle? I wish to witness the strength of a champion and understand what I lack. Please. Steven nodded and, retrieving his bag of stones, replied, "Certainly. I am more than willing to mentor a promising trainer." Together, they exited the cave and found a relatively spacious area, where Steven summoned his shiny Metagross, saying, "Let your 6 Pokémon challenge me one by one. I wish to see your strength so I may guide you." "Very well, Senior," Luo Yangshuo responded earnestly. He did not perceive Steven's words as a slight, but rather as an acknowledgement of his capabilities. Furthermore, by deploying his ace, Steven demonstrated his earnest desire to mentor Luo Yangshuo. "Charizard, you are my starter Pokémon. You will lead the first battle," Luo Yangshuo instructed. "Bring forth your full potential. This is an excellent opportunity for learning." Charizard nodded, taking to the air and eyeing Metagross with keen focus. It sensed the formidable strength of its opponent. Realizing that it was not a match for it at present, but it would strive to endure as long as possible. Chapter 20. The Champion's Guidance. Charizard, Sunny Day, Flamethrower. Luo Yangshuo commanded. Charizard unleashed an energy blast into the sky, causing the sunlight to intensify, just as he intended to use Flamethrower. Metagross struck Charizard's abdomen with its steel claws, sending it flying. It was Metagross's bullet punch. There is no need to deliberately use weather skills to enhance the power of your moves unless you are preparing for the subsequent battle. Additionally, the speed of skill execution needs significant improvement, Daigo calmly stated. "Understood. Charizard, use Smokescreen, then Dragon Rage." Luo Yangshuo replied earnestly. Charizard enveloped Metagross in a thick cloud of smoke, followed by a surge of dragon energy that crashed into Metagross. "Hold firm," Daigo said nonchalantly. As Metagross withstood Charizard's Dragon Rage, interrupting its continuation. Do not always rely on high-power moves. Sometimes, regular or low-power skills can yield surprising results. Your Charizard is commendable in many aspects, but you must pay attention to its deficiencies in skill usage. Finish it off with Psychic, Daigo commanded. The Psychic energy struck Charizard, slamming it into the ground and rendering it unable to continue fighting. Luo Yangshuo silently absorbed this moment of enlightenment before sending out Beedrill. "Beedrill, use agility and then go all out," Luo Yangshuo instructed. "A commendable strategy, but you underestimate the champion," Daigo remarked. The protective orb from Metagross quickly formed, blocking Beedrill's aggressive move. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yangshuo insisted, "Keep attacking. Protect, then bullet punch," Daigo ordered. The execution of skills is not merely a matter of rote application. I assure you, my Metagross's Protect is 100 effective. As for the usage of skills, that is for you to comprehend. The protective shield once more thwarted the aggressive attempt, while a bullet punch eliminated Beedrill. Daigo noted, "Your Beedrill appears to have been trained solely for attack, but its health is too low. Such an extreme approach is unwise. Remember, the amount of water a barrel can hold is determined by its shortest plank." On to the next. Nidoking, evolve, Luo Yangshuo declared, retrieving a moonstone from his backpack and presenting it to Nidoking. As Nidoking accepted the stone, a brilliant light signified its successful evolution into Nidoqueen. Nidoking had previously mastered the move Horn Drill, a one-hit knockout skill that Nidoqueen could not learn. Hence, Luo Yangshuo had delayed its evolution, wanting to refine Nidoking's abilities first. However, facing Daigo, he knew he must unleash his full potential. Half-hearted efforts would prove futile. With determination in his gaze, he commanded, "Nidoqueen, Earth Power." Nidoqueen stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to surge towards Metagross, but Daigo calmly countered, "Magnet Rise." Metagross floated above the ground, rendering Earth Power ineffective. "Nidoqueen, use Roar," Luo Yangshuo called out. "Bullet Punch to finish it," Daigo replied, furrowing his brow. "Luo, it appears you struggle with type matchups. If your opponent's Pokémon has the advantage over yours, you must consider various strategies. Also, broaden the range of your skill attributes. For being at a disadvantage means certain defeat." Luo Yangshuo recalled Nidoqueen, nodded, and sent out Gloom. Daigo shook his head, tossing 2 stones from his bag, saying, "Here. For you." Luo Yangshuo accepted the stones, recognizing them as a leaf stone and a sunstone. He handed the sunstone to Gloom and tossed the leaf stone to Daigo, saying, "Thank you, esteemed Minner." A radiant light enveloped Gloom once more, transforming it into a petite and beautiful Bellossom. Luo Yangshuo commanded, "Bellossom, use Petal Dance. Choose your moves wisely. Speed is commendable, but do not overly pursue first strike status effects." Daigo advised, "Ice Punch. I understand. Time to change tactics. Magical Leaf." Luo Yangshuo responded with a smile. Ice Punch incapacitated Bellossom, but it managed to strike Metagross with Magical Leaf, finally inflicting some damage. Daigo remarked, "Well done. You've learned swiftly." "Certainly. With a mentor as dedicated as you. Failing to progress would be a disappointment," Luo Yangshuo replied. "Greninja, let the champion witness our full strength. Bond evolution." As he spoke, Greninja mirrored Luo Yangshuo's posture, surrounded by swirling water. When the water dissipated, the bond-evolved Greninja appeared. Luo Yangshua waved his hands and commanded, "Water Shuriken." Simultaneously, Greninja unleashed two massive water shurikens towards Metagross. Daigo's eyes widened in surprise, an unprecedented evolutionary form. This truly astonishes me. Next, Metagross, use Psychic, he continued. The two water shurikens struck Metagross, while simultaneously, Metagross's psychic energy enveloped Greninja. However, Greninja effortlessly broke free from the psychic grip. Luo Yangshua charged forward, and Greninja followed suit, executing a surprise attack against Metagross. Oh! It possesses Dark-type moves, Daigo chuckled. Then, use Hammer Arm Mind Power, Luo Yangshua declared, forming hand seals in front of his chest as Greninja mirrored him. A powerful mind power struck Metagross. While Metagross's hammer arm landed on Greninja, its effect halved. Ah, still standing? Is it due to high health? Or? Daigo speculated. Bullet Punch. Luo Yangshua exhaled sharply as Greninja unleashed a water pulse that struck Metagross, only to be countered by Bullet Punch, rendering it unable to continue fighting, reverting Greninja from its bond-evolved state back to normal. Quite a fascinating experience. However, it still requires foundational training. I sense potential for improvement in both speed and attack. Daigo acknowledged. Indeed. Finally, Mutuo, show him your strength. Use Defense Swap. Luo Yangshua instructed earnestly. A peculiar force exchanged the defenses of Mutuo and Metagross, prompting Daigo to smile silently. Shadow Ball. Luo Yangshua winced, future sight. Additionally, how did you discern that Mutuo is a psychic type? Mutuo unleashed its psychic energy into the void as the Shadow Ball struck successfully. Fortunately, Metagross's defense mitigated the damage. Otherwise, it could have been a swift defeat. Daigo chuckled. Do not forget that my Metagross also possesses psychic-type attributes. Recognizing your Mutuo's type is quite simple. One more Shadow Ball. Recover. Luo Yangshua attempted to seal the Shadow Ball. Too slow. Final Comet Punch. Daigo declared. Though Recover restored some health and Defense Swap sealed the Shadow Ball, Metagross disregarded these efforts, delivering a Comet Punch that flattened Mutuo. With the battle concluded, Luo Yangshua recalled Mutuo. Daigo pondered, stroking his chin. While I am unaware of the specific nature of your Mutuo, its potential is the greatest among all your Pokémon. Nurture it well. Should you reach my level, Mutuo's strength should surpass that of Metagross. While Daigo did not elaborate further, he had deduced the implications. His Metagross was nearly divine, and above it lay only legendary Pokémon. However, he kept this insight to himself, respecting the journey of others. Luo Yangshua nodded and bid farewell to Daigo. Daigo leaped onto Metagross's head, which then soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Luo Yangshua watched as Daigo departed, reflecting on the invaluable lessons gained from this encounter with the champion. He also recognized his own weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the Pokémon Center, for Lily awaited his return. Chapter 21. The Fiery Town and the Flare Blitz. Upon returning to the town, Luo Yangshua entrusted 6 Pokéballs to Ms. Joy for restoration. He then recounted his encounter with the champion from the Hoenn region to her. Upon learning that it was the renowned champion Daigo, Ms. Joy expressed a sense of resignation but promptly contacted the Pokémon League to inform them of the situation, urging them to expedite the return of the Zubat and Golbat to their original habitat. Lily AI was quite envious that Luo Yangshua had met the champion and received his guidance. Luo Yangshua merely smiled in response. After the 6 Pokéballs were restored, he and Lily AI departed the town, setting their sights on the next destination, the uniquely charming Fiery Town. Fortunately, no further crises arose, and Lily AI's foot injury had healed sufficiently for her to walk unaided. After a day and a half of travel, they arrived at the distinctly characterized Fiery Town. As they entered, they immediately felt the temperature rise several degrees, and soon understood why this town was regarded as distinctive. The streets were alive with Fire-type Pokémon, Charmanders, Charmeleons, Charizards, Vulpixes, Ninetales, Houndours, Houndooms, Ponytas, Rapidashes, Psyduck Fire Beasts, Fire Spirits, and all the fire types from Kanto. Inquiring among the townsfolk, they learned of a dormant small volcano nearby that attracted numerous fire-type Pokémon, which in turn led to the establishment of hot springs that contributed to the town's fame. However, due to its size, it did not garner the same notoriety as the more famous Red Lotus Island. The town was aptly named Fiery Town, owing to its abundance of hot springs and fire-type Pokémon. Luo Yangshua also discovered that the owner of a hot spring inn was exceptionally kind-hearted if they visited. He would even teach fire-type Pokémon the powerful move Flare Blitz for free. The prospect of enjoying the hot springs excited both of them, and upon learning this, they quickly decided to visit the hot spring inn. Following the directions provided by the townspeople, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI arrived at the charmingly traditional hot spring inn. The proprietor was an elderly couple, and upon hearing Luo Yangshua's desire to learn Flare Blitz, the grandfather reassured him with a hearty laugh, promising he could certainly teach it. With a knowing smile, he added, "Our hot spring is a mixed bath. Both humans and Pokémon can enjoy it together." Luo Yangshua shot the old man a sidelong glance, thinking him rather impudent. Even if Lily AI agreed, he was still a minor and would find little opportunity for indulgence. After paying the fee and changing into swim trunks, Luo Yangshua plunged into the hot spring with his 6 Pokémon. The water was imbued with a faint scent of sulfur, but it was not overpowering. The hot spring contained a variety of minerals known for their therapeutic properties. With temperatures consistently above 30 degrees Celsius, mineral hot springs are said to have healing effects on conditions such as obesity, musculoskeletal disorders, e.g., injuries, chronic rheumatic arthritis, neurological disorders, nerve damage, neuritis, early-stage cardiovascular diseases, gout, and skin ailments. Low-temperature springs, around 38 to 40 degrees Celsius, are known to have calming effects and can be beneficial for those suffering from neuroses, insomnia, hypertension, heart disease, rheumatism, and joint pain. High-temperature springs, at 43 degrees Celsius and above, invigorate the body and are particularly effective for cardiovascular conditions, enhancing physical well-being and bolstering immunity against disease. Lily AI arrived at the hot spring with her own entourage of Pokémon, clad in a pure white swimsuit and wrapped in a towel. Her Pokémon relaxed in the warm waters, blissfully closing their eyes. Only the Charizard looked somewhat forlorn, resting its tail outside the spring, unable to move. After enjoying the hot springs, they were treated to steamed buns and milk provided by the inn. Following their meal, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI made their way to the inn's rear, where a professional Pokémon battle arena awaited them. A Charizard stood ready on the field. Slightly smaller than Luo Yangshua's, yet its strength was undoubtedly comparable. As Luo Yangshua's Charizard approached, it began to interact with the other Charizard. The grandfather's Charizard then explained the mechanics of Flare Blitz and demonstrated its execution. Seizing this learning opportunity, Luo Yangshua also had his Mutwo and Nidoking practice Fire Punch, Flamethrower, and Overheat, while Lily AI summoned Nidoking and Clefairy to learn alongside them. Although these moves typically require technical machines for learning, hands-on instruction from a Pokémon can also yield results, albeit at a slower pace and dependent on the learner's comprehension. Luo Yangshua was not overly concerned. Apart from Lily AI's Horsia and Pikachu, which were of average quality, the rest of his Pokémon were of superior and exceptional caliber, possessing remarkable aptitude. After stating his intentions, the grandfather generously assigned a Psyduck Fire Beast as a coach for their Pokémon. Within 20 minutes, Mutwo had mastered the 3 Fire-type moves. It tugged at Luo Yangshua's sleeve, communicating telepathically, "Father, I wish to learn more skills." After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yangshua summoned his Greninja to teach Mutwo Water Pulse, which it learned in just 4 minutes. By the time Charizard mastered Flare Blitz, Mutwo had already acquired all the skills it could learn from Greninja, Bellossom, and Beedrill. This dazzling performance ignited a spark of competitive spirit within Charizard, accompanied by a profound sense of inadequacy. This junior was beginning to eclipse it. Yet, Charizard was determined. After all, it was Luo Yangshua's initial Pokémon. It sought to inquire about the moves Heat Wave and Eruption from the grandfather's Charizard, while Mutwo, under Luo Yangshua's guidance, began contemplating the timing of its moves and reducing latency, all while training its base attributes through levitation. They continued their training until nightfall, after which they enjoyed another round in the hot springs to alleviate their fatigue. Eventually, they succumbed to slumber. Charizard opened its eyes, gazing at Mutwo, who floated nearby. Mutwo sensed the look and opened its eyes to meet Charizard's gaze. Charizard pointed outside, and Mutwo nodded, teleporting them both out of the bedroom. Luo Yangshua, with his back turned to the Pokémon, sighed in resignation. Charizard was fiercely competitive. Though it would never voice its grievances, it harbored concerns about its own status. After all, it was Luo Yangshua's first Pokémon, while it did not care about its rank. Witnessing Mutwo's gradual growth from a mere hatchling to a formidable counterpart was worrisome. Now, Mutwo had surpassed Charizard, leaving it anxious about keeping pace with Luo Yangshua. Though Luo Yangshua was oblivious to these worries, Charizard found itself in a quandary that only it could navigate. Luo Yangshua refrained from intervening. Charizard possessed its own pride, and discussing the matter would only ensnare it further. "Keep it up, Charizard," Luo Yangshua murmured to himself as he lay in bed. "Don't lose to yourself." Chapter 22. The growth of Charizard. Mutwo transported Charizard to a forest far removed from Flame Town. Charizard nodded and proclaimed, "Let's have a battle." "Is it really necessary, Senior?" Mutwo hesitated. In response, a burst of flames erupted, and Mutwo sighed, gently redirecting the flames back towards Charizard. Charizard narrowed its eyes, recognizing that this was not merely a skill, but an application of psychic power. "Don't think you're the only one with such abilities. I too am constantly evolving," Charizard declared. Flames ignited around its hands, morphing into fiery claws. With a powerful swipe, it shattered the returning flames. Spreading its wings, Charizard surged forward with its blazing claws. Its body ablaze with the newly learned flame charge technique, concentrating immense fire into its right claw before striking Mutwo's protective sphere. "Do not underestimate me," Charizard roared, shattering the barrier and sending Mutwo flying. Mutwo soared backward, using its psychic abilities to halt its fall. A flash of white light enveloped it, restoring its vitality through self-regeneration. Sighing, Mutwo addressed Charizard. "Senior, my father once said that sparring is acceptable, but fighting with all one's might is not. You have reached a dead end." With a swift gesture, Mutwo conjured a gigantic spoon, a weapon formed from its psychic powers. In a flash, Mutwo clashed the spoon against Charizard's fiery claws. As Charizard flapped its wings, a searing gust of wind surged towards Mutwo, but Mutwo's psychic force disrupted Charizard's fiery tempest. The spoon and Charizard's claws collided repeatedly, creating a fierce exchange. Nidoking, Spearow, Zubat. Destruction Beam. A voice rang out as 3 beams struck the unsuspecting Charizard and Mutwo. With a deafening explosion, both were left battered on the ground. Mutwo observed the masked man approaching, adorned with a cloak bearing an R. For reasons unknown, an urge to obliterate him surged within. Suppressing this desire for destruction, Mutwo communicated telepathically. "Who are you? Why do you attack us?" "Huh. I never expected that the fool's Pokémon would escape. But now that I know of your existence, let me capture you. With these dark balls to enhance my power, I shall be the true master." The masked man laughed, hurling 2 peculiar black Pokeballs at Mutwo and Charizard. Rising, Mutwo waved the spoon, deflecting the 2 Pokeballs. A surge of psychic energy caused them to explode in a brilliant flash, leaving nothing but ruin. "You dare seek death?" the masked man roared. "Nidoking, Spearow, Zubat. Destroy them." The trio unleashed a relentless barrage of destruction beams upon Mutwo and Charizard. Mutwo supported Charizard, teleporting away from the onslaught. But the 3 Pokémon showed no signs of ceasing their powerful assault. Mutwo, now enraged, shouted, "Stop. They are exhausting their life force to use those moves. They're merely trash. What use are they? Exhaust their lives to destroy you." The masked man ordered. "You 3 worthless creatures, intensify your firepower." Mutwo fell silent, its fury boiling within. Having always followed Luoyang Shuo and Lily, it had witnessed the purest and most beautiful aspects of the world. Now, confronted with evil, the masked man's actions repulsed it, intensifying its desire for destruction. With a sweeping motion, countless psychic blades rained down upon the 3 Pokémon, instantly incapacitating them. Then, pointing at the remaining 4 dark balls embedded in the masked man's chest, they detonated in an instant. As the masked man attempted to flee, Mutwo extended its hand, causing his legs to twist painfully, a scream echoing through the forest. Noticing the masked man attempting to crawl away, Mutwo swiftly twisted his arms, rendering him utterly helpless. Gazing at the writhing figure of the masked man, Mutwo's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it prepared to end him. "Enough." Charizard grasped Mutwo's arm, saying, "Do not let malice consume your heart. Our master would be saddened." Charizard's words succeeded in dispelling Mutwo's destructive urges. After a brief moment, Mutwo nodded and, using its psychic powers, ensnared the masked man in vines, sealing his mouth with a clump of mud. Charizard patted Mutwo's head, saying, "Your power has surpassed mine significantly. Yet your mind remains immature. Be mindful in the future." "Yes, I understand," Mutwo replied. "Even if I grow stronger, you will always be my senior. And I will remember the care you and others provided me in my infancy." Seeing Mutwo's serious demeanor, Charizard chuckled to itself, realizing that it had overthought the matter. Even if its strength was surpassed by its junior, it would always remain the initial Pokémon of its master, who would never abandon them. With a newfound clarity, Charizard felt its bond with Luoyang Shuo strengthen, enhancing its understanding and use of skills. "Let us return. Our master will surely be anxious if he cannot see us," Charizard stated, adding, "And take this villain with us. He is no good. Let our master deal with him." Mutwo nodded, teleporting away with everything, including the 3 fallen Pokémon and the shattered remnants of the black Pokeballs. Luoyang Shuo sensed 2 heavy objects gently land behind him, then lay still on the carpet. Though uncertain of their progress, he felt relieved that they had returned safely. Taking a deep breath, waves of fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, a grand surprise awaited him the following morning, perhaps not just one, but multiple surprises that would surely astonish him. Chapter 23, The Arrival of Kona Is That? The Team Rocket executive, Bisha? Luoyang Shuo exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the masked man hanging from the tree. Early the next morning, Mutwo summoned Luoyang Shuo and recounted the events of the previous night. According to Mutwo, coupled with the current appearance of the masked man, Luo Yangshua deduced that this was indeed the high-ranking member of Team Rocket featured in the movie about Celebi. He promptly informed Miss Joy to report the incident to the Pokémon League and request assistance. As involved parties, they were compelled to remain on-site, awaiting the arrival of the League personnel. Luo Yangshua looked at the 3 Pokémon confined in the iron cage and felt a pang of sorrow. He knew their vitality had been depleted through excessive use of their abilities, exacerbated by the madness induced by the Dark Balls. He wished fervently for the League to rescue these Pokémon. The League's response was swift. By noon, a team arrived in Flame Town, led by a curvaceous woman with striking features and wine-red hair, wearing glasses. Luo Yangshua swallowed hard and thought, what brings Kona, one of the Elite Four, here? Do you know me, young man? Kona asked gently, her demeanor warm. You are the one who captured the Team Rocket executive, correct? Not exactly. It was my Pokémon that did, Luo Yangshua replied, scratching his head. I'm Luo from Newtown, and this is my traveling companion, Lilia. Hello, I'm Lilia, she said to Kona, though her gaze involuntarily wandered to Kona's well-endowed figure, revealing a hint of envy in her eyes. Nice to meet you, Kona replied, noticing Lilia's Alolan Vulpix beside her. Curiously, she inquired, is that a Vulpix? What form is this? It seems to be Ice-type. Yes, this is Alolan Vulpix. The Alolan region has adapted certain Pokémon introduced from Kanto, resulting in changes to their forms and types. It's not just Vulpix. Even the Sandshrew from Alola has become Ice-type, Luo Yangshua explained. Kona, as the Ice-type elite, you should consider visiting Alola sometime. That's certainly a possibility. I'm quite interested in new Ice-type Pokémon. Perhaps I shall explore it on my next vacation, Kona smiled. By the way, you mentioned you were Luo from Newtown. You wouldn't happen to be the same Luo Yangshua who caused quite a stir by constructing that enormous villa, would you? That's somewhat accurate. After all, I did earn that reward through my own merits. Luo Yangshua winked at Kona, feigning innocence. Kona rolled her eyes at him, saying, I don't mind. It's not my money. However, the League certainly holds a less favorable impression of you now. Good luck with that. I've heard your villa is nearing completion. I'd love to see it since I'm curious about what kind of place could be built with such audacity. Hiki, you won't be disappointed, Luo Yangshua chuckled. But the League is impressively efficient. It's remarkable how quickly the construction is progressing. Let's set aside other matters for now and discuss this incident, Kona stated. Bisha is indeed a high-ranking member of Team Rocket and possesses considerable strength. The fact that your Pokémon could defeat him indicates they are exceptionally powerful. May I witness their prowess? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yangshua glanced at Mutwo and nodded. Sure, Mutwo, come here. Mutwo floated over as Luo Yangshua recalled his other Pokémon and asked Lilia to do the same. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Kona, who signaled her subordinates to escort Bisha away. Once they were alone, Luo Yangshua spoke softly. I didn't intend to reveal this, so please keep it confidential. Mutwo, you should listen carefully. This concerns your origins. Mutwo and Lilia nodded, while Kona listened intently. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yangshua continued, in truth, Mutwo is not a pure Pokémon. It was created by Team Rocket using the DNA of Mew, combined with the genes of various Pokémon. It is an artificially engineered legendary Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Kona's pupils dilated in shock as she exclaimed, an artificial legendary Pokémon? And they succeeded. Does that mean it can be mass-produced? Lilia, equally astonished, remarked, I can't believe it was artificially created. Poor Mutwo. Mass production is not feasible. They succeeded in creating only one, which is currently in the possession of Team Rocket's leader. My Mutwo was born from a failed experiment in a secret base, merging with my psychic powers to form an egg, which subsequently hatched, Luo Yangshua clarified. Although they managed to create it, Team Rocket's nature makes it impossible for them to control a legendary Pokémon. Even if they can exert some measure of control, I believe it would escape at the first opportunity. My greatest concern is not that Team Rocket might use that Mutwo for evil, but rather that if it escapes, it may develop a hatred for humanity and turn against us. Kona regarded him solemnly, contemplating for a moment before asking, do you have any evidence to support your claims? None, Luo Yangshua replied candidly. I am merely speculating based on the residual consciousness of those failed experiments and my own deductions. I can only assert that the likelihood is high. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. However, I urge you to avoid antagonizing Mutwo if possible. A fully grown Mutwo is among the most formidable of legendary Pokémon. After a brief silence, Kona responded, this is serious. I will relay this information to the League. I will also convey your words, hoping that everything unfolds as you have described. And do not underestimate the League. Legendary Pokémon are not deemed invincible in our eyes. Luo Yangshua remained silent, as he could surmise the implications. The strength of a champion had already shattered his perceptions. If the League had no connection to legendary Pokémon, He would not believe it himself. The League had endured for so long without being overthrown by various villainous factions. And even Team Rocket dared to take action only with the hope of capturing legendary Pokémon. These aspects highlighted the formidable strength of the League. Also, take your time nurturing your Mewtwo. If Team Rocket comes looking for trouble, you can directly notify the League, Kona said nonchalantly. Well, that's about it. I must return to the League. Perhaps we shall meet again at your villa. With that, she turned and departed. Luo Yangshua chuckled, remarking, speaking with intelligent individuals is always a pleasure. What on earth are you two talking about? Lilia exclaimed, utterly bewildered and unable to grasp the meaning. Luo Yangshua patted Lilia's head, grinning. I adore your adorably clueless demeanor. Keep it up. Lilia immediately bristled, shouting, Luo? What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Don't run away. Stop right there. Luo Yangshua hastily made his escape with Mewtwo, who, upon learning of its origins, did not react with alarm. It felt grateful to Luo Yangshua for bringing it into this world, allowing it to experience emotions and life. This was its greatest joy. Simultaneously, it had become aware of another Mewtwo and made a resolute decision. It must rescue that other Mewtwo to show it that beauty still existed in the world, ensuring it would not succumb to despair. Thus, it vowed to grow stronger, to surpass that other Mewtwo. Chapter 24, The Shallow Red Gym. A master of elite strength is the Shallow Red Gym truly hidden within this forest? Lili exclaimed, her voice tinged with despair. After departing from Flame Town 4 days prior, Lu Yangshua and his companions arrived in Shallow Red City, only to be informed that the Shallow Red Gym was not within the city itself, but rather nestled deep within the forest, where the formidable gym leader, Aju, was honing his skills. Lu Yangshua scoffed lightly. None of the gym leaders are weak, except perhaps for the Wallon Gym. In the animated series, Aju's prowess appeared rather unimpressive, even succumbing to a Charmeleon. Yet, in the manga, Aju undoubtedly exhibited elite-level strength, with room for further enhancement. Lu Yangshua recalled that the Shallow Red Gym seemed to be situated near a deep ravine, but after meandering through the forest for quite some time without any sight of the gym, he reluctantly sent out his Charizard to soar above with both him and Lili in search of their destination. However, during the flight, they narrowly avoided a collision with a tree, revealing that flying with passengers was indeed a skill in itself. He contemplated acquiring a flying technique in the future, as it would undoubtedly serve as a beneficial mode of transportation within the game. After establishing a plan for Charizard's flight training, Lu Yangshua dispatched Mewtwo, whose psychic abilities effortlessly levitated the two above the forest. After searching for a considerable duration, they finally spotted the Shallow Red Gym, a grand building of Japanese architectural style. Upon landing in the courtyard, a girl clad in ninja attire emerged, inquiring, Who are you? Why did you enter without knocking? Greetings, I am Lu, from the town of Shinshin, here to challenge the Shallow Red Gym. This is my travel companion, Lu Yai. Lu Yangshua introduced himself. Hello, I am Lil Guy, she added politely. We came from the sky, hence we did not knock. My apologies. From the sky? The girl appeared momentarily speechless, yet upon realizing Lu Yangshua was a challenger, she declared. Let us battle. I am Ayako. Only by defeating me may you meet the gym leader. Go, Sprigatito. Observing the Sprigatito before them, Lu Yangshua replied, Very well. But please do not weep. Step forth, Greninja, let us engage in a ninja duel. Greninja materialized on the battlefield, momentarily stunned by the sight of the Sprigatito. It turned back to Lu Yangshua with a questioning glance, as if to say, Is this truly the caliber of opponent we face? Lu Yangshua nodded. Take it easy. Wow, what a handsome Greninja. Is that its name? Can I trade my Sprigatito for it? Ayako exclaimed excitedly. No trades. Are we still battling or not? Lu Yangshua replied, his expression darkening. Lola watched with exasperation, thinking, Is it common to request a trade upon first meeting? And Sprigatito looks rather weak. What confidence do you have that someone would trade a higher level Pokémon for it? Such a pity. I'll go first. Sprigatito, use sleep powder. Ayako lamented, initiating her attack. Water Shuriken, Lu Yangshua commanded. Sprigatito released a small amount of sleep powder, but it was insufficient, reminiscent of Ash's Bulbasaur, who effortlessly dispelled it. Greninja swiftly executed 5 water shurikens from various angles, striking Sprigatito and eliminating it in an instant. My Sprigatito, Ayako cried, cradling her fallen Pokémon in despair. Her gaze filled with resentment directed at Lu Yangshua and Greninja. It should have been a one-hit knockout, Lu Yangshua remarked awkwardly. Greninja, you may have gone a bit overboard. Quack? Is it my fault? Greninja seemed equally bemused. Suddenly, a thunderous ball rolled forth, followed by an explosion. As the smoke dissipated, a man donned in ninja attire appeared, stating, Greetings. I am Aju, the gym leader of Shallow Red. My sister has caused you trouble. After delivering a brief lecture to Ayako, he turned to Lu Yangshua, saying, "You must be Lu from Jinshin Town. The League holds your abilities in high regard. Hence the challenge will be elevated. It will be a single match. I shall send out my Abomasnow. I will stick with Greninja," Lu Yangshua affirmed. An elongated Abomasnow appeared on the field. Lu Yangshua felt reassured. It was of a decent level, not too far below his Greninja, which had just barely crossed the threshold of level 50. The rate of leveling had slowed considerably compared to earlier days. With over 20,000 popularity points accumulated, he needed 30,000 to unlock the experience booster, allowing for rapid leveling once more. Determined to give his all in this decisive match, Lu Yangshua formed hand seals, enveloping Greninja in a torrent of water, signaling its bond evolution into its more powerful form. "Then we shall attack first," Lu Yangshua declared. Drawing his hands back before unleashing them, Greninja summoned 5 massive water shurikens, launching them at Abomasnow from various angles. "Dodge underground," Aju commanded, intrigued by Greninja's unique evolution. "Now I am tempted to capture a Greninja myself. Could you share where you caught yours?" "I captured it while fishing in the Alola region. It was once a Froakie, a Pokémon from the Kalos region. If you're interested in capturing one, you might want to visit Kalos," Lu Yangshua replied, engaging in casual conversation while executing a jump with Greninja, who also leaped into the air. As Abomasnow emerged from the ground, Greninja descended, wielding its massive water shuriken, striking Abomasnow squarely on the head. Abomasnow let out a pained cry, its eyes widening as it unleashed a move, paralyzing Greninja. Sensing the paralysis coursing through Greninja, Lu Yangshua knew he had to act swiftly. This was a game where only one status condition could apply, if he was not mistaken. The next attack would likely involve a poison move, potentially debilitating Greninja further. Forming a single hand seal, multiple Greninja clones appeared on the field. Aju frowned, commanding, "Abomasnow. Use Poison Jab to hit all targets." Lu Yangshua chuckled lightly, forming another seal at his forehead. Instantly, powerful psychic energy enveloped Abomasnow, mercilessly overpowering it. After executing his psychic maneuver, he altered his hand seals as Abomasnow's Poison Jab struck, leaving no traces of Greninja behind. "Above, Thunderfang," Aju stated calmly, glancing upward to spot Greninja in the air. With a swift motion, Lu Yangshua gestured, and Greninja executed spikes, descending from the sky. Abomasnow's Thunderfang bit into Greninja, yet it suffered no harm. Just as Greninja attempted to retaliate, a surge of electricity interrupted its move, causing Lu Yangshua to feel frustrated, knowing that if he could unleash Hydro Pump, the battle would likely have concluded. "Wait, no effect? Toxic," Aju remarked, intrigued. "Toxic spikes," Lu Yangshua communicated. Feeling the weight of paralysis, Greninja quickly unleashed toxic spikes, but a flicker of electricity surged through, causing the move to fail. Toxic venom drenched Greninja from head to toe, manifesting the very scenario Lu Yangshua dreaded. Feeling the connection with Greninja return, Lu Yangshua surged forward, executing a decisive strike that sent Abomasnow reeling. Yet Greninja found itself immobilized. "Final Toxic Fang," Aju commanded. "Final Hydro Pump," Lu Yangshua countered. Toxic Fang struck Greninja, while Hydro Pump hurled Abomasnow away. The two Pokémon exchanged glances before collapsing simultaneously. Chapter 25, The Mini Dragon of the Wild Wilderness Area. Is it a tie? Lily AI exclaimed in surprise. "No, I have emerged victorious. You see, my Greninja has yet to revert from its bond evolution form," Luo Yangshua replied, shaking his head. Indeed, as Luo Yangshua had asserted, Greninja stirred, mustering the strength to rise before finally relinquishing its bond evolution form and collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Luo Yangshua approached, gently patting Greninja's shoulder, saying, "You performed splendidly. Greninja, I will administer treatment immediately." He then retrieved a potion, an antidote, and a healing salve from his backpack to tend to Greninja's wounds. Aju, having recalled his Abomasnow, approached and produced a scroll from his garment, presenting a pink badge to Luo Yangshua. "You are truly formidable, and Greninja's performance is indeed commendable. I find myself increasingly eager to capture one. I may return to the Kalos region soon to see if I can acquire one." "Thank you, Gym Leader Aju, for the badge. I also appreciate your decision not to send out your main Pokémon for battle. Had you done so, I might have suffered a crushing defeat," Luo Yangshua remarked. "However, may I inquire about the rank of that Abomasnow in your team? I wish to gauge my current capabilities." "Haha, given your performance. Even if you had lost, I would have awarded you the badge," Aju said without hesitation. "As for that Abomasnow, to be honest, I haven't had it for long, but its potential is exceptional, and it will soon be a cornerstone of my team. For now, it would rank within the top 20. Luo Yangshua felt somewhat disheartened but was more acutely aware of his own weaknesses. He needed to grow stronger. After healing Greninja, he and Lily AI bid farewell to the Aju siblings and set off for the wild wilderness area. Brother is deceiving. That Abomasnow could easily rank in your second team, and its strength is at least within the top 10. Although it may not match your main Pokémon. It is certainly not weak, Lingzi remarked after the pair had departed, puzzled as to why a Jew had not shared this with Luo Yangsha. You are still too young to comprehend the situation, a Jew replied, patting Lingzi's head. Luo possesses a legendary Pokémon and is already a focus of the Alliance's attention. It has been a long time since a champion-level trainer emerged from the Kanto or Chengdu regions. Dato is nearing champion status and will soon assume the title in Chengdu. Yet Kanto still lacks a champion. This Luo's rapid ascension has caught the Alliance's interest, and they intend to cultivate him for the role of champion. Lingzi fell silent, taken aback by this revelation. After a moment, she earnestly declared, Brother, I wish to grow stronger. When you become an Elite Four member, I shall take over this gym. The Jew, feeling proud, patted Lingzi on the back, saying, Then prepare for rigorous training. As my sister, you cannot afford to be complacent. Yes, brother, Lingzi replied earnestly. Meanwhile, as a Jew and Lingzi were filled with fervor, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI entered the confines of the protected area, where capturing Pokémon was prohibited. After a day's journey, they finally reached the Lalamai tribe, but regrettably, they arrived too late to participate in the racing competition. After resting overnight with the Lalamai, they hastened the next day to the wild wilderness area. Although Luo Yangshua held little interest in the two Dratini and mini dragons of the area, he understood that he needed their data to fulfill his task. Upon pushing open the gate to the wild wilderness area, two dark gun barrels were aimed at Luo Yangshua and Lily AI, startling them. An elderly man brandished twin pistols and inquired, Who are you? What brings you here? Sir, please do not aim that at us. We are not villains, Luo Yangshua shrugged, adding, Besides, if we were bad people, you would have long since met your end. He gestured behind him, where Mutwo had materialized, its spoon aimed at the man's head. Calm down, Mutwo, Luo Yangshua urged. Sir, please holster your weapon. We are merely ordinary Pokémon trainers here to capture some Pokémon and gather data. Indeed, sir. We are not bad people, Lily AI chimed in. Very well. I am Caesar, the administrator of the wild wilderness area. Follow me, the elderly man said, retracting his pistols. Upon entering his office, he handed them 30 wilderness area Pokeballs and a fishing rod, stating, You may only use the wilderness area Pokeballs. If I catch you violating this rule, I will see to it that you face the consequences. Understood, Luo Yangshua replied. By the way, I have my own fishing rod. Is that acceptable? As long as you do not use other Pokeballs, it is fine, Caesar confirmed. With that, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI ventured into the wild wilderness area. As they entered, a herd of toros galloped past them, prompting Luo Yangshua to reminisce about Ash's 30 toros. Shaking off the distracting thought, he handed Lily AI 15 Pokeballs, saying, Here you go, Lily AI. If you find any Pokémon you fancy, feel free to use these to capture them. Alright. Let us have a competition to see who can capture 15 Pokémon first, Lily AI exclaimed enthusiastically. But you must not accompany me. Once I capture 15, we will regroup with Caesar. Luo Yangshua nodded, albeit with some concern. Be careful, don't get hurt. Lily AI assured him she would be fine, releasing her Ampharos for company before dashing off in a chosen direction. Luo Yangshua shook his head, releasing Charizard and mounting its back, setting out to locate a place known as Dragon Valley from the anime. After an hour of searching, he finally discovered the location, prompting Charizard to descend by a lake within a small canyon. Luo Yangshua recalled Charizard, found a flat rock, and sat down, pulling out his super rod and energy cubes to commence his fishing endeavor. Since he had acquired a villa and planned to convert the first floor into an aquarium, it was imperative to capture some water-type Pokémon. Thus, he aimed to fill all 15 Pokeballs with suitable catches. However, Luo Yangshua remained discerning. Unwilling to settle for anything below high quality, he sought only the finest specimens. After attaching an energy cube to the hook, he cast it into the lake. Before long, the fishing line tightened, and Luo Yangshua yanked it sharply, pulling a blue and white Pokémon from the water. Upon closer inspection, he hesitated. Dratini, high quality. Luo Yangshua was at a loss for words. He had no initial desire to capture either Dratini or its mother, yet the exceptional quality of this specimen was undeniably tempting. Suddenly, with a splash, a longer blue and white Pokémon surfaced before him. Dragonair, high quality. Luo Yangshua chuckled wryly, realizing he had caught the young one only to be confronted by the larger one. He gently set the Dratini back into the water, offering it several energy cubes. Your mother has arrived. Go home now. As he uttered these words, his heart ached. He had let slip a high-quality Pokémon. Chapter 26. The charge of Hacklong. After Mini Dragon finished the energy cube, it called out to Luo Yangshua a few times. Luo Yangshua replied, There are no more energy cubes left. I still need to fish, so you and your mother should head home. Haklong also landed beside Luo Yangshua and called out a few times. Luo Yangshua said, I can understand the language of Pokemon. Life is not easy for you here. So I won't capture you. Go back quickly. Don't let the bad guys catch you. I still wish to catch some other Pokemon. Haklong shook its head and called out once more. With a sigh, Luo Yangshua allowed them to leave and reattach the energy cube to his fishing rod, casting it back into the water. After a short while, a tremendous force tugged at the line, prompting Luo Yangshua to quickly reel it in. A massive Gyarados surged from the water's surface. Upon seeing it, Luo Yangshua felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, Is today my lucky day? Gyarados, a rare find. Without hesitation, he threw a wild area Pokeball, but it soon broke free and leaped out. Frowning, Luo Yangshua commanded, Mutwo, make it behave. Mutwo burst from its Pokeball, unleashing its formidable psychic powers to subdue the Gyarados. After a full 3 minutes, the Gyarados, terrified, dove into the wild area Pokeball. Reluctant to emerge again, Luo Yangshua picked up the Pokeball and examined it. Pokemon, Gyarados level, 24 gender, male height, 650 centimeters weight, 235 kilograms ability, intimidate moves, bounce, tackle, bite, rampage, glare, hurricane, ice fong, aqua tail. It was indeed a healthy Gyarados, boasting impressive strength. With this auspicious start, Luo Yangshua quickly reattached the energy cube and resumed fishing. Haklong stared at the floating Mutwo, sensing a profound sense of crisis emanating from it. Given how effortlessly it had overpowered Gyarados, Haklong realized that this mysterious Pokemon was not something it could provoke. However, since it belonged to this human, how powerful must he be? Haklong felt an impulse to align itself with this human, longing for a life of freedom rather than being confined to this small pond. Observing the mini-dragon curiously gazing at Luo Yangshua, Haklong felt a pang of reluctance, yet recognized this as an opportunity that might not come again for a long time. While Haklong was in turmoil, Luo Yangshua successfully recorded the information of Haklong and mini-dragon in his Pokédex, concurrently reeling in several other Pokemon. However, he failed to maintain his initial success, as they were all mediocre Pokemon, extinguishing his desire to capture them. After releasing several average Pokemon, he caught a superior Kingler without hesitation. He then released a mid-tier Goldfish, a mid-tier Krogunk, and a mid-tier Shelmet. After capturing 6 more superior Pokemon, totaling 8, with the exception of the rare Gyarados, he found that no more Pokemon were biting. Luo Yangshua understood that the rare Pokemon in this lake had all been caught. After tidying up his gear, Luo Yangshua prepared to leave. At that moment, Haklong called out to him anxiously. Luo Yangshua paused, puzzled, and asked, Why do you want me to take Mini-Dragon with me? Haklong called out reluctantly, bringing Mini-Dragon to Luo Yangshua and softly nudging its head against it. Luo Yangshua shook his head, saying, My words may not suffice. You must know Uncle Caesar. If you wish for Mini-Dragon to accompany me, let us go meet him and clarify the matter. Haklong nodded and flew behind Luo Yangshua with Mini-Dragon in tow. Luo Yangshua began searching for Pokemon suitable for guarding, such as Chansey, Machoke, and Herdier. After a thorough search, he indeed found the desired Pokemon. Chansey, being quite rare, was captured without regard for its quality, securing 2 inferior ones, followed by a mid-tier Machoke and 4 mid-tier Herdier. He used up all 15 Pokeballs. Upon returning to Uncle Caesar's room, Caesar was moved to tears upon seeing Haklong. After a heartfelt reunion, Haklong expressed its desire for Mini-Dragon to accompany Luo Yangshua outside, not wishing for its child to be confined in such a small world. They were quasi-deities, after all, deserving of the pride that came with it. The bond between Haklong and Caesar was genuine, despite not being captured by him. Thus, Haklong resolved to remain by Uncle Caesar's side. After Luo Yangshua relayed the situation, Caesar discerned the request reflected in Haklong's eyes and sighed. Haklong, this is your wish, and I will grant it. After all, Mini-Dragon is your child, and I cannot interfere too much. Young man, I entrust Mini-Dragon to you, but I hope you will take good care of it, allowing it to grow into a strong and capable individual. Luo Yangshua smiled and assured, I won't let you down. I will participate in this year's courts conference, and Mini-Dragon may compete. Even if it doesn't, after the competition, I will travel to the Chengdu region, where the Silver Conference will take place. By then, Mini-Dragon will likely have evolved into Dragonite, and I will definitely let it participate. Be sure to watch. With that, he approached Mini-Dragon with a great ball and asked, Are you willing to accompany me on this journey? Mini-Dragon gazed at the human before it, then looked back at its mother's encouraging gaze, nodding softly. It then gently bumped the great ball's switch, transforming into a beam of red light and entering the Pokeball. Looking at the still great ball, Luo Yangshua raised it and declared, All right, I have captured Mini-Dragon. Congratulations, little Luo. It seems I have lost the bet. But at least I didn't miss out on a good show, Lily AI remarked as she walked in. Did you also capture 15 Pokémon? Luo Yangshuo inquired. Yes. I will teleport them back home shortly, Lily AI replied, showcasing the Pokémon she had captured. Oddish, Bulbasaur, Goldfish, Butterfree, Jigglypuff 2, Pidgey 3, Scyther, Psyduck, Vulpix, Ponyta, Tadbulb, and Krogunk. Her captures were quite diverse, while Luo Yangshua's were more straightforward. Kingler, Magikarp 6, Gyarados, Chansey 2, Machoke, and Herdier 4. Indeed, all 6 superior Pokémon he captured were Magikarp, which he could do little about, as he adhered to the rules. After sending the 15 wild area Pokeballs to Professor Oak, he deliberated and arranged to send back Beedrill and Bellossom in exchange for a Sylveon, while retaining Mini Dragon. Lily AI also contacted her mother to send back her Pokeballs, leaving behind the Vulpix, as the pairing of ice and fire was quite fitting. After bidding farewell to Uncle Caesar, Luo Yangshuo set his sights on the next destination, Dasha Valley, continuing their journey. Chapter 27. Wealthy Friend Spirit. Mini Dragon Level. 16 Gender. Male Height. 180 centimeters Weight. 3 kilograms Ability. Shedskin Skills. Dragon Dance. Inherited. Bind. Glare. Thunderwave. Dragon Rage. These are the attributes of the Mini Dragon. Although it may not be particularly strong, its exceptional quasi-divine potential is evident. With proper training, it will undoubtedly shine brightly. As they continued their journey, Luo Yangshuo decided to follow the path taken by Ash and his companions towards Red Lotus Island. Then take a boat back to Hualan City, heading straight for the Evergreen City, and ultimately returning to Jinxin Town to prepare for the court's conference. Riding his bicycle, Luo Yangshuo pondered as he and Lily AI pedaled along the under-construction bridge. The Mini Dragon sat comfortably in the front basket, while the fairy-like Eevee rested on Luo Yangshuo's shoulder. It had been a long time since Eevee had seen Luo Yangshuo. Although it had stayed comfortably at Professor Oak's place, it still yearned to travel with Luo Yangshuo. Throughout their ride, they did not encounter any of the reckless cyclists, which did not dampen Luo Yangshuo and Lily AI's spirits. After returning the bicycle, they traversed through Pikachu Forest, where they spotted a large group of Pikachus, including a few superior specimens. However, neither Luo Yangshuo nor Lily AI felt inclined to capture any. After swiftly exiting the forest before dusk, they arrived at the estate of the EV4 brothers, who had prospered by trading evolutionary stones and decided to stay for the night. The 3 brothers, clad in tight-fitting outfits and sporting vibrant hairstyles, were quite excited to hear Luo Yangshuo's name. You must be the young Luo who discovered alternative evolution methods for EV. Welcome. You can stay as long as you like, they exclaimed with enthusiasm. The next morning, after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, the brothers brought out their sibling, Tai, and their eldest brother, Leizong, who used a Thunder EV, said, Little Luo, I hope you can share with us how to evolve EV into a fairy EV. We will offer you a reward of 5 million. What do you think? But brother, I don't want EV to evolve, Tai protested, holding EV with a hint of distress. Don't joke around. The 3 brothers chimed in unison. Tai, we are only looking out for you. EV will only grow stronger through evolution, said Achi, the fire EV. Indeed. Initially, we wanted your EV to choose one of our 3 evolution paths, but knowing another method, we think EV should evolve into a fairy EV, added Mizuchi, the water EV. Exactly. Please, little Luo. If the money isn't sufficient, we can increase it. How about 10 million? Leizong suggested eagerly. Coughing lightly, Luo Yangshuo exchanged glances with Lily AI. He was indeed in need of funds, yet knowing the situation surrounding Tai, he felt hesitant to interfere in their family matters. Little Luo, please help them. Besides, Tai seems rather pitiful, Lily AI remarked, adding, they are just like our mother, always hastily allowing Pokémon to evolve. We should assist Tai. Luo Yangshuo sighed. All right. You all need to listen to me first. Have you finally come to a decision, little Luo? Don't worry, we will not shortchange you. Just tell us, and we will offer you 50 million. Leizong said cheerfully. Luo Yangshuo shook his head. Tai, are you certain you do not wish for EV to evolve? Yes. I want to be EV's trainer, not its evolved trainer, Tai responded earnestly. That may prove to be quite challenging, Luo Yangshuo remarked. EV is a Pokémon that evolves easily. Even without using evolution stones, it will evolve given enough time spent together. Is that the method for evolving into a fairy EV? Achi asked. Indeed. Such a common approach, Mizuchi commented. No, this is simply another evolution method for EV. Luo Yangshuo clarified. Evolution is part of a Pokémon's growth. You need not resist it, let it happen naturally. It is essential to consider the feelings of the Pokémon as well. ISNT it? Eevee, do you wish to evolve? Tai inquired, slightly swayed by Luo Yangshua's words. Eevee. It called out, looking at Tai with a pitiful expression. You two do share a strong bond, Luo Yangshua chuckled. I can understand Pokemon language. Just now. Eevee expressed that it will follow Tai's wishes. Is that so? Eevee, if you want to evolve, then do so. However, I hope it is not through an evolution stone, Tai said earnestly, and Eevee nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luo Yangshua smiled. Then let me share how Eevee evolves. If the bond between Eevee and its trainer is strong enough, it will evolve into either a Sun Eevee or a Moon Eevee depending on the time of day. To evolve into a Fairy Eevee, Eevee must learn a Fairy-type move and achieve a certain level of bonding with its trainer. The Eevee brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Leizong exclaimed, Indeed, the world is vast, and we know so little. Tai, if possible, travel like little Luo to witness more of the world. With that, he pulled out a checkbook, swiftly scribbled a series of numbers, and handed it to Luo Yangshua, saying, Thank you, little Luo. Your insights have helped Tai reconsider. Please accept this token of appreciation. Luo Yangshua glanced at the check, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't this too much? Not at all. Just take it. It's merely 50 million. As a trainer, you understand that items related to Pokemon are quite costly. This is but a trifling sum to us, Achi stated. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangshua felt a bittersweet pang in his heart, reflecting on the disparity between individuals. He silently sighed. Wealthy friends, let us be comrades. He swiftly accepted the check, contacted the system to convert it into Pokemon coins, reserving 10 million for future villa expenses while converting the remaining 40 million into diamonds. Gazing at the over 40,000 diamonds on the system panel, he reveled in the thought of finally indulging a little. While he still required many more quality-enhancing potions, there were certainly items he could now procure, such as the Million Evolution Stone for Beedrill, some powerful TM machines, and the long-desired personal attribute points. It was time to shop. After bidding farewell to the EV4 brothers, Leizong generously gifted each of them a set of evolution stones, comprising Leaf Stone, Fire Stone, and Water Stone. Though not a complete set, it was certainly a gesture of goodwill, and they could sell them for profit if they chose. With a cheerful tune, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI resumed their journey to the Great Fool Valley, simultaneously diving into the system marketplace to indulge in some shopping. Chapter 28. The Battle in Dasha Valley. Super Beedrill. Pin Missile, Luo Yangshua commanded. The million-evolved Super Beedrill brandished its 4 stingers, unleashing a multitude of pin missiles at an astonishing speed, rendering the opposing Machoke utterly incapable of responding and swiftly incapacitating it. Damn, I've lost. Remember this, grumbled the scruffy-looking young man as he withdrew his Machoke, before turning away in frustration. Why are the people in this city like this? Lily AI inquired, approaching him. This neon town is a city that never sleeps. With so little rest, it's only natural that tempers flare, Luo Yangshua explained. Now, let us purchase some supplies and set off for Dasha Valley. There are Pokemon fossils to be found there. After procuring some provisions, they departed from the town. As for the troubles within the town, it was best left for Ash to resolve, much like the previous incident in Dark City. It had been a week since their departure from the town of the EV brothers. Luo Yangshua had utilized his ample diamonds to acquire several items, including the Million Evolution Stone, and subsequently swapped his Froakie for Beedrill to practice the Million Evolution mode. The accompanying Million Evolution Stone set for Beedrill cost 3,000 diamonds, while the technical machines included Dig, Earthquake, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Solar Beam, Surf, Fly, Toxic, Rock Slide, Ice Beam, Dragon Claw, and Shadow Claw, totaling 12,000 diamonds. The attribute points themselves were reasonably priced at 100 diamonds per point, and he invested 5,000 diamonds into enhancing his attributes. Character: Luo Yangshua. Gender: male. Age: 13. Height: 162 centimeters. Weight: 46 kilograms. Strength: 10, 10. Stamina: 11, 10. Intelligence: 12, 10. Spirit: 26, 20. Note: in this world, the average adult's attributes are set at 10. After a period of travel, his strength and stamina had indeed improved, and the application of his bond power had significantly enhanced both his intelligence and spirit, particularly his spirit, which affected the sustainability of his bond power. Saw an increase of 10 attribute points. After a day's journey, Luo Yangshua and his companions finally arrived at the vicinity of Dasha Valley. How did Luo Yangshua know this? The reason was the throngs of people excavating fossils. Lily AI, spotting the crowd digging in the deep pit of Dasha Valley, could barely contain her excitement. Shall Luo, let us go dig too. Perhaps we can unearth some fossils. Luo Yangshua seized the exuberant Lily AI and said, What is so interesting about fossils? I'll take you to meet the fossil Pokemon instead. Really? Lily AI responded skeptically. Just follow me, Luo Yangshua replied. He then released Mutwo and Sylveon, instructing, Mutwo, use your psychic powers to sense if there are any cavities underground. Once found, guide us there, and Sylveon. Use Dig to create a tunnel. Mutwo nodded and began its search. Sylveon looked at Luo Yangshua with a pained expression. It was no wonder its trainer had insisted it learn the Dig skill, and a flood of exasperation washed over it. Before long, Mutwo communicated through psychic waves to Luo Yangshua and Lily AI, indicating it had located a suitable spot. They were then lifted by Mutwo's psychic abilities to a vast valley. Where it conveyed, there is a significant underground space here, with signs of life. This is the thinnest rock layer. Allow me to handle it. With that, Mutwo clasped its hands together, summoning a sphere of light, and hurled it towards the ground, causing a massive fissure to open. Mutwo then manipulated several large rocks to crash down, creating a substantial cavity. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but marvel at Mutwo's improved prowess. It had even mastered the Aura Sphere technique. Lily AI, astonished, thought, is this the power of a legendary Pokémon? It's incredible! As for Sylveon, it mused. What an impressive junior. No need for me to dig tunnels anymore. Mutwo guided them into the depths, and with the sunlight filtering in, Luo Yangshua was able to observe the underground environment. They found themselves in a cavern adorned with stalactites, likely shaped by the erosion of water, providing a safe haven for the ancient Pokémon within. However, their arrival disrupted the tranquil existence of these subterranean Pokémon, which awakened with red eyes, prepared to defend themselves against Luo Yangshua and his companions. Luo Yangshua clicked his tongue. These fossil Pokémon truly lived up to their reputation as living fossils, each boasting levels nearing 80. Regrettably, they were all Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops, with no sign of Aerodactyl. Nonetheless, Luo Yangshua still intended to capture some of these fossil Pokémon. For their high levels and commendable potential, most were of good quality, albeit lacking any exceptional ones. Lily AI took a cautious step back, tugging at Luo Yangshua's sleeve. Xiao Luo, perhaps we should leave. It seems we VE disturbed them. Don't worry. I can handle this, Luo Yangshua reassured her, patting her shoulder to help her relax. With just over 20 Pokémon, he could manage the situation. Everyone out. Nidoking Dragonair. Use Thunderbolt. Sylveon Yawn. Charizard. Use Dragon Claw. Beedrill. Toxic. Mutwo. Protect everyone. These Pokémon were of water and rock types, which is why he had purchased Thunderbolt and Ice Beam to counter them. Although these fossil Pokémon were high in level, their comfortable lives had diminished their combat abilities considerably. After launching their skills, it took them a moment to realize what was happening and mount a counterattack. The ensuing assault consisted of scattered water gun attacks, with some Omanite using Rollout and Kabutops employing Cut, but their efforts were disorganized. Mutwo and the others were already in the mid-50s in terms of levels, making them more than a match for these fossil Pokémon. Bright Light, Light Snow, Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Nidoqueen, Double Kick, Clefairy, Heal Pulse, Horsia, Twister, Vulpix, Hypnosis. Lily AI, having set aside her fears, dispatched her Pokémon to assist Luo Yangshua. In no time, they had defeated all 27 of the opposing Pokémon. Noticing his supply of Pokeballs was running low, Luo Yangshua purchased additional ones with coins to capture all the defeated Pokémon. Subsequently, these Pokeballs were sent to Professor Oak. Turning to Lily AI, he said, "Thank you, Lily AI. I appreciate your help. Do you like these Pokémon? A few of them were ones you defeated, so if you wish, you can select some." After a moment of thought, Lily AI decided to choose an Omanite as her spoils of war. However, since all the Pokémon had been sent to Professor Oak, she resolved to make her selection upon their return. At Professor Oak's lab, he beamed with joy as he examined the Pokémon in the Pokeballs. Although the number of Pokémon Xiao Luo sent back is modest, they are indeed precious specimens. I never expected him to discover fossil Pokémon. This will keep me busy with research. With that, he promptly began measuring their data. Some of the Pokémon still showed signs of resistance, but a Dragonite stepped forward, effortlessly suppressing them all. Chapter 29. The exceptional fossil pterosaur. Although Luo Yangshua had captured numerous Pokémon and documented their data in his Pokédex, he knew that the remaining fossil pterosaurs could not be found elsewhere. He could only hope for good fortune in this location. Thus, he instructed Lilia to return her Pokémon to their Pokeballs, while he too stowed away his Pokémon, leaving only Mutwo to meticulously search for the presence of the fossil pterosaur using its psychic abilities. The duo then slowed their pace, commencing the search for the elusive creature. After nearly half an hour of searching, they had yet to spot the fossil pterosaur. Instead, they encountered many slumbering fossil Pokémon, none of which were of exceptional quality. Otherwise, Luo Yangshua would not have hesitated to capture them. Continuing on their journey, Mutwo suddenly halted, transmitting telepathically, "Father." There is a Pokémon you mentioned on the opposite side of the rock wall. Shall we break through the wall? Luo Yangshua pondered for a moment, glancing at Lilia and the fossil Pokémon still in slumber. He replied, Lilia, have Clefairy sing to put these Pokémon into a deep sleep. Then we can break the wall and see the fossil pterosaur. Lilia nodded and summoned Clefairy, who began to sing upon receiving the command. Luo Yangshua swiftly handed earplugs to Lilia and Mutuo before placing his own in his ears. Once Clefairy had finished its enchanting melody, Luo Yangshua approached a nearby ammonite and shook it gently. Noticing it remained unresponsive, he nodded and declared, Mutuo, use Aura Sphere to shatter the rock wall. Mutuo nodded and launched an Aura Sphere at the wall, creating a large opening. Subsequently, a swarm of fossil Pokémon surged forth, and a powerful cry resonated as a colossal creature spread its wings and lunged toward Luo Yangshua and his companions. The fossil Pokémon that had been rushing toward them halted abruptly. Upon seeing the incoming fossil pterosaur, Luo Yangshua's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, Mutuo, defend. The fossil pterosaur was indeed exceptional, boasting a level far exceeding 80, likely nearing 90. This would prove to be a formidable challenge. Mutuo successfully defended against the pterosaur's ultimate attack and, without needing further instruction, unleashed an ice beam upon the creature. Before the fossil pterosaur could react, a future sight was already en route. With a deafening roar, the fossil pterosaur unleashed a barrage of rocks toward Mutuo, a rock slide attack. Luo Yangshua enveloped Mutuo in his bond power. A tactic he had discovered could help mitigate damage while enhancing their synergy. Teleport, then use water pulse to rouse it. Luo Yangshua commanded. Mutuo teleported onto the back of the fossil pterosaur, conjuring a water sphere that it forcefully slammed onto the creature's head, inflicting substantial damage. Fortuitously, this action caused the fossil pterosaur to become confused, causing it to flail wildly and collide with the rock walls, inadvertently harming itself further. Retreat and regenerate, Luo Yangshua instructed, preparing to wear down the fossil pterosaur. After all, having been asleep for so long, its movements and skill execution were noticeably stiff, presenting Luo Yangshua with an opportunity to triumph. Use Thunder Wave, he added, combining the poison with paralysis, a technique he had learned from Eiju, designed to inflict maximum annoyance. However, the fossil pterosaur retaliated with a fierce charge, sending Luo Yangshua flying, leaving him with but a sliver of health. Regenerate, he urged, feeling a twinge of fear as he realized the significant level disparity. He quickly instructed Mutuo to recover, fearing that another attack could swiftly eliminate it. Fortunately, although the fossil pterosaur's confusion had worn off, it remained paralyzed and unable to execute its skills. The relentless poison coursed through its body, causing it great agony. Ice Beam, Luo Yangshua called out, the 4 times effective attack causing the fossil pterosaur to shudder. It let out a loud cry, initiating a supersonic attack. Mystical Shield, Luo Yangshua countered, denying it the opportunity to unleash any status effects. The fossil pterosaur then launched an ultimate strike at Mutuo, who deftly sidestepped the assault. Hail and Ice Beam, he commanded. Seizing the fossil pterosaur's moment of vulnerability, Mutuo summoned Hail to inflict continuous damage, followed by another Ice Beam, which proved to be the final straw, freezing the pterosaur's wings. Luo Yangshua smiled, declaring, the consecutive ice beams will seal its fate. The fossil pterosaur mustered its last reserves of strength, unleashing a hyper beam aimed at Mutuo. Swiftly, Mutuo evaded, allowing the ice beam to successfully strike the fossil pterosaur. With the compounded effects of poison and hail, the creature could no longer endure and succumbed. Luo Yangshua hastily produced a Master Ball, capturing the fossil pterosaur, and then, glancing at the restless fossil Pokémon, he called out, Mutuo, let us leave quickly. Mutuo nodded and teleported Luo Yangshua and Lilia back to their previous location, sealing the large opening to prevent the fossil Pokémon from escaping. Finally, Luo Yangshua and Lilia caught their breath as they sat on the ground, exchanging smiles. What a thrill it was to snatch and dash. Pokémon, fossil pterosaur level, 90 gender, male height, 230 centimeters weight, 72. 3 kilograms ability, hard head skills, roost, inherited, iron head, ice fong, fire fong, thunder fong, and more omitted to avoid redundancy. Luo Yangshua nodded in satisfaction. This fossil pterosaur was larger than the ordinary, akin to a Charizard, and with a high level. Apart from a few missing technical machine skills, it had mastered almost all the techniques. Alas, being a wild Pokémon meant its battle strategy was rather chaotic. Otherwise, Mutuo would have faced a more formidable opponent. He teleported Nidoking back to its Pokeball, leaving the fossil pterosaur. As he released it, the creature regarded Luo Yangshua without further hostility, acknowledging him as its trainer. Luo Yangshua promptly treated its injuries, and Lilia curiously patted the fossil pterosaur, saying, "Hello, fossil pterosaur. I'm Lilia. Let us get along well from now on." The fossil pterosaur turned its head away haughtily, prompting Luo Yangshua to lightly tap its head, saying, "Stop being stubborn. I'm Xiao Luo, your trainer from now on. Lilia is my travel companion. You must coexist harmoniously." The fossil pterosaur let out a cry in acknowledgement. Luo Yangshua shook his slightly sore hand, reflecting that hard-head ability is no exaggeration. It's truly solid. Chapter 30. The Pokémon League Qualification Exam. After assisting the fossil pterodactyl in regaining its strength, I retrieved my mobile phone from my backpack to contact Professor Oak. This phone was a luxury I had only acquired through considerable expense. Otherwise, I would not have squandered my resources on such a device for communication. I then informed Professor Oak of the discovery of fossil Pokémon in the Foolish Valley, urging him to alert the League to ensure the protection of these ancient creatures. Professor Oak acknowledged my message, requesting that I refrain from disturbing his research unless necessary, before ending the call. Before long, a contingent of League officials arrived at Foolish Valley, promptly dispersing the fossil diggers. They exchanged a few words with me, indicating that the valley would soon be designated as a sanctuary for fossil Pokémon. A mischievous thought crossed my mind. Without the presence of the pterodactyl, I wondered if Ash's Charmeleon would evolve into a Charizard. After bidding farewell to the League personnel, Lily and I resumed our journey. Our next destination was the venue for the League Qualification Exam, where a single badge would grant us the opportunity to compete. Having discussed this with Lily, she expressed her enthusiasm and decided to participate, fully aware that achieving a notable rank was uncertain, yet valuing the experience itself. Foolish Valley spanned a vast area, and it was not until darkness fell that we arrived at the Pokémon Center on its outskirts. After a night of rest, we set off again, passing through Dull Town, where Lily indulged in purchasing a plethora of plush toys to send back home. 6 days later, we finally reached the site of the Pokémon League Qualification Exam. After registering, I was assigned number 12, while Lily was number 16. We handed over our Pokeballs to the examiner and were ushered into the examination arena. Upon surveying the layout, I noticed that Lily and I were situated quite far apart, presumably to prevent any potential collaboration between acquaintances. The first part of the examination was a written test assessing our knowledge of Pokémon, a challenge I approached with confidence, having spent countless hours immersed in the games. The heaviest known Pokémon is Snorlax. O or X. I was momentarily perplexed. Did this refer to the Kanto region or encompass other regions as well? Undoubtedly. Cosmoem weighed in at 999 kilograms, surpassing all others. However, if we were strictly considering Kanto, Snorlax, at 460 kilograms, was indeed the heaviest. After some deliberation, I opted for O, recognizing that legendary Pokémon like Cosmoem are not easily encountered. The next question queried whether the tongue of Lickitung was twice its body length. O or X. This was straightforward. O. The nickname for Hitmonlee is the Kicking Fiend. O or X. Simple enough. X. Subsequent questions varied in difficulty, yet all remained within the realm of reason for anyone familiar with the Pokémon series. Upon concluding the written portion, we faced the visual identification of Pokémon, a task that left many anime enthusiasts speechless. The examiner presented the first image, a spiral resembling a mosquito coil. I quickly recognized it as the evolved form of the tadpole Pokémon, writing down Frogadier as my answer, recalling that the anime depicted it turning counterclockwise, thus confirming my choice. The next image depicted a flame, which the examiner identified as a Pokémon's tail flame. I confidently answered Charizard, having owned one and thus familiar with its tail characteristics. The subsequent questions ranged from simple to moderately challenging, and I managed to answer them all, albeit with a few errors. After exiting the examination room, I awaited the results. Lily approached me, pouting in exasperation. That was difficult. I think I might be in trouble. Do not fret. You mentioned that participation is what matters. I reassured her with a supportive pat on her shoulder. Soon, the results were announced. I carefully scanned the list, noting that the first column listed excellent, the second good, and the third poor. Neither Lily nor I appeared under the poor category. In the good section, I found Lily's name, and she excitedly high-fived me in celebration, indicating that she had passed the written test. I soon discovered my name and avatar in the excellent column. Following a brief intermission, which included a lunch break, we were led to a booth showcasing belts adorned with 3 Pokeballs each. The examiner explained that we would engage in a 3-on-3 battle, with 2 victories needed to advance, while also factoring in our performance during the battles. We nodded in understanding and selected our belts, proceeding to the arena. Lily was the first to step up, confidently holding her first Pokeball. Go, and give it your all. A flash of white light revealed a Venusaur. It's a Venusaur. Fantastic. Let us do our best, she exclaimed. The examiner dispatched his first Pokémon, revealing a Caterpie, much to everyone's astonishment, including the examiner himself, who scratched his head in embarrassment. I couldn't help but cover my face, thinking, this luck is truly outrageous. Without further ado, a single vine whip concluded the battle. In the second round, Lily sent forth a Blastoise, and I felt an ominous premonition. True to my instincts, the examiner revealed a Beedrill. The crowd could not contain their chatter, expressing envy and admiration for Lily's extraordinary luck. There was little to say. A water gun swiftly ended the match. Retrieving his Beedrill, the examiner remarked, "This student's luck is indeed remarkable, yet luck is a form of skill as well. I do not believe your performance was lacking. Will you proceed to the final match?" "Yes, let us give it a shot," Lily replied. The examiner nodded, mentally awarding her extra points, and both sides summoned their final Pokémon. Lily's choice was, unsurprisingly, her Charizard, while the examiner summoned a Scyther. I nodded. Victory was assured. Lily had observed my training sessions with Charizard closely, and it was likely that Charizard was the Pokémon she was most familiar with, aside from her own. The examiner's selection further validated the integrity of the examination process, as both he and the students had randomly chosen their Pokémon for battle. The battle unfolded predictably, as Charizard's fire and flying types held an advantage over Scyther. Given Lily's extensive training, it was evident that she had improved significantly. She could easily compete with Ash now, as both were fortunate protagonists in their own rights, making for a thrilling matchup. After Lily concluded her battle, it was my turn to step onto the field, where I too would summon my first Pokémon. Chapter 31. Mission accomplished. The power of the cheat device. Go, Pokeball. Luo Yangshua summoned his first Pokémon, which appeared on the field as a white sea lion. The examiner gasped upon seeing his opponent, a Dragonite. Had he drawn the short straw? Without hesitation, Luo Yangshua took out his Pokédex to register Dragonite's data. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, collect Pokémon. You have earned a reward of 10,000 diamonds. A random set of 1,000,000 evolution stones for Tyranitar and 2 lines of cheat device permissions. Please check your rewards." Luo Yangshua beamed with joy. He had not anticipated encountering a Dragonite in this examination. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. With the addition of 10,000 diamonds to his previous amount, he now possessed over 20,000 diamonds. While the 1,000,000 evolution stones were for Tyranitar, which he currently did not own, he was confident he could capture one in the Chengdu region. As for the 2 lines of cheat device permissions, after much contemplation, he decided to activate experience points level 4 and maximum HP EV. Subsequently, considering the upcoming battle, he spent 10,000 popularity points to unlock the cheat device for an expanded field of view. The value of experience points level 4 was 30,000 popularity points, while maximum HP EV was worth 50,000. Both were essential to Luo Yangshua. It went without saying that experience points level 4 was crucial. But maximum HP EV was especially needed at this moment. Most of his Pokémon were fragile and had low health. With this enhancement, he could quickly amass a significant health pool, effectively compensating for his previous shortcomings. Once he maximized other EVs and reset his Pokémon's effort points with diamonds, nearly every Pokémon would be on par with legendary creatures. However, the high cost of popularity points was a formidable obstacle. Luo Yangshua acknowledged the need for diligence. As for the application of the expanded field of view, it would only manifest during battle. With the white sea lion facing the Dragonite, Luo Yangshua held the advantage and commanded, "White sea lion, use hail." Instantly, the white sea lion summoned a hailstorm, pelting the Dragonite with icy snowflakes and inflicting damage. Yet, Luo Yangshua also recognized a flaw in these Pokémon: their lack of agility. They would only act upon the trainer's command, lacking initiative. Dragonite, Thunderbolt. The examiner wasted no time, unleashing a powerful attack. At that moment, Luo Yangshua felt as if time slowed down for him, allowing him to observe the battlefield comprehensively. He smirked. "Now that's impressive. This alone is worth 10,000 popularity points. What a bargain. White Sea Lion, retreat 2 steps, then use Surf." Luo Yangshua could clearly anticipate the trajectory of the Thunderbolt and instructed accordingly. The White Sea Lion stepped back, evading the Thunderbolt attack, then summoned a colossal wave to crash toward Dragonite. Though Dragonite endured the blow, the water-type attack dealt minimal damage. "The field is now drenched. This could lead to point deductions," the examiner remarked. "Dragonite, use Thunder." "That's not a disadvantage at all," Luo Yangshua chuckled. "This is a guaranteed victory. White Sea Lion, withstand the thunder, then unleash Absolute Zero." "What?" The examiner was instantly unsettled. Dragonite's thunder struck the ground, the electricity coursing through the rainwater and hitting the White Sea Lion. However, the white sea lion, well-trained and with ample health, weathered the strike. Then, an intense chill enveloped the arena. The water on the ground and the snowflakes in the air formed an inescapable net for Dragonite. The Absolute Zero attack was a guaranteed knockout. As the frozen Dragonite was recalled, the examiner nodded, admitting, "I misjudged this situation." The net of water and snowflakes left Dragonite with no escape, a splendid display of skill. Next came the second match. Luo Yangshua smiled, recalled the white sea lion, and sent forth his second Pokémon. In a flash of white light, a Lapras appeared, while the examiner released a Hitmonlee. Although Lapras was at a type disadvantage against the fighting-type Hitmonlee, like the white sea lion, it was a tank and quite resilient. High jump kick. The examiner commanded first. Luo Yangshua shook his head. The ice layer from Absolute Zero has yet to dissipate. Do not underestimate Lapras's speed on this icy terrain. Lapras, dodge to the right front. Then use Heavy Slam. Hitmonlee launched a flying kick at Lapras, but Lapras glided swiftly across the ice, evading the attack. Then it lunged forward, tackling Hitmonlee to the ground. Use Close Combat. The examiner directed. Hitmonlee retaliated, landing a series of blows on Lapras, inflicting significant damage. Luo Yangshua then called out, Ice Beam. Mind's Eye. Then Flying Knee Kick. The examiner countered. The Ice Beam successfully struck Hitmonlee, who closed its eyes and used Mind's Eye before launching a Flying Knee Kick at Lapras. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow, knowing that Lapras's health could not withstand such a blow, and that he was left to gamble. Lapras, hold your ground. If you cannot withstand it, use Absolute Zero. Lapras emitted a powerful freezing aura aimed at Hitmonlee. However, before it could land, Hitmonlee's Flying Knee Kick struck Lapras, sending it flying and incapacitating it. Recalling Lapras, Luo Yangshua expressed gratitude. Thank you. You performed admirably. Now, it's time for the third Pokémon. The examiner also recalled Hitmonlee and sent out his third Pokémon. Luo Yangshua chose Chansey, while the examiner released a Machoke. Luo Yangshua chuckled. I won't annoy you to death. My surname is not Luo. Machoke, use Sonic Punch. The examiner initiated. Without hesitation, Luo Yangshua replied, Chansey, shrink. Chansey immediately halved its size, evading the Sonic Punch. Luo Yangshua then commanded, continue to shrink, then use Egg Bomb. With Chansey further reduced, it produced an energy egg and hurled it at Machoke. Machoke sidestepped the attack, and the examiner called out, Rapid Punch. Machoke dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the now smaller Chansey. Luo Yangshua calmly stated, Soft-boiled, restoring Chansey's health to full before resuming the barrage with Egg Bombs. The examiner was left feeling frustrated. If you can't knock out Chansey, it can recover its health in an instant and continue battling. It's utterly infuriating. With Chansey's formidable health and impressive special defense, few Pokémon at the same level dared to claim they could defeat it in one hit. If they failed, they were left to endure the agony. Ultimately, under the examiner's exasperated gaze, Chansey wore down Machoke until it was defeated. The examiner sighed in resignation. Finally, liberation. I will never allow Chansey to be part of the examination roster again. With the examination concluded, Lily and Luo Yangshua received their qualification badges without dispute. Both were eligible to participate in the Quartz Conference. However, Luo Yangshua resolved to collect all 8 badges, a sentiment shared by Lily, who was not ready to end their journey so soon. As Lily was not from the Kanto region, the examiner assisted her in inputting her information. Once everything was settled, evening had fallen. Luo Yangshua and Lily hurried to find a hotel for the night, preparing to embark on a ferry to Red Lotus Island the following day. Chapter 32. The Crimson Lotus Dojo. Battling Xiaobo early the next morning, Luo Yangshua and Lilia took a ferry to Crimson Lotus Island. Following the guidance of an electronic map, they arrived at the long-abandoned dojo. Lilia gazed at the dilapidated structure and asked, Little Luo, is there really a dojo here? I heard on the ferry that the master, Xiaobo, is no longer in charge and it has turned into a resort. Patience, Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. Come out, Master Xiaobo. I see you. With the aid of a vision-enhancing device, Luo Yangshua's eyesight was remarkably acute, allowing him to discern even the smallest details from 100 meters away. Thus, he easily spotted Xiaobo, who was disguised with a wig and false beard, blending into the crowd. Upon being revealed, Xiaobo coughed awkwardly and said, Ahem. I'm not Xiaobo, I'm just a passerby. Luo Yangshua raised an eyebrow. You thought I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a wig? Realizing he had been unmasked, Xiaobo resignedly admitted, All right, you sharp-eyed kid, I am indeed Xiaobo. If you wish to challenge the dojo, follow me. He then led the duo to his inn. Lilia, curious, asked Master Xiaobo. I heard from little Luo that you possess the strength of the 4 heavenly kings. Is that true? Ah, little Luo, do you hold me in such high regard? Xiaobo chuckled ruefully. It's a matter of the past. In my youth, I was reckless enough to challenge the 4 heavenly kings, but I was soundly defeated. Now, I'm older and uncertain of my current strength. Luo Yangshua smirked inwardly, aware of the truth from Professor Okido. Indeed, Xiaobo had once challenged the 4 heavenly kings and lost. However, the king himself had advised him to train for 2 years to be worthy of their position, which Xiaobo had declined. Yet, it was evident that he had aged and his strength had waned. With the upcoming championship in Chengdu, the vacancy among the 4 heavenly kings would need filling, and the only notable dojo masters were Xiaobo and Aju. It was quite possible that the league might summon Xiaobo back into action. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiaobo took Luo Yangshua and Lilia to his inn, then to a hot spring pool. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "What comes after a great flood and before a great fire?" Luo Yangshua and Lilia exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring their bemusement. Xiaobo's penchant for riddles remained unchanged. Luo Yangshua finally responded, "A bathhouse." "Correct," Xiaobo nodded, pressing a switch that revealed a hidden passage. The group descended into Xiaobo's volcanic arena. Standing at the opposite end of the battlefield, Xiaobo addressed Luo Yangshua. "I've heard your name from the league many times. I'm curious, having already obtained a qualification badge, why do you still seek to challenge the dojo?" "Battling strong opponents is a joy," Luo Yangshua declared, raising a pokeball. "Moreover, I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the champion of the Hoenn region, De Wu, which made me aware of my shortcomings. My goal is to become a Pokémon master. My current strength does not live up to that title. Let's go, Fossil Pterosaur. This is your debut battle." A colossal fossil pterosaur emerged, glaring fiercely at Xiaobo and emitting a thunderous roar. Xiaobo's demeanor shifted as he focused intently. "This fossil pterosaur was captured in Dasha Valley, correct? It is indeed formidable. I will have to send out my main Pokémon. 3 battles. 2 wins to decide the victor. Show me the strength of your Pokémon. Go, Rapidash." A majestic Rapidash appeared, growling menacingly at the fossil pterosaur, who momentarily recoiled, its temper flaring. It was the leader of fossil Pokémon and could not tolerate being intimidated by a mere canine. "Calm down, fossil pterosaur. Ultimate Impact," Luo Yangshua urged. Frowning, he knew that Ultimate Impact was not the best choice, but the fossil pterosaur was enraged and needed an outlet for its fury. Otherwise, it might become uncontrollable. Reminiscent of Ash's Charizard. Quick attack, followed by Thunder Fang. Xiaobo commanded. Rapidash darted like a streak of light, evading the fossil pterosaur's ultimate impact, and then seized the opportunity to unleash a Thunder Fang upon its wing. The fossil pterosaur screeched in agony, clearly suffering from the blow. "Do you understand now? Did you think you were still the king of the cave?" Luo Yangshua chastised, his expression stern. "Do not underestimate the world outside. There are many Pokémon far more powerful than you. You are merely squandering your potential. If you want to win, listen to me. Use Supersonic." The fossil pterosaur nodded, releasing a wave of Supersonic towards Rapidash. Xiaobo swiftly countered Mystical Guard. A protective veil enveloped Rapidash, shielding it from any status afflictions. Luo Yangshua calmly instructed Hidden Rock. The fossil pterosaur let out a cry and scattered a multitude of rocks across the battlefield before vanishing from sight. Xiaobo chuckled. "What a cunning little rascal. Rapidash, unleash your final Flare Blitz. Indeed, it is the last hurrah. Fossil pterosaur, use your last Destruction Beam." Luo Yangshua realized Xiaobo had noticed that Rapidash was nearing its limit and sought to make one final push. Rapidash, infused with fiery energy, collided with the fossil pterosaur, while the latter retaliated with a close-range Destruction Beam, knocking Rapidash out of the fight. With the HP effort values maximized, Luo Yangshua had utilized every advantage for his Pokémon. Even the most fragile Beedrill now boasted a significantly higher health pool, making them formidable in endurance. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon and simultaneously released their second Pokémon. A Charizard soared into the arena alongside a Duckbull Fire Beast that leapt from the magma. As soon as the Duckbull Fire Beast entered, it unleashed a torrent of lava that engulfed the entire battlefield, instantly dissolving the newly formed hidden rocks into oblivion. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, surprised by such an unexpected move. It appeared that even minor, non-skill actions could yield significant results, prompting him to consider developing similar strategies in the future. Yet, now was not the time for contemplation. Observing the magma-laden arena, he felt a pang of concern for whether his Charizard could withstand the searing heat. Duckbull Fire Beast, use Eruption, Xiaobo commanded, launching an all-out assault. Charizard, dodge 1 meter below, Luo Yangshua ordered without hesitation. Then Rock Slide. He continued. Charizard descended a meter, narrowly avoiding the eruption as it soared past. Then, Charizard retaliated with Rock Slide, sending massive boulders crashing down upon the Duckbull Fire Beast, inflicting considerable damage. Noticing the duckbill fire beast's health bar plummet drastically, Luo Yangshua fell silent, perceiving its labored breaths. Let us finish this with one final ultimate impact, he declared. Duckbill fire beast, we must not lose. Overheat. Xiaobo replied earnestly. The overheat struck Charizard, causing some harm but ultimately proving inconsequential. The subsequent ultimate impact slammed into the duckbill fire beast, sending it hurtling away, incapacitated. Why? Luo Yangshua recalled Charizard, his eyes reflecting a burning frustration at the outcome. Chapter 33. The final bad. Xiao Luo, what are you saying? Did you win? Lily AI inquired, her expression one of confusion. Xiaobo, this duckbill fire beast isn't your main force, is it? Why did you send it out? Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow. No, this duckbill fire beast is indeed my main force, Xiaobo replied, retracting the creature. However, I have grown old, and so has it. The duckbill fire beast has begun to decline in all aspects. I must thank you, Xiao Luo, for granting it a final farewell battle against a spirited and powerful young Pokémon like the Charizard. It surely finds solace in that. Xiaobo approached and handed the deep crimson badge to Luo Yangshua. Upon hearing Xiaobo's words, Luo Yangshua felt his frustration dissipate and replied helplessly. You should have said so earlier. I could have fought an extra match. It's different. A regular match and a gym battle are not the same, Xiaobo remarked. This gym battle represents its final aspiration. After all, watching a young person continually advance evokes a unique sentiment. Luo Yangshua accepted the badge and stated, I will take it. I shall return when I have the time, and I will bring my strongest team to step over your generation and ascend to the position of Pokémon Master. Haha, that would indeed be a welcome challenge. Xiaobo laughed heartily, looking at Luo Yangshua with satisfaction. It's a promise. I too shall bring my strongest six to battle. Nodding, Luo Yangshua shook hands with Xiaobo and subsequently exited the Honglian gym. As Xiaobo watched the figures of Luo Yangshua and Lily AI fade away, he was filled with a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, Luo Yangshua's voice echoed back. Master Xiaobo, the champion is departing, and King Kiku is aging. He too will soon retire. The league will certainly come looking for you. The champion, huh? Xiaobo smiled faintly. Sometimes, one must still strive. The old comrade is bowing out. I would rather not witness my own farewell. Luo Yangshua and Lily AI did not linger on Honglian Island and boarded the last ferry, leaving the island under the cover of night. After 10 days at sea, they finally arrived at the harbor of Hualan City. During the voyage, Luo Yangshua captured over 30 high-grade water-type Pokémon, and his mini-dragon evolved into a Hakuryu due to gaining sufficient experience. Most importantly, Luo Yangshua discovered a cheat for farming coins, possessing a coin amulet. In the game, it doubled the money earned after battles, but in reality, it multiplied the coins generated by the system. Luo Yangshua felt an exhilarating sense of financial security. Capturing a Pokémon required a Pokéball, and previously, the coins earned from defeating Pokémon were barely enough to purchase them. Now, with the doubled income, he could afford plenty of Pokéballs and still have some left over, which brought him immense joy. Luo Yangshua then devised a plan to open an aquarium while also operating a breeding house. As long as visitors paid to tour, he could freely capture any Pokémon that caught his eye, while also charging a fee. Thus, both coins and diamonds would flow abundantly. His blissful life was on the horizon. Upon arriving in Hualan City and greeting the Hualan trio, the two made their way directly to Jotun City. Finally, 3 days later, Luo Yangshua and Lily AI reached Jotun City. The Mutuo within its Pokéball could no longer contain its excitement, trembling within. Luo Yangshua calmed the Pokéball, fully supportive of Mutuo's ambitions. Thus, he frequently had his fossil pterodactyl assist in training it, and with regular battles and the aid of the cheat, aside from Hakuryu, which was only in the 40s, the others had all surpassed level 60, with Mutuo leading the charge at level 72, well prepared for the challenge against Sakaki. Upon arriving at the Jotun Gym, Luo Yangshua approached the two gatekeepers and declared, I am Xiao Luo from Xinxing Town, here to challenge the gym. The gatekeepers struck their axes against the ground, and the gates opened, allowing them to escort Luo Yangshua and Lily AI inside. As they reached one side of the arena, they faced a high platform. The lights illuminated, revealing Sakaki lounging on a sofa, accompanied by a beautifully furred Meowth. Upon seeing Luo Yangshua, Sakaki smiled slightly and said, I am Sakaki, the gym leader of Jotun. I accept your challenge. I know you. The league executives have spoken of you. I wonder what remarkable qualities you possess that have captured the league's attention? You'll find out soon enough, Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. Let us begin, Beedrill. Luo Yangshua sent forth Beedrill, casting a glance at Sakaki on the platform. Sakaki chuckled, Beedrill, how nostalgic, and it's even a shiny. Go Geodude. Sakaki released Geodude. And upon seeing it, Luo Yangshua scoffed, noting its approximate level of 30, feeling underestimated. The two gatekeepers then interjected, only 3 Pokémon may be used. With no time limit, the match begins. Geodude, tackle. Sakaki commanded. Beedrill, use Poison Sting. Luo Yangshua instructed. Geodude rolled forward to collide with Beedrill. But Beedrill disdainfully struck with Poison Sting, piercing through Geodude's rocky fissures and swiftly defeating it. Oh, quite impressive, Sakaki remarked as he recalled Geodude. Next is yours. He then sent out a Kingler, also around level 30. Luo Yangshua felt exasperated and said, Poison Sting will take care of it. Beedrill dashed forward, delivering a Poison Sting that knocked out Kingler in an instant. Observing Sakaki recall his Kingler, Luo Yangshua quipped, could you be a bit more serious, Gym Leader Sakaki? Or are you simply conceding? Sakaki rose from his seat and stepped forward, declaring, concede? That's out of the question. I possess absolute power. Allow me to demonstrate. With a snap of his fingers, a door beneath the high platform gradually opened, revealing a humanoid Pokémon clad in armor. As the blue light from its helmet flashed, Beedrill found itself ensnared by a formidable psychic force, immobilized. Your Beedrill is quite strong, Sakaki remarked, noting Beedrill's restraint rather than being flung away. However, this trivial gym battle shall end here. Youngster, even if all your Pokémon come forth, they are no match for it. Oh, is that so? Luo Yangshua replied. Recalling Beedrill, I want to bring them all out, as that would violate the rules and result in my defeat. The match continues, still one-on-one. Go, Mutwo. What? Sakaki exclaimed in shock. From the other side, a slightly shorter Mutwo appeared, contrasting the armored Mutwo. The previously motionless armored Mutwo suddenly shifted, appearing before Luo Yangshua's Mutwo, initiating a telepathic exchange. How do you possess a Mutwo? Sakaki questioned incredulously. Why shouldn't I have a Mutwo? After all, it is a Pokémon, isn't it? It is a living being, not some imitation. Why can't I capture a Mutwo? Luo Yangshua replied with a smile, discreetly opening his phone to connect to the league's internal line provided by Professor Okido. Kid, who exactly are you? Sakaki asked, managing to calm his inner turmoil. I am Xiao Luo from Jinshin Town. As I mentioned earlier, Luo Yangshua said lightly. By the way, Gym Leader Sakaki, you just questioned how I have a Mutwo, which implies that the armored one is another Mutwo. Where did yours come from? That is none of your concern, Sakaki replied coolly. Shall we continue battling, kid? I would like to battle. However, it seems your Mutwo is reluctant to fight. Luo Yangshua chuckled, observing Mutwo assisting in dismantling the armored Mutwo's armor. As Sakaki's expression shifted dramatically, he shouted, Stop! Mutwo successfully removed a piece of armor with its psychic prowess, unleashing a powerful psychic storm far exceeding that of Luo Yangshua's Mutwo, shattering the armored Mutwo's armor into fragments that scattered everywhere. Chapter 34. Sakaki's escape and return to Masera Town. Stop it. Sakaki bellowed. He then unleashed dozens of Pokeballs, sending forth a multitude of Pokémon that charged at the liberated Mutwo. However, as the two Mutwos locked eyes, a powerful psychic force surged forth, overwhelming Sakaki's Pokémon, which fell to the ground without a fight. Subsequently, Mutwo shattered a large hole in the building and swiftly soared away from the Tokiwa gym. Before departing, it cast a glance at Luo Yangshua and the others, and a deep, resonant voice echoed in their minds. Wait for me. I shall return to seek you out. Kid, look at the mess you've created. Sakaki could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and, suppressing his rage, roared at Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua smiled lightly and replied, Gym Leader Sakaki, your Pokémon has fled. I have one without a battle, so kindly hand over the badge. Take it, Sakaki said without hesitation, tossing the green badge to Luo Yangshua. You let my Mutwo escape. Consider your Mutwo as collateral. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in black uniforms, marked with a prominent R on their chests, surrounded Luo Yangshua and Lily. Indeed, it is Team Rocket, Luo Yangshua remarked calmly. This city is the closest to the court's conference. You are truly underestimating us, but capturing us will not prove to be an easy task. With that, he sent forth all 6 of his Pokémon. The Team Rocket members responded by releasing their own Pokémon, predominantly Zubat, Grimer, and Coughing. Sakaki scoffed. Capturing you will be a piece of cake. Attack. Let us see about that, Luo Yangshua chuckled, pulling out his phone and shaking it. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is an internal alert from the League. If you wish to live, you should escape while you can. Luo Yangshua uttered these words out of necessity. He was well aware of his own limitations. Faced with such a multitude, he could not afford to underestimate them. By instilling a sense of retreat, he hoped to provoke mistakes that he could exploit. Sakaki hesitated. The League was not far away. Reinforcements could arrive in about 20 minutes, and if a champion were present, they could potentially be there in 10. This was not a situation that could be delayed. But losing Mutwo was a significant blow. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sakaki gritted his teeth and declared, Retreat. All units withdraw from Tokiwa City. Ignoring Luo Yangshua and his companions, the group hastily exited the Tokiwa gym. Once the coast was clear, Luo Yangshua breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the two Mutuos had combined their strength to neutralize Sakiki's main force. Otherwise, he feared that against such a formidable adversary, escape would have been impossible. Sitting on the ground, Luo Yangshua felt as if he had narrowly escaped from the gates of hell. Glancing at Lily, who was also slumped on the ground, he apologized. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess." "It's all right," she replied, shaking her head. "We are companions, after all, aren't we? Best companions." "Yes," Luo Yangshua said softly, gently holding her small hand. Before long, two figures appeared at the Tokiwa gym. Luo Yangshua looked at the newcomers and smiled wryly. "You are remarkably swift. I didn't expect the league to send you both so quickly." The newcomers were indeed Kikuko and Dato. Upon seeing the empty gym, Dato sighed. "Have we arrived too late? I didn't anticipate that Sakiki was the leader of Team Rocket. The League's scrutiny is rather lax," Kikuko remarked, hunched over her cane. "The League probably didn't see this coming, did they? Sakiki is a resident of Tokiwa City and has no notable past offenses. He simply concealed himself too well." Dato replied, shaking his head. "But I am surprised that you both managed to survive." Luo Yangshua's forehead throbbed with irritation as he retorted, "Why wouldn't we survive? You are the flying-type champion, Dato." Dato, exasperated, shot back. "I am the dragon-type champion." "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, why doesn't your Pokemon belong to the flying type?" Luo Yangshua countered swiftly, leaving Dato speechless. After a moment of hesitation, Dato finally replied, "Haxorus. Even after evolving into Dragonite, it still has a flying type," Luo Yangshua quipped, effectively silencing Dato. Kikuko approached Lily, smiling. "What a lovely young lady. May I inquire if you have a partner? Perhaps I could introduce you to my rather unremarkable grandsons." "I have one," Luo Yangshua interjected, positioning himself between Lily and Kikuko, causing Lily to blush deeply. Kikuko, unfazed, chuckled, "I know you too, little one. The League owes you a debt of gratitude. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them." Luo Yangshua's eyes brightened as he shared his idea for a breeding facility. Kikuko nodded, acknowledging that it was a trivial matter. And since Luo Yangshua's proposal would benefit trainers, the League would not let him down. She promptly made a call to the League, which quickly approved his request and even assigned a small team to assist him, allowing his breeding facility to bear the official League emblem. Dato felt a bit miffed. As a respectable Dragon-type champion, he had been mistakenly referred to as a Flying-type champion, yet he found himself unable to retort, leaving him feeling quite vexed. However, Luo Yangshua did not wish to offend Dato, as he would eventually become a champion, and it was wise to maintain good relations. He shared some news about Dragon-type Pokemon, which helped to dissipate Dato's resentment. Later, the League's combat personnel arrived, thoroughly searching the Tokiwa gym but uncovering no significant intelligence. Subsequently, the League's message arrived, appointing Kikuko as the interim gym leader of Tokiwa City. With that, Luo Yangshua and his companions had no further business there. After bidding farewell to Kikuko and Dato, Luo Yangshua took Lily back to the Pokemon Center. After resting for the night, they set out the following morning towards Masera Town. Perhaps eager to see his luxurious villa, Luo Yangshua quickened his pace. Finally, they arrived at Masera Town just before noon. Lily, trailing behind, pouted. She had nearly run the entire way and was utterly exhausted. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar Masera Town, Luo Yangshua could not help but exclaim, "This will be my hometown from now on." Initially planning to visit Professor Okido's lab to check on his Pokemon, he decided instead to first see his villa before retrieving his Pokemon from the lab. Once again, he ran along, guided by memory towards a secluded coastline in Masera Town. After a brief run, he noticed a change. A spacious road led directly to a grand estate, flanked by numerous fruit trees. Upon reaching the estate, he was met by an imposing golden gate that obstructed their path, with railings that seemed to stretch endlessly. A sign indicated that construction was ongoing, suggesting that the League had begun renovations following Luo Yangshua's proposal for the breeding facility. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, a familiar voice emanated from the intercom. "No need to ring. I can see you. I will open the door for you." The gate gradually opened, revealing a vast courtyard adorned with a serene stream and picturesque bridges. Crafted in a classic style by the system, ahead stood a magnificent villa, spanning over 3,000 square meters, though the second floor was significantly smaller, occupying only 800 to 900 square meters. The remaining space was primarily devoted to training grounds, a swimming pool, gardens, and a small forest, all designed for the exercise and relaxation of Luo Yangshua's Pokemon. Then, a beautiful woman stepped out from the gate. Upon seeing her, Luo Yangshua realized she was indeed Kona. Kona, My villa isn't even occupied yet, and you've already moved in, he exclaimed, speechless. Chapter 35. A flourishing source of wealth, must you be so stingy? Kinna remarked with a gentle smile. Let the elder sister experience the luxurious life in your villa. However, on a serious note, she continued, whoever designed this place deserves accolades. It is simply exquisite. After just 2 days here, I find it hard to leave. Luo Yangshua was rendered speechless but still appreciated the system's design. He began to tour the aquarium on the first floor with the 2 women. It was curious how the aquarium, despite being situated beneath another level, remained brilliantly illuminated without any lights. At that moment, the system chimed in, utilizing the principles of light refraction and reflection. Luo Yangshua chose to disregard the system's commentary and continued his exploration. As they strolled through the aquarium, it felt as though they were traversing the depths of the ocean, surrounded by breathtaking scenery, albeit devoid of any fish or sprites. After completing a circuit, they arrived at the villa's rear, which bordered the sea and featured a significant expanse of land. The architects from the Alliance had transformed this area into 4 distinct zones: rocky terrain, prairie, forest, and beach. Each zone was substantial enough to accommodate the sprite's habitation. Luo Yangshua then noticed the enormous pipeline of the aquarium that connected directly to the sea. He understood that the Alliance had designated the surrounding waters for him, genuinely aspiring to establish a vast breeding facility in Qingxin town, albeit for a fee. What could have motivated the Alliance to invest such effort in assisting Luo Yangshua? Perhaps it was his assertion, I can discern the potential of sprites. Following that, the Alliance had become fervent in their support, diligently helping him construct the breeding facility. After inspecting the backyard, Luo Yangshua ascended to the 2nd floor via the staircase. There lay his own luxurious villa, adorned with dreamlike decor, exquisite furniture, and ample space, truly a dwelling he had longed for. Upon entering the master bedroom, the plush bed beckoned him to remain, but he reluctantly rose, for there was more to explore. The villa comprised a master bedroom, 3 guest rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, a gym, a study, and a grand hall. After surveying the entire villa, they ventured to appreciate the 2nd floor views. Luo Yangshua released the sprites, allowing them to select their preferred resting spots. He couldn't help but admire the system's design. Every room and outdoor vista was crafted to exude comfort, immediately instilling a sense of ease. At noon, they prepared a sumptuous lunch in the kitchen, with Kinna and Lilia devouring their meals as if they were heavenly delicacies. After their meal, they visited Professor Oak. Luo Yangshua suggested bringing the sprites back to his villa, and the professor readily agreed, packing all the sprite balls housed at his research facility. With the assistance of a Mac-Hoke, they transported everything back to the villa. Luo Yangshua also handed over his complete Pokédex, save for a few legendary sprites, to Professor Oak, who felt a great sense of satisfaction. Lilia decided to leave her shiny sprite at Professor Oak's lab for further study, knowing she could visit any time without urgency. Moreover, a team dispatched by the Alliance would soon arrive, bringing along all necessary equipment, including videophones and sprite transportation devices. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Yangshua contemplated how to accomplish his main quest. He received the delightful news that Kinna was on temporary leave, intending to stay longer. With competent opponents at hand, what more could he desire? Currently, Luo Yangshua's primary sprites included Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, Vileplume, Mutwo, Dragonair, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl. Except for Charizard, Sylveon, and Greninja, which were of superior quality, the rest were exceptional, with Mutwo being of extraordinary caliber. Charizard and Sylveon were gifts from the system and did not count among the 6. Thus, for the upcoming Quartz Conference, he could only utilize 8 sprites in battle. He subsequently ruled out Dragonair and Gyarados, for Gyarados had not been adequately trained, making it ill-suited for the Quartz Conference, while Dragonair's strength was insufficient for such a prestigious event. Ultimately, he confirmed his roster: Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, Vileplume, Mutwo, and Aerodactyl. The forthcoming training would focus on these sprites, striving for each to surpass level 80 before the conference, especially since he learned from Eliga that her cousin, Xiao Tao, would also be participating and was exceptionally talented. The following day, the Alliance team arrived to assist Luo Yangshua in constructing the necessary facilities. Over the course of the next week, he embraced a leisurely lifestyle, rising early to fish by the shore, checking on the construction progress at noon, consulting the system for assistance, and training his sprites in the afternoon, with Kinna joining as an enthusiastic participant. However, Luo Yangshua found himself questioning his abilities as Kinna's sprites overwhelmed him with their prowess. This disparity ignited a competitive spirit within him, and despite facing repeated defeats, his skills and perspective were continually expanding. Fortunately, The Alliance valued Luo Yangshua's potential, and Kina's visit was not merely for leisure. The first priority was to prevent retaliations from Team Rocket, followed by nurturing Luo Yangshua, with a member of the Elite Four personally mentoring him. After a week, the facilities were nearly complete, and Luo Yangshua indicated he was ready to open for business. His fishing endeavors had yielded impressive results. He had not anticipated offering solely superior sprites for selection, as high-quality sprites were scarce. Nevertheless, over 200 medium-quality water sprites and more than 30 superior-quality ones were introduced into the aquarium. The majority were housed within the aquarium, while a few were scattered throughout the courtyard. On opening day, Professor Oak arrived with a gathering of townsfolk from Chengxin to support the event, while the Alliance amplified their promotional efforts, attracting trainers and visitors from other cities. The admission fee was set at 200 sprite coins, and should any guest find a sprite to their liking willing to accompany them, they could pay the corresponding fee to take it home. Luo Yangshua provisionally priced medium sprites at 50,000 coins, superior sprites at 1,000,000 coins, and exceptional sprites at 10,000,000 coins, with rare sprites priced accordingly higher. This pricing structure had been agreed upon with the Alliance and was deemed rather reasonable. Medium-quality sprites were self-explanatory, while superior sprites, with proper training, could serve as cornerstone companions for trainers. Exceptional sprites, on the other hand, were coveted by champions, representing a trainer's true trump card. Thus, it was clear that his pricing was quite low. Luo Yangshua accepted this, recognizing that his breeding facility was effectively a charitable organization of the Alliance. He merely served as the supplier and agent. He remained indifferent, as it provided him with a steady income, and he could manage his expenses with gold and diamonds in the future. For the first 3 days of operation, no admission fees were charged. Yet positive word of mouth was rapidly spreading. Gradually, guests began to leave with sprites, and many willingly paid for the sprites according to Luo Yangshua's published quality chart, with a few fortunate individuals capturing superior sprites, which sparked excitement among the crowd. A multitude of visitors and trainers flocked to test their luck, hoping to capture their desired sprites. Daily ticket sales generated substantial profits, and Luo Yangshua found himself beaming with joy. Chapter 36. Ash's challenge. 3 days had passed once again. Early one morning, Luo Yangshua, clad in beach attire, was fishing by the seaside. Charizard and the others were undergoing intense training, while Lilia released her Pokémon to commence their special training, instructing Charizard and the others to assist her Pokémon. With a reluctant agreement, Charizard and its companions complied. Recognizing Lilia as a potential future matriarch, the scene was vibrant and bustling. Hakuryu and Garito swam in the sea, and upon seeing Luo Yangshua reel in a Pokémon, they swiftly dealt with it, eventually captured by Luo Yangshua. The subsequent Pokeballs were tossed into a nearby box, to be later transported by Machoke to the aquarium for rearing. Kona had already departed from Pallet Town. After all, as an Elite Four member, he was quite busy. "Xiao Luo, I've come to find you. Let's battle," a spirited voice called out. Luo Yangshua turned to see Ash, accompanied by Brock and Misty, approaching him. Luo Yangshua replied, somewhat irritated, "Ash, your pace is truly sluggish. I've been back for nearly half a month, and you just returned today." Hee. "Well, various matters kept me occupied." Ash sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. May I ask, are you Xiao Luo? Is it true that the Pokémon here can be taken freely?" Misty inquired, cradling her Togepi. "It is conditional. First, one must have sufficient funds to cover the Pokémon's fees. Second, the Pokémon must be willing to accompany you. If both conditions are met, you may take the Pokémon," Luo Yangshua explained, holding up 2 fingers. "Fantastic. As someone aspiring to become a master of water-type Pokémon, I will surely capture these water types with ease," Ash exclaimed before bidding farewell to Luo Yangshua and heading towards the aquarium. Luo Yangshua then addressed Ash, "Speaking of which, aren't you going to train? The tournament is still some time away. If you don't take this opportunity to train properly, you might find yourself eliminated soon. That's why I'm here to challenge you," Ash declared earnestly. "Only through actual battles can one truly train." Luo Yangshua, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, "Hold on. Don't battle me just yet. Defeat Lilia first, then come challenge me." At that moment, Lilia approached, saying, "Hello. I'm Lilia. Are you the Ash and Brock that Xiao Luo mentioned? Would you like to have a battle with me? I will also be participating in this tournament." "Absolutely. I wouldn't want anything more," Ash responded enthusiastically. "Let us have a match. Pikachu, I'm counting on you." Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder, calling out to Lilia, signaling her to bring it on. Lilia chuckled, "I have a Pikachu too. However, since yours is your starter Pokémon, I'll let my starter Pokémon battle as well. Bai Huangong, come forth." Upon hearing its name, Bai Huangong sprinted over and took its place in the arena. Eyeing Pikachu intently, Brock stepped aside and said, I'll serve as a temporary referee. All right, I'll go first. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Ash declared, seizing the initiative. Thinking to himself that this Vulpix was certainly different from Brock's Vulpix. By Huangong, Ice Beam, Lilia commanded. Since solidifying their relationship with Lilia, Luo Yangshua had been generous, allowing Lilia's Pokemon access to all his technical machines. While not comprehensive, it did enhance their diverse move sets. Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Bai Huangong's Ice Beam collided in midair, resulting in an explosion that canceled each other out. Ash quickly shouted, Pikachu, Quick Attack. Bai Huangong, use Surprise Attack. Lilia instructed. Pikachu charged swiftly, colliding with Bai Huangong. However, it was subsequently struck by Bai Huangong's Surprise Attack and sent flying, only to be followed by a series of tiny electric arcs dancing across Bai Huangong's body, causing it to become paralyzed. Luo Yangshua, witnessing this, realized the gravity of the situation. Status conditions could always turn the tide in battle. Lilia, who had been evenly matched with Ash, now found herself in a precarious position. Lilia, aware of the predicament, frowned and said, Bai Huangong, are you all right? Let us use Powder Snow. Now is your chance, Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Ash saw Bai Huangong was paralyzed. Recognizing it as an opportunity, and unleashed a relentless Thunderbolt that struck Bai Huangong. Bai Huangong cried out in pain, nearing its limit. Ash, not relenting, shouted, Pikachu. Finish it with one last Quick Attack. Unable to react due to its paralysis, Bai Huangong was struck by Pikachu's Quick Attack, losing its ability to battle. Vulpix is unable to battle. The winner is Ash. Brock announced from the sidelines. Bai Huangong. Lilia cried out in distress, cradling Bai Huangong and beginning to treat it. Ash, brimming with pride, said, Hee. Well, Xiao Luo, now it's time for you to battle me. Deoxys, let us train together with him, Luo Yangshua said, not even looking back as he continued to fish. Hey, Xiao Luo, do you really underestimate me that much? Ash retorted angrily. Brock, observing Deoxys approaching, solemnly cautioned, be careful. Ash, its strength is not to be taken lightly. You are still too weak, Ash. Your potential is immense, but it remains untapped. First, overcome Deoxys, and then come speak to me, Luo Yangshua advised. The system had previously informed Luo Yangshua that Ash was destined for greatness in this world and would soon flourish. A belief Luo Yangshua held. However, he also recognized that for now, Ash was not worth his effort. Fine, I'll defeat your Pokemon and show you, Ash replied, visibly frustrated. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Pikachu immediately unleashed a Thunderbolt toward Deoxys, who merely waved its hand, effortlessly redirecting the Thunderbolt back at Pikachu. Subsequently, with a surge of psychic energy, it controlled Pikachu and tossed it into the sea to wake it up. Pikachu, how infuriating, such a powerful Pokemon, Ash exclaimed anxiously, pulling out his Pokédex, only to find no data available. I refuse to believe you are that strong. Go, Pidgeotto, Ash declared as he saw Pikachu emerge from the water. However, reality proved harsh. Pidgeotto couldn't withstand even one move from Deoxys, nor could Bulbasaur or Squirtle that followed. Ash's last hope rested with Charizard, yet Charizard lay languidly on the beach, sunbathing, showing no desire to battle. Deoxys shook its head, disregarding Charizard and Ash. Returning to its training regimen, Ash, unable to contain himself, knelt on the ground, murmuring, Am I truly this weak? Recognizing one's own weaknesses is the first step toward strength, Luo Yangshua said as he approached Ash. I was once like you, only slightly better. What I thought was confidence was, in fact, arrogance. It was Champion Steven who awakened me to the fact that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals. Ash, you possess great potential, do not squander it. I look forward to your challenge from the position of Pokemon Master, not if I have anything to say about it. The title of Pokemon Master is mine. Ash instantly revived, filled with fervor. Then let us make a pact. Luo Yangshua extended his right hand. The title of Pokemon Master shall be contested between us. Of course, Ash replied. With their palms striking together, they sealed their agreement. Chapter 37. The cultivation of physical techniques and the hatching of the egg. As Luo Yangshua clasped his hands together, the form of his Greninja, bound in a unique synergy, coalesced a dark energy sphere. With a decisive push, he unleashed a wave of malevolence towards Mewtwo. Unfazed, Mewtwo gathered its own energy, forming a wave of aura that shattered the dark force, sending Greninja sprawling, incapacitated. The match concluded with Mewtwo's victory. Lily AI remarked from the sidelines, while Luo Yangshua collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The bond evolution with Greninja had drained him considerably, rendering the process somewhat futile due to his current limitations. System. Is there any expedient way to enhance my stamina and strength? He inquired. Let us refrain from discussing attribute points. I plan to save diamonds to elevate the qualifications of my 3 Pokémon first. Ding. The shop has been updated. Items can now be purchased with popularity points. The system notified him. Upon accessing the shop, Luo Yangshua discovered an array of enigmatic items, including various training techniques and supernatural abilities. Among them, he identified what he needed most: 8 Gates of Opening, from Naruto, enhances the body through chakra training, significantly boosting attributes upon activation. Value: 1,000,000 popularity points. Assassination Techniques, from Hunter x Hunter, fortifies the body with formidable skills and stealth. Value: 100,000 popularity points. 6 Styles, from One Piece, develops the body to reach the pinnacle of human physicality. Value: 50,000 popularity points. Impressive system. You can even manifest abilities from other anime. Luo Yangshua marveled. Ding. These are physical training techniques extracted from the host's memories, albeit not in their original form and lacking their full potency. They serve merely to enhance physical fitness. The system clarified. Then why complicate it? Just present the 3 training methods directly. Luo Yangshua nearly roared in frustration. Ding. This elevates the sophistication, the system replied. Luo Yangshua, devoid of energy for further complaints, proceeded to purchase the 6 styles, despite the painful expenditure of 50,000 popularity points. Initially, he had intended to maximize his speed effort values, but the shop had led him astray. However, he was no longer concerned. The opening of the breeding house not only brought in substantial income, but also daily inflows of popularity points, as he had gained a degree of notoriety. With his newfound fame, his popularity points had been steadily increasing, garnering hundreds each day. After reviewing the introduction and application of the 6 styles, Luo Yangshua's expression soured. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "System, long-distance running, push-ups, sit-ups? You mean to tell me this is the intro level for the 6 styles?" Indeed. The host's physical condition is inadequate. A solid foundation is paramount before progressing to the 6 styles, the system responded. Enough. I want a quick mastery. Luo Yangshua was on the verge of a breakdown, lamenting the fact that these exercises cost him 50,000 popularity points. Perhaps attribute points? The system suggested. With a sharp motion, Luo Yangshua closed the system interface. Sighing, he resigned himself to the necessity of exercising. Although the expenditure of popularity points felt somewhat unjust, he consoled himself with the knowledge that the system had provided numerous tips for rapid stamina recovery, allowing him more time to train. He began to jog along the beach, oblivious to the fact that his Pokémon had joined him, thinking he was engaging in extra training. Lily AI, observing Luo Yangshua's sudden dedication, shook her head in bemusement before picking up the super fishing rod to take over his fishing duties. As Luo Yangshua exercised, he recalled the Z-ring he had in his backpack. The Z-moves required a trainer's synergy to unleash their full potential, necessitating stamina as well. However, without Z-crystals, the Z-ring was merely ornamental. He contemplated traveling to Alola to challenge several formidable Pokémon and acquire some Z-crystals. Nonetheless, with the grand competition imminent, he lacked the time to journey to Alola. He resolved that once the competition concluded, he would accompany Lily AI back to Alola, seizing the opportunity to challenge those mighty Pokémon. After exercising until noon, Luo Yangshua and his companions returned to the villa, preparing for lunch. Suddenly, a Chansey rushed toward him in a flurry, cradling a Pokémon egg that radiated a soft white light, signaling an impending hatching. Luo Yangshua quickly took the egg, recognizing it as a precious pseudo-legendary egg bestowed by the system upon completing a task. Despite his travels, it had remained unhatched until now, just before the competition. He settled onto the beach with the egg, and Lily AI, intrigued, leaned in closer, curious about what Pokémon would emerge. As the egg began to hatch, the white light dissipated, revealing a small green creature before Luo Yangshua. Struggling slightly to hold it, he couldn't help but marvel at Ash's remarkable strength. Indeed, the Pokémon was a Larvitar, destined to be Ash's companion as well. Yet, contemplating Ash's ability to effortlessly carry Larvitar, Luo Yangshua felt utterly exasperated. Pokémon, Larvitar level, 0 gender, male height, 60 centimeters weight, 72 kilograms ability, guts moves, pursuit, inherited, bite, Lyrit was a healthy juvenile Tyranitar. And as Luo Yangshua gently patted Larvitar's head and its pointed crest, he mused that with proper nurturing, it would undoubtedly become the monarch of sandstorms. Moreover, he already possessed the million evolution stones set for Tyranitar, making it a candidate for the upcoming Silver Conference. The little one joyfully leaped from Luo Yangshua's embrace, frolicking on the beach and stirring up a whirlwind of sand, only to be subdued by Mutwo's telekinetic power. Luo Yangshua marveled at the innate understanding exhibited by this exceptional Pokémon and was astonished by Larvitar's grasp of sandstorms. Truly, a product of the system was bound to be of superior quality. With Larvitar joyously playing, he headed for lunch. Realizing he needed to prepare ample provisions for this little creature, Larvitar required soil, consuming an entire mountain's worth to evolve into a sandstorm Tyranitar. Ding. Nutrient-rich. Energy-packed soil can be purchased in the shop for only 100 coins per pound, the system timely reminded him. Luo Yangshua sighed in resignation but proceeded to check the system, discovering the soil indeed available. It was claimed to promote plant growth and significantly aid Pokémon that consumed it. He thought to himself, from now on, it's not just about eating soil. Sometimes, the price of soil can be quite steep. He spent 10,000 coins to purchase 100 pounds of soil, instructing the system to place it on the second floor platform for Larvitar to access later. Additionally, he requested the system to sprinkle some soil on the platform to expedite plant growth. Chapter 38. The opening of the tournament a week later. Luo Yangshua and Lily set off once more, arriving at the main venue of the quartz tournament. Initially, they had hoped to serve as torchbearers for the sacred flame, only to discover they had arrived too early. With no other option, Luo Yangshua took Lily to the contestant village to register. Just as he was about to confirm their badges with Miss Joy, a commotion erupted behind them. Hey, move aside. Our Kuan needs to register first. Luo Yangshua frowned, retorting, there should be a proper order, shouldn't there? Who are you, anyway? Turning around, he beheld a group of girls surrounding a flamboyant young man. For some reason, he was reminded of Xiao Mao and his entourage of girlfriends. Before the young man could respond, one of the girls piped up, how ignorant. Doesn't he even know who a Kuan from Golden City is? Exactly. He is not worthy to lace up our Kuan's shoes, another chimed in. Look at him. He is such an old man vibe. So ugly. Veins pulsed on Luo Yangshua's forehead. Ugly. While he couldn't claim to be exceptionally handsome, he was certainly easy on the eyes. Moreover, his recent physical training had revealed some muscular definition, promising a rugged look in the future. The audacity of these girls to label him as unattractive infuriated him. Let nature take its course, he thought, ignoring them. After registering with Lily, he headed to the contestant village to select a quieter room. The following day marked the official commencement of the quartz tournament. As the host introduced the event, over 100 contestants entered the arena, followed by the ceremonial lighting of the sacred flame. However, just like in an animated series, Team Rocket attempted to disrupt the proceedings. Watching the flame being snatched away, Ash rushed forward but was already a step too late. The flame was ignited, and a robotic grasshopper hoisted the sacred flame platform onto its back, leaping towards the crowd. Psychic, Luo Yangshua commanded, sending out his Mutuo. With its formidable psychic powers, Mutuo halted the grasshopper robot and the sacred flame platform in midair. With a flick of its right hand, the platform soared back to its original position, and with a squeeze of its left hand, the grasshopper robot exploded, sending Team Rocket flying away with cries of, what a bothersome feeling. Luo Yangshua recalled Mutuo, shaking his head. Team Rocket really is like a stubborn gum that can't be shaken off. Ash is in for some tough times ahead. In the crowd, a red-haired youth observed Luo Yangshua's figure, clenching his fists. Is that the little Luo my cousin mentioned? He is truly formidable, but I want to concede easily. Well, the sacred flame is safe now, and the opening ceremony can resume, the host announced. Following this, President Damalanki strolled onto the stage. Addressing the microphone, the Pokémon League tournament is a place where true enthusiasts of Pokémon engage in friendly combat. The sacred flame, the flame of Moltres, watches over us. Trainers, please battle honorably and leave no regrets. As President Damalanki concluded, the crowd erupted in applause, signifying the official opening of the quartz tournament. The trainers proceeded to the drawing area to register and select their venues. They were required to win 5 battles in the outer arena before advancing to the main venue for the 6-on-6 battles. After submitting their Pokédex to the staff, Luo Yangshua began selecting his venue, ultimately choosing the grass arena for his first match. Soon after, his opponent was randomly assigned. A flamboyant young man appeared beside him. Oh, it's him. Wasn't he from Golden City? What was his name again? Luo Yangshua recalled their minor conflict the day before but couldn't remember the name. However, it hardly mattered. Such minor characters were not worth remembering. Next up was Lily, who drew the ice arena, facing another girl whom Luo Yangshua had no impression of. Nor did he know her strength. As Luo Yangshua's match was the first, he was soon to take the stage. Lily's match was the second, and with time pressing, she couldn't cheer for him. Luo Yangshua gently patted her head, saying, I'll finish my battle quickly and come cheer for you. How arrogant. A voice interjected unfriendly. Luo Yangshua turned to see his opponent and his entourage of girls. With a shrug, he replied, think what you want. The results will speak for themselves. With that, He turned away, feeling a bit irritated. He had initially considered letting his opponent save some face, but now it seemed a swift victory was in order. The first match began promptly. Luo Yangshua walked onto the stage, while his opponent, the flamboyant young man, strutted out, flipping his hair. I mean no malice towards you, but I can't let the girls down. So, don't blame me for being ruthless, he declared. The first match in the grass arena was about to commence. The green corner represented Akuin from Golden City, while the red corner was Luo from Jinshin Town. Akuin was a well-known Pokémon trainer from Golden City, undefeated in matches thus far, boasting considerable strength. In contrast, Luo was a highly regarded seed player favored by the league, having established a breeding facility that gained international fame. As the referee announced the start of the match, the bell rang. Thank you for the victory you're about to hand me, Luo. Even if you're a favored trainer, you should practice for a few more years, Akuin remarked, tossing out his Pokeball. Luo Yangshua remained silent, merely observing the farcical performance. Two Pokémon appeared in the arena. Akuin sends out Psyduck, while Luo sends forth Bellossom. Oh no, Luo is in a precarious situation. He is severely outmatched. The commentator exclaimed. Huh, I'll take this round, Akuin confidently declared. Luo Yangshua was speechless. Who gave him the audacity to believe he could win based solely on type advantage? Pitting a level 40 Psyduck against an 80 level Bellossom? Bellossom, petal dance, Luo commanded. A flurry of pink petals surrounded Bellossom, forming a swirling vortex. Psyduck's attack was shredded by the petal storm, which then charged towards it, pinning the Psyduck to the ground. Psyduck is unable to battle, the referee announced. Oh, what a turnaround. The grass-type Bellossom defeated the fire-type Psyduck in one move. Could this be Luo's trump card? The commentator shouted. Come back, Psyduck, Akuin said, recalling his Pokémon. Deduoduo, you're up. Oh, Akuin sends out Deduoduo, aiming to counter Bellossom. The commentator noted. Still not learning, huh? Sunny day, solar beam, Luo calmly instructed. Bellossom launched an energy ball skyward, and before Deduoduo could react, the solar beam struck, instantly knocking it out. How is this possible? Akuin exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Is the gap this fast? Arcanine, come forth. However, even Arcanine fell prey to Bellossom's solar beam. Succumbing just as swiftly, Luo Yangshua recalled Bellossom without sparing Akuin a glance, turning to exit the stage. He declined the interview request from the broadcaster, as he needed to go support Lily. Chapter 39. The Battle of Liliai. Upon arriving at the icy arena, the first match was nearing its conclusion. Nidoking was currently in a favorable position against Kairos, and soon the outcome was determined. The trainer using Nidoking emerged victorious. Shortly thereafter, the second match commenced, and Liliai made her entrance. Luo Yangshua cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Go, Liliai. Fight earnestly. You can win. Upon hearing his voice, Liliai turned to glance in Luo Yangshua's direction, spotting him and signaling with a gesture of determination. This moment was captured on camera and transmitted directly to the Alola region. Within the Ether Foundation, Lizamon and Gladion sat watching Liliai's performance. Lizamon smiled and remarked, Liliai seems so much more cheerful. By the way, that boy is named Xiao Luo, right? They are traveling together. It appears that Liliai may have developed feelings for him. Humph, even if he is strong. If he dares to bully Liliai, I shall defeat him, Gladion asserted. Indeed, my Gladion is quite formidable as well. So, are you considering a journey? Lizamon laughed. Yes, I wish to explore. Liliai has grown stronger and no longer requires my protection. I plan to visit the Hoenn region once Liliai returns, Gladion replied earnestly. Very well. If you tire, come back to check in. Lizamon chuckled. After all, you are still a child. Understood. Gladion brushed her hand off his head. The scene shifted to Liliai's Pokémon school, where Shui Lian, Meow, Kachi, and Mamane were huddled around the television, watching Liliai's battle. Kachi expressed enviously, How wonderful. I wish I could participate in such a grand tournament. The opponents must be incredibly strong. Indeed, they are quite formidable, Dr. Kukui chuckled. When I was young, I challenged the Kanto region, but alas, I was defeated by those gym leaders and returned to become a researcher. Really? Is that true? Liliai must be amazing, Meow exclaimed. But I am not very interested in battles. I prefer cooking. Last time Liliai called, she mentioned that the boy in the stands, Xiao Luo, is an excellent fisherman. I hope to challenge him someday, Shui Lian said, gazing at Luo Yangshua on the screen. Well, do you think we should go cheer for Liliai? What do you think? Dr. Kokui? Mamane suggested. That's a splendid idea. I will speak to the principal about it. It's a good opportunity to meet his relatives as well, Dr. Kukui responded. Thus, the group planned to board a plane to the Kanto region, where undoubtedly unique events would unfold. The scene shifted once more to the competition arena, where the commentator was hoarsely exclaiming, in the red corner, we have Liliai from the Alola region, and in the green corner, we have Xiaoya from Doll Town. Both are beautiful young ladies, but here, we must focus on their strength. Each trainer may use only 3 Pokémon. The second match on the Icy Arena begins. I cannot afford to lose. Go, Lyron, Xiaoya declared. I also have my reasons to win. Come forth, Nidoqueen, Lili exclaimed, sending out her recently evolved Nidoqueen. Transformed by the Moonstone, Lyron, use Rollout, Xiaoya commanded, taking the initiative. Nidoqueen, freeze it in its tracks with Ice Beam, Lili ordered. As Lyron rolled forward, Nidoqueen unleashed a powerful Ice Beam, elevating the ice surface in front of her. Lyron collided with the ice, shattering it, but coming to a halt. Now's your chance, Nidoqueen. Earthquake, Lili commanded, as Nidoqueen stomped heavily on the ice, sending tremors that fractured the surface and inflicted significant damage upon Lyron. Lyron, hang in there. Use Heavy Slam, Xiaoya urged. Defend yourself, Nidoqueen, Lili instructed. Lyron's right fist glowed white as it swung towards Nidoqueen, but she raised a protective shield to block the blow. Nidoqueen, unleash the final Ice Beam, Lili announced. The Ice Beam struck Lyron, rendering it unable to continue the battle. The referee raised a flag, declaring, Lyron is unable to battle. Return, Lyron. You did well. It's time for you, Psyduck. Xiaoya swiftly sent out Psyduck, a Pokémon that had an advantage over Nidoqueen. Return, Nidoqueen. Lili prepared to withdraw her Pokémon. Not so fast. Psyduck, block her, Xiaoya commanded, prompting Psyduck to obstruct Nidoqueen's retreat. With a furrowed brow, Lili contemplated her options. In formal competitions, trainers are limited to only 4 moves per Pokémon, testing not only their training skills, but also their strategic acumen in the heat of battle. Nidoqueen had already used Protect, Ice Beam, and Earthquake. After careful consideration, Lili declared, Nidoqueen, Thunderbolt. Luo Yangshua nodded, recognizing the challenge posed by the restrictions of the formal match. The use of only 4 moves tested the trainer's improvisational skills. The Thunderbolt struck the sluggish Psyduck, which remained oblivious to the damage it had sustained. Luo Yangshua noted the decrease in Psyduck's health, indicating that it had been well trained. Future Sight, Xiaoya commanded, as Psyduck unleashed a wave of psychic energy into the void. Nidoqueen, continue with Thunderbolt, Lili urged. The slow-moving Psyduck was an easy target, and another Thunderbolt struck it. Xiaoya bit her lip, then instructed, Psyduck, use Confusion. An invisible wave of psychic energy struck Nidoqueen, dealing substantial damage. Without hesitation, Lili commanded another Thunderbolt, sending Psyduck out of the battle. However, before she could celebrate, the Future Sight attack descended, incapacitating Nidoqueen. Both trainers withdrew their Pokémon and sent forth their next choices. Xiaoya's final Pokémon was Gloom, while Lili sent out her Whimsicott. Luo Yangshua sighed. Lili is in a solid position. Fearing that Lili lacked any trump cards, he directly purchased a TM for Blizzard, enabling Whimsicott to learn it. The combination of Hail and Blizzard would easily handle Gloom. As anticipated, Lili commanded, Whimsicott, use Hail, followed by Blizzard. Don't let her succeed. Gloom, use Sleep Powder, Xiaoya shouted. Whimsicott, change tactics. Use Mystical Shield, Lili instructed. The hail fell as Gloom released Sleep Powder towards Whimsicott, who quickly enveloped herself in a protective aura, rendering the Sleep Powder ineffective. Gloom, use Leaf Blade, Xiaoya urged anxiously. Blizzard, Lili called. Gloom executed Leaf Blade towards Whimsicott, but the waiting blizzard swept across the icy arena, successfully encasing Gloom in ice. The referee raised a flag, announcing, Gloom is unable to battle. Therefore, the winner is Lili from Alola. Luo Yangshua stood and applauded, congratulating Lili on her first victory. Chapter 40. The battle at the water arena and the arrival of friends the following day. Luo Yangshua drew the water arena, while Lilia was assigned to the rock arena. Luo Yangshua's match was scheduled for the afternoon, whereas Lilia's took place earlier in the morning, prompting him to continue cheering her on. Unfortunately, as a competitor himself, he was unable to provide her with guidance on site and could only silently support her from the stands. Her opponent was formidable, a trainer named Ayi, whose initial Pokémon, Pidgey and Onix, were easily defeated by Lilia's Pikachu and Whimsicott. However, he subsequently unleashed his ace, Charizard, which swiftly eliminated both Pikachu and Whimsicott. In a dramatic turn, Lilia summoned the Shuckle she had borrowed from Luo Yangshua, achieving a remarkable comeback. The Shuckle evolved into a Crustle. Luo Yangshua felt a pang of anxiety for Lilia. Ayi's Charizard was indeed powerful, yet it was only at level 50-something. While the fossil Pokémon in his possession were around level 80, including the one Lilia had taken, which boasted a level of 72, a clear advantage in terms of levels. Fortunately, Lilia and Shuckle had developed a strong rapport, and Shuckle was obedient. Otherwise, Lilia might have struggled to command it effectively. After a lunch break, The duo rested before heading to the third match at the Water Arena, where Luo Yangshua faced off against Xiaokai from Ziyuan Town, who specialized in Ghost-type Pokémon. As the bell rang, both trainers sent out their Pokémon. Luo Yangshua chose Greninja, while Xiaokai sent out Gyarados. The latter appeared to be a tough adversary, prompting Luo Yangshua to smile and say, "You may attack first, you are quite strong. Thus, I shall also bring forth my strongest contender, Gyarados, Hydro Pump." Xiaokai commanded earnestly, aware of Luo Yangshua's prowess displayed the previous day that had drawn attention in the tournament, marking him as a formidable rival. Hydro Pump. Push it back, Luo Yangshua replied. Greninja unleashed its Hydro Pump, and the two attacks collided, sending a shower of water into the air. The audience soon noticed that Greninja's Hydro Pump gradually pushed back Gyarados'. The attack ultimately struck Gyarados directly. Xiaokai's expression darkened. It was evident that his Gyarados was no match for Greninja. Reluctantly, he shouted, "Gyarados, don't lose. Use Dragon Dance, then unleash a rampage." Feint attack, Luo Yangshua stated coolly. Greninja's long tongue struck Gyarados, inflicting some damage, though it failed to paralyze. Seizing the moment, Gyarados executed Dragon Dance and began a fierce assault on Greninja. But each attack passed harmlessly through Greninja's form. "Ghost type. This is bad," Xiaokai exclaimed. "Finish it off with Hydro Pump." As Gyarados thrashed about chaotically, Luo Yangshua instructed, "Greninja. Hydro Pump." The powerful blast struck Gyarados, sending it crashing against the stands, rendering it unable to continue. The referee raised the flag, announcing, "Gyarados is unable to battle. Return." "Gyarados," Xiaokai said, astonished. "I didn't expect your Greninja to possess Ghost-type attributes. I must take this more seriously. Go, Magnezone." Magnezone, with its electric and steel types, posed a significant threat to Greninja, and Luo Yangshua couldn't help but recall a troubling memory. "Magnezone, lock on, then use Electro Ball," Xiaokai commanded. "Oh no, not that move," Luo Yangshua grimaced. Having suffered from this tactic before, he wished to avoid a repeat. Once Magnezone locked onto Greninja, a massive Electro Ball struck, yet Greninja emerged unscathed. "Hydro Pump," Luo Yangshua ordered, and the attack connected, sending Magnezone flying and crashing onto the battlefield. Despite its sturdy ability, it was left with mere residual health. "Impossible. How could your Greninja be unharmed?" Xiaokai was on the verge of despair. A single powerful attack had yielded no effect, and anyone unaware of the situation would likely share his disbelief. Luo Yangshua shook his head and instructed Greninja to finish off Magnezone with a feint attack. Xiaokai, collecting himself, took a deep breath and said, "I am no match for you, Luo. After the match, could you enlighten me on your strategy? I need to overcome this hurdle." "Certainly," Luo Yangshua replied. He wished to be kind and not overly discourage his opponent. Xiaokai expressed his gratitude before sending out his final ace, Gengar. "Gengar, curse." Luo Yangshua frowned. "Hydro Pump. Tricked you. It's Destiny Bond." Xiaokai gritted his teeth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Yangshua understood that Gengar was aiming to use Curse, which would trigger Destiny Bond. He had already committed to the Hydro Pump and could not retract it. Gengar's form shifted to a purple hue, and after being struck by the Hydro Pump, it released 2 purple spirals from its eyes, ensnaring Greninja in a purple halo, which caused it to collapse. With a heavy heart, Luo Yangshua withdrew Greninja. Although he had won the match, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction. He contemplated capturing a Ghost-type Pokémon, recognizing their potential for turning the tide in battle. The combination of Curse and Destiny Bond was indeed infuriating. Ghost-types were most dangerous not when at full health, but when weakened, capable of delivering devastating blows. After exiting the arena, Xiaokai approached Luo Yangshua through the player tunnel. Despite feeling a touch of frustration, Luo Yangshua explained the nuances of the ability he had utilized. Upon learning that he had been defeated by an ability, Xiaokai reflected deeply, agreeing to a rematch should their paths cross during their journeys. He then departed. In the evening, a private jet arrived at the Quartz Plateau's landing area. Luo Yangshua marveled at its sleek design, contemplating how wealthy the Ether Foundation truly was. Lilia excitedly ran over to embrace Luzman, who had just disembarked from the plane. "Mom, what brings you here?" she exclaimed joyfully. "Of course, we came to cheer you on." Luzman replied with a smile. Yes. Lilia, how cunning of you to take a trip without us." Mallow chimed in, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lilia introduced Luo Yangshua to her family and friends, including her mother Luzman, her brother Gladio, and esteemed figures from the Pokémon school, such as Professor Kukui, Water Lily, Mallow, and others, all present to support her. The others expressed great interest in Luo Yangshua, eagerly asking him questions, while Gladio simply patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Take good care of Lilia." Luo Yangshua felt a chill run down his spine. Was this a warning from her older brother? After all, He and Lilia had merely developed mutual feelings. Was this akin to meeting the parents and solidifying their relationship? Chapter 41, The Arena of Rock. The glory of Nidoking in the third match, Lu Yangshua drew the Arena of Rock, while Lilia was assigned the Arena of Grass. Being the first match of the morning, Lu Yangshua quickly took to the stage. His opponent was Xiaowu from Honglian Island, a trainer who had evidently proven his mettle to reach this stage. Lu Yangshua dared not underestimate him. Today's atmosphere was livelier than yesterday's, thanks to the presence of a cheering squad, albeit Lilia's, which also rallied for Lu Yangshua. After 2 matches, Lu Yangshua's remarkable prowess with Pokémon had garnered him a substantial fan base, and his popularity points were soaring. Last night, he used a staggering 50,000 popularity points to activate the ultimate cheat for effort points, spending some diamonds to reset his effort points, thereby significantly enhancing Nidoking's strength. As the bell rang, both Lu Yangshua and Xiaowu summoned their Pokémon simultaneously. Lu Yangshua called forth Nidoking, while Xiaowu released Doduo. There was no elemental advantage to be had here. The outcome would hinge entirely on their individual performances. Doduo, strike first with Fury Attack, instructed Xiaowu. Doduo leaped into the air, positioning itself to close in on Nidoking, subsequently unleashing its 3 heads to viciously jab at Nidoking with its sharp beak. Lu Yangshua calmly commanded, "Now, use Horn Drill." With a low growl, Nidoking swiftly grasped one of Doduo's heads with its hands, allowing the central head's attack to collide with its body. Then, the horn upon Nidoking's forehead began to spin rapidly, and a powerful horn drill struck Doduo, delivering a decisive blow. Casting aside the incapacitated Doduo, Nidoking raised its claw to the sky and roared, showcasing its might. It remembered the promise made with Nidoqueen. Only when it claimed the championship would it don the glory to propose to her. Xiaowu, visibly frustrated, recalled Doduo and remarked, "How infuriating. Just as the rumors suggested, you're incredibly strong. I'm counting on you, Shelmet." A Shelmet appeared on the rocky arena, its gaze fixed intently on Nidoking. Nidoking beckoned with a finger, indicating for it to attack first. Though Xiaowu resented Nidoking's provocation, he was still wary of its power. "Shelmet, use Ice Beam," he commanded. Shelmet released 2 shimmering beams of ice towards Nidoking from the large horns on its shell. "Sidestep and dodge, then unleash Thunderbolt," Lu Yangshua directed. Thanks to the speed-enhancing cheat, Nidoking nimbly sidestepped the icy beams, enveloped in crackling yellow sparks as it unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt at Shelmet. The attack landed successfully, causing significant damage. "Is Shelmet all right?" "Use Spike Cannon," Xiaowu shouted. Shelmet closed its shell, emitting a white glow as it fired multiple white spikes at Nidoking. Lu Yangshua scoffed. "Are you resorting to sheer numbers to compensate for accuracy? How Navi?" Nidoking, follow up with another Thunderbolt. As the spike cannon scattered, only a few spikes struck Nidoking. In a furious roar, Nidoking unleashed another Thunderbolt, which struck Shelmet, enveloping it in black smoke as it collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. "The Shelmet is unable to continue," announced the referee. "Incredible! Lu Yangshua is indeed a favorite seedling of the league, showcasing extraordinary strength. Xiaowu is left with only 1 Pokémon. What will he send out next?" The commentator exclaimed excitedly. "Go, Hypno." Xiaowu sent forth his final Pokémon, the hypnotic creature, Hypno. Nidoking scoffed, confident in its training against psychic abilities under Mewtwo's tutelage. Hypno's psychic powers? Nidoking deemed them trivial. "Hypno, use Hypnosis," Xiaowu commanded. Lu Yangshua allowed Nidoking to remain, observing as it succumbed to sleep. "Dream Eater," he remarked. In its slumber, Nidoking murmured, and then it stomped its foot into the ground, sending a powerful tremor that struck Hypno. Lu Yangshua chuckled, recognizing that Dream Eater occupied a skill slot but could randomly yield various skills, making it a high-value yet unpredictable option. "Hypno, use Confusion and then Psychic," Xiaowu shouted, seizing what he believed was a chance for victory. Hypno's eyes glowed a brilliant blue, and a vast light blue aura enveloped it, rapidly spreading to Nidoking. The attack not only affected Nidoking but also instilled fear, immobilizing it and sealing off Dream Eater. The overwhelming psychic force began to ravage Nidoking. Lu Yangshua maintained his composure, aware that Hypno's health was dwindling and that it had not utilized Dream Eater to regain health. This indicated that Hypno lacked recovery options. As Nidoking began to awaken, Lu Yangshua calmly declared, "Finish it with the final Super Horn attack." "Hypno, once more with Hypnosis," Xiaowu cried out. Nidoking charged forward, delivering a fierce blow to Hypno, lifting it and tossing it into the air, denying Hypno any opportunity to retaliate. Upon landing, Hypno lay incapacitated, its eyes rolling back. Lu Yangshua withdrew Nidoking, which stood proudly roaring in the arena, and gazed at the Pokeball, saying, "My apologies, I wanted to test the efficacy of Dream Eater. I should have simply defended and finished it off with Super Horn Attack, causing you to endure unnecessary hardship." The Pokeball shook twice, indicating it bore no grudge. With a smile, Liu Yangshua descended from the battle platform and prepared for a television interview, knowing that such exposure would rapidly enhance his popularity points. Thank you for accepting our interview, Liu Yangshua. Your Pokemon are impressively strong, and you always send out just one to win. Yet, each time it's different. Are you afraid others might discover your trump card? Inquired a female reporter, microphone aimed at him. Trump card? I wish someone would compel me to reveal it, otherwise. It would be quite disappointing, Liu Yangshua retorted nonchalantly. Oh, so, your trump card is even stronger? Would you care to share a glimpse with us? The reporter asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Certainly. For this tournament, I have prepared Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, Bellossom, Mutwo, and Aerodactyl. I've already provided you with the data. I hope for an exhilarating battle, and I encourage my future opponents to study me thoroughly, as my goal is the championship, Liu Yangshua stated matter-of-factly. As the live broadcast reached audiences, it sparked a massive reaction, and Liu Yangshua noticed an immediate increase of over 20,000 popularity points, filling him with joy. After the interview concluded, Liu Yangshua reunited with Lilia, as her match awaited in the afternoon. Chapter 42, Lily's Tears After Dining. The group gathered at the grassy arena where Lily's opponent, a formidable man named Sneck from the Issue region, awaited her. The two initially sent forth their Pokemon, a cool leopard and a Pippi, with Lily enjoying a distinct advantage in attributes. Recently, with the emergence of the fairy-type Pokemon by Roy Yangshua, scholars from various regions have presented their research papers. Notably, Dr. Kungmu from Chengdu and Dr. Oki unveiled developments in dark and steel types. And the evolutionary forms of EV have been successively discovered. The wheel of time began to turn, suggesting that in the future, it would be increasingly challenging to locate rare Pokemon and legendary creatures based solely on the storyline. Moreover, the impending transformations in the world promised to be monumental. Despite the type advantage, Sneck's prowess was undeniable, as he relentlessly pressured Pippi, resulting in both Pokemon fainting in the first round. Subsequently, they unleashed their second Pokemon, the Mamikon Fish King and Nidoqueen. Roy could not help but marvel at Lily's fortunate circumstances. Nidoqueen's ground-type immunity rendered Mamikon Fish King's electric-type attacks ineffective. However, the Mamikon Fish King, possessing the Levitate ability, negated Nidoqueen's ground-type moves, making the situation seemingly balanced. Nidoqueen, you sweet kiss, Lily commanded. Nidoqueen cast a flirtatious glance at Mamikon Fish King, who immediately became enamored, succumbing to its charm. Seizing the opportunity, Lily instructed, Nidoqueen, unleash Ice Beam with all your might. Sneck called out to Mamikon Fish King, hoping to rouse it from its enchanted state, but to no avail. The Ice Beam struck true, encasing Mamikon Fish King in ice. Wow, Lily's luck is remarkable, Roy observed, drawing gasps from those around him who were equally astonished by her fortune. The Mamikon Fish King exhibited no gender distinction. Lily's gamble that it was male paid off, and the Ice Beam followed suit, sealing her victory for the moment. Indeed, with Mamikon Fish King frozen, Nidoqueen, finish it with Hyper Beam, Lily commanded. Nidoqueen gathered energy and unleashed a devastating Hyper Beam, eliminating Mamikon Fish King. Sneck, feeling the sting of defeat as he recalled his fallen Pokemon, expressed his frustration. He had not even had the chance to attack. It was understandable. Anyone in his position would feel disheartened. Nevertheless, it showcased Lily's adeptness in move combinations, complemented by her fortuitous streak, making it difficult for any unseasoned contender to triumph over her. Sneck summoned his final Pokemon, a Boshikadora. Roy stroked his chin, sensing trouble. Lily had already employed Sweet Kiss, Ice Beam, and Hyper Beam. He doubted Sneck would deploy another male Pokemon, rendering her charm ineffective. The Steel-type Boshikadora would resist Ice Beam and Hyper Beam, limiting her options significantly. Nidoqueen, take the initiative. Earthquake, Lily decisively commanded. The ground-type attack would deal quadruple damage to Boshikadora, but Roy doubted Nidoqueen's chances against such a formidable foe. Endure it, then unleash Heavy Slam. Sneck instructed. Roy's heart sank. Boshikadora's heavy metal ability meant its weight was doubled, escalating its already considerable mass of 360 kilograms to 720 kilograms, while Nidoqueen weighed only 60 kilograms. One hit would likely spell disaster for her. Yet, this also came with a flaw. Such immense weight resulted in a sluggish speed. Those in the know would easily exploit this weakness, employing a swift Pokemon to outmaneuver it. Unfortunately, it was evident that Lily was unaware of this. Nidoqueen, once more with Earthquake. Lily urged as Boshikadora withstood the attack and charged forward with a slow yet powerful impact. Trusting in Nidoqueen's resilience, she decided to strike again. The simultaneous clash of Earthquake and Heavy Slam sent Nidoqueen flying, leaving a deep gash in the grass before it crashed into the stands. shattering the wall and rendering it unable to continue the fight. Roy furrowed his brow, recognizing the excessive force. Nidoqueen, Lily cried, heartbroken as she recalled her Pokémon. Roy leaped from the stands, taking Nidoqueen's Pokeball from her and rushing to the Pokémon Center. The injury was severe, likely preventing Nidoqueen from participating in subsequent battles. Upon returning to the arena after delivering Nidoqueen to the center, Lily had already lost. She sent forth a spiky rock monster against Boshikadora. But her concern for Nidoqueen hindered her focus, ultimately leading to her defeat at Snek's hands. Seeing Roy return, Lily could no longer contain her tears. Leaning into his embrace and soaking his shirt. As Snek prepared to depart, Roy called out, "Aren't you going to say anything? What is there to say? Victory and defeat are part of the game. If one cannot accept that, they are unfit to be a trainer," Snek replied coolly. Nidoqueen's defeat by my Boshikadora is simply a reflection of her lack of training. Roy's anger surged, and he retorted with a cold smirk. "While your words may ring true, they do not sit well with me. I do not adhere to blind fairness. Cross my path, and you shall discover the meaning of despair." One was a seasoned traveler of 3 to 4 years, while the other was a novice just beginning their journey. Although Snek's claims were accurate, he failed to acknowledge the disparity in experience and time. Pokémon battles often leave room for leniency. To strike so severely as to incapacitate an opponent's Pokémon for the remainder of the competition raised questions about one's character, guiding Lily away from the arena. They regrouped with the others and made their way to the Pokémon Center, where Nidoqueen remained in critical condition. The group awaited silently as Lily stared blankly at the ground, comforted by Rosamond, who embraced her head. Roy was in communication with the system. Having just learned that Snek would also be competing in the ice arena the following day, he resolved to modify the program to make Snek his opponent. Ding. This does not align with the main storyline process. Just tell me how many diamonds or popularity points it costs. Roy interrupted the system. If I can exact revenge, I want to wait a decade. 10,000 diamonds. 10,000 coins. 10,000 popularity points. Take it. Ding. System modification complete. Roy gazed at Lily's vacant expression, fervently wishing for the arrival of the morrow. Chapter 43, Revenge. Enhanced techniques. The following day, a group gathered at the selection venue. Luo Yangshua directly entered the information, and the final battle would take place on the ice arena against none other than Sneak. Hey, make sure to teach him a lesson. Glajiu patted Luo Yangshua on the back, urging him on. Yes, avenge Lilia. Mao chimed in. Exactly, that guy is too arrogant. Xiao Luo, show him what you're made of. Mamane added, waving his chubby fists. Shui Lian and Ka Chi also encouraged Luo Yangshua to seek retribution for Lilia. Luo Yangshua smiled confidently. Rest assured, I will bring him despair. Lilia was absent, having stayed by Nito's side throughout the night after he had just come out of the emergency room. Now, she was fast asleep, cared for by her mother, Luzman. Principal Okido and Professor Kukui had gone to fetch Professor Okido, leaving them amongst peers where conversation flowed freely. In the first match at the ice arena, Luo Yangshua emerged from the contestant tunnel and stood on the stage, observing Sneak's furrowed brow. He smirked. Didn't he expect to face me, did you? I told you, I will bring you despair. Humph, you'll know once we battle, Sneak retorted coldly. As the bell rang, both competitors released their Pokémon. Luo Yangshua sent out Charizard, while Sneak deployed Boskadora, marking the official commencement of the match. Boskadora, strike first. Rock slide, Sneak commanded. Massive boulders plummeted from above, hurtling towards Charizard. With effortless grace, Charizard flapped its wings, deftly maneuvering through the falling debris. Luo Yangshua declared, let him understand the disparity. Charizard. Inferno. Transformed this arena into a fiery battleground. Charizard brought its arms together, conjuring a sphere of deep crimson flames between its hands. Then, drawing the flames back, it tilted its body and hurled the flames upward, spinning rapidly. A swirling, orange flame encircled by a deep red aura erupted from above and struck Boskadora. The blazing inferno incinerated Boskadora, while the intense heat melted the ice arena, converting it into a water arena, which gradually diminished, leaving only a deep pit ablaze with fierce flames. Unbelievable! Charizard's intense inferno has turned the ice arena into a fiery battlefield. This is truly extraordinary, the commentator exclaimed. Captivated by the spectacle, Boskadora, roar. Sneak, desperate to make a switch, could hardly contain his urgency. Your speed is akin to that of a snail, Luo Yangshua remarked coolly. Finish it, final flame vortex. Charizard unleashed a spiraling flame that ensnared Boskadora, amalgamating the residual flames of Inferno. As the fire subsided, only a charred Boskadora remained. Its metallic armor melted and deformed, a clear sign that without immediate treatment, it would be rendered useless. Return, Boskadora, Sneak said, recalling his Pokémon. I'm counting on you. Wind Speed Dog. Dragon Claw, resolve it. Luo Yangshuo replied indifferently. Charizard's claws were enveloped in draconic energy, forming formidable appendages. With swift flight, it struck Wind Speed Dog, sending it soaring like a ball into the sky. A series of rapid Dragon Claw attacks rendered Wind Speed Dog incapable of battle by the time it landed. As Charizard descended, it disdainfully snorted, releasing sparks from its nostrils. Sneak silently recalled Wind Speed Dog and unleashed a Swampert, but it too was effortlessly toyed with by Charizard. By the time Swampert touched down, it had already lost its fighting capability. Observing the silently recalled Swampert, Luo Yangshuo scoffed. With skills like yours, how dare you speak of others? I've shown restraint. Ensure they receive proper treatment and refrain from being so arrogant next time. With that, he turned and left, intent on checking on Lilia. His companions also departed the ice arena, heading to the Pokémon Center to inquire about Lilia's condition. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center and pushing open the door to the ward, Luo Yangshuo found Lilia and Nido awake. Upon seeing him, Lilia blushed and embraced him briefly, then softly said, "Thank you, Xiao Luo." Nido also sat up to express his gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Professor Kokui and Principal Okido returned with Professor Okido and Ash's mother. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Yangshuo learned that Shigeru had also suffered defeat. The professors prepared to cheer on Ash, and with Nido awake, the weight of concern lifted, prompting them to go together. Arriving at the grass arena, Ash's match was already underway. They found Misty and Brock settling down to watch the battle. As in the animated series, Ash faced off against his opponent from Kiri Town, and Brock began to fawn. The first match featured Beedrill against Bulbasaur. Observing Bulbasaur's nimble dodges, Luo Yangshuo mused, it appears Ash favors speed. Most of his captured Pokémon are diminutive in stature. However, Beedrill was swiftly subdued by a single Seed Bomb, leaving onlookers baffled. Yet, witnessing the Seed Bomb ensnaring Beedrill, preventing its movement, Luo Yangshuo began contemplating skill development. After all, there exists a distinction between skills. The disparity between game mechanics and real-world application lies not only in power, but also in technique and execution. Soon after, the opponent recalled Beedrill, sending out Scyther, which also fell victim to Bulbasaur's Vine Whip in a remarkably quick succession. The final entrant, Weepinbell, astonished everyone, demonstrating the principle of using minimal effort to achieve significant results. Pikachu, upon entering, was swiftly knocked out by a single kick to the back of its heel. At this moment, Luo Yangshuo suddenly conceived a bold idea. What if he imparted the 6 forms he had been practicing to his Pokémon? Clearly, Weepinbell was employing martial arts techniques rather than typical Pokémon skills, yet it proved remarkably effective in the match. Luo Yangshuo noted that Weepinbell, despite being of average aptitude and low level, managed to knock out 2 of Ash's formidable allies. Had it not been for Mook, Ash might have faced a true disaster. Contemplating this avenue, it indeed held merit. After all, matches do not allow for the varied use of skills as one would in casual encounters. The limitation of 4 skills restricts a Pokémon's potential, yet alternative methods could yield unexpected results. As the match concluded, Professor Okido invited everyone to dine at a grand hotel. Ash's mother took over the duties of the hotel chef, preparing an extravagant feast. Luo Yangshuo and the others relished the meal, finding it delectable. Even Mao took out a notebook to seek culinary advice from Ash's mother. Having eaten his fill, Luo Yangshuo inquired whether the system had developed the enhanced techniques for his Pokémon. After a moment of hesitation, the system presented its offerings. Charizard's suitable moves, valued at 100,000 popularity points. Sylveon's suitable moves, valued at 100,000 popularity points. Greninja's suitable moves, valued at 100,000 popularity points. System, I must express my utter frustration. Chapter 44. A rematch with Xiaofei. After much contemplation, Luo Yangshuo decided to activate all the maximum effort cheat codes, beginning with a modified version of Charizard. He recalled the incident when Charizard, still in its earlier form, was defeated by Tapu Koko. Upon the conclusion of the competition, he planned a journey to Alola and challenge Tapu Koko, especially since he would soon possess a Master Ball and a full set of million evolution stones for Charizard X, along with a map for a random legendary Pokémon. With the Master Ball in hand, Luo Yangshuo felt prepared to attempt capturing a legendary Pokémon. The first legendary he aimed to capture was undoubtedly Tapu Koko. He was determined to bring it down. As he indulged in his daydreams, the group descended the stairs to prepare for the selection event. Unsurprisingly, they encountered Ash's formidable rival, Ahome, who resolved a sudden power outage in the elevator. After exchanging introductions, the voice of Team Rocket echoed nearby, announcing their intent to inspect the health of the Pokémon. Luo Yangshuo scoffed, bemused that so many failed to recognize the voices of Jesse and James. Initially indifferent, he soon contemplated intervening, realizing that his involvement could swiftly resolve the issue. This would leave Ash's Pidgeotto in fighting condition. If Ash approached Ahon with a composed strategy, the outcome of the battle was hard to predict. With this thought, Luoyang Shuo smiled and followed Team Rocket's vehicle to the selection venue. There, Jessie threatened the participants with an excuse of being unable to compete unless they surrendered their Pokeballs. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Luoyang Shuo summoned Beedrill, calmly stating, "You two are the ones who previously stole the sacred fire, are you not? Your disguise is rather poor." Beedrill's stingers were poised at Jessie and James's throats, its piercing blue eyes radiating a chilling intent. Any errant movement would be met with immediate consequences. He then instructed Ash to call Ms. Junsha to take Team Rocket away. Afterward, Luoyang Shuo yawned, ready to catch up on sleep, for his worries about Nidoqueen's injuries had deprived him of rest the night before. The following morning, Luoyang Shuo and his companions arrived at the selection venue. He caught a Magikarp marked G1, only to discover that his opponent was a familiar face, Xiaofei, whom he had battled during the double battle in Korea City. Xiaofei appeared to be a master of poison types, promising a worthy challenge ahead. Glancing over at Ash, Luoyang Shuo observed that, as per the narrative, Ash was engaged in a battle with Ahong, leaving the outcome uncertain. After taking some time to prepare, Luoyang Shuo considered his strategy for the upcoming match, deciding to field Beedrill, Sylveon, and Mewtwo. On the day of the match, Luoyang Shuo stepped onto the battlefield for the division tournament, now in the top 16. Winning this match would secure a place in the top 8, leading to the final showdown at the main venue. As Xiaofei entered the arena and spotted Luoyang Shuo, he grinned. "Hey, Xiaoluo. Finally, we meet. I've been training hard to defeat you. Let's see how that goes," Luoyang Shuo replied. With the ringing of the bell and the referee's announcement, the match commenced. In a flash of light, Weezing and Beedrill appeared on the field. Luoyang Shuo chuckled. Beedrill's poison typing rendered it immune to poison-type moves, and its skills would deal reduced damage. Xiaofei clicked his tongue. "Is it really necessary to target me like this? I don't want to stumble at the last hurdle." Luoyang Shuo smiled. "I'll take the initiative." Twin Needle. Beedrill darted toward Weezing, its stingers piercing rapidly. The focus lens increased its critical hit ratio, allowing Beedrill to inflict substantial damage, enhanced further by its sniper ability, swiftly reducing Weezing to near defeat. "That's unfair," Xiaofei exclaimed. "Weezing Mudbomb. Ignore it. Go for the final strike with Twin Needle." Luoyang Shuo commanded. "You've forced my hand. Self-destruct." Xiaofei shouted, ready for a mutual defeat. "Apologies, I was deceiving you. Beedrill, protect." The two Pokémon exchanged moves, but Luoyang Shuo outmaneuvered Xiaofei, successfully baiting Weezing into using self-destruct. As the massive explosion echoed, Beedrill remained unharmed behind its protective barrier. With a sigh, Xiaofei remarked, "Xiaoluo, you have indeed grown stronger. But I won't give up easily. Go, Pidgeot." Pidgeot soared onto the battlefield, launching a swift attack. Beedrill was sent tumbling through the air, enraged by the strike. Luoyang Shuo declared, "Since you're not using poison types, I'll borrow your technique." Beedrill, toxic. The purple venom sprayed from Beedrill, coating Pidgeot entirely in a deep purple toxin. "End this quickly, Pidgeot, brave bird," Xiaofei commanded. Pidgeot charged at Beedrill with incredible speed, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. "Protect, then Twin Needle," Luoyang Shuo ordered. The protective barrier shielded Beedrill from the attack, allowing it to respond with a fierce Twin Needle strike that pierced Pidgeot's wings, crippling its speed. "Final Twin Needle strike," Luoyang Shuo proclaimed. "It's now or never, brave bird," Xiaofei shouted. In a clash of moves, both Pokémon struck, but Pidgeot fell helplessly to the ground, while Beedrill, though weary, remained airborne. Twin Needle had bested Pidgeot, elevating Beedrill's stats significantly. However, Luoyang Shuo chose to recall Beedrill, recognizing it was no longer viable against Xiaofei's next Pokémon. The Pidgeot is unable to battle. The referee announced, "Bring out your last Pokémon." Xiaofei called. A Golbat appeared, evidently well-trained. Luoyang Shuo sent forth Sylveon, aware that while its typing was disadvantaged, it should not be underestimated. "Golbat, supersonic," Xiaofei commanded. "Sylveon, misty terrain," Luoyang Shuo countered, swiftly neutralizing Xiaofei's strategy. "Golbat, poison fang," Xiaofei shouted. With the introduction of the fairy type, its vulnerabilities were known, and Xiaofei wasted no time in employing his most familiar poison-type move. "Shadow Clone, then Psychic," Luoyang Shuo ordered. Anticipating Golbat's poison fang exploit, Luoyang Shuo had prepared a counter. The Shadow Clone maneuver caused Golbat's poison fang to miss, and Sylveon unleashed a manifested psychic energy sphere that struck Golbat from the air. Seizing the moment, Luoyang Shuo commanded, "Sylveon, last resort." Sylveon leaped above Golbat, delivering a powerful strike with both front paws upon landing. The ground trembled with a resounding crack, and Golbat succumbed, unable to continue the fight. The Golbat is unable to battle. The winner is Luo Yangshua from Shinshin Town, the referee declared. With a resigned sigh, Xiaofei recalled Golbat and approached Luo Yangshua, extending his hand. I have been defeated, but I will strive to improve. Next time, I will not lose to you. Indeed, keep pushing forward, Luo Yangshua encouraged. The two exchanged smiles, a silent vow shared between men. Chapter 45. Ash's advancement to the top 8. As night fell, the much-anticipated battle between Ash and Ahang commenced. Due to the interference of Luo Yangshua, the trio from Team Rocket remained imprisoned, leaving Ash undisturbed, thus allowing for a fair contest. According to the storyline, Ahang was expected to deploy Butterfree, Charmander, and Pikachu, while Ash would utilize Squirtle, Pikachu, and Charizard. Ultimately, Charizard's reluctance to battle Ash led to his defeat. The match began with Ahang sending forth Butterfree, while Ash countered with Pidgeotto. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, remarking, "This is intriguing, Pidgeotto against Butterfree. If Ash plays without error, he should secure this round." The onlookers nodded in agreement, acknowledging Luo Yangshua's insight. True to form, Ash didn't disappoint, triumphing over Butterfree with Pidgeotto. He then engaged in a fierce exchange with Ahang's Pikachu, depleting a significant portion of Pikachu's health before conceding. Following that, Ash's mighty Raichu effortlessly dispatched Ahang's Pikachu. And Charmander was also swiftly overpowered. With that, Ash emerged victorious, successfully advancing to the top 8. Luo Yangshua felt a measure of surprise, yet it was also within the realm of expectation. However, Ash's stroke of fortune was about to come to an end. Luo Yangshua had reviewed the battle roster and noted that, due to their interference, Ash's opponent for the next day would be Xiao Tao, a cousin of Du, whose prowess was at the level of a quasi-champion. Given Ash's current condition, he was unlikely to prevail against Xiao Tao. Upon returning to the contestant village, Luo Yangshua began contemplating the upcoming match. Tomorrow's opponent would be the character Yuli from the animation, who posed no significant threat. The real concern lay with subsequent challengers. Luo Yangshua gathered information on a competitor named Deshiong, hailing from the Hoenn region and a distant relative of Ji Wuchi Wu, who had received guidance from him. The known Pokémon in his roster included Sharpedo, Electrode, Kingdra, Nidoqueen, Blaziken, and Swablu, indicating formidable strength. It was likely that Deshiong would be his opponent in the semifinals, followed by Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao's known Pokémon included Machamp, Ampharos, Honchkrow, Scyther, Teddiursa, and Houndoom. However, those were not his main forces, as it was said he aimed to inherit the position of Dragon-type champion, implying he possessed a significant number of Dragon-type Pokémon. Luo Yangshua slapped his face, clearing his mind of distractions. Regardless of their strength, he resolved to face them head-on. Moreover, he had amassed a considerable supply of diamonds, coins, and popularity points, making it an opportune moment to enhance his Pokémon. The diamonds remained untouched, reserved for purchasing quality improvement potions for Charizard. He spent coins without hesitation, acquiring numerous bitten apple cores, which replenished health each turn and essential for prolonged battles. Besides the focus sash for Beedrill, he equipped all his Pokémon with suitable items. Next came the cheat codes. Reaching the top 8 brought Luo Yangshua an influx of popularity points, allowing him to maximize his defensive and special defensive EVs. While his attacking Pokémon were plentiful, their defensive capabilities were relatively weaker, making the enhancement of defense the wisest choice. Luo Yangshua mused that accumulating this many popularity points merely from the top 8 hinted that securing the championship would enable him to fully develop his attack strategies. He planned to bestow a modified version of the 6 techniques upon Charizard, coupled with quality improvement potions and 1,000,000 evolution stones, firmly believing that he would stand a chance against Tapu Koko. After a night of rest, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the main venue. They registered their participating Pokémon before he stepped onto the battlefield. The 6 Pokémon he prepared were Sylveon, Nidoqueen, Bellossom, Beedrill, Greninja, and Charizard. Mutwo and Aerodactyl remained as trump cards, best left unrevealed for now. Even in the event of an error, Beedrill's Million Evolution and Greninja's Bond Evolution had yet to be utilized. His opponent, Yuli, also a young girl, began the match by sending out her first Pokémon. A Nidoqueen and a Rampardos faced off on the field. Rampardos, use Earthquake, Yuli commanded. Nidoqueen, Earthquake, Luo Yangshua replied calmly. The 2 colossal beasts stomped the ground simultaneously, sending powerful shockwaves towards one another. The arena erupted in chaos as the shockwaves collided. Nidoqueen's Earthquake suppressed Rampardos's, delivering substantial damage to the latter. Don't be afraid, Rampardos. Charge him with Horn Drill, Yuli urged. You're too slow. We'll use Horn Drill as well, Luo Yangshua chuckled. To land a decisive blow, speed is crucial. Nidoqueen, exhibiting superior speed, struck Rampardos with a horn drill, resulting in a swift knockout. Yuli recalled Rampardos and sent forth her second Pokémon, a Luvdisc. Luo Yangshua could only stifle a chuckle. Had this Pokémon truly reached this stage through sheer luck? Luvdisc, use Water Pulse, Yuli instructed. Thunderbolt, eliminated. Luo Yangshua commanded. Ignoring the Water Pulse striking Nidoqueen, the latter was engulfed in a yellow electric spark, unleashing a powerful Thunderbolt that dispatched Luvdisc with ease. With Luvdisc recalled, Yuli summoned her third Pokémon, a Fletchinder. Fletchinder, use Brave Bird, she called. The avian soared high before diving towards Nidoqueen, who was instructed to catch it and unleash Thunderbolt. Nidoqueen seized Fletchinder despite the damage incurred. Its HP points were far from easily depleted. A brilliant flash of electricity illuminated the arena, leaving Fletchinder scorched and incapacitated. Hey, trying to wear down my Nidoqueen's health won't be achieved this easily. Can we take this seriously? Luo Yangshuo remarked with a frown. I apologize. I'm thrilled to have made it this far. I've been competing earnestly. Yet I acknowledge I'm no match for you. Nonetheless, I will continue to fight for my Pokémon, Yuli stated earnestly, before sending out her final Pokémon, a Butterfree. Luo Yangshua sighed, realizing he had placed too much hope in Yuli. She was merely a novice trainer who had just acquired her first Pokémon this year. Despite her admirable journey to the top 8, facing a trainer like Luo Yangshua, equipped with an extraordinary system, left her with little choice but to concede defeat. Respectfully, Luo Yangshua recalled Nidoqueen, acknowledging her efforts. In the final 3 rounds, he allowed his other Pokémon to take the stage. Although aware of her impending loss, Yuli summoned her full strength to battle Luo Yangshua, who, in turn, eased the pressure, ensuring her defeat was not too humiliating, stretching the battle for some time. Finally, her initial Pokémon, Bulbasaur, appeared on the field, and Luo Yangshua sent forth Bellossom to engage. Though it was a battle, it served more as an exchange of camaraderie. When the contest concluded, Yuli bowed deeply to Luo Yangshua, expressing her gratitude. Exiting the competition arena, Luo Yangshua made his way to the stands, preparing to observe the situation of his future opponents. Chapter 46, The Final 4, battling the Great Bear as anticipated, Ash succumbed to Xiao Tao, who managed to force out 3 of his Pokémon. Ash's Charizard indeed displayed remarkable strength, yet its disobedience proved to be a significant drawback. Ultimately, in the face of formidable opponents, Charizard's fighting spirit was ignited, leading it to eliminate both the Ursaring and the Honchkrow. Before finally succumbing to the Rayquaza due to exhaustion, Charizard must be feeling quite indignant, Luo Yangshua mused. However, once they reached the Orange Archipelago, Ash would be able to command Charizard effectively. By the time they arrived at the Silver Conference in Chengdu, it was likely that Ash's prowess would propel him into the top 4, or even the finals. On the other hand, the Great Bear swiftly dispatched his opponent as well. Luo Yangshua's next challenger was him. The Great Bear, noticing Luo Yangshua, flashed a grin that reminded Luo Yangshua of Naruto and Luffy. After a while, the Great Bear approached Luo Yangshua's stance, greeting him with a casual, "Hey, I'm the Great Bear from Kanaz City, and you must be Xiao Luo. I've heard about you from Dawu. We are to be rivals now. So I hope you bring your best to defeat me." Luo Yangshua, observing the cheerful demeanor of this individual, extended his hand and replied, "I am Xiao Luo from Shinshin Town, and I shall be your opponent in the next match. I look forward to an exhilarating showdown." The Great Bear shook Luo Yangshua's hand, affirming, "Absolutely, I will unleash all my main forces. By the way, thank you for discovering the fossil Pokémon of Dazagu. I had to apply to the League for quite some time to gain access, and I managed to capture a remarkable Pokémon, which is now my mainstay." Luo Yangshua smiled but remained silent, introducing everyone before they parted ways. After dinner, contemplating the Great Bear's words, Luo Yangshua speculated that the Pokémon he had captured was likely a fossil Aerodactyl. Thus, he resolved to send out his fossil Aerodactyl and Yuo in the next day's match, as there could be no room for error in the semifinals. In contrast, he allowed his less battle-inclined Pokémon, Bellossom and Sylveon, to rest, considering their deployment for the finals. The following day, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Luo Yangshua and the Great Bear entered the arena. They exchanged a friendly handshake before taking their positions on opposite sides of the field. As the bell rang, both trainers simultaneously released their Pokémon, revealing 2 Nidokings in the arena. Oh, both sides have chosen Nidoking as their first Pokémon. It is well known that Nidoking will battle relentlessly for the sake of courting Nidoqueen. Which of the 2 Nidokings will prove to be the strongest? Who will win the heart of Nidoqueen in the wild? Let us await the outcome. The commentator's spirited words stirred the atmosphere, simultaneously igniting the 2 Nidokings. Luo Yangshua's Nidoking had a prior agreement with Lily's Nidoqueen, and now it faced the opponent of its dreams. Show your strength, Nidoking. Ice Beam, he commanded. We shall not be outdone. Nidoking, Rock Slide, replied the Great Bear. Luo Yangshua's Nidoking unleashed an Ice Beam, while the Great Bear's Nidoking conjured a massive rock to hurl at its adversary. The two attacks collided mid-air, with rock transforming into ice upon impact, before shattering upon hitting the ground. The first round ended in a draw. Yet, Luo Yangshua smiled. The Ice Beam dealt special attack damage, whereas Rock Slide inflicted physical damage. Although it was a stalemate, Nidoking relied on physical prowess, indicating that the Great Bear's Nidoking was outclassed in offensive capabilities. The Great Bear, realizing this, furrowed his brows and declared, Super Horn Attack. Let it see the difference. We shall also employ Super Horn Attack, Luo Yangshuo responded. With a mighty roar, Nidoking reveled in the clash. Their horns glimmered as they charged towards each other, both Nidokings colliding headfirst. Luo Yangshua's Nidoking only staggered back a few steps, while the Great Bear's Nidoking was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, swaying its head, clearly at its limits. Luo Yangshua calmly stated, Finish it with the final Ice Beam. Nidoking unleashed another Ice Beam, and the Great Bear shouted for his Nidoking to evade. However, still dazed, Nidoking failed to respond in time, becoming an easy target for the Ice Beam and losing its ability to battle. Oh, a splendid Ice Beam concluded the first match. Player Xiao Luo continues to demonstrate his formidable prowess, having yet to be defeated in a one-on-one duel. Such strength deserves our applause. The commentator fervently rallied the crowd. Observing the roaring stands, the Great Bear recalled Nidoking and remarked, You are truly strong, Xiao Luo. I must take this seriously. Come forth, Empoleon. A gigantic penguin materialized in the arena. Luo Yangshua smirked, realizing this was a direct counter. Steel types are immune to poison types, and water types have the advantage over ground types, essentially targeting Nidoking specifically. Return, Nidoking. Go, Greninja. Luo Yangshua called back his Nidoking and sent out Greninja to face Empoleon. Empoleon, Aqua Jet, commanded the Great Bear. As Empoleon spun rapidly, charging towards Greninja, Luo Yangshua ordered, Grass Knot. Greninja formed a hand seal, striking the ground, causing several green energy vines to spring forth and ensnare Empoleon's feet, sending it crashing down. Now is your chance. Power-up punch. Luo Yangshua exclaimed. Greninja's fist glowed with orange light as it struck Empoleon. The Great Bear quickly countered, Water Jet. Empoleon was enveloped in a torrent of water, colliding with Greninja, who retaliated with a powerful punch to Empoleon's face. The two Pokémon separated, Empoleon rubbing its face in annoyance, while Greninja assumed a battle stance, eyeing its opponent. When the Water Jet struck Greninja, the power-up punch had yet to be unleashed, and the effects of Grass Knot lingered, reducing the water-type damage to half, rendering it negligible. Conversely, power-up punch was super effective against Empoleon, and after landing the hit, Greninja's attack power increased. Empoleon, Water Pulse, the Great Bear announced, seemingly opting for a war of attrition. Water droplets swirled around Empoleon, forming 3 rings that encircled its body, healing it before dissipating, although the effects remained. Luo Yangshua refrained from interrupting, mindful that Greninja was holding a leftovers item, gradually restoring its health. Shadow Clone, then Power-Up Punch, Luo Yangshua commanded. Numerous Greninja clones appeared in the arena, bewildering Empoleon, before the real Greninja delivered a punch to its face, inciting Empoleon's fury. With no other option, the Great Bear ordered, Empoleon, Aqua Ring for the entire field. Luo Yangshua chuckled, relieved that all 4 moves had been revealed. Grass Knot, he commanded once more. The energy vines ensnared Empoleon, sending it sprawling, followed by another power-up punch landing squarely on Empoleon's face. The cumulative strength of the 2 attacks intensified the power-up punch, and Empoleon could no longer withstand the assault, succumbing to unconsciousness. It seems Empoleon had something to say, but perhaps it was merely a figment of my imagination. Luo Yangshua observed as the Great Bear recalled Empoleon, preparing for the 3rd match. Chapter 47. The battle commences. Daxiang recalled his Emperor Napu with a sigh, uttering, a misstep. It is your turn now, self-destruct magneton. A UFO-shaped self-destruct magneton appeared on the battlefield, and Daxiang commanded, lock on. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangshua felt a wave of dread wash over him and shouted, Koga Ninja Frog, defend with water shield. Ultrasound, Daxiang exclaimed. As Luo Yangshua watched the protective barrier of water shield repel the ultrasound from self-destruct magneton, a torrent of frustration surged within him. Internally, he roared. What happened to the electromagnetic cannon? Observing Daxiang's smug grin, Luo Yangshua felt the image of the affable bear shatter. This individual was indeed cunning. Having been tricked into using his final skill, Luo Yangshua had no choice but to channel his anger into power, declaring, Koga Ninja Frog, enhance your punch. With no alternatives left, this was his sole offensive move. A grass knot would not bind this rotund, airborne self-destruct magneton. Lock on, then unleash the electromagnetic cannon, Da Xiong commanded. Luo Yangshuo narrowed his eyes, realizing that he must force out this move. Otherwise, Koga Ninja Frog could very well fall here. As he formed hand seals, Koga Ninja Frog also withdrew its enhanced punch, forming its own hand seals. Subsequently, torrents of water enveloped Koga Ninja Frog, and as the water dissipated, the evolved version of Koga Ninja Frog made its grand entrance. Oh my, are we seeing things? Koga Ninja Frog has evolved once more. Is this the trump card of player Xiaoluo? The evolved Koga Ninja Frog bore a striking new appearance, complete with a colossal water shuriken on its back, a form never before witnessed. The commentators erupted with excitement, fervently narrating the unfolding events. This lad, how many secrets is he keeping from me? Professor Oak scratched his head and turned to Lily, asking, you have traveled with him the longest. Have you ever seen this form? Yes, Lily replied. According to Xiaoluo, he possesses a unique superpower called Bond Power, which allows for wondrous transformations with specific Pokémon, facilitating their evolution once more. He refers to this as Bond Evolution. It is not permanent. It reverts after the battle concludes. Additionally, he mentioned that even without Bond Power, a deeper bond between a human and a Pokémon could potentially trigger Bond Evolution in certain Pokémon, just like the Sylveon he discovered. It requires a bond between human and Pokémon to evolve. I see. It appears I must conduct further research on this. After the match, I must insist that he allow me to keep Koga Ninja Frog for study, Professor Oak said with determination. The audience listened intently, gaining new insights. Luo Yangshuo launched an attack, swinging his right arm with all his might. Koga Ninja Frog drew forth the water shuriken from its back and struck self-destruct magneton, interrupting its lock-on. This water shuriken was an extension of Koga Ninja Frog, and wielding it in battle was not against the rules, much like Galarian Darmanitan and Ducklet. Da Xiong furrowed his brow, commanding, self-destruct magneton, magnet bomb. The body of self-destruct magneton was enveloped in pale blue electrical sparks, its magnets glowing with a similar hue, launching multiple electric orbs toward Koga Ninja Frog. Luo Yangshuo swung his arms, and Koga Ninja Frog mirrored his movements, deftly deflecting the magnet bombs. Lock on, electromagnetic cannon, Da Xiong shouted. Seizing the opportunity while Koga Ninja Frog defended against the magnet bombs, self-destruct magneton successfully locked onto Koga Ninja Frog and unleashed an electromagnetic cannon, striking true. Fortunately, it was not currently in water form. However, a single electromagnetic cannon reduced Koga Ninja Frog to half health. Another hit would spell disaster. Luo Yangshuo clenched his fists and commanded Koga Ninja Frog to charge forward, delivering a rapid punch to self-destruct magneton, achieving remarkable results. Ignore it, self-destruct magneton. Do it again, Da Xiong ordered. Self-destruct magneton floated aloft, evading Koga Ninja Frog's strikes. The lock-on was successful, and the electromagnetic cannon was ready. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yangshuo flicked his right hand, instructing Koga Ninja Frog to launch the water shuriken at self-destruct magneton. The water shuriken struck self-destruct magneton, but the electromagnetic cannon also found its mark on Koga Ninja Frog. Koga Ninja Frog collapsed, losing its fighting capability, while self-destruct magneton also fell, defeated. The previously enhanced punch had already reduced self-destruct magneton's health to a critical level, and the final water shuriken proved to be the last straw. It was unfortunate that the electromagnetic cannon had been fired. Otherwise, the outcome may have been different. As Luo Yangshuo recalled Koga Ninja Frog, Da Xiong also withdrew self-destruct magneton. The commentators were in high spirits, noting that this was Luo Yangshuo's first time causing a Pokémon to lose its fighting capability in a major competition, further validating Da Xiong's strength. The two exchanged glances, and Luo Yangshuo sent forth his third Pokémon, while Da Xiong deployed his fourth. Charizard faced off against Dugtrio. Sandstorm. Da Xiong struck first. Sunny day? Luo Yangshuo retorted without hesitation. The sand that had just been lifted was promptly subdued by the sunlight, and Da Xiong ceased his weather contention, commanding, Swords Dance. Your Dugtrio has already lost the moment it emerged, Luo Yangshuo declared. Charizard Heatwave. Charizard summoned a scorching wind, bolstered by the bright sun, surging towards Dugtrio. Dugtrio, spinning in place, was unable to evade the powerful heat wave, sustaining significant damage and igniting with sparks of fire. Being burned meant that any non-fixed damage physical moves would inflict half damage, and it would lose health each turn. This status was among the most vexing in battles, rivaled only by paralysis. Da Xiong's Swords Dance had effectively gone to waste, and had it not been for the pulling force of the spinning, Dugtrio might not have caught fire at all. Return, Dugtrio, Da Xiong hastily called, attempting to withdraw his Pokémon. Too late. Luo Yangshua shouted. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Charizard, moving with incredible speed, struck Dugtrio before it could be recalled, sending it flying. Following this, Charizard unleashed a flurry of Dragon Claws, each strike propelling Dugtrio higher until the final blow slammed it down, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Oh, what a display. Player Xiao Luo's Charizard executed a rapid Dragon Claw combo, leaving no room for counterattack and decisively defeating Daxiong's Dugtrio. What will Daxiong do now? He still has 2 Pokémon remaining. The commentator exclaimed. Return, Dugtrio, Daxiong murmured as he withdrew his Pokémon. Come forth, Aerodactyl. A colossal Aerodactyl soared into the arena, showcasing the majesty of an ancient ruler. In the stands, Ash shrank back, haunted by unwelcome memories. Chapter 48. The battle concludes. Entering the finals, is that a fossil pterosaur? Luo Yangshua gazed at the fossil pterosaur soaring through the skies, recalling his Charizard and summoning forth his own fossil pterosaur. The 2 creatures, one large and one small, faced each other, the larger one belonging to Luo Yangshua and the smaller to Daxiong. With a faint smile, Luo Yangshua remarked, both are fossil pterosaurs. Let us see which is superior. It was truly astonishing. 2 ancient rulers of the skies were set to clash in this arena. It is worth mentioning that Daxiong's fossil Pokémon was discovered by contestant Xiao Luo, and the league has designated the area of Daxiong as a fossil Pokémon sanctuary, wherein capturing Pokémon is generally prohibited unless one applies to the league for permission. Without further ado, let us return to the match. The commentator announced, Fossil Pterosaur, tackle, shouted Daxiong. Fossil Pterosaur, Icefang, Luo Yangshua commanded. The 2 fossil pterosaurs collided violently, with Luo Yangshua's fossil pterosaur enduring the impact. Following that, it unleashed a fierce Icefang, sinking its teeth into Daxiong's fossil pterosaur with quadruple effectiveness. Curse it, Daxiong bellowed. A tremendous roar forced Daxiong's fossil pterosaur back into its Pokeball, and then a brilliant light illuminated the field, revealing a Beedrill. This does not bode well, Luo Yangshua thought, steeling himself. Focus energy, then Twin Needle, he instructed. Do not give it a chance. Ultimate impact, Daxiong shouted. The swift speed of the fossil pterosaur left Beedrill struggling to keep up. Mega Evolution could potentially bridge the gap, but there was no need to force it. Bug-type Pokémon have their own strategies. Luo Yangshua recognized that Beedrill could not withstand the might of the fossil pterosaur. Even with Mega Evolution, it would only barely endure. Thus he opted to save his trump card for the next round. Beedrill, go all out, Luo Yangshua urged. Beedrill, facing the charging fossil pterosaur, summoned all its strength to push against it. The reckless attack landed successfully, causing the fossil pterosaur to lose a significant portion of its health, bringing its vitality in line with Beedrill's. Then, the ultimate impact struck Beedrill, sending it crashing to the ground before Luo Yangshua, rendered incapable of battle. Luo Yangshua silently recalled Beedrill, looking at its Pokeball. Thank you for your understanding. Do not worry, I will help you become stronger. This setback is inconsequential. We shall win the next match. Come forth, Mutwo, he declared, feeling a pang of sorrow for Beedrill's sacrifice. Turning to the stands, he noted the mixed reactions of the audience regarding Beedrill's performance. Overall, they seemed to view Beedrill, despite being a shiny Pokémon, merely as a filler on his team. Beedrill was his first capture, his first exceptional Pokémon. Though he rationally analyzed the situation and made the right decision, as a trainer, he felt the weight of his emotions. He was not yet strong enough to prevent such disappointments for Beedrill, and he suspected that the prevailing sentiment was that Beedrill was just a placeholder on his roster. Luo Yangshua found it hard to bear this feeling. He wished to conclude the match swiftly, and, in the evening finals, he resolved to let Beedrill shine against Xiaotao's strongest Pokémon, proving that it was his ace. It would not be inferior to any Pokémon in his possession. Mutwo sensed Luo Yangshua's emotions, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, a formidable aura enveloping the arena, causing even the fossil pterosaur in the sky to shudder involuntarily. In the game, the ability Intimidate was not particularly formidable. It merely doubled the energy consumption of the opponent's moves. However, in reality, the pressure it exerted began to manifest, instilling fear in the opponent and creating brief gaps in their move connections, gaps that could sometimes prove fatal. Do not be afraid, fossil pterosaur. Use Tackle, Daxiong urged, dispelling the fear within the fossil pterosaur's heart. With a mighty roar, the fossil pterosaur bolstered its courage and charged toward Mutwo. Mutwo, however, merely extended its right hand, grasping firmly, halting the fossil pterosaur's charge midair. What? Impossible, Daxiong exclaimed. How astonishing. Contestant Xiao Luo's trump card, Mutwo, exhibited power that left everyone in awe. What immense strength it possessed to render the opponent incapable of mounting an attack. The commentator was equally astonished, exclaiming loudly. "Finish it," Luo Yangshua said calmly. Mutwo nodded, sweeping its hand downward, sending the fossil pterosaur crashing to the ground, defeated. Too powerful. Too powerful. Contestant Xiao Luo's Mutwo is simply extraordinary. Daxiong's fossil pterosaur stands no chance. Daxiong is left with only one Pokémon. What will his final trump card be? The commentator cried out. Return, fossil pterosaur. Daxiong said, psychic types, after all, have the advantage over you. Come forth, Tyranitar. Naive. You underestimate Mutwo, Luo Yangshua remarked. Mutwo, Aura Sphere. Mutwo brought its hands together, extending them forward to form a powerful energy ball, which struck Tyranitar with incredible speed before it could even react. The rock and dark-type Pokémon, with a fourfold weakness to fighting-type moves, was sent flying with a single strike, barely clinging to life. Tyranitar. Curse it. What kind of Pokémon is this? How can it be so strong? Daxiong lamented, clearly outmatched. Luo Yangshua covered his mouth and nose to shield himself from the sandstorm generated by Tyranitar's sandstream ability. In a hushed tone, he ordered, Mutwo, finish it. Mutwo nodded, launching a small aura sphere that struck Tyranitar, rendering it unable to battle, collapsing to the ground. With Tyranitar defeated, the winner is Luo from Jinshin Town. The referee declared, "Here it is. The first contestant to enter the finals has emerged. Let us give a resounding round of applause for contestant Xiao Luo. Congratulations on securing your place in the finals," the commentator announced. Daxiong recalled Tyranitar and approached Luo Yangshua. Conceding, "What a powerful Pokémon you have. I concede with admiration. Best of luck in the finals. I will be cheering for you. You must claim the championship." Extending his hand, Luo Yangshua shook it and replied, "I apologize. I'm feeling a bit down. So don't be so sentimental." Daxiong clapped Luo Yangshua on the shoulder. "If you don't give it your all, I won't be pleased either. Even in defeat, I wish to lose honorably, do I not? So don't be all mopey. Take my spirit with you and bring home the championship trophy." "Absolutely," Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. Chapter 49, The Finals. Battling Xiao Tao after restoring his Pokeballs with the tournament officials, Luo Yangshua settled into the stands, ready to witness the forthcoming battle. Xiao Tao, sporting the same crimson hair as Du Yu but with a neat crew cut that exuded a sense of efficiency, showcased a physique rippling with explosive muscle that filled his T-shirt, evoking a sense of envy in Luo Yangshua. Perhaps spurred by the presence of Luo Yangshua's Mutwo, Xiao Tao opted to send out Dragonite as his first Pokémon, achieving the remarkable feat of 1 against 6. Although Dragonite was already panting heavily and on the verge of collapse, it still retained a sliver of health. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, contemplating the odds for his Beedrill. Following its millionth evolution, its win rate stood at only 60%, yet that was sufficient. His mission was to transform that 60% chance into a full 100, allowing Beedrill to prove its mettle. After the match concluded, everyone enjoyed lunch while discussing who would ultimately claim the championship between Luo Yangshua and Xiao Tao. Luo Yangshua relaxed on the sofa in his room at the contestant village, as there were no matches in the afternoon, allowing the competitors to rest well before the true finals commenced in the evening. Will Beedrill be able to hold its own against Dragonite? Came Lily AI's voice from behind. How did you know? Luo Yangshua replied without turning around. I've traveled with you long enough to understand your nature. Are you confident? Lily AI inquired. 60%, he responded. Good luck, she encouraged. Their brief exchange spoke volumes about their mutual understanding. Luo Yangshua closed his eyes, quietly preparing for the final battle. That evening, following dinner, the grand finale of the Quartz Conference commenced. The flames of the Molters blazed fiercely, and the lights at the top of the stands illuminated the arena as brightly as day. The cool autumn air could not dampen the fervor of the crowd. As the enthusiastic commentary filled the air, Luo Yangshua and Xiao Tao entered the arena. They shook hands in the center of the stage, with Xiao Tao remarking, I've always wanted to battle you. Let's see whose Mutwo is superior, yours or my Dragonite. You might be disappointed. It won't be Mutwo battling Dragonite. But I will still emerge victorious, Luo Yangshua replied coolly. Oh, I await your display. I will force your Mutwo to reveal itself, Xiao Tao declared. As they took their positions at opposite ends of the arena, the bell signaled the start of the match. Both trainers sent forth their first Pokémon, Nidoking against Dragonair. Being a dragon type, Nidoking, use Ice Beam. Luo Yangshua commanded, taking the initiative. Dragonair, counter with Surf. Xiao Tao responded. Dragonair summoned a towering wave that surged toward Nidoking. The Ice Beam from Nidoking swept across the wave, freezing it instantaneously, which then shattered into countless shards. However, amidst the falling ice, Nidoking charged forward, its horn striking Dragonair directly and sending it flying, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Was that horn drill? Xiao Tao recalled Dragonair, acknowledging, I underestimated your Nidoking. I didn't expect it to be so swift. Come forth, Gyarados. A massive Gyarados emerged onto the battlefield, prompting Luo Yangshua to smirk. Looks like you're continuing the trend with all these flying types. Thunderbolt. Luo Yangshua commanded. Water Cannon. Xiao Tao shouted. Gyarados completely disregarded Nidoking's Thunderbolt, launching a water cannon that struck Nidoking, sending it crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Observing Gyarados with only a third of its health depleted, Luo Yangshua marveled at Xiao Tao's training. Gyarados exhibited remarkable resilience. With its water and flying dual typing, the Thunderbolt should have dealt quadruple damage. Yet it barely made a dent in Gyarados' vitality. This truly underscored the Pokémon's impressive endurance. After all, this was not a game. Statistics told only part of the story. Even though Luo Yangshua's Pokémon boasted far superior stats compared to ordinary ones, they could not rival the resilience honed through years of training by seasoned trainers. The cheating device Luo Yangshua had activated provided a numerical advantage, but when it came to experience and training, he found it challenging to match the prowess of veteran trainers. Currently, Luo Yangshua could only assist his Pokémon in reaching higher platforms. How high they could soar thereafter depended on their own efforts. What he lacked most was not skill, but time to let experience accumulate. Return, Nidoking, Luo Yangshua called, summoning his Pokémon back. Charizard, it's your turn. Still at a disadvantage, Xiao Tao exclaimed. Gyarados, Water Cannon. Yet too slow, Luo Yangshua countered. Charizard, Dragon Claw. As Gyarados unleashed its water cannon, Charizard soared into the air, evading the attack and closing in on Gyarados. With its claws formed into a powerful strike, Charizard delivered an uppercut that snapped Gyarados' jaws shut. Then, evading Gyarados' bite, Charizard executed a flurry of Dragon Claws, raking across Gyarados' body. Gyarados, use Water Tail to drive it away, Xiao Tao urged, his urgency palpable. Too slow, Luo Yangshua commanded. Charizard, deliver one final Dragon Claw. Gyarados' tail whipped up a massive wave, crashing toward the beleaguered Charizard. Yet, under Luo Yangshua's bond with his Pokémon, Charizard exhibited perfect synergy, swiftly dodging the Water Tail's assault. It then landed atop Gyarados' head, delivering a powerful Dragon Claw that sent Gyarados crashing to the ground, ending the battle. Defensive strength means little without speed. It merely becomes a target to be struck, Luo Yangshua remarked calmly. Then let us see who is faster. Go, Pidgeot. Xiao Tao recalled Gyarados and sent forth Pidgeot. Luo Yangshua couldn't suppress a smirk. Xiao Tao was indeed becoming the next king of flying types. The Pokédex had claimed Pidgeot could fly at Mach 2, the speed of sound. Luo Yangshua pondered who authored that entry. Such velocity was absurd. However, this also indicated Pidgeot's remarkable swiftness. Luo Yangshua did not underestimate it. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Pidgeot, show them what speed truly means. Use Quick Attack, Xiao Tao commanded. Pidgeot soared high into the sky before diving toward Charizard. Luo Yangshua narrowed his eyes and instructed, Charizard, counter with a flamethrower. Sensing the command, Charizard intercepted Pidgeot's quick attack with its claws, seizing Pidgeot's beak and flinging it away while following up with a flamethrower, forcing Pidgeot back significantly. Pidgeot, unleash Brave Bird, Xiao Tao shouted. Pidgeot ascended to a great height before descending in a powerful plunge toward Charizard. Hold your ground, then use Dragon Claw, Luo Yangshua instructed. Pidgeot's strike was intercepted by Charizard's steadfast defense, then countered with a swift Dragon Claw that sent Pidgeot tumbling to the ground. Observing Pidgeot panting heavily, Xiao Tao urged, Pidgeot, execute your final Brave Bird. Wait, can it learn both? Luo Yangshua exclaimed in surprise. In the game, there was a distinction between the two moves. The former required charging while the latter inflicted significant recoil damage but was stronger. In reality, the quick-moving Pokémon could complete the charging phase in a heartbeat, making it less about damage and more about the Pokémon's inherent capabilities. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower, Luo Yangshua commanded. Pidgeot charged toward Charizard at high speed, forcefully colliding with the flamethrower, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. Charizard, clutching its shoulder, fell to the ground, momentarily unable to use its claws, while Pidgeot glided down, leaving a long streak on the ground as it lost the ability to continue fighting. Chapter 50. The Super Beedrill. A grave crisis unfolds. Contestant Xiao Tao has already lost 3 Pokémon, while contestant Xiaoluo has only 2 injured, with none incapacitated. What will Xiao Tao do now? The commentator exclaimed. Silently, Xiao Tao withdrew his Pidgeot and sent forth his 4th Pokémon, a charming Electrode, whose short arms waved, generating a cascade of tiny electric currents. Charizard, can you still fight? Asked Luo Yangshua. Roar. Charizard responded, raising a thumb towards Luo Yangshua. Understanding its intent, Luo Yangshuo nodded. Then I entrust this to you, Charizard. Earthquake. Charizard stomped the ground fiercely, sending powerful shockwaves towards Electrode. Electrode, use electromagnetic levitation, Shadow commanded. A surge of electricity coursed beneath Electrode, lifting it slowly into the air, rendering the earthquake ineffective. Luo Yangshuo furrowed his brows and said, Charizard, use Heat Wave. Thunder, Shadow shouted. Charizard soared into the sky, flapping its wings to create a searing gust. Electrode braced itself against the heat wave, raising its hands skyward as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Charizard. With a pained cry, Charizard plummeted from the sky, rendered incapable of battle. Luo Yangshuo's eyelids twitched. He had come to understand Xiaodao's training philosophy, an extreme approach that focused solely on offensive capabilities for output-type Pokémon, while defensive Pokémon were built to absorb damage. Electrode's output was explosive, yet a single heat wave had left it barely standing, incredibly fragile. Retrieving Charizard, Luo Yangshuo shook his head. He had initially considered this method, but Dawu had made it clear, while it was feasible, maximizing strengths also magnified weaknesses. Such Pokémon could not go far. Reaching the Elite Four was their limit. And aspiring for the championship or master title was merely a dream. Fairy Eevee, take the stage, Luo Yangshuo declared, as a misty battlefield enveloped the arena. A pink energy cloaked the entire area, creating a mesmerizing, dreamlike scenery. Observing the mist, Shadow commanded, Electrode, use Iron Tail. Don't even try to joke with that speed. Moonblast. Luo Yangshuo shouted. Fairy Eevee extended its antennae, as the image of the moon appeared behind it. A pink energy sphere formed before its mouth and was launched towards Electrode. The energy ball was deflected by Electrode's Iron Tail, but the resulting explosion incapacitated Electrode. Xiaotao recalled Electrode, saying, enter the fray, Kingdra. Use Bubble Beam. Hydro Pump. Luo Yangshuo called. Kingdra unleashed a beam of energy, which then fragmented into countless bubbles that surged towards Fairy Eevee. Following Luo Yangshuo's command, Fairy Eevee leapt nimbly, avoiding the bubble beam, then generated a beam of shimmering star-shaped energy from its antennae, launching it at the opponent. Kingdra, though swift, evaded the starburst. But why is this skill guaranteed to hit in the game? The reason is simple. In reality, such guaranteed hits can be barely directed. Fairy Eevee deftly maneuvered the starburst, successfully striking Kingdra. Although the impact was limited, it was essential to note that Fairy Eevee's ability had transformed the normal-type starburst into a fairy-type move, inflicting significant damage on Kingdra. Now, unleash Moonblast, Luo Yangshuo commanded. Kingdra, Hydro Pump, Shadow shouted. Moonblast and Hydro Pump collided, each successfully hitting their target. Kingdra collapsed, having lost its fighting ability, while Fairy Eevee shook off the droplets of water, panting heavily. Oh, contestant Xiaodao's Kingdra has fallen. He is left with only one Pokémon. What will he summon next? The commentator proclaimed. Last hope, come forth, Dragonite. Shadow called, recalling Kingdra and sending out Dragonite. Return, Fairy Eevee, Luo Yangshuo said, enter the fray. Beedrill. Beedrill? Trying to wear down Dragonite's stamina? Xiaodao frowned. Contestant Xiaoluo summoned his shiny Beedrill, presumably allowing Fairy Eevee to recuperate for the battle against Dragonite. It is widely known that Fairy Eevee possesses immunity to Dragon-type moves, and given that it had expended considerable energy in the previous round, letting it rest was indeed a prudent choice. The commentator remarked, it appears everyone underestimates you, Luo Yangshuo said, touching the two keystone gems embedded in his wristband. Let them be silenced, Beedrill. The pendant on Beedrill's chest shimmered brilliantly, connecting with the light from Luo Yangshuo's keystone. As the glow faded, a Mega Beedrill materialized on the battlefield. What is this? Beedrill has evolved once more. Contestant Xiaoluo has surprised us again. Who would have thought? Following the evolution of Greninja, he would also evolve Beedrill. Truly an endlessly surprising contender. The commentator exclaimed. But what difference does another evolution make? It's still a feeble bug. Xiaodao scoffed. Dragonite, Fire Punch. Dragonite nodded and dashed towards Mega Beedrill with incredible speed, its right fist ablaze with flames. Yet, in an instant, a shadow flickered, and Beedrill vanished. Suddenly, Dragonite felt the stinger of Mega Beedrill pierce its back, releasing potent toxins. Luo Yangshuo chuckled. What began as a 60% chance of victory has now risen to 90% with the successful toxin release. Dragonite is renowned as the fastest Pokémon in the world, or so the Pokédex claims. However, in the game, Dragonite's base speed is merely 80, with an attack of 134. In contrast, Mega Beedrill boasts a speed of 145 and an attack of 150, though it is incredibly fragile. Mega Beedrill's assault can instill despair in any opponent. Mega Beedrill, use Poison Jab, Luo Yangshuo commanded. Beedrill's stinger rapidly expelled a green, toxin-laden liquid. The venom struck Dragonite, which displayed an expression of agony due to the poison. It was now poisoned, and the damage from poison jab was doubled. However, the special attack of Mega Beedrill had sharply declined, resulting in minimal damage, though it intensified Dragonite's poisoning. Damn it, Dragonite, Rain Dance, then Thunder to finish it. Xiaotao ordered. You think I will allow you to attack again? Mega Beedrill, unleash Twin Needle without pause and finish it. Luo Yangshua commanded. In an instant, Beedrill became a blur, executing a rapid barrage of Twin Needle strikes on Dragonite. With its high attack power and the effects of the Focus Sash, critical hits occurred frequently, leaving Dragonite in dire straits, unable to track its elusive opponent and merely enduring the relentless assault. With the final Twin Needle, Dragonite collapsed, unable to continue the fight. Dragonite has lost its fighting ability. Therefore, the victor is contestant Xiaoluo. The referee announced loudly. Luo Yangshua stepped forward, bumping his right fist against Mega Beedrill's steel stinger. Both he and his Pokémon savoring the cheers and applause of the multitude. He had achieved victory. Chapter 51. The conclusion of the conference. In the surge of popularity, Xiaotao reluctantly recalled his Dragonite and approached Luo Yangshua, exclaiming, "Damn it. You are truly formidable. It seems my chances of succeeding my cousin do have dwindled." Luo Yangshua shook his hand and replied, "You still have time to train. However, you are too extreme in your approach. I was once guided by the champion De Wu of the Fengyuan region, and he imparted wisdom that the strength of an individual is invariably determined by their greatest weaknesses. Your Pokémon exhibit clear strengths, yet their flaws are equally apparent. Exploiting these weaknesses makes you no match for me." Xiaotao scratched his head and admitted, "My cousin Du has mentioned the same. However, this is my style. I doubt I can change it. I will seek other methods to compensate." Luo Yangshua chose not to respond, recognizing that this was a path others must tread alone. The competition finally concluded, paving the way for the awards ceremony and closing festivities. Once he received the champion's trophy, the system rewards would be his. After which he planned to take a respite before accompanying Lily AI to Alola to prepare for the challenge against Kapu Tokyo. The closing ceremony commenced, with all contestants in attendance. President Damalanki distributed commemorative medals. Lily AI received a medal with a black base, adorned with white wings on either side, and a crystal crown at the center, featuring a small golden Pokeball emblem, which looked splendid. The top three competitors, Luo Yangshua, Xiaotao, and Dexiong, were awarded medals and trophies. Luo Yangshua received a gold medal and a golden trophy topped with a Pokeball, flanked by golden wings. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the main quest, the Path of the Master. Reward, 1 Master Ball, a complete set of million evolution stones for Charizard, and a random mythical Pokemon map. Ding! Main quest 2 initiated. Capture 6 Pokemon from the Johto region to participate in the Silver Conference. Mythical Pokemon are not allowed, and Pokemon acquired through the system lottery do not count. Rewards, 2 Master Balls, a complete set of million evolution stones for Mutwo, a random mythical Pokemon map, and the abilities of Healing Power and Psychic Power unlocked. Luo Yangshua clicked his tongue, pondering the increased rigor of the task, but the rewards remained enticing. This meant that apart from Charizard and Sylveon, none of his other Pokemon could participate. However, it appeared that Hakuria had not taken part in this tournament, prompting Luo Yangshua to inquire with the system, which confirmed that juvenile Giratina could indeed participate in the Silver Conference. He felt relieved, knowing that he now needed only 3 more Pokemon from the Johto region. After stepping off the stage to join Lily AI, the lights dimmed and fireworks erupted, illuminating the venue. Lily AI leaned against Luo Yangshua, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" Luo Yangshua smiled silently, savoring the atmosphere. Once the closing ceremony concluded, everyone returned to the contestant village for one last night together before bidding farewell. Luo Yangshua and his companions made their way back to Masera Town. Plans were soon announced for a celebratory evening to honor Luo Yangshua's victory and Xiaoxi's achievement of reaching the top 8. It was originally set to take place at Professor Okito's lab, but Lily AI's friends insisted on visiting Luo Yangshua's breeding mansion instead, leading to a change of venue. Luo Yangshua had no objections, spending some funds to procure ingredients and beverages, enlisting Tu Chansey to assist in preparing a feast for everyone. Xiaoxi's mother also came to lend a hand, and soon the gathering was filled with laughter and joy. Shui Lian and the others explored the expansive mansion, and within a short time, each returned with a Pokemon in tow. Luo Yangshua could hardly contain his frustration as the 4 friends each acquired a high-quality Pokemon. Reluctantly, he allowed them to take away the 4 Pokemon: Shui Lian's high-quality Gyarados, Mrao's high-quality Oddish, Kachi's high-quality Ponyta, and Mamana's high-quality Magnemite. Luo Yangshua's heart ached as he realized he had lost $4 million Poké dollars just like that. Professor Okito, aware of Luo Yangshua's upcoming trip to Alola, promptly asked him to capture some Alolan variants of Pokémon. Luo Yangshua readily agreed, knowing that his breeding mansion required a substantial number of Pokémon. With his current wealth and resources, capturing Pokémon was no longer a daunting task. Simultaneously, Professor Okido requested Luo Yangshua to provide him with a Greninja and a Beedrill for research. After considering the matter, Luo Yangshua consented, recognizing that nearly all his Pokémon were at or near level 90, and he had already equipped them with everything they needed. The next step would depend on their own efforts, though he would retain the cheats and modified moves for himself before passing them to Professor Okido. Speaking of cheats and modified moves, Luo Yangshua realized he had yet to check his current popularity points, uncertain if they would suffice. Upon opening the system interface, he was taken aback by the surge in popularity points, taking a moment to recover his composure. Finally, I feel like a wealthy individual. System, grant me access to the cheats. I want a dozen of the modified versions as well. With his victory, his popularity points had skyrocketed to 1.2 million, inducing a sense of pride in Luo Yangshua, who was accustomed to poverty. After selecting his desired items, he attempted to check out. Ding. Insufficient balance to make a purchase. Are you telling me this paltry amount is not enough for 1.2 million popularity points? Luo Yangshua's frustration boiled over. Ding. Maximizing attack EVs costs 50,000 popularity points. Maximizing special attack EVs also costs 50,000 popularity points. Gaining experience X8 costs 300,000 popularity points. The total for modified Pokémon moves amounts to 1 million. Left speechless, Luo Yangshua contemplated his options. He decided to procure both attack cheats, achieving a sense of fulfillment. The experience multiplier was a must, given the difficulty of leveling up past 90. After deliberating, he excluded Bellisum, who was not fond of battle and likely would not see much action in the future, as well as Sylveon, a fellow pacifist. The remaining Pokémon were all battle-hardened fighters. After careful consideration, he allocated the modified moves to Charizard, Greninja, Mutwo, and Beedrill. The remaining 300,000 points were spent on a set of modified Claw Strikes for Charizard, a set of modified Blade Dance for Greninja, and a set of modified Weapon Mastery for Mutwo. Correspondingly, Charizard would receive Dragon Claw, Greninja would be equipped with Blade Dance and Water Shuriken, and Mutwo would wield its Psychic Spoon. The group enjoyed a lively evening until nightfall. After everyone departed, Luo Yangshua pushed open the door to the villa and descended to the second floor where Charizard rested. Hearing Luo Yangshua's footsteps, Charizard opened its eyes. Without a word, Luo Yangshua presented a shimmering pill to Charizard before leaving to retire for the night. As Charizard watched Luo Yangshua's retreating figure, it swallowed the pill without hesitation. The powerful effects coursed through its body, and Charizard endured the excruciating pain as flames erupted from its tail, enveloping it completely. A flash of white light illuminated the sky as Mutwo appeared above Charizard, silently observing the flaming creature. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua's Mutwo emerged from its resting place, and the two Mutwos exchanged a glance before silently departing, their destination unknown. After what felt like an eternity, the flames finally subsided, and Charizard sensed a significant surge in its strength, nodding in satisfaction. Glancing around at the charred ground, Charizard sought a new spot and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 52. Journey to Alola. Battle with Lizzie. After a 2-day stay in Viridian City, Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the Alola Ether Paradise aboard a private jet. Luzamin served as their guide, commencing her introduction to the expansive Ether Paradise, which indeed occupied an entire island as the base for the Ether Foundation, showcasing the wealth of Lily's family. Now, in the deep autumn, Luo Yangshua planned to spend the entire winter in Alola, aiming to challenge the Silver Conference alongside Ash in the spring. Thus, he had ample time to train his Charizard and capture the elusive Tapu Koko. After a day at the Ether Paradise, Luo Yangshua acquired several Ultra Balls from his future mother-in-law. Although they could be purchased through the system, why not take advantage of the free ones? After all, Ultra Beasts occasionally appeared in the Alola region, and he was keen to capture a few. Furthermore, his future mother-in-law shared an interest in Ultra Beasts, so even if he did not wish to keep them, he could still present them to her as a gesture of filial piety. Lizamin had great faith in Luo Yangshua's capabilities, handing him 30 Ultra Balls that were more or less suitable for research. Ultra Balls could only be used to capture Ultra Beasts. Attempting to catch ordinary Pokémon with them yielded a lower success rate than even the most basic Pokeballs. After bidding farewell to Lizamin and Gladion, Luo Yangshua was escorted back to the Pokémon school by Professor Oak and Professor Kukui. Lily, having taken a leave of absence for travel, needed to catch up on her studies, but fortunately, her passion for reading ensured that she excelled academically, alleviating concerns about her educational progress. However, it would be another year before Lily graduated from the Pokémon school, and she would not be able to accompany Luoyang Shuo on this trip to Chengdu. Luoyang Shuo understood, and, after staying at the professor's home for a few days and capturing a group of Pokémon to send to Professor Oak, he set sail for Akala Island. This time, he primarily left his main team at the estate, with only Charizard, Dragonair, Gyarados, and Larvitar accompanying him. Mutwo, for reasons unknown, decided to remain behind for some purpose, not disclosing it to Luoyang Shuo. The latter did not pry. Merely instructing Mutwo to seek him out if trouble arose or to take his main Pokémon along, to which Mutwo nodded in agreement. The ferry did not stop at Hawali City but proceeded directly to Konokoni City. From the deck, the lighthouse of Konokoni City was visible in the distance, a landmark from which one could gaze upon Hawali City. The two cities were merely separated by a body of water and were conveniently connected by a diglet tunnel. Luoyang Shuo arrived in Konokoni City to find Lizzie, the island queen, as he intended to capture Tapu Koko. He needed to inform her, otherwise, capturing it without warning would likely result in a pursuit by Lizzie and potentially the other three guardians as well. After all, the four Tapus were the protectors of the islands of Alola, unlike the legendary birds or Shalebi, which belonged to a single group. Capturing one did not incite the wrath of the others. No, absolutely not. How could you even entertain the idea of capturing Tapu Koko? Even if you had the ability to capture it, do you think the other guardians would allow you to take it? Lizzie exclaimed loudly. All right. I understand. I want to capture it, but can I at least battle it? Luoyang Shuo replied, rubbing his ears. Upon arriving in Konokoni City, he inquired about Lizzie's gemstone shop. With the locals' enthusiastic guidance, Luoyang Shuo found Lizzie. She was delighted to see him and expressed her joy upon hearing that he had become the champion of the Kanto region. However, her expression quickly shifted when she learned of his intent to capture Tapu Koko, and she poked his forehead, giving him a stern lecture. Really? Lizzie said, her face filled with skepticism, unable to believe that Luoyang Shuo genuinely intended to capture Tapu Koko. More real than pearls, Luoyang Shuo replied, feeling somewhat helpless. While it was indeed a pity not to capture Tapu Koko, he was determined to avenge his Charizard. At the very least, he wanted to teach Tapu Koko a lesson for bullying the weak. Very well, let us have a battle. If you win, I'll take you to the ruins of life and give you the Roxy Crystal. If you lose, you must reflect on your actions, Lizzie declared. Even if you wish to challenge Tapu Koko, I will be watching. All right, where shall we battle? Luoyang Shuo asked nonchalantly, aware that this would be his first encounter with a legendary Pokémon, and the outcome was uncertain. Although he boasted about capturing mythical creatures, it was merely a self-affirmation to bolster his confidence. To the ruins of life, Lizzie instructed. Tapu Koko 1T always be at the ruins of life. But a battle there will surely draw it in. Now it makes sense. No wonder the people of Alola offer Pokémon battles as tributes to these guardians. All four of them are, in essence, warriors with a keen interest in combat. Lizzie instructed a shop attendant to watch over the store, then led Luoyang Shuo through a long thicket until they arrived at the entrance to the ruins of life. However, Lizzie did not allow Luoyang Shuo to enter the ruins, stating that entry was a trial for the island queen or king, and only those deemed worthy by the guardians could assume this role. In essence, Luoyang Shuo, as an outsider, was not qualified to enter unless he decided to settle down and live there. Luoyang Shuo expressed indifference and sent out Charizard. Lizzie glanced at Charizard and remarked, "You've trained it well. It's no wonder you became a champion. But don't underestimate me, the island queen. Go, Electrode. Electrode. Use Charge Beam." Lizzie commanded. "Finish it, Mega Charizard X. Flame Claw." Luoyang Shuo shouted as he Mega Evolved Charizard upon Lizzie, sending out Electrode. "Is this Charizard's next evolutionary form? It looks quite formidable," Lizzie commented, "but don't underestimate my Electrode. Use Thunderbolt." After Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard X's ability changed to Tough Claws, enhancing its physical attacks. Mega Charizard X transformed its Flame Punch into Flame Claw, maintaining the same power but with a different form. The dark silhouette became a streak of black light, and the blue-flamed giant claw struck Electrode, sending it crashing to the ground, yet it did not lose its fighting capability. Solid ability? Useless. My Mega Charizard X's Flame Claw connects, Luoyang Shuo declared. As predicted, the next Flame Claw landed on Electrode, incapacitating it. Lizzie reluctantly recalled Electrode, saying, "Your strength is truly impressive. No wonder you became a champion." Luoyang Shuo stroked his chin, acknowledging her statement. Modified version of Claw Attack, inspired by the King of Fighters, it creates a rapid succession of claw strikes, leaving the opponent unable to counter. Valued at 100,000 popularity points. Chapter 53. The appearance of Tapu Koko let us take this seriously. It's time to summon your Pokémon, Pang Yin Monster. Lizzie instructed. Soon, a colossal rock spirit, resembling a Mega Charizard X, materialized in the arena. Its ability activated, conjuring a raging sandstorm that inflicted damage upon Mega Charizard X. Luo Yanxua glanced at it, realizing he was up against a formidable opponent. The Pangyan monster was exceptional, boasting levels in the 80s, matching his Mega Charizard X in prowess. Pangyan monster, use spike attack, Li Zi commanded, launching a powerful move right from the outset. Ascend. Clear skies. Luo Yanxua prepared to seize control of the weather. The Pangyan monster stomped heavily on the ground, causing numerous rock spikes to erupt from the sky, raining down upon Mega Charizard X and inflicting significant damage. In response, Mega Charizard X unleashed its energy ball into the air, successfully taking control of the weather as the sandstorm gradually dissipated. Solar Beam, Li Zi declared. Did you think we wouldn't counter? Luo Yanxua shouted, Mega Charizard X, Solar Beam. Thanks to the clear skies, the Solar Beam coalesced swiftly, and as the two beams collided, Mega Charizard X's Solar Beam scattered the Pangyan monster's attack, allowing a diminished beam to strike the clumsy creature. While the Pangyan monster excelled in defense and attack, its special attack and speed were lacking, making it ill-equipped to face Mega Charizard X's special moves head-on. Li Zi remained undeterred, calling out, Rock Blast. Dodge, Mega Charizard X. Luo Yanxua urged. Each of his Pokémon possessed modified moves tailored by the system, and Mega Charizard X had 3 custom moves primarily enhancing its claws and wings, with secondary boosts to its physical strength. After rigorous training, Mega Charizard X's Claw Strike, Flight Speed, and Resilience had seen significant improvement, allowing it to adeptly evade the Pangyan monster's Rock Blast. In a sudden surge, it charged forward, claws at the ready. Forbidden Technique 211, Eightfold Maiden. Luo Yanxua exclaimed, as the claw strikes reminded him of Iori Yagami from King of Fighters. The system had thoughtfully borrowed from Iori's claw attack, and though different, it suited Mega Charizard X remarkably well. The successive claw strikes landed on the Pangyan monster, culminating in a headbutt that replaced the final fiery blast. The barrage left the Pangyan monster's health precariously low, prompting a surprised response from Li Zi. Such a powerful combo. It seems you have undergone rigorous training. Did you devise this strategy yourself? Luo Yanxua shamelessly nodded, responding, Mega Charizard X, finish it with your final fiery blast. Not yet, Li Zi retorted. The Pangyan monster, summoning its last ounce of strength, unleashed a spike attack towards Mega Charizard X. Both attacks struck simultaneously. The Pangyan monster collapsed while Mega Charizard X descended, still retaining half of its health, proving to be a worthy adversary for Li Zi. Return, Pangyan monster, Li Zi said, recalling her Pokémon. Your Mega Charizard X is truly formidable. Tapu Koko will surely be pleased. Xiao Luo, in this final round, I will give it my all. Prepare to witness the might of Alola's Z moves. Rockruff, take the stage. Luo Yanxua gazed at the midnight form of Rockruff in the arena, sensing a challenging battle ahead. Rockruff was exceptional, its level surpassing 90, likely Li Zi's starter Pokémon. Rockruff, use Spike Attack. Li Zi commanded. Rockruff's right fist struck the ground with force, causing massive rocks to protrude suddenly, hurtling towards Mega Charizard X. Mega Charizard X, take to the skies. Luo Yanxua instructed, and follow up with Solar Beam. The effects of the clear skies still lingered, and he intended to take full advantage. Mega Charizard X flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the air. With its claws clasped together, it unleashed a solar beam towards Rockruff. Dodge. Then, unleash the mighty Rockfall. Li Zi called out, striking a pose for Rockruff's SC move. Rockruff swiftly evaded the solar beam, leaping high into the air. Countless boulders appeared from nowhere, converging to form a massive rock mountain, which plummeted towards Mega Charizard X. Hold it back with Flame Charge. Luo Yanxua shouted, watching the imposing rock mountain descend with trepidation. Mega Charizard X roared, flames erupting from its tail as it collided with the rock mountain. However, the sheer size of the mountain proved overwhelming, forcing Mega Charizard X down. As the dust settled, Mega Charizard X stood panting on the ground, still alive but weary, while Rockruff also suffered some health loss. Mega Charizard X, Dragon Claw. Luo Yanxua commanded. Rockruff, use Rock Lock. Li Zi responded, determined to prevent Mega Charizard X from executing the Eightfold Maiden again. With a fierce cry, Rockruff summoned a multitude of colossal rocks from above, aiming to trap Mega Charizard X. Yet, Li Zi underestimated Mega Charizard X's agility. It deftly maneuvered through the air, darting towards Rockruff, successfully landing the Eightfold Maiden before unleashing a final fiery blast that concluded the battle. As Mega Charizard X gazed upon the incapacitated Rockruff, it could no longer contain itself, reverting from Mega Evolution and collapsing, gasping for breath as it gradually regained strength. Alas, we have lost, Li Zi said, helping Rockruff back to its feet. You are now qualified to challenge Tapu Koko. Moreover, as a reward for defeating me, this Rock Z crystal is yours. With that, she handed Luo Yangshua a yellowish Z crystal. He retrieved his Z-ring from his backpack, attaching the Rock Z crystal and placing the ring on his right hand. Smiling at the newfound addition to his arsenal, a melodious, youthful voice rang out, and a shower of phosphorescent powder descended, restoring the energy of both Mega Charizard X and Rockruff. Li Z also summoned her other Pokémon to recover. A pink Pokémon glided across the sky, landing gracefully before Luo Yangshua and Li Z, its large eyes sparkling with joy. Luo Yangshua recognized it immediately as Tapu Koko, the very reason for his journey. Without hesitation, Mega Charizard X roared towards Tapu Koko. Taken aback, Tapu Koko nodded happily. It adored battles. Luo Yangshua, witnessing the fighting spirit in Mega Charizard X, addressed Tapu Koko. We are here to challenge you. If we win, you must grant us a request. Shall Luo? Li Z interjected, somewhat annoyed, cutting him off. Fear not, Li Z. I will not request to capture Tapu Koko. My request is simply for you to train alongside Mega Charizard X. If we lose, we will battle you here for an entire month. What do you say? Luo Yangshua proposed. Regardless of the outcome, he hoped to allow Mega Charizard X to gain experience battling a legendary Pokémon, preparing for future encounters with divine beings. Thus, win or lose, Luo Yangshua considered it a gain. Tapu Koko, pleased with the idea of having a companion for battle, showed no objection. Chapter 54, The Might of Legendary Beasts in the Entrustment of Tapu Koko. As Luo Yangshua spoke, the keystone on his left wrist resonated with the Fire Dragon's X stone on the creature's wrist. A brilliant light enveloped the Fire Dragon, forming a luminous egg, which subsequently shattered to reveal a majestic Mega Charizard X, its fierce gaze fixed upon Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko chuckled softly. Luo Yangshua, upon hearing this, remarked, Do not underestimate my Mega Charizard X. Shadow Claw. The Fire Dragon surged towards Tapu Koko, its dark claws exuding a ferocious aura as it lunged with wild abandon. Tapu Koko hummed a light tune, effortlessly evading the strikes of Mega Charizard X. With a swift motion, it collided with the creature's abdomen. Mega Charizard X, taken aback by the impact, doubled over, clutching its belly for a moment before regaining composure. It glared menacingly at Tapu Koko, letting out a furious roar as a torrent of flames erupted towards it. With a mere flick of its finger, Tapu Koko redirected the flames, sending them back to collide with Mega Charizard X. Luo Yangshua watched in silence as his Mega Charizard X's health dwindled to half. Is the disparity truly this vast? He lamented. Tapu Koko beckoned playfully with a finger, smiling as it called out. Even in defeat, clarity is paramount. Mega Charizard X, Flare Blitz. Luo Yangshua commanded. With a resounding roar, Mega Charizard X unleashed its blazing tail, engulfing itself in blue flames that far surpassed its usual power. Tapu Koko struck the ground with one hand, generating a pink shockwave that propelled Mega Charizard X backward, while blue halos appeared across the ground. As Mega Charizard X fell, it was bombarded by an onslaught of pink, blue, and yellow energy flashes. Nature's wrath, indeed, Luo Yangshua mused, feeling somewhat defeated by the overwhelming prowess of Tapu Koko. Panting heavily, the Fire Dragon stood before Luo Yangshua, fully aware of its inferiority to Tapu Koko, yet it was unwilling to concede. This ultimate strike, Luo Yangshua declared, with a fierce roar. Mega Charizard X charged at Tapu Koko with unwavering determination. Tapu Koko, however, simply smiled, unleashing a formidable psychic wave that immobilized Mega Charizard X in midair, rendering it unable to continue fighting and reverting it from its mega form. Tapu Koko gently sprinkled luminous powder, healing the Fire Dragon. Luo Yangshua stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and stated, A wager is a wager. For the next month, I shall accompany you in battle. Tapu Koko nodded in agreement, its laughter bright. Li Z observed the now composed Luo Yangshua and remarked, So, you have come to appreciate the might of Tapu Koko. Luo Yangshua sat down heavily, gazing at Tapu Koko as he confessed, The power of legendary beasts is indeed beyond my capacity to confront. Yet, I have my own methods. One day, I will lead my Pokémon into the realm of the gods, and we shall conquer Tapu Koko. Li Z playfully tapped the back of Luo Yangshua's head, chiding. What makes you think legendary beasts are easily tamed? Without fortune or the allegiance of a legendary, do not even dream of capturing one. Moreover, you are correct in one aspect. Only a legendary can vanquish another legendary. Luo Yangshua scoffed, pondering, what of Ash defeating the nightmare god Darkrai? Is Lizard King considered a legendary? He then considered his own Mutwo, realizing that its chances against Tapu Koko were slim. Yet Mutwo is a legendary, isn't it? Or is it merely a matter of time? System, what precisely defines a legendary beast? Luoyang Shua inquired. Do not try to deceive me with game mechanics. Nearly all my Pokémon exceed 600 in stats. Beep. The definition of a legendary beast pertains more to the utilization of the world's essence. To simplify for the host, one harnesses elemental energy, while another wields the primal energy of the world. The disparity in quality is fundamentally vast, the system elucidated. Thus, the path ahead involves my Pokémon comprehending the essence of the world. Luoyang Shua contemplated, pondering how to achieve this understanding. Beep. Currently, there is no data. If the host can locate Arceus's plate and allow the system to analyze it, a method may be discerned. Where on earth am I to find Arceus's plate? Luoyang Shua lamented, feeling frustrated. Comprehending the essence of power was the first step towards entering the realm of legendary beasts. Yet this initial step already posed a challenge for Luoyang Shua. Regardless, I must train with Kapuko Kiko for a month, familiarizing myself with battles against legendary beings, Luoyang Shua resolved. Adopting a carefree attitude, he understood that the realm of legendary beasts was still a distant dream, even with Mutuo, which had come back to life by chance through the system. His experience in confronting legendary beasts was non-existent. Without further ado, a new round of battles commenced. Luoyang Shua released Hakragon and others to observe, valuing the experience of battling a legendary, even if they did not participate directly. He retrieved a camera from his bag, preparing to document this encounter with Kapuko Kiko. Even in repeated defeats, it would provide invaluable experience. Lizzie watched as the fire dragon faced defeat time and time again. Grateful for Kapuko Kiko's healing powder, which allowed for rigorous training. After a while, Lizzie departed, aware that her responsibilities as the island queen demanded her attention. With the knowledge that Luoyang Shua could not contend with Kapuko Kiko, there was little cause for concern. Luoyang Shua, not wishing to return to Kanekoko City just yet, decided to have Lizzie send over supplies later. He set up a tent at the life ruins, preparing for a protracted struggle. A month later, it was not only the fire dragon that faced Kapuko Kiko, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar joined in, launching a full-scale assault. Yet Kapuko Kiko danced through the onslaught, effortlessly defeating each challenger. The month has come to an end. Kapuko Kiko, I must take my leave, Luoyang Shua announced, recalling the 4 Pokémon healed by Kapuko Kiko. Kapuko Kiko nodded, calling out in a melodic tone. Do you wish to entrust me with a Pokémon? Which one? Luoyang Shua inquired with curiosity. From the shadows, 3 calls echoed. Naya, Mew, Finn. The 4 Kapus gathered before Luoyang Shua, observing the quartet. Luoyang Shua recalled how Ash had once been favored by Kapumuku and entrusted with a similar Pokémon. Could it be? As he had anticipated, a small, starry creature was protected by the 4 Kapus and presented to Luoyang Shua. Gazing down at Cosmoem cradled in his arms, he frowned and said, I'm not from Alola. Can I truly care for it? I am bound for other regions and may not return for a year. Kapuko Kiko assured him with gentle tones, implying, take it with you. We shall manage what follows. After a moment of hesitation, Luoyang Shua agreed. Very well, until we meet again in a year. Should you need me, seek me in Kanno's Pallet Town. If I'm unavailable, my Pokémon will reach out to me. The 4 Kapus nodded, softly chirping before departing the life ruins. Luoyang Shua held Cosmoem tightly as he returned to Kanekoko City, preparing to bid farewell to Lizzie. He also intended to gather several Z crystals during the remaining time to prepare for the battles ahead. Chapter 55, The Charizard in Love After Acquiring Cosmic. Luoyang Shua was suddenly filled with a plethora of ingenious ideas. In the game, both Solgaleo and Lunala had the ability to traverse the Ultra Wormhole and access other realms. He was certain that within the Ultra Wormhole, there existed not only exotic creatures, but also the possibility of encountering legendary Pokémon from different dimensions. Although the odds were slim, it was certainly worth a shot, wasn't it? The legendary Pokémon he had longed to capture were indeed Cosmic and Celebi, one capable of traversing space and the other, time. Celebi's power to manipulate time could allow Luoyang Shua to journey back to ancient eras, where the legendary Pokémon he could envision were the 3 from the Hoenn region, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. These 3 had been slumbering since antiquity, and the mysteries of that ancient period remained elusive. No one could truly recount those tales. Even Rayquaza, which dwelt within the ozone, could not guarantee that other Rayquazas did not exist in the vast universe. Everything remained shrouded in mystery. Upon returning to Nikki City, he found Lizzie and bid her farewell. Lizzie expressed profound curiosity regarding the gift of a Pokémon from Tapu Koko for Luoyang Shua to nurture. However, after examining Cosmic thoroughly, she found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Instead, the commotion awakened Cosmic, whose loud wails proved to be quite the ordeal for both of them. Fortunately, Luo Yangshua had prepared for such a situation, producing the ultimate treat, a sweet candy, which calmed Cosmic and brought joy to its demeanor. From this, it became evident that this particular Cosmic was indeed the one entrusted to Ash by Tapu Koko in the animated series. Yet, Luo Yangshua pondered why he was chosen by Tapu Koko. Even the inertia of the narrative seemed not to favor him. Nevertheless, having received Cosmic, there was no possibility of returning it. Only Ash would release his main Pokémon. Luo Yangshua was certain that if anyone were to obtain a legendary Pokémon, none would ever consider releasing it. After parting ways with Leezy, Luo Yangshua summoned Charizard to take him to Vera Volcano, where he intended to challenge the dominant Pokémon and acquire the Fire Z Crystal to enhance Charizard's capabilities. Cosmic sat gleefully upon Charizard's back, chirping happily. Luo Yangshua initially considered capturing it with a Pokeball, but the system promptly informed him. Ding. Warning to the host. Unless a legendary Pokémon willingly chooses to remain in a Pokeball, they cannot be contained by ordinary Pokeballs, which would merely burst under their power. If the host wishes to capture a legendary Pokémon, it is advisable to utilize the Master Ball provided by the system. According to the system, legendary Pokémon possessed primordial powers that ordinary Pokeballs could not restrain. Even a Master Ball could only barely withstand their might. Only the Master Ball provided by the system could genuinely capture them. Attempting to use a standard Pokeball would result in a superficial capture, as a legendary Pokémon could easily break free at will. Luo Yangshua's Muwo also willingly followed him. Otherwise, one would not presume that a mere Ultra Ball could contain it. Thus, he abandoned the notion of capturing Cosmic with a Pokeball. Upon arriving at Vera Volcano, Luo Yangshua began his ascent from the foothills. The Fire Z Crystal that Kachi inherited from his grandfather was not specifically located within Vera Volcano, leaving Luo Yangshua to traverse obscure and untraveled paths in hopes of encountering the dominant Pokémon. Cosmic curiously explored their surroundings until, in an instant, it vanished due to teleportation. Blast! Charizard, quickly find Cosmic! Luo Yangshua exclaimed, growing increasingly frantic. Teleportation could be quite elusive. As he sent Charizard aloft, he suddenly heard Cosmic's cries echoing from above. Looking up, he spotted a distant cave opening in the rock face. He gestured to Charizard, who promptly soared towards the cave. Upon entering, Luo Yangshua discovered Cosmic encircled by 3 night thief fire lizards. He couldn't help but cover his face. After all, this was a legendary Pokémon's offspring, frightened by mere level 20 night thief fire lizards. It was almost too pitiful to behold. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, scattering the night thief fire lizards, while Luo Yangshua rushed over to embrace Cosmic, offering it a few candies. Next time, don't wander off. I worry about you when you're gone. Cosmic nodded and tugged at Luo Yangshua's sleeve, pointing with its nebulous arm toward a wooden sculpture that housed the Z Crystal. A vibrant red Fire Z Crystal shimmered atop it. Luo Yangshua joyfully patted Cosmic's head, realizing that this little creature had understood his intentions and guided him here. However, he noticed there was no sign of the dominant Pokémon around. After waiting a couple of minutes, a massive flame lizard appeared at the cave entrance. I am here for the Fire Z Crystal, Luo Yangshua declared. The flame lizard nodded and charged forth, emanating brilliance akin to its appearance in the game. Curious to test the strength of the dominant Pokémon, he commanded, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard opened its mouth and released a stream of flames towards the flame lizard, which remained unfazed. With a flirtatious glance towards Charizard, it countered with its own flames, momentarily enchanting Charizard. Luo Yangshua furrowed his brow, channeling his bond to temporarily diminish the effects of the allure. Dragon Claw. With a mighty roar, Charizard summoned a colossal claw of dragon energy aimed at the flame lizard. The flame lizard feigned a piteous expression, causing Charizard to hesitate, significantly reducing its attack power. Nonetheless, the onslaught was still enough to leave the flame lizard reeling. Shaking his head, Luo Yangshua mused about the trials of heroes facing the allure of beauty. Not only Charizard, but even Nidoking had become enamored with Lily's Nidoqueen after their battle, now flaunting their affection back at the estate. Surely, by the time Luo Yangshua returned, they would have produced offspring. Charizard, in its youthful exuberance, was susceptible to temptation. The flame lizard, in turn, flicked its tail, releasing a torrent of toxic sludge towards Charizard. Defend yourself, then use reverse scale to finish it, Luo Yangshua commanded. Charizard braced against the toxins, surging forward with potent dragon energy, ultimately incapacitating the flame lizard. As Luo Yangshua observed the night thief fire lizards lingering behind the flame lizard, they made no further attempt to impede his progress. He approached the sculpture and retrieved the Fire Z Crystal, turning back to celebrate with Charizard. He noticed Charizard engaging affectionately with the recovering flame lizard. Evidently, the battle had ignited a spark of affection in the flame lizard as well. Both Pokémon belonged to breeding groups that could produce offspring, so the prospect of eggs was certainly not an issue. Yet, the palpable aura of romance lingering in the air left Luo Yangshua feeling as though he had been unwittingly served a dose of canine love from his own Pokémon. Chapter 56. Taming the Extraordinary Beasts. The fire-breathing dragon ultimately chose not to accompany Luo Yangshua. Instead, it and the flame lizard decided to remain for a while, planning to return when Luo Yangshua set off for the Chengdu region. With a sense of resignation, Luo Yangshua summoned his Dragonite to descend the mountain. He took the opportunity to visit Kachi's family ranch, where Kachi's mother Amara and father Shibu warmly welcomed him. Acknowledging that Luo Yangshua had been quite attentive to Kachi and his companions during their time in the Kanto region, Kachi's younger sister, the doting Shinger, curiously examined the Cosmoem as it drank fresh milk, exclaiming, "Brother Luo, what is this adorable Pokémon called?" The trio of milk-drinking Pokémon immediately felt a pang of inferiority. Being wild in nature, they appeared fierce and intimidating, starkly contrasting with the gentle Cosmoem. "Ah, you may call it Little Nebula," Luo Yangshua replied, gently patting Cosmoem's small head. Cosmoem tilted its head in confusion. "Little Nebula? Is that what you're calling me?" Shingo playfully poked Cosmoem's face, engaging it in a brief game before her attention shifted to Dragonite and the others. The Pokémon instantly donned friendly smiles, welcoming her affection. Sipping on some fresh milk, Luo Yangshua mused, "When I visit Chengdu, I must capture a herd of milkeggs. The nutritional value of Moo Moo milk is exceptional, and its taste is beyond reproach." Suddenly, his phone chimed with a familiar ringtone, a voice recording from Lily AI. "Hello, this is Luo Yangshua speaking. Who is calling?" He answered. "It's me," came the voice of Lizaman. "We have discovered traces of ultra beasts at Mount Lanakala on Ulula Island. Could you please capture them for us?" "Understood. How many are there?" "I need to prepare accordingly. We're not quite sure yet, but at least 2. "All right, I'll head over immediately." "Ah, I should say the Guardians are aware. Depart at once. I'll hang up now." Luo Yangshua hung up the phone with a frown, sharing a mutual understanding with Lily AI regarding his future mother-in-law's peculiar interests. Recalling his Gyarados and Banette, he cradled Cosmoem and leaped onto Dragonite's back. After exchanging a few words with Kachi's parents, Dragonite soared into the sky, heading towards Mount Lanakala on Ulula Island. Dragonite's flying speed was impressive, albeit not as swift as the fire-breathing dragon. However, after a little over an hour, Luo Yangshua arrived at Mount Lanakala, landing in a snowy expanse under the guidance of an Ether Foundation helicopter. As the helicopter touched down, powerful gusts of wind stirred up snowflakes, causing discomfort to Dragonite. As it was likely the case for all Dragon-type Pokémon in such conditions, the helicopter door swung open, and 2 individuals emerged, Lizaman and Barnett. Noticing the ring on Barnett's finger, Luo Yangshua inquired, "You must be Dr. Barnett, and your partner is Dr. Kokui, correct?" "Indeed. You must be the young Luo Yangshua that Kukui often speaks of. I appreciate your assistance in advance," Barnett replied, his expression tinged with a hint of sweetness. Luo Yangshua felt an overwhelming sense of being bombarded with romantic sentiments, silently chiding himself for bringing it up. "Rest assured, I will handle it. By the way, Luo, where is your fire-breathing dragon? Why did Dragonite bring you instead?" Lizaman asked, her curiosity piqued. "Ah, it has fallen in love and is currently at Mount Vera. It will only depart when I return," Luo Yangshua explained, feeling a bit helpless. The 2 women exchanged amused glances before breaking into laughter. After some time, they ceased their giggles and began to set up equipment, instructing Luo Yangshua to capture the Ultra Beasts, after which they would open the Ultra Wormhole to send them home. They also mentioned that if there were many, they wouldn't mind keeping 1 or 2 for research. Luo Yangshua accepted the task and took to the skies on Dragonite to search Mount Lanakila. With the assistance of a vision-enhancing device, he spotted an Ultra Beast 2 kilometers away, concealed in the snow. Quickly, he directed Dragonite to land. In the snowy terrain lay a slender, humanoid Pokémon. Luo Yangshua recognized it as the Ultra Beast, Pheromosa, which appeared to be under siege from Ice-type Pokémon, showing signs of severe injury, with its body encased in ice. Pheromosa struggled to open its eyes, gazing at Luo Yangshua and uttering a few cries. To his astonishment, he realized he could comprehend its words. Unlike in the animated series, where Meowth could not understand the speech of Buzzwole, he felt grateful for the system's capabilities. "Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I shall capture you first, then tend to your injuries," he assured, producing an Ultra Ball that easily ensnared Pheromosa. Upon releasing Pheromosa, he promptly purchased Revival Herbs and Ice Heal from the system. The efficacy of the system was undeniable. As soon as he administered the medicines, Pheromosa's injuries healed instantly. Displaying a touch of pride, Pheromosa embraced Luo Yangshua. who was unbothered by the gesture, as Pheromosa maintained an air of nobility and elegance, seemingly disdainful of the world around it. The fact that it chose to hug him indicated a degree of intimacy. Luo Yangshua inquired about Pheromosa's origins. Learning that it had inadvertently fallen into the ultra wormhole and arrived here, Pheromosa described its home as a vast desert filled with towering stone pillars and numerous caverns, with azure crystals growing on some rock formations, reminiscent of the game's setting. He asked if other Pheromosa had also fallen here and whether they desired to return home or remain. If they wished to return, he could assist. If they chose to stay, he welcomed them, provided they did not disrupt the local ecosystem, and spent some time living with the Ether Foundation to ensure there were no issues before venturing outside. Pheromosa expressed a desire to remain with Luo Yangshua, stating it did not intend to leave. As for its companions, they had gone to retrieve something that could aid them and would return shortly. True to Pheromosa's words, within moments, 10 Pheromosa appeared, elated to find their companion restored. Observing their battle scars, Luo Yangshua purchased additional ice heal from the system to assist their recovery. Before long, the group of Pheromosa developed a deep affinity for Luo Yangshua, all expressing their desire to stay, as their native environment was a barren desert. Though accustomed to living there, who would not prefer a better quality of life? 2 of them, however, seemed to have something anchoring them back home and decided to return. Luo Yangshua respected their decision and did not pressure them. He captured the 10 Pheromosa and Ultra Balls and returned to Barnet and Luzaman. After recounting the events, Luzaman assured him that the Ether Foundation would welcome the 8 Pheromosa, helping them integrate into Alola. Barnet utilized machinery to open the Ultra Wormhole, and the 2 Pheromosa longing for home gracefully leaped into the portal, disappearing from sight. Handing over the remaining 8 Ultra Balls to Luzaman, Luo Yangshua tossed one in his hand, feeling as though he had struck a significant bargain. Pheromosa, a premium Pokémon. Moreover, the remaining ones were all high-quality Pokémon. Luo Yangshua requested Luzaman to reserve one for Lily AI, hoping she would appreciate it. Upon seeing Pheromosa, Luzaman seemed quite taken, clinging to one and reluctant to let go. Pheromosa, somewhat displeased, pushed Luzaman away, casting a resigned glance at Luo Yangshua, who merely shrugged, indicating his inability to intervene. To be candid, the Philomyces and the Lucinia exhibit numerous similarities in their appearances. It is likely that they will coexist harmoniously in the future. Chapter 57. The arrival of Elima Ferrothorn. Evade with your elegant dance, Luo Yangshua commanded. The fair thorn leapt gracefully, spinning to avoid the razor-like leaves of the lambentang flower. With its slender legs, it exhibited a breathtaking speed. The Ferrothorn was renowned for its formidable dual offensive capabilities and ranked 3rd among all sprites in terms of speed. Much like the formidable Beedrill, it belonged to the assassin category, with negligible defensive capabilities. Either it was a fight to the death or nothing at all. Unleash the Silver Cyclone, Luo Yangshua called out. The delicate wings of Ferrothorn unfurled like a wedding gown, sending forth a silvery whirlwind towards the lambentang flower. The latter crossed its arms in a futile defense, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught and collapsing, rendered unable to continue the battle. Luo Yangshua approached and retrieved the Grass Z crystal, together with the Fire Z and Water Z crystals obtained from the Vera volcano and the Babbling Hills. He had successfully acquired all 3 Elemental Z crystals from the initial starter trio. Turning around to witness a throng of grass-type sprites entranced by Ferrothorn, he scratched his head, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ferrothorn possessed a humanoid form, its body exquisitely slender and predominantly milky white. It sported a flat head with drooping eyelashes. Its blue-violet eyes set above a long, bamboo-like neck, which led down to a 4-layered, flared skirt-like body, with the top layer slightly wider than the 3 beneath. Its arms extended from a lacy aperture on the uppermost layer, appearing exceedingly delicate, with oval-shaped joints and claw-like fingers at the ends, all a striking yellow. Adorning its eyelashes was a yellow crown-like structure, with protruding points from which 2 elongated antennae extended, slightly swollen at the tips. Beneath the final layer of the skirt, 2 legs emerged, resembling trousers. The back of its head connected to a bridle-like formation, curving inward as if to envelop the slender body of Ferrothorn, yet dramatically tapering into an X-shaped silhouette near its feet. Its legs, while still slender, had a hint of plumpness compared to other delicate parts, with yellow oval joints and dainty, claw-like toes that resembled high heels. Visually, Ferrothorn indeed possessed the allure to captivate many, reminiscent of Shinado. However, Luo Yangshua pondered whether it was Ferrothorn's appearance or the enigmatic pheromones it exuded that drew the sprites in. Regardless, whenever Ferrothorn entered the fray, a multitude of sprites would flock to its side. Yet, a word of caution to those lost in fantasy. While half of Shinado's female form is well known, Ferrothorn exists in a gender-ambiguous state, akin to the legendary creature Diancie, presenting as feminine yet not being so. After capturing several high-potential sprites, Luo Yangshua felt that with Ferrothorn by his side, the process of capturing had become akin to using a cheat code. There was no need for battles. A simple throw of the Pokeball sufficed. Nevertheless, the sprites attracted by Ferrothorn were predominantly of low levels, a detail Luo Yangshua did not mind, as he intended to facilitate their selection by others, merely acting as a temporary station. Recalling Ferrothorn, Luo Yangshua released his Dragonite, setting off for Melee Island to challenge Hala and obtain the Fighting Z Crystal, for he needed to prepare a suitable Z Crystal for Ferrothorn. Moreover, he had recently communicated with Professor Oak, who mentioned that Ash was preparing to challenge the 4th gym. The victor of the Orange League would soon be revealed, prompting Luo Yangshua to hasten his own pace and gather additional Z Crystals. If time ran short, he would have to wait until after the Silver Conference, when Lily would have completed her studies, allowing them to embark on a new adventure together. Upon returning to Melee Island, Luo Yangshua first visited the Pokemon school to see Lily. To his surprise, he encountered a handsome figure, Ilima, a character he was quite familiar with, having seen the anime. Luo Yangshua recalled that Ilima had traveled to the Kalos region for studies and likely returned recently. According to the storyline, it was estimated that Ilima would settle in Alola after a year or longer, eventually becoming the captain of Melee Island. In line with the game lore, Kakiv Malo and Lana were also set to become captains of Akala Island. Luo Yangshua contemplated whether to ask them for additional Z crystals to avoid unnecessary travel. Upon noticing Luo Yangshua's arrival, several sprites swimming in the lake swiftly gathered around him, and he greeted them warmly. "Hello, you must be little Luo. I am Ilima. I watched the court's conference. You truly are formidable. May we engage in a battle?" Ilima smiled as he approached, extending his right hand. "A simple spar is certainly agreeable." Luo Yangshua replied, shaking Ilima's hand. "Very well then. Eevee, I entrust you with this challenge," Ilima declared. Eevee stepped forward, brimming with confidence. Luo Yangshua chuckled, retrieving an Ultra Ball. Lily, observing this, curiously inquired, "Little Luo, is this the Ultra Ball developed by your mother?" "Indeed, this is my own. I assisted the Ether Foundation in capturing 8 of them. They have decided to reside here instead of returning to Ultra Space. If you wish, you may visit the Ether Foundation to see them, though they are quite proud." "Now, let us go, Ferrothorn," Luo Yangshua instructed. As Ferrothorn took the stage, it posed with one hand on its hip, gazing haughtily at Eevee. An Ultra Beast? I didn't expect it to be capturable so soon," Ilima remarked. "But we shall not be defeated. Eevee, use Quick Attack." With a swift flick of its tail, Eevee unleashed a barrage of energy stars towards Ferrothorn. "Counter with Silver Wind," Luo Yangshua commanded. Countless energy stars collided and dissipated, with a few stray stars hurtling back towards Eevee. Ilima noted, "As I observed, your sprites are indeed powerful, little Luo, relying on sheer strength." "Agility," Luo Yangshua called. Eevee evaded the energy stars with a quick attack, winking flirtatiously at Ferrothorn. With a graceful leap, Ferrothorn soared into the air, delivering a kick towards Eevee. "Eevee, let us see how you handle this." "Z-move, Bloomdale," Ilima announced. Posing dramatically, 8 beams of energy converged upon Eevee, who then shouted, "Final treasure." A massive energy star soared towards Ferrothorn. Upon impact, an explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that toppled Ferrothorn, which spun a few times before landing gracefully. Its expression now one of caution rather than pride. "Let us call it a draw," Luo Yangshua conceded as he recalled Ferrothorn. "No, I have lost," Ilima admitted. Calling Eevee back, "I lack the skills to contend with Ferrothorn. If we continued, defeat was inevitable. Truly, you deserve the title of champion, as a top 16 contender. I have much to learn." Chapter 58, Changes in the Alliance. Luo Yangshua shook his head, dismissing Ilima's thoughts. He was aware that Ilima had participated in the conference in the Kalos region, yet he was uncertain of the specifics. Nonetheless, to reach the top 16 in the tournament with an ordinary type attribute speaks volumes about Ilima's prowess. Ilima's approach was skill-oriented, contrasting sharply with Luo Yangshua's brute force method. Excelling in the art of overcoming the strong with the weak, a quality Luo Yangshua found lacking in himself. Thus, he resolved to seek Ilima's counsel, recognizing that mastering the strengths of others could be a path to his own growth. Ilima generously shared his insights, eager to uncover the secrets behind Luo Yangshua's formidable Pokemon. Luo Yangshua could hardly admit to him that he was under the influence of an external advantage. Reluctantly, he spent some of his accumulated popularity points to acquire the skill for training Eevee and shared it with Ilima. Elated, Ilima engaged in lively discussions, leaving those around them entirely neglected. Through his exchanges with Ilima, Luo Yangshua temporarily shelved his ambitions of challenging Z Pure Crystal and redirected his focus towards honing various techniques. Despite possessing the powers of bond strength and an expanded perspective, these advantages had not significantly impacted his battles, often overshadowed by the sheer strength of his Pokémon, which rendered his support unnecessary. This led Luo Yangshua to encounter a small bottleneck. He could easily crush opponents at the Quasi-King level, but was utterly unable to compete with those at the King level, let alone the champion. He recognized the necessity for change. Otherwise, his journey ahead would be fraught with difficulty, perhaps mirroring Xiao Tao's struggle to advance. Consequently, Luo Yangshua settled comfortably into the Pokémon school, engaging daily with Ilima in theoretical discussions, which he then translated into practical training for his Pokémon while also improving his own physical fitness. After several days, Ilima departed, and Luo Yangshua received a call from the Alliance. Luo Yangshua, we sincerely hope you will accept the position of Elite Four, Kana stated from the other end of the line. Kana, please don't flatter me. I know my own limitations. I am still quite far from the strength required at the elite level. Appointing me would only lead to my downfall, Luo Yangshua replied, his expression strained. Little Luo. To be frank, the entire Team Rocket has left Kanto and is heading to Johto, Kana continued. Dato has also immediately gone to Johto to take on the role of champion, bringing Shiba along with him. Granny Kikuko has retired, and the position of gym leader in Tokiwa City is temporarily vacant. The Alliance is in dire need of personnel, and I implore you. But what about Aju and Xiao Tao? If necessary, isn't there still Xiaohua? Luo Yangshua countered. Do you think the Alliance hasn't considered that? Aju has been reassigned to Johto as well. Along with 2 individuals rescued from a dark organization, the Elite Four and champion in the Chengdu region are now complete. However, in Kanto, Xiaohua has agreed to become part of the Elite Four, but Xiao Tao did not secure the champion title, leaving 2 positions unfilled. For now, the champion role is temporarily held by Daigo from Hoenn region, who reportedly had quite the argument with Hoenn, Kana added, exasperated. Is this my fault? Luo Yangshua lamented. If Daigo is acting as champion, then the current champion in Hoenn must be Macaulay, correct? Indeed, Kana confirmed. Well then, Kana, you might want to consider Naji, the gym leader from Goldenrod City. Her psychic abilities are indeed formidable, and she would be a worthy candidate for the Alliance to consider. Additionally, there is Ma Jishir from Leaf Green City, who is also exceptionally strong, Luo Yangshua suggested after a moment of contemplation. In the animated series, Naji and Ma Jishir were not particularly remarkable, yet in the manga, their performance was outstanding. Ma Jishir was recognized by Reiku, while Naji demonstrated immense intelligence in the manga, making them both formidable candidates for the Elite Four. Naji and Ma Jishir? Kana pondered for a moment. I will reach out to them and see. If it doesn't work out, you'd better not think about escaping my grasp. By the way, Kana, what is the background of the 2 new Elite Four members in Johto? Luo Yangshua inquired. It seems they were part of a dark organization attempting to eliminate Team Rocket, which led to their arrest by both the Alliance and Team Rocket. 2 of their ranks displayed commendable strength and character, prompting the Alliance to recruit them. One is a male named Ishu, proficient in psychic Pokémon, and the other is a female named Lihua, specializing in dark-type Pokémon, Kana explained. Now, I must cut the conversation short. I am swamped with work. With that, the line went dead as Kana hung up. Luo Yangshua rubbed his chin. Ishu and Lihua? Those names sound familiar. After some thought, he recalled that they were likely the 2 characters from the manga who succeeded Sakaki as the new Team Rocket leader, abducting many children to train as subordinates. However, in the manga, they followed the leader willingly, so how had they ended up betraying him? The manga's final antagonist was Lu Bo from Johto, and after making a call to inquire, Luo Yangshua confirmed the possibility of Lu Bo's involvement. The reasoning was simple. He merely asked if Lu Bo had lost 2 Lapras in his youth and received a definitive yes. Thus, he recognized that the leader of this dark organization was indeed Lu Bo. However, this realization brought him distress, for Lu Bo possessed genuine elite-level strength, and his descent into darkness was motivated by a desire to save those 2 Lapras, making him a character difficult to despise. Yet, if Lu Bo was indeed the one from the manga, did that mean Xiao Lan and Xiao Yin existed as well? Or perhaps they did not. Luo Yangshua felt a headache coming on and decided to set aside the thoughts, as they ultimately did not concern him. Setting down the phone, Luo Yangshua gazed towards the distant beach, where Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar were relentlessly unleashing their skills to enhance their powers. Meanwhile, Frosmoth darted gracefully between the 3, exhibiting remarkable agility, almost impervious to their combined attacks. As for Cosmic, it watched with great interest, cheering them on. After expending a high-grade ball, Luo Yangshua grasped the lesson that legendary Pokémon could not be captured without their consent. Without their approval, attempting to capture them was nearly impossible. At present, Luo Yangshua harbored some concerns. Cosmic weighed only 0.1 kilogram, which was manageable, but once it evolved into Cosmoem, it would weigh a staggering 999 kilograms, far beyond his capacity to handle. Unlike Ash, who effortlessly wielded Cosmoem, Luo Yangshua knew he might ultimately have to rely on a Master Ball provided by the system to capture it. Unfortunately, the system did not sell Master Balls. They were only available through main quests, and he felt it would be a waste to use one on Cosmic. He resolved to cultivate a bond instead, hoping to coax it into willingly entering the ball. As he contemplated this while doing push-ups, he recognized that the weight was merely a set parameter, but he understood it might be heavier. Cosmic floated over, circling around Luo Yangshua. Reluctantly, he offered it some sweet candy, knowing that its cries would be unbearable otherwise. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gladion observed Luo Yangshua on the beach and remarked to his companion Pokemon, "Let us go, Silvally. We shall wait for them in the Hoenn region." With that, he leaped onto the back of his Pokemon, leaving Luo Yangshua and a gathering of Pokemon to continue their training on the beach. Chapter 59. Return to Masera Town. The growth of Mutuo. A few days later, Luo Yangshua returned to Masera Town aboard a private plane provided by the Ether Foundation. His breeding house had gained some notoriety, and the Alliance had thoughtfully constructed an airport and dock to welcome visitors from various regions. After disembarking, he walked for about 10 minutes before reaching his estate, where he was greeted by his main Pokemon. Nidoking rushed forward, dragging Nidoqueen, and presented 2 Pokemon eggs to Luo Yangshua with an air of pride. Observing the excitement on Nidoking's face and the bashfulness of Nidoqueen, Luo Yangshua felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. After all, he was still just a child. Why should he be entrusted with such a responsibility? These eggs were undoubtedly meant for close companions only. The offspring of 2 extraordinary Pokemon, truly remarkable creatures. Charizard burst forth from its Pokeball, curiously eyeing the 2 eggs in Luo Yangshua's arms, a hint of envy evident in its demeanor. Luo Yangshua thought to himself, "I must definitely get Charizard a different kind of Pokeball, one that it cannot escape from." He shot Charizard a disapproving glance. This creature was indeed swift, having only recently bonded with its partner, Flareon, and already they had produced an egg, which Luo Yangshua entrusted to Lily AI for nurturing. After the recent Quartz conference, Lily AI had essentially decided her future path. She had confided in Luo Yangshua that being a trainer did not suit her. Yet her love for Pokemon remained strong, thus, she intended to pursue a career as a breeder. After all, Luo Yangshua's breeding house primarily operated with him capturing Pokemon, with most being free-range without scientific breeding methods. Therefore, Lily AI resolved to become a breeder and assist Luo Yangshua in the future, to give her some practical experience. He willingly entrusted her with the eggs of Charizard and Flareon. He placed the eggs into the care of 2 Jigglypuffs and took a moment to inspect the other Pokemon. They were all robustly nurtured and seemed to train diligently even in Luo Yangshua's absence. Only Bellossom was disinterested in battling, instead taking on the role of caretaker of the estate akin to Ash's Bulbasaur. With its strength, no Pokemon could best it, and it lived a joyful and comfortable existence. Luo Yangshua respected Bellossom's wishes and did not impose any demands, allowing it to live freely. However, Luo Yangshua noticed that Mutuo was absent. Upon inquiring with Aerodactyl, he learned that Mutuo had scarcely returned during this period, but each time it did, its power surged significantly. It could now overpower all of Luo Yangshua's Pokemon, with almost none capable of enduring even a single move from Mutuo. "Father," a wave of telepathic communication reached him. While Luo Yangshua pondered Mutuo's situation, Mutuo appeared before him in a flash, embracing him tightly. Luo Yangshua sensed a hint of the aura of a seasoned divine beast emanating from Mutuo, and combined with Aerodactyl's comments, he began to form an understanding. Leading his Pokemon back to his second-floor villa, he ushered Mutuo into his room. Observing Mutuo's somewhat anxious demeanor, Luo Yangshua remarked, "You must have been training with another Mutuo, correct?" "Yes, father," Mutuo conveyed through telepathy. "The other Mutuo carries much darkness within, and I wish to gradually guide it, preventing it from making grave mistakes." Listening to Mutuo's words filled Luo Yangshua with a sense of pride. It was evident his child was maturing. He gently patted Mutuo's head as it sat cross-legged on the floor. "Mutuo has grown. You have your own thoughts, and I will not fault you for them. Even if you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. Just remember, although you are a divine beast, compared to those ancient ones, you are still quite inexperienced. Exercise utmost caution." "I understand, father," Mutuo replied. "The elder Mutuo has not committed any heinous acts. Rather, it has trained me and shown me how to perceive the essence of power." "The essence of power?" Luo Yangshua exclaimed in surprise. "Can you elaborate?" Mutuo nodded and began to articulate the knowledge Luo Yangshua eagerly sought. After a while, Luo Yangshua fell into contemplation. According to Mutuo, Comprehending the essence of power resembled the mystical insights found in fantasy novels, where one grasps the rules inherent within their own attributes. For instance, Ho-Oh's sacred fire represents the rebirth aspect of fire. Other Pokémon using sacred fire without that element of rebirth could never summon the legendary beasts. Similarly, the dreams of Cresselia and the nightmares of Darkrai, as well as Celebi's time travel, all exemplify different forms of rules. Mutwo's rule, however, is destruction, the overwhelming destructive capability of the psychic type. This explains why, in the anime, Mutwo's strength rivals that of the highest-tier divine beasts. Yet, grasping one's own essence of power is profoundly intricate. Only Pokémon of the same type can share such knowledge, while others find it exceedingly challenging to comprehend. Ding. Essence of Power logged. Special side quest. Cultivate a divine beast within 3 years and defeat one to capture it. Rewards: 100 million diamonds, 100 million popularity points, 100 million gold coins, 5 master balls, 5 sets of designated evolution stones, and access to divine beast cultivation tools. Failure penalty: deduction of 100 million diamonds, 100 million popularity points, and 100 million gold coins, along with the sealing of the shop and lottery system. Gasp. There was a penalty? This appears to be an obligatory task, Luo Yangshua thought, feeling a chill. Furthermore, the rewards are exceedingly tempting. I must complete this. While his words ring true, the system will not assign him an impossible task. It has often provided welfare missions when he lacked diamonds, so it could be considered a benevolent system. Yet, this time frame of 3 years suggests that the system does not believe Luo Yangshua can cultivate a divine beast within that period. Rules? Luo Yangshua mused. In this regard, he truly had no means to instruct his Pokémon. They must discover it on their own. After exiting, he relayed the details to his Pokémon, encouraging them to seek their own understanding. Charizard immediately took hold of Mutwo, eager to engage in a battle, while the other Pokémon were bewildered. Only Aerodactyl appeared contemplative. Having lived for countless years, perhaps possessing a deeper understanding of the essence of power, Cosmoem, on the other hand, was blissfully wandering about, filled with curiosity about its new surroundings. Once he had sent the Pokémon away, Luo Yangshua received a call from Kona. He answered, "Sister Kona, what brings you to me?" "Fear not. I'm not asking you to become an Elite Four member," Kona replied with a hint of sarcasm. "The individuals you recommended, Naza and Majishur, have been hired, so the positions for the Elite Four are currently filled, and we do not require your assistance." "Oh, that is good to hear. But what is the reason for your call?" Luo Yangshua inquired. "I've heard you plan to challenge the Silver Conference in Chengdu," Kona stated seriously. "Please assist us in investigating a dark organization, the one the Alliance has been trying to eradicate. Their leader is still unaccounted for, but reports suggest he is still in Chengdu. Please keep an eye out during your travels." "Understood," Luo Yangshua affirmed. After hanging up, he took a deep breath, contemplating. Lubo? Hopefully, I can awaken him. Otherwise, with Lubo's obstinacy, he might truly resort to violence against Celebi. Chapter 60. The 6v6 battle with Ash. Snorlax, in a deep slumber, began to snore thunderously. Ash shouted, and in an instant, Snorlax collapsed into a deep sleep, its snores resonating loudly, causing significant distress to Beedrill. Today marked Ash's return, and having just secured the championship, he was brimming with confidence, eager to challenge Luo Yangshua to a 6v6 duel. Intrigued to gauge Ash's strength, Luo readily accepted. The battle commenced with Beedrill as the vanguard for Luo Yangshua, while Ash deployed Snorlax. Observing the impressive power of Snorlax's snores, Luo nodded inwardly. Ash had indeed grown considerably, proving that his abilities had not reverted to square one. Ash's Snorlax boasted exceptional qualities and the thick fat ability, making it quite resilient against Beedrill's attacks. Luo furrowed his brow and commanded, "Beedrill, use Twin Needle." Beedrill's stingers glimmered with a white light as they struck Snorlax's belly with great force. Even in its dreams, Snorlax furrowed its brow, clearly feeling the impact. "Snorlax, use Dream Talk," Ash declared, preparing for an offensive. Murmuring softly, Snorlax stirred and, with a fierce charge, lunged at the airborne Beedrill. "Is that the ultimate impact?" "Quite fortunate that Beedrill can withstand it." Followed by the final Twin Needle, Luo remarked. Beedrill, enveloped in a protective barrier, successfully defended against the ultimate impact, then retaliated with its Twin Needle attack, striking Snorlax down and rendering it unable to battle. "Return, Snorlax," Ash said, recalling his Pokémon. "Luo, you are still as formidable as ever. Let us go, Bulbasaur. Come forth, Greninja," Luo commanded. "Vine Whip," Ash called out. Greninja closed its eyes and deftly evaded the attack. With a surge of bond phenomenon, Luo replaced Greninja's sight with his own. "I refuse to believe it," Ash asserted. "Bulbasaur, use Leaf Tornado." Without needing words, Greninja, eyes shut, unleashed a burst of speed, gracefully evading the leaf tornado, yet still sustaining minor hits from a few leaves. Finish it off with a night slash, Luo instructed. Greninja assumed a sword-drawing stance, and Ash, sensing the danger, shouted, Vine Whip, block it, Bulbasaur. But it was too late. Greninja's energy blade sliced through Bulbasaur with blinding speed, leaving it powerless as it fell, its Vine Whip limp. That was astonishingly swift. I could hardly track it, Ash marveled. Grimer, I entrust you with this. He recalled Bulbasaur and sent out Grimer. Let us go, Gyarados, Luo announced. Gyarados roared as it soared into the air. Observing the puddle-like Grimer, it scoffed. I have battled legendary Pokémon. This opponent seems rather trivial. Luo sensed Gyarados' shift in attitude and frowned. Gyarados, do not underestimate it. Never belittle any Pokémon. Your mindset is disappointing. Gyarados shuddered, seriousness dawning in its eyes. Since learning that Mewtwo was a legendary Pokémon, all creatures treated Luo with reverence, for he had promised to guide them to the realm of the legendary. Thank you, Luo. We must give it our all, Ash exclaimed. Grimer, use Mud Bomb. Grimer hurled 2 blobs of purple sludge at Gyarados. Luo's gaze sharpened as he commanded, ascend and evade, then unleash Hydro Pump. Gyarados took flight, dodging the mud bombs, and then unleashed a powerful torrent of water that swept over Grimer. Ash scratched his head, pondering, can Gyarados fly? Well, it is a water and flying type. What do you think? Luo replied dryly. Oh, I see. Grimer, use Mud Wave. Ash instructed. Watertail, deal with it. Grimer spat forth a purple wave of sludge, while Gyarados whipped its tail, sending a torrent of water crashing down on Grimer, knocking it out of the battle. Kingler, I count on you. Ash immediately called forth his Kingler, recalling Grimer. Nidoking, your turn, Luo said. Ash, our disparity remains vast. Though you have made some progress, I have not been idle. Let us strive for further excellence. Nidoking, Horn Attack. Don't underestimate me. I too am advancing. Ash countered. Kingler, Bubble. Kingler unleashed a flurry of white bubbles at the oncoming Nidoking. As Nidoking stepped onto the foam, it slipped and fell, sliding uncontrollably towards Kingler. What an opportunity. Kingler. Use Guillotine, Ash shouted. Kingler snapped its massive claws down upon the helpless Nidoking, delivering a decisive blow that rendered it unable to continue. Yes, I finally defeated one. Ash cheered exuberantly. Well done. Luo smiled as he recalled Nidoking, handing 2 Blissies the task of healing it. Ash, your skills indeed warrant my admiration. I must step up my game. Vivillon, it's your time. Vivillon gracefully leapt before Kingler, beckoning it to engage. Ah, a Pokémon I've never seen before, Ash exclaimed, immediately consulting his Pokédex, only to find no data available. This is Vivillon, captured in the Alola region. It is not exclusive to Alola, but hails from another dimension, hence the lack of data. Now, let us begin, Luo explained. How wonderful. I wish to visit Alola as well, but the battle must continue. Kingler, Bubble, Ash declared. Will the same tactic work twice? Vivillon, feint, then high jump kick, Luo instructed. Vivillon dashed forward, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Kingler flying, following up with a knee strike that decisively knocked it out. How can it be so fast? Ash gasped, unable to keep pace with Vivillon's incredible speed. Pikachu, I rely on you, Ash called. Quick attack. Pika. Pikachu chirped confidently before dashing toward Vivillon like a streak of light. We're switching out, Luo declared. As Vivillon and Pikachu collided, they both transformed into red lights, returning to their respective Pokeballs. Charizard emerged from its sphere, eyeing Ash's Pikachu. Flare Blitz, Luo commanded. Dodge it with quick attack, then unleash Thunderbolt. Ash instructed. Charizard transformed into a massive fireball, accelerating towards Pikachu, who swiftly dodged with quick attack, then unleashed a powerful surge of electricity towards Charizard. Is that Volt Tackle? Use Flamethrower to counter it, Luo ordered. Charizard released a torrent of flames that engulfed Pikachu, who had not yet adjusted to the onslaught, ultimately falling in defeat. Ash cradled his fallen companion, while Luo gestured to the Blissies, who gently took Pikachu for recovery. Shall we proceed to the final battle? Luo inquired, having gained insight into Ash's growth. I presume Charizard will take the stage again. Of course, Ash replied, sending forth his Charizard. The 2 Charizards clashed, igniting a fierce contest of strength. Chapter 61. The Town of Young Leaves. The Town of Young Leaves, where the winds of beginnings blow, marks the commencement of the journey through the Johto region. It appears that the time has finally arrived. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Luo Yangshua gazed at the distant city and spoke. His previous battle with Ash had indeed left a profound impression on him. Ash's Charizard showcased remarkable synergy, highlighting Ash's rapid progression. However, in the end, Luo Yangshua emerged victorious, and after agreeing to a rematch, Ash departed. Initially, Luo Yangshua had hoped to travel to Johto alongside Ash, as this would allow him to encounter Suicune and subsequently register it in his Pokédex, potentially yielding additional rewards. Yet, he quickly realized that he had yet to acquire the Johto Pokédex. Consequently, the system had not issued any tasks for collecting data. Thus, Luo Yangshua chose to set off ahead of Ash, determined to upgrade his Pokédex with Professor Oak before waiting for Ash's return. He was resolute in securing the rewards associated with Suicune. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he requested Nurse Joy to register his Pokédex and confirm his challenge for the Silver Conference. Without delay, he hurried to Professor Elm's laboratory to pay his respects. "Professor Elm, I am Luo from Pallet Town. I have come to..." Luo Yangshua began. "You hail from Pallet Town? Then you must know Professor Oak." Professor Elm interrupted excitedly, cutting Luo Yangshua off mid-sentence. Well, actually, Professor Oak is my mentor. He was the first to acknowledge my research paper." Professor Elm continued, not allowing Luo Yangshua to finish his thoughts. "Who am I? Where am I?" Luo Yangshua was utterly bewildered. It wasn't until he had walked a considerable distance after acquiring his Pokédex that he realized he was meant to gather data on Suicune. Looking back at the town of Young Leaves, he recalled how Professor Elm had rambled for a full 3 hours, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Professor Elm was truly formidable. Best to steer clear of him. Not daring to linger at the Pokémon Center, Luo Yangshua quickly set off for Violet City after dinner. Even if it meant camping out in the wilderness overnight. Ding. Acquiring the Pokémon Pokédex triggers a side quest, collect Pokémon. Successfully input data for 93 Pokémon besides the 6 legendary beasts from the Johto region into the Pokédex. Reward, 10,000 diamonds and a random set of 1 million evolution stones. Additional rewards will be granted for documenting legendary Pokémon. Luo Yangshua clicked his tongue. The rewards were considerably less than those from the Kanto region due to the scarcity of rare Pokémon. However, the Pokémon available were quite common, many of which he already possessed in his estate, allowing him to complete a significant portion of the task in an instant. Finding a flat area in the wilderness, Luo Yangshua set up camp and released his Pokémon to rest. Currently, only Charizard, Sylveon, Frosmoth, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar were eligible for his challenge at the Silver Conference. However, he only had Charizard, Cosmoem, Frosmoth, Dragonite, Gyarados, and Tyranitar with him. Since Cosmoem was a legendary Pokémon, even if it evolved into its final form, he could not bring it into battle as per the mission's instructions. Yet, excluding Charizard and Sylveon, he still needed 2 more Pokémon. To be honest, Johto's Pokémon felt somewhat neglected compared to others. Aside from Tyranitar, which had some notoriety, only Corviknight and Happiny were considered troublesome in battles. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Yangshua tightened his sleeping bag and decided not to ponder further. Exhaustion overcame him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, Luo Yangshua was awakened by the wind. Wait, wind? His tent was supposed to be windproof. Sweating profusely, he opened his eyes to find himself soaring hundreds of meters in the air, almost scared out of his wits. He looked up to see a swarm of ladybugs and ladybird beetles carrying him aloft, with Charizard and Dragonite trailing behind, hesitant to attack for fear of injuring Luo Yangshua. What on earth is happening? Can someone explain? Luo Yangshua exclaimed, addressing the ladybugs that had seized him. The ladybugs expressed their apologies and threw their explanations. Luo Yangshua grasped the situation. This group of ladybugs and ladybird beetles had relied on several large sweet trees for sustenance, but recently, a swarm of Beedrill had taken over. Unable to fend off the Beedrill, they had sought help and noticed Luo Yangshua and his Pokémon. The subsequent events unfolded just as Luo Yangshua had witnessed. The ladybugs had caught him and put him to sleep with their peculiar chirping sounds, which explained why he had remained oblivious even while being moved. Charizard and the others had also been somewhat affected, leading to their unintentional capture. Luo Yangshua could only shake his head in disbelief. While one might commend the intelligence of the ladybugs and ladybird beetles, their cleverness was misplaced. Their lack of strength was evident, as even Charizard had been caught off guard. It seemed they had entirely misallocated their skill tree. He assured them he would allow them to return him, as besides Charizard and Dragonite, the other 4 Pokémon were incapable of flight, and he did not wish to burden Gyarados with the task of flying. After some deliberation, the ladybugs and ladybird beetles decided to return Luo Yangshua, considering many of their companions were held captive by Frosmoth. This was likely the crux of the matter. Upon returning to Charizard's back, Charizard and Dragonite remained vigilant against the swarm of insects, swiftly flying Luo Yangshua back to his campsite. Once they arrived, Luo Yangshua was unable to suppress his irritation at the sight of the multitude of ladybugs and ladybird beetles surrounding him, with such a willingness to sacrifice to capture someone. Don't you have the slightest inclination to confront your clan's fierce adversaries? After tidying up his belongings and recalling the other Pokémon, he hopped onto Charizard and said, "Lead the way. Let's resolve this quickly. And next time, handle your own issues. Relying on others is of little use." It was uncertain whether the ladybugs and ladybird beetles understood him, but they immediately took off, guiding Luo Yangshua to their original habitat, seated on Charizard's back. Luo Yangshua was resolute in resisting the urge to capture a few. Pokémon lacking the desire to battle should be allowed to live freely, even if captured. They would not autonomously seek out trainers or prepare for their journeys. After flying for over an hour, Luo Yangshua spotted several towering trees with swarms of Beedrill flitting between them. He knew they had reached their destination, at a distance of 200 meters from the trees. They descended. Even from afar, Luo Yangshua could smell a sweet fragrance, likely a specialty of these trees. He began contemplating whether to apply to the League for permission to excavate some of these trees for cultivation in his estate, especially since the system provided soil that would ensure their survival. Just as he was about to proceed, a horde of Beedrill charged at him. Luo Yangshua smirked and remarked, "I used to fear Beedrill swarms in the Viridian Forest, but I am no longer afraid. Charizard, use Heat Wave." With a mighty roar, Charizard flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce, scorching gust. Before the Beedrill could close the distance, they all fell incapacitated to the ground. Chapter 62. The Bewildering Forest and the Capture of the Shiny Jengar, as Luo Yangshua reminisced about his early days training in the Evergreen Forest. When he dared not provoke the Beedrill, he was suddenly struck by the swift passage of time. Reflecting on his former self, he felt a tinge of youthful arrogance. He had once believed himself formidable, yet in truth, he had merely been a frog in a well. The person who once trembled at the sight of a swarm of Beedrill now faced an entire colony with composure. Yet he was more acutely aware of his own frailty than ever before. Charizard, use Heat Wave. Dragonite, unleash Hurricane. Gyarados, deploy Hydro Pump. Tyranitar, activate Rock Slide. Scyther, execute Silver Wind. With a flourish, Luo Yangshua released his Pokémon into the fray, wreaking havoc among the Beedrill swarm. Turning to the excited Ladybug and Ladybug Pokémon beside him, he urged, "Do not stand idle. Attack. This is your homeland. Should you not defend it?" The Ladybug and Ladybug Pokémon whispered amongst themselves, none daring to advance. Luo Yangshua sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment. This group had become utterly ineffectual. He resolved to drive the Beedrill back in fear, then commanded his Pokémon to cease their assault. Addressing the remaining Beedrill, he inquired, "Is there a leader among you? I wish to speak." After a brief commotion, a robust Beedrill emerged, buzzing towards Luo Yangshua, seemingly questioning his motives for the attack. "This is the territory of the Ladybug and Ladybug Pokémon, and you are intruders. Your actions are justifiable," he remarked. "There are 7 grand trees here. I intend to have 2 removed. Your group may claim 2 of the remaining 5 trees, while the last shall be contested in battle. The losing Pokémon will relinquish their claim, while the victors shall enjoy usage rights for a year, after which we shall battle again. What say you?" The Beedrill conferred briefly before promptly agreeing. In stark contrast, the Ladybug and Ladybug Pokémon erupted in protest, their timid natures unwilling to confront the Beedrill. They clamored for the relinquishment of the tree, some even chastising Luo Yangshua for failing to uphold an unspoken agreement to reclaim all the trees. Ignoring their complaints, he contacted his estate staff to arrange for the removal of 2 trees. With the sweet sap from these trees, his estate could potentially attract a plethora of bug-type Pokémon, a fortuitous development for Luo Yangshua. He affixed 2 signal devices to the grand trees and chose to disregard the squabbling between the 2 factions. He hoped that the Ladybug and Ladybug Pokémon would find courage. After all, one's homeland must be defended. The Pokédex recorded these 2 species, and Luo Yangshua set forth once more. However, he meandered through the forest, taking some time to locate the areas inhabited by Heracross and Pinsir. After successfully capturing several, he departed the forest, feeling quite satisfied. Later, while passing through the Valley of the Dawn, Luo Yangshua purchased some exquisite agate ornaments, intending to present them to Lily after the Silver Conference. He also considered acquiring additional gifts for her classmates, prompting him to choose a pair of couple necklaces, which he purchased at considerable expense. A few days later, Luo Yangshua arrived at the bewildering forest depicted in animations. Not rushing to enter, he realized he lacked a Mutuo, making it impossible to detect the mischievous ghost-type Pokémon within. Charizard and the others were ill-equipped to discern such tricks, so he opted to rent a Noctowl from the Bellflower Granny for convenience. Upon reaching the quaint cottage of the Bellflower Granny and inquiring about the rental fees, Luo Yangshua was taken aback by her exorbitant charges. After a round of haggling, he rented a Noctowl and proceeded into the forest. Barely inside, the Noctowl hooted, pecking at Luo Yangshua's face, revealing its ability to illuminate the path ahead with a crimson glow, unveiling several ghastly and Jengar before him. Luo Yangshua clicked his tongue. It appeared that Noctowl was indeed adept at countering ghost-type Pokémon. Cosmoem, curious about the commotion, peeked from his backpack and chuckled at the scene. Tyranitar. Use Dark Pulse to eliminate them. Luo Yangshua commanded, dispatching Tyranitar. It unleashed a torrent of dark energy, incapacitating the Ghastly and Jengar, which Luo Yangshua promptly captured and transported back to his estate. The bewildering forest was indeed rife with ghost-type Pokémon. As he traversed further, he encountered many more. Without hesitation, he subdued any that obstructed his path, sending them back to his estate. Tyranitar, don't let it escape. Rock Tomb, he shouted. At last, he stumbled upon a remarkable specimen, a shiny Jengar. Shiny variants of ghost types were notoriously elusive, with Jengar's normal hue being dark purple and the shiny variant a deep gray, making it challenging to spot in the dimly lit forest. Fortunately, Luo Yangshua's keen eyesight detected the Jengar's unusually colored tongue. As he focused his gaze, he confirmed its status as a shiny Pokémon. The rock tomb ensnared Jengar, yet it mischievously stuck out its tongue and phased through the rocks, attempting to flee. Unbelievable! Tyranitar, block its path, Luo Yangshua commanded. Tyranitar raised its arms, releasing a surge of energy that immobilized Jengar. The creature, startled, struggled to escape. Futile. You cannot flee until my Tyranitar is defeated. I intend to capture you, Luo Yangshua declared. Tyranitar unleashed Dark Pulse. Tyranitar unleashed a wave of dark energy towards Jengar, which desperately countered with a Shadow Ball. The two attacks collided. However, Dark Pulse shattered the Shadow Ball, striking Jengar and rendering it unable to battle. Luo Yangshua retrieved a Great Ball, capturing the shiny Jengar. With newfound wealth, he upgraded his Pokémon's equipment, now opting for Great Balls instead of standard ones, reserving the latter for future captures. Come forth, Jengar, he commanded, releasing the newly acquired Pokémon. After purchasing a full restore from the system's shop, he promptly revived Jengar. Pokémon, Jengar, shiny, level, 39 gender, male height, 1, 6 meters weight, 0, 1 kilogram ability, levitate moves, Ice Punch, inherited, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis. The attributes were quite impressive, though Luo Yangshua recalled that Jengar required a trait evolution to reach its final form. He inquired about potential solutions from the system. Trading evolution occurs when a special magnetic field is generated during the exchange of Pokémon, prompting evolution. The system can simulate such a field for a fee of 10 diamonds, the system explained. Let us proceed with the evolution. There are no exclusive moves that Jengar can learn, and evolving into Jengar will facilitate matters, Luo Yangshua decided. He withdrew Jengar and provided the system with 10 diamonds. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar energy enveloped the Great Ball. Cosmoem sensed the strange power, curiously peering around, uncertain of its origin. As the energy dissipated, Luo Yangshua released the Great Ball once more, and before him stood a stout, newly evolved Jengar. Chapter 63, The City of Jekka. Battle against ASU Pokémon. Gung-Gue, shiny, level, 39 gender, male height, 150 centimeters weight, 40, 5 kilograms ability, cursed body skills, Ice Punch, inherited, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis. Alas, it seems the ability has transformed into Cursed Body, Luo Yangshua remarked as he examined the data. Wait, can it be changed? Upon noticing the modification symbol next to the ability section, he promptly clicked on it, and indeed, the ability shifted from Cursed Body to Levitate. System. Can previous abilities also be modified? Luo Yangshua inquired with curiosity. Beep. Yes, the system replied, nodding in agreement. Luo Yangshua concluded that Levitate was a far superior choice for Gung-Gue, as Cursed Body was rather disadvantageous. After securing Gung-Gue, he continued his journey and, just before nightfall, emerged from the enchanted forest. He returned the cuckoo to Granny Ling, the twin sister of Granny Linghua, and after resting for the night, set out once more towards the city of Jekka. A week later, Luo Yangshua finally beheld the sign of Jekka City in the iconic Hornbud Tower. He hurried to the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon and, after enjoying a meal there, sought out the Jekka Gym. It wasn't so much that he found it, given that a large glider in the sky was visible to anyone. Following the glider's path, he arrived at the Jekka Gym. The gym leader, ASU, was delighted to see Luo Yangshua and exclaimed, I know you. You are the champion of the Kanto region tournament. I never expected you to challenge the Johto League this year. Let us engage in a proper gym battle. With that, he led Luo Yangshua to the rooftop sky arena via the elevator. Upon reaching the battlefield, ASU announced, each of us will use 3 Pokémon. The battle concludes when all 3 of one side can no longer fight. My first Pokémon is this. Go Armored Bird. Seeing the Armored Bird on the field, Luo Yangshua felt a pang of discomfort. The Armored Bird possessed formidable defense, and its steel and flying dual typing made it only doubly weak to fire and electric types. While resisting most other attacks, coupled with its already impressive defensive capabilities, it was a considerable challenge in the competitive arena. Gung-Gue, it's your debut match. Take the stage. Luo Yangshua called out. With a gleeful demeanor, Gung-Gue emerged and circled the armored bird, appearing to be as mischievous as ever. I won't hold back. Armored bird. Use spikes, then peck. ASU commanded. Gung-Gue, use odd light. Luo Yangshua instructed. The armored bird quickly scattered a field of sharp spikes, which became invisible on the battlefield, before spinning and launching its beak towards Gung-Gue. Just then, Gung-Gue's odd light burst forth, striking the armored bird with a peculiar glow. Ascend and give it no chance to breathe. ASU shouted. The armored bird swiftly took to the skies, evading the odd light, and then landed a peck on Gung-Gue. As Gung-Gue retreated, the armored bird pressed its advantage with a steel wing attack, delivering a powerful blow. Don't give it a chance. Steel wing, quickly. ASU commanded. The armored bird relentlessly struck Gung-Gue with steel wing after steel wing, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. ASU, you are quite formidable. Yet, you seem to overlook one crucial detail. Ghost-type Pokémon are most dangerous when they are left with a sliver of health, Luo Yangshua remarked. Share the pain. Then, hypnosis. As Gung-Gue gazed at the incoming armored bird, it transformed from a panting creature into a gleeful specter. A shadow swiftly connected Gung-Gue and the armored bird, invigorating Gung-Gue while simultaneously sapping the strength of the armored bird. With a quick movement, Gung-Gue appeared before the armored bird and unleashed hypnosis at close range. The armored bird succumbed and crashed heavily to the ground. Luo Yangshua chuckled. Let us finish it with Dream Eater. Gung-Gue gleefully dove into the armored bird's body and emerged, licking its lips, as if it had savored a delightful dream. The armored bird, meanwhile, lost its fighting capability. Return, armored bird. That was my oversight, ASU admitted. I won't be careless with my next Pokémon. Go, Noctowl. Continue the battle, Gung-Gue, Luo Yangshua commanded. Curse. Gung-Gue, still in high spirits, suddenly lost half of its health as a shadow descended upon Noctowl, entering its body. We must end this swiftly. Noctowl, use confusion. Then Psyshock. ASU ordered. Noctowl unleashed a red beam of light, revealing Gung-Gue's presence, and then struck with the Psyshock. Did you think that was all of Gung-Gue's speed? Gung-Gue, stop playing around. Use Ice Punch. Luo Yangshua instructed. Gung-Gue's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. It quickly darted to Noctowl's side, channeling icy energy into its fist, and landed an ice punch that sent Noctowl plummeting towards the ground. Show your spirit. Show your spirit. ASU's disciples began to rally Noctowl. Show your spirit, Noctowl. ASU shouted. Amid the encouragement, Noctowl spread its wings, soaring back into the sky. Hypnosis. Luo Yangshua and ASU shouted in unison. The two Pokémon simultaneously initiated hypnosis, causing both to collapse onto the ground, fast asleep. Shortly thereafter, Noctowl exhibited signs of distress and lost its fighting capability. Has time run out? ASU expressed regret as he recalled Noctowl. Return, Gung-Gue. You performed admirably. ASU. You did well, but my Gung-Gue has been affected by your confusion. The next Pokémon won't withstand it. Let us begin the next round, Luo Yangshua declared. Since you say so, I shall not argue. Step forward, my ace, Talonflame. ASU sent forth his trump card. Let us engage in a contest of speed. Go, Volcarona. Luo Yangshua commanded, initiating a high-speed spin to clear the spikes. As Volcarona emerged, it executed a rapid spin in midair, creating a powerful whirlwind that swept away the hidden spikes on the battlefield, landing gracefully while casting a haughty gaze at Talonflame. I have never seen such a Pokémon. It appears to be a bug type with impressive strength. We shall not be defeated, Talonflame. Use agile movement, then wing attack. Talonflame instantly accelerated behind Volcarona, its wings glowing with a bright light as it struck. Volcarona, with a dismissive smile, and without needing Luo Yangshua's guidance, leaped to evade the attack, then landed a powerful stomp, sending Talonflame crashing to the ground. Let it witness true speed. Triple kick. Luo Yangshua commanded. Volcarona delivered a powerful kick that sent Talonflame flying, followed by a forward thrust, kicking it up into the air. A final leap allowed Volcarona to spin several times, harnessing inertia before delivering a brutal axe-like strike that sent Talonflame crashing down. Talonflame, ASU called out. Finish it with the ultimate impact. Luo Yangshua commanded. Volcarona accelerated in midair, landing both feet forcefully upon Talonflame, causing a cloud of dust to erupt. When the dust settled, Talonflame had lost its fighting capability. Volcarona stood proudly, hands on its hips, casting a superior look at ASU and his challengers, implying, competing with me in speed? You truly have never witnessed what speed truly is. Chapter 64. The Lost Happiny Come Back. Pidgeot, ASU said, recalling his Pokémon. I concede, this wing badge rightfully belongs to you. He then handed the badge to Luo Yangshua, who expressed his gratitude and accepted it. Cosmoem, having dashed out from the backpack, snatched the wing badge and examined it under the sunlight, chuckling with glee. You truly are popular among Pokémon. It seems you haven't even captured this one yet. And it's already traveling with you, ASU remarked with a hint of envy. Luo Yangshua chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. After bidding farewell to ASU, he prepared to head to the Cypress Gym, as indicated by his electronic map, which would also lead him past the Charizard Valley, a perfect opportunity for Charizard to explore. Luo Yangshua reflected on the previous battle, noting that Jengar's victory had been somewhat precarious. The Pokémon's carefree demeanor almost led to its downfall. And had it not been for the momentum scarf it held, it likely would have lost in the first round. He resolved to train Jengar more diligently in the future. The momentum scarf allowed its bearer to sometimes endure a potentially fatal attack with just 1 HP remaining. Without it, Jengar would have succumbed to its own recklessness. Shaking his head, he pushed aside those thoughts, focusing instead on his current concern, the evolution of Cosmoem. He had equipped it with a first-generation learning device. Although it lacked the advantages of cheats, Cosmoem had steadily reached level 35, and once it hit level 43, it would evolve into Cosmoem. The challenge would be how to carry it afterward. Unlike Ash, he lacked the strength to lift a Cosmoem weighing 9 kilograms. Well, once it evolves into Cosmoem, I can always stay a few extra days until it evolves again, Luo Yangshua mused. As he left Lavender Town, lost in thought, he was suddenly knocked aside by a figure. Rubbing his aching abdomen, he wondered what had struck him with such force. Luck, came a familiar voice. Looking up, he saw Happiny. The little Pokémon was nodding profusely, apologizing for the incident. Given its rotund shape, it was a wonder how it could even bow. While apologizing, Happiny produced an egg from its belly and handed it to Luo Yangshua. Luo Yangshua understood that Happiny could lay several eggs each day, all of which were highly nutritious and delicious. As a kind-hearted Pokémon, Happiny would share its eggs with any injured Pokémon it encountered. Since it had already apologized, Luo Yangshua decided not to hold a grudge, especially since he now possessed a delectable and nutritious egg, definitely a cause for celebration. Moreover, this Happiny was a rare find, so he could forgive its clumsiness. Wait, a rare Pokémon? Luo Yangshua rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When did rare Pokémon start appearing on the streets? Suddenly, a furious roar interrupted his thoughts. A Teddiursa, clutching its lower half, charged towards them in an odd posture. Upon spotting Happiny, its eyes burned with hatred. And without hesitation, it unleashed a destructive beam aimed at Happiny, inadvertently targeting Luo Yangshua as well. Quick, Gyarados, block that beam, Luo Yangshua commanded, summoning Gyarados to counter with its own destructive beam. He glanced back at Happiny, questioning, what did you do to provoke it? It's gone berserk. Happiny timidly emitted a few sounds, and Luo Yangshua instinctively covered himself, understanding the pain that could ensue. It was no wonder the Teddiursa was in such a rage. Take it down, Gyarados. Hydro Pump. Luo Yangshua sympathized with the Teddiursa, hoping it wouldn't be traumatized by this encounter. After all, anyone would be enraged if they were interrupted during an intimate moment. Gyarados unleashed a Hydro Pump that sent the Teddiursa flying, crashing through 2 trees before finally coming to a stop, unable to continue fighting. Luo Yangshua tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the Teddiursa. As the Pokeball vanished, he turned to Happiny and asked, can you explain how you got into that mess? Happiny, somewhat embarrassed, began to explain. As it spoke, Luo Yangshua's expression darkened further, ultimately leaving him speechless. This little one was indeed a rare specimen, not only in terms of its abilities but also in its exceptional knack for getting lost. How could it wander from Vermilion City to Lavender Town? You must be lucky to Happiny, he quipped. If you keep this up, you'll end up in Kanto. Your sense of direction is hopeless. Why not travel with me? I can guide you back to Vermilion City, Luo Yangshua suggested. Happiny shook its head and cheerfully called out. Luo Yangshua facepalmed, exclaiming, you've gotten lost 59 times and strayed from your group over 200 times. How have you survived this long? Waving its hands, Happiny began walking forward again, only to turn the wrong way. What are you doing turning around? Luo Yangshua remarked, watching as Happiny corrected its path. Can you walk in a straight line? He asked, but Happiny turned again and continued on. Left turn. Half an hour later, Happiny sat on the ground. Exhausted and defeated, its grayish-white body slumped in dejection. Luo Yangshua's lips twitched in disbelief. He had corrected its direction countless times in that span. Looking back, Lavender Town was still within sight, and they had only covered a mere 400 to 500 meters. I can't take this anymore. Let us battle. Luo Yangshua exclaimed in frustration. If you lose, you'll become my Pokémon, and I'll carry you the rest of the way. No more walking for you." With that, he sent out his Frosmoth. Happiny stood up, asserting its strength, and charged at Frosmoth with a reckless tackle. Dodge with Dance of the Butterflies. Then follow up with Triple Kick, Luo Yangshua commanded. Frosmoth gracefully leaped into the air, deftly avoiding Happiny's tackle, and executed a series of kicks that sent Happiny crashing to the ground. As Happiny struggled to rise, it used Heal Pulse, instantly radiating cuteness once more. "Delicious. Don't give it a chance to recover," Luo Yangshua instructed. "Continue with Triple Kick. Don't stop." Frosmoth swiftly sent Happiny airborne again, then followed up with a flying kick aimed higher. Sensing Happiny about to unleash another Heal Pulse, Frosmoth concentrated, leveraging its explosive power to reach Happiny in midair, delivering a knee strike that sent it crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Luo Yangshua quickly covered his mouth and nose to shield himself from the dust cloud that erupted. Once the dust settled, Happiny lay in a crater, dazed and unable to battle. "Go Ultra Ball!" Luo Yangshua threw the ball, capturing Happiny, then summoned Dragonite. "Come forth, Happiny," Luo Yangshua called, administering a full restore. Happiny perked up once more, ready for action. Luo Yangshua smiled, realizing that with Happiny on his team, he could effectively exhaust his opponents with ease. Pokémon, Happiny level, 46 gender, female height, 110 centimeters weight, 34. 6 kilograms ability, natural cure moves, double edge, inherited, tackle, transform, pound. Chapter 65, The Battle in Dragonfire Valley. Sighing, Luo Yangshua lamented the impossibility of achieving sustained high explosive output to defeat such a formidable Pokémon. He decided to change the ability of his Chansey to Serene Grace. Wild Chansey were exceedingly rare, and it was said that those who captured one would gain its friendship and remarkable good fortune. This was what the Pokédex claimed, compelling Luo Yangshua to indulge in 10 consecutive draws, only to discover that the Pokédex had deceived him. The sole premium Monferno he had summoned was sent back, and the wasted diamonds caused him some distress, especially since he was still saving up for a second enhancement potion. At the current rate of earnings, it would likely take him another 2 to 3 months. After retrieving Chansey and Cosmoem, Luo Yangshua noted that Cosmoem was also nearing evolution, becoming increasingly lethargic and gradually gaining weight, often hiding in his backpack for an entire day. Continuing his journey, he found himself considerably faster without the encumbrance of Chansey. After a day's travel, he arrived at a mountainous region. According to the map, he estimated it would take another day to reach Dragonfire Valley. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned Charizard. Climbing onto Charizard's back, he instructed, "Charizard, fly in a straight line. Let us explore Dragonfire Valley," rumored to be home to many powerful wild Charizard. With a fierce roar, Charizard was invigorated at the prospect of formidable opponents. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of orange-red light, swiftly soaring towards Dragonfire Valley. Charizard, halt. After nearly 2 hours of flight, they heard a commotion behind them. Turning around, they saw a young girl riding a Charizard adorned with a bow, which was towing a balloon basket. The girl held a megaphone and called out. Charizard immediately paused midair, regarding the girl and her Charizard with curiosity. The girl, catching up, introduced herself. "Hello, I am Jiku, a Charizard trainer, and this is my little Lisa. Who might you be?" "Greetings. I am Luo from Shinshin Town, and this is my starter Pokémon, Charizard. We are here to challenge the Johto League and have come to see Dragonfire Valley," Luo Yangshua replied. "Oh, I see. Allow me to guide you. We warmly welcome trainers with Charizard to visit, and you can also enhance your Charizard strength here," Jiku offered. Luo Yangshua could not deny the clever strategy of the league, encouraging trainers to leave their Charizard here, where powerful Charizard would mate, producing ever stronger offspring. This Dragonfire Valley could be regarded as the core breeding ground for the League's Pokémon, with Jiku's little Lisa leading the way. Luo Yangshua and Charizard leisurely followed. Passing through a rocky archway, Jiku announced, "Welcome to Dragonfire Valley." Flying through a passage flanked by Charizard sculptures, they arrived at a valley encircled by water. Luo Yangshua nodded. Without large flying or water-type Pokémon, it was indeed challenging to reach this place. A measure to deter poachers. As they landed at the entrance, Jiku dismounted from her little Lisa and remarked, "Quite impressive. Many trainers lack even the ability to fly here. Let us proceed." With that, she pressed a button, and a steel door slowly opened. Before them was a sight of Charizard in various sizes, some eating, some resting, and others sparring. Luo Yangshua silently acknowledged that each Charizard present was of premium quality, with several being exceptional. It was evident that Dragonfire Valley held immense potential. "Charizard, go and test her limits," Luo Yangshua encouraged. Charizard nodded and stepped forward, letting out a series of roars. "Roar, roar. Who dares to challenge me?" Many Charizard turned their heads, and one that resembled Luoyang Shua's Charizard emerged. Upon inspection, it was exceptional. The two Charizard did not unleash their flames but charged at each other, their claws locked in a contest of strength. After a minute of entanglement, the opponent began to tire, allowing Luoyang Shua's Charizard to twist and deliver a powerful tail whip, sending the other flying. With a roar, another Charizard leapt from the cliff, launching a fire punch at Luoyang Shua's Charizard. In response, Luoyang Shua's Charizard formed its flame claw, flapping its wings to swiftly confront the attacking Charizard. It did not evade the incoming fire punch, which struck its chest without causing it to retreat even a step. Subsequently, it unleashed a series of claws, decisively defeating the attacking Charizard. Your Charizard is impressively trained. I think it's time to test the top 3 in Dragonfire Valley, Jiku remarked, then whistled. At the sound of her whistle, 3 Charizard of varying sizes flew in from behind the valley. Each bore numerous scars, their formidable strength unmistakable. Luoyang Shua's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 3 level 100 Charizard. His Charizard sensed the looming danger, despite the 8-fold experience boost from the cheat. Luoyang Shua's Charizard was only level 93, and the experience required to reach level 100 was astronomical, achieving that would likely take a year of relentless effort. Faced with the 3 level 100 Charizard, Luoyang Shua had no reservations left, declaring, Charizard, Mega Evolution. A wondrous light connected Luoyang Shua and Charizard, enveloping it in a cocoon of light. When the cocoon shattered, Mega Charizard X emerged. Go forth, Charizard, Luoyang Shua commanded. Jiku, witnessing the transformation into Mega Charizard X, suddenly realized, I remember now. You are Luo from Shinshin Town, the champion of the Quartz Conference and the one who proposed Bond Evolution and Mega Evolution. Can Charizard also Mega Evolve? Indeed, Luoyang Shua replied, shaking the keystone on his bracelet, but one must also find the corresponding evolution stone, with its attributes significantly enhanced post-evolution. Mega Charizard X confidently beckoned the 3 Charizard forward, clearly inviting them to take their turn. Without hesitation, one of the Charizard rushed forward, unleashing its Dragon Claw upon Mega Charizard X. Unfazed, Mega Charizard X formed its own Dragon Claw, and with a powerful flap of its wings, launched a streak of light at the attacking Charizard. In a single strike, the attacking Charizard was sent flying, disqualified from the challenge. As Mega Charizard X landed, it gestured to the remaining 2, inviting them to step up. Despite the 7-level difference, the cheat had mitigated this gap, and coupled with the Mega Evolutions, Mega Charizard X was not at all intimidated by the formidable opponents. With a resounding roar, the most composed of the 3 stepped forward, ready to engage Mega Charizard X in battle. Chapter 66, The Sacred Fire of the Phoenix King, the departure of the fire-breathing dragon with a mighty roar. The fire-breathing dragon unleashed a torrent of flames towards the super fire-breathing dragon X, which retaliated with its own breath of blue fire, neither side willing to yield. The clash of flames was evenly matched. Luoyang Shua was taken aback, for this was the super fire-breathing dragon X, whose attributes surpassed those of the 3 level 100 fire-breathing dragons. Yet, the power of their flames was strikingly comparable. The super fire-breathing dragon X, equally astonished, intensified its fiery assault. The fire-breathing dragon responded in kind, and still, their flames remained in perfect equilibrium. Luoyang Shua began to feel a sense of unease, as he detected a familiar essence within the flames of the fire-breathing dragon, reminiscent of the presence of Mutuo. Was it the power of its origin? He pondered. Super fire-breathing dragon X, swiftly defeat them. I have inquiries to make. Without hesitation, the super fire-breathing dragon X abandoned the flame exchange and, with a powerful claw strike, sent the fire-breathing dragon staggering backward. As a creature of both fire and dragon attributes, it enjoyed a 4-fold resistance to fire damage, rendering the flames merely a light drizzle. The retreat of the fire-breathing dragon prompted the last of the level 100 fire-breathing dragons to act, launching its own claw strike, which collided with that of the super fire-breathing dragon X. The latter took 2 steps back, concluding the bout. Indeed, the atmosphere surrounding the last fire-breathing dragon grew even more intense. Luoyang Shua narrowed his eyes and remarked, the million evolution has been dispelled. He approached the fire-breathing dragon, gently patting its lowered head. You have performed admirably. What your opponent possesses, you must now begin to comprehend. Turning to Jiku, he continued, the Alliance has displayed profound cunning by leaving the flames of the Phoenix King here, deliberately attracting these fire-breathing dragons. You figured it out. Jiku playfully stuck out her tongue, smiling. The Alliance has indeed allowed the Phoenix King to leave behind the embers to entice fire-breathing dragons to settle here, which is the origin of fire-breathing Dragon Valley. In Pallet Town, both you and Ash are key targets of the Alliance's cultivation, which is why I was sent to guide you here. So Ash's fire-breathing dragon originated from here? Luo Yangshua questioned skeptically. Yes, Jiku confirmed. It was allocated to Ash by the Alliance. Otherwise, do you think such a weak fire-breathing dragon could be so easily abandoned? It's impossible. Furthermore, it's perplexing that this Ash is deemed worthy of a direct decree from the Phoenix King to the Alliance. Indeed, Luo Yangshua's lingering doubts were resolved. Upon witnessing Ash's fire-breathing dragon, which possessed exceptional qualities, he had begun to question how the original trainer could have been so blind to abandon such a promising creature. Moreover, the majority of Ash's future mainstays would be fire and flying types, perfectly aligning with the attributes of the Phoenix King. It was also curious that on the very day Ash departed, the Phoenix King happened to pass by, and upon arriving in Celadon City, he was greeted by Sukun. As the system had indicated, Ash was the destined child of fortune in this world. Should he continue to grow? It was highly likely that all legendary Pokémon would heed his call, with the Phoenix King and the 3 legendary beasts likely being his first companions. The embers left by the Phoenix King were perhaps an unintentional gift, ultimately benefiting Ash's fire-breathing dragon, which would have the support of the fire-breathing dragons of the valley as training partners, supplemented by the embers of the Phoenix King. One might say that even a fool could touch the edge of divinity under such circumstances. He is indeed a fortunate one, a stroke of luck we cannot compete with. Luo Yangshua grumbled through clenched teeth. Jiku, puzzled, responded, now that you know the truth, please keep it confidential and refrain from mentioning it to Ash. Simultaneously, I urge you to thwart Ash's path to victory. The Phoenix King does not wish for him to achieve the championship without meeting its expectations. Luo Yangshua felt a wave of understanding wash over him. No wonder Ash perpetually stood as the perennial runner-up, forever out of reach of the championship title. Ash, may you find solace in this. Yet, Luo Yangshua quickly realized, wait, Ash is not the same as he was in the anime. He is also maturing gradually. If I do not hasten my pace, a cadre of seasoned legendary Pokémon might emerge, posing a nightmare for all trainers. By the way, if I could command a legendary Pokémon on behalf of the Alliance, I could request the capture of one, Luo Yangshua mused. Are you referring to your Mewtwo? Jika queried. No, I mean the one from Team Rocket, currently teaching me how to become a legendary Pokémon, Luo Yangshua replied, his thoughts racing with anticipation. Mewtwo, you must strive hard. Whether I can request a legendary Pokémon from the Alliance hinges upon your efforts. On a remote island several nautical miles from Pallet Town, 2 Mewtwos shivered simultaneously. They exchanged glances, sensing an ominous premonition. After discussing matters with Jiku, she discreetly produced a unique communication device and dialed a private line to the Alliance, conveying the situation. What kind of legendary Pokémon do you seek? I must inform you that we can only provide juvenile members of the species, a gruff voice responded. That is acceptable, but I desire a Shalebi. Is that possible? Luo Yangshua inquired. Shalebi? That is not feasible. If you wanted one of the 3 legendary birds, I could provide that immediately, the voice replied. What use do I have for those 3 foolish birds? I want a Shalebi, Luo Yangshua insisted. Why can't I have Shalebi? Isn't it part of a considerably larger group of legendary Pokémon? I said it is not possible, and that is final. What do you need Shalebi for? That is none of your concern. Wait an hour. Luo Yangshua acquiesced and turned to Jiku. Can you take me to see the embers of the Phoenix King? Follow me, Jiku replied. She then led Luo Yangshua and the fire-breathing dragon towards the back of the valley. Along the way, Luo Yangshua observed numerous Charmeleons and Charmanders, each residing in their own little caves, many curiously watching him. He estimated that there were nearly 100 Charmanders and Charmeleons present, a testament to the rich heritage of fire-breathing Dragon Valley. Jiku guided them to a concave rocky pit, where a modest flame was situated at the bottom, emanating a vitality that felt almost eternal. Surrounding the flame were 3 flat stones, presumably the resting spots of the 3 level 100 fire-breathing dragons. At this moment, Jiku remarked, your fire-breathing dragon has defeated 2 of them, and is thus eligible to claim one of these spots. But it must also accept daily challenges from other fire-breathing dragons. Now, let your fire-breathing dragon extend its tail flame into the embers. Luo Yangshua glanced at the fire-breathing dragon, which nodded in agreement and flew to the stone, lowering its tail directly into the flame. The tail ignited with fervent intensity, and the fire-breathing dragon appeared to be deep in thought, calling out to Luo Yangshua a few times. Indeed, if it suits you, fire-breathing dragon, you may remain here to comprehend its essence. When the Silver Conference commences, I will have Jiku transport you, Luo Yangshua declared. The fire-breathing dragon nodded, settling down on the stone with its tail immersed in the flames, engaging in deep contemplation. Luo Yangshua handed the fire-breathing dragoness Ultra Ball to Jiku, stating, I'll leave its care to you for now. When the Silver Conference begins, I will reach out to you. Please ensure the fire-breathing dragon is transported to me. Certainly. No problem, Jiku replied, accepting the Ultra Ball. Luo Yangshua turned away, unwilling to gaze upon the fire-breathing dragon any longer. He understood that this was for its benefit, and it was indeed the fire-breathing dragon's choice. Yet, the pang of impending separation stirred an indescribable discomfort within his heart. Jiku instructed Xiao Lisa to take Luo Yangshua away from the Fire Dragon Valley. As they soared away, a thunderous roar compelled Luo Yangshua to glance back. And then a torrent of flames surged skyward, lingering in the air. Chapter 67. The arrival of Shalabi not long after exiting the Valley of Fire-Breathing Dragons. Luo Yangshua's phone rang. A deep voice declared, "You have won. The Shalabi family has decided to entrust you with the Shalabi. In return, you must resolve the troubles posed by that Mutuo. Furthermore, the Mutuo must unconditionally assist the Alliance 10 times. 2 times at most," Luo Yangshua replied without hesitation. 9 times. 2 times. 8 times. 2 times. 7 times. 2 times. Is this how you negotiate? The voice roared. At least 5 times, if you refuse. Then so be it. Deal, Luo Yangshua said. He merely wished to gauge the Alliance's bottom line, for persuading the obstinate Mutuo was beyond his capabilities. He could only entrust it to the Mutuo he had. When will the Shalabi be delivered? Luo Yangshua inquired. After you reach the next city, call this number. Then head to the Pokémon Center. The teleportation device there will deliver it to you, the voice instructed. Also, make sure to visit the Cedar Forest in Chengdu. There, the Shalabi clan will receive you. If you do not meet their requirements, they will reclaim the Shalabi. Luo Yangshua grimaced, gritting his teeth. 2 times at most. The line went dead, and he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Experience had taught him that, despite his initial belief that he had gained the upper hand, he had ultimately ended up doing free labor for the other party. Promises of divine beasts meant little when one word from the other side could result in their immediate reclamation. Luo Yangshua had learned a valuable lesson. Next time he faced the Alliance, he would not be so easy to deal with. Glancing at the electronic map, he recalled that the next city was known for its abundance of sunflora. Shaking his head, he put away the map, with no fire-breathing dragon nor dragonite to accompany him. He would have to rely solely on himself for the journey ahead. 2 days later, Luo Yangshua arrived in the city famed for its sunflora. Eagerly, he made his way to the Pokémon Center and dialed the number. The phone rang twice before being abruptly cut off. Moments later, the teleportation device ejected a rather ordinary Pokeball, which was handed to him by Nurse Joy. The intercom then announced, "Luo from Jinxing Town. Please come to the front desk. There is a Pokeball waiting for you." Fuming, Luo Yangshua contemplated his next move. He had initially intended to be more assertive with the Alliance, but now he thought he would go as far as to bring them to tears. Approaching the front desk, he took the Pokeball from Nurse Joy and placed it in his backpack. He then requested a room, deciding to spend the night at the Pokémon Center. Upon returning to his room and locking the door, he barely had time to open the Pokeball before it shattered, revealing a Shalabi before him. The Shalabi was a green, fairy-like creature, with round, toe-less feet and 3-fingered hands. Its head was circular, tapering to a point, adorned with light blue eyes and thick black rings around them, topped with green antennae tipped with blue. The Shalabi flitted around the room before settling on Luo Yangshua's right shoulder, humming a cheerful tune. He glanced at the Shalabi's data. Pokémon, Shalabi, Divine Beast, Level, 8 Gender, None Height, 20 centimeters Weight, 0 kilograms Ability, Natural Recovery Skills, Leech Seed, Telekinesis, Self-Recovery, Heal Bell. Truly worthy of its divine lineage, this level 8 creature had nearly mastered all its skills. Moreover, it was evident that this little one had only recently been born, much like Muwo had been at the time. Unlike Muwo, however, Shalabi was a legitimately recognized divine beast by the system, having grasped true primal powers, while Muwo was still engaged in learning from another Muwo. "Hello, little one," Luo Yangshua said, extending a finger to gently touch the Shalabi's head. He couldn't help but notice how soft its body was, exuding a vibrant essence of nature from its slender form. The Shalabi disdainfully nudged his finger away and chirped a few notes in response. Luo Yangshua nodded. "I will be your trainer from now on. I can understand Pokémon language, so communication between us will be effortless." The Shalabi nodded, then noticed something and flew to Luo Yangshua's backpack. With a flick of its tiny hand, it unzipped the bag, and Cosmic emerged, the 2 little creatures giggling and playing together. This was also a part of Luo Yangshua's ambition. One traversing time and the other traversing space. Together, they could command the very fabric of time. Yet for now, it remained merely an aspiration, as both little ones had yet to grow. Discussions of time and space would have to wait. "Come here, let's get you in the ball. I'll enhance your abilities," Luo Yangshua said, producing a luxury ball. "Don't break it. It's quite valuable." Curiously, Shalabi tapped the luxury balls button and was captured within. Afterward, Luo Yangshua allocated all of Shalabi's effort values to the maximum and spent some diamonds to reset the effort points. Upon releasing Shalabi, it visibly felt stronger. This enhancement was no mere illusion, but a profound transformation from within. Shalabi chirped in gratitude. Think nothing of it. This is standard for my Pokémon. In time, you shall realize the advantages of being my Pokémon. Luo Yangshua waved dismissively. In his heart, Luo Yangshua resolved, no matter the cost, he would ensure Shalabi remained with him. Cosmic, observing Shalabi and Luo Yangshua, suddenly became intrigued by the luxury ball in Luo Yangshua's hand. However, as it was in Luo Yangshua's grasp, it couldn't reach it. Suddenly, it remembered a more attractive Pokeball in the backpack. With a cheerful demeanor, it dove back into the bag, retrieved the exquisite ball, and pressed its button. A flash of red light enveloped Cosmic as it was drawn into the Pokeball. Luo Yangshua, witnessing the burst of red light from his backpack, felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Opening the bag, he saw the Master Ball tremble before coming to a halt. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. No matter how vigilant one is, it is impossible to guard against treachery from within. I had hoped to cultivate a bond with Cosmic slowly before capturing it with the luxury ball. This way, I could save a Master Ball for a future divine beast. Now, it was too late. He couldn't possibly release Cosmic. The system warned Luo Yangshua that a Master Ball could only capture a divine beast once. If released, it would become ineffective, akin to a regular Pokeball. What could he do? He would have to forgive it. To make matters worse, Shalabi, upon seeing the Master Ball, deemed it far more beautiful than its own and wished to exchange it. Luo Yangshua earnestly tried to reason with Shalabi, but it stubbornly insisted, I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. Reluctantly, Luo Yangshua promised Shalabi that after the Silver Conference, he would immediately procure a Master Ball for it, which finally appeased the now irate Shalabi. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Luo Yangshua thought, this Shalabi should be genderless, yet it behaves like a feisty little girl. Chapter 68. Confrontation with the Scyther. A few days later, Shalabi perched contentedly on Liangshuo's shoulder, brandishing a small twig with evident delight. Liangshuo found himself at a loss. For Shalabi, much like Ash's Pikachu, refused to be confined within a Pokeball. Since Shalabi was lightweight, he allowed it to remain freely. As a mythical creature among Pokémon, Shalabi was often unrecognized as a divine beast, granting Liangshuo a sense of ease. Recently, Shalabi had been in high spirits. Initially apprehensive about leaving its kin to accompany a stranger, fearing a life of scarcity and hardship, it was pleasantly surprised to find its existence enriched with delightful experiences and delectable treats. Its strength had surged at an astonishing pace, far surpassing its growth within the tribe, making it reluctant to part ways. While Shalabi hummed a tune, a red flash darted past them. Liangshua scratched his chin, murmuring, that appears to be a Scyther, quite swift. But alas, I already have a Vespiquen. I am not in need of a bug-type Pokémon at present. Shalabi nodded in agreement, commenting that Scyther is rather unattractive, lacking the elegance of a Vespiquen. Another red flash whizzed by, and the Scyther hovered ominously before Liangshuo, assuming a threatening stance. Shalabi, Liangshuo suggested. Would you care to handle this? Shalabi shook its head, expressing disinterest in engaging with such an unappealing Pokémon. Left with no alternative, Liangshuo summoned his Gyarados, stating, Are you up for a fight, old chap? Cough, cough. How did you spot me? A man sporting a prominent mustache emerged. You underestimate me. My eyesight is keen. I could clearly discern your Scyther's speed. Did you think I would overlook the corner of your cloak peeking from behind the tree? Liangshuo replied helplessly. Haha. It seems I have encountered a formidable trainer. Your Gyarados is well trained, the man remarked. I am Muramasa, and this is my Scyther, which I have named Authentic. I have long sought a Pokémon trainer like you. I am Liangshuo from Pallet Town. Are you looking for me? Liangshuo asked, puzzled. His recollection of previous anime episodes had faded, leaving only vague memories. He vaguely recalled that this man was perhaps seeking a trainer to reprimand his son. Indeed. May I request a favor? Muramasa inquired. If it is too much to ask, I shall not insist. Well, I suppose I can accompany you. There's no rush, Liangshuo contemplated. Thank you ever so much. Please, follow me, Muramasa responded, leading Liangshuo onward. After a brief walk, they arrived at a dojo styled in the manner of Japanese architecture. Inside, numerous trainers and their Pokémon were engaged in rigorous training, embodying the harmonious growth of both. Liangshuo appreciated this synergy. Upon seeing Muramasa return, the trainers immediately bowed, greeting. Master, welcome back. Continue your training, Muramasa commanded sternly. He then escorted Liangshuo to the dojo's main hall, where a disciple promptly served hot tea and shared tales of the dojo and Muramasa's past. Are you the opponent my father sought? A voice called out. Lu Yangshuo turned to see a young man with a laptop, who remarked, "You must be Lu Yangshuo from Pallet Town. I have reviewed your profile. Quite impressive, winning the Indigo Conference." Opening his laptop, he continued, "You are a Type C trainer, focusing on overwhelming opponents with sheer power. Lu Yangshuo, this is my son Shingo. I would like to ask if you would battle him," Muramasa stated. "That poses no issue, though I fear it may shatter your son's confidence," Lu Yangshuo replied. Understanding the nature of prideful individuals, Lu Yangshuo knew that the best way to ignite their competitive spirit was to downplay their abilities. As anticipated, Shingo bristled at the implication, exclaiming, "What? You underestimate me. Let us fight. I will not lose." He strode towards the battlefield, releasing his scyther and declaring, "Prepare for battle. My Brea stamina, speed, and attack have surpassed my father's authentic. It is the strongest scyther in existence." Lu Yangshuo stifled a laugh, responding, "Do you know how weak a frog at the bottom of a well can be?" "Why?" Shingo inquired, perplexed. "Because its view of the sky is limited to the well's opening. Thus, the well constitutes its entire world," Lu Yangshuo explained. "Are you merely a talker?" Shingo retorted, eager to witness Lu Yangshuo's prowess. "Very well, let me show you the strength of the outside world. Given that Scyther is a bug and steel type, I shall summon my Vespiquen," Lu Yangshuo declared, releasing the Pokémon. Upon seeing Vespiquen, Shalabi waved, and Vespiquen reciprocated with a smile. Vespiquen had formed a deep bond with Shalabi, second only to Cosmoem. "Is there no data on your Pokémon?" "Quickly, record it." Shingo sat cross-legged on the ground, announcing, "Data entry complete. I am certain of victory." "Bray, use quick attack. Dodge with Dance of the Butterflies, then counter with a low kick," Lu Yangshuo instructed. "Be gentle, educate it properly." Vespiquen, with a regal demeanor, easily evaded Scyther's quick attack, countering with a precise kick that sent Scyther soaring. "Triple kick," commanded Lu Yangshuo. Vespiquen vanished from sight, appearing before the airborne Scyther, delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing back onto the battlefield. With a swift maneuver, Vespiquen sent Scyther into the air, and with a final, soaring strike, brought it crashing down onto the ground. Impossible. Its speed, reflexes, and attack are nearly at their peak. The cameras couldn't even capture its speed. "What kind of monster is this?" Shingo exclaimed, frantically adjusting his data. "Do you think you have the time to focus on your computer? Deal with it. Finish with a flying kick," Lu Yangshuo commanded. "Dodge, Bray," Shingo cried, his eyes finally diverting from the screen to his Scyther. But it was too late. Vespiquen executed a flying kick that struck Scyther's slender waist, sending it crashing into the wall, incapacitated. "Bray." Shingo rushed over to support his fallen Pokémon. "How are you? Are you all right?" Scyther regained some vigor, shaking its head in affirmation. "Shingo, what has happened to your computer?" Muramasa inquired with a smile. Shingo shook his head, stating, "I couldn't even catch a glimpse of Vespiquen's movements. There was no time to consult the computer. Collecting data to understand your opponent is undoubtedly wise. But you relied too heavily on information to battle," Lu Yangshuo remarked. "The battlefield evolves in an instant. There is no time for analysis. I have learned a valuable lesson. I shall not lose next time," Shingo declared, assisting Scyther as they departed, likely heading home for recuperation. Chapter 69, Arrival at Happy Town. Master of Steel, how sweltering it is. It is merely spring, yet it feels like the height of summer. As Lu Yangshuo approached Happy Town, the oppressive heat enveloped him, rendering him fatigued. Even Shalabi languidly rested on his shoulder. It had been several days since leaving Uncle Zheng's village, and during his journey, he encountered a fireball mouse. Recalling what Jiku had mentioned, he decided to attempt to capture the creature. However, just as he was about to proceed, he was interrupted by a call from the Alliance. Lu Yangshuo couldn't help but feel exasperated, noting the stark disparity in treatment. After a lengthy trek, he finally arrived near Happy Town, only to be met with this ghastly weather, leaving him utterly drained. He had Shalabi use the rain dance after a brief shower. They felt somewhat revitalized. Yet, mere moments later, the rain ceased, and they were once again subjected to the relentless sun. Continuing along their path, Lu Yangshuo followed the electronic map to the Day's Lake. Hesitating for a moment, he resolved to enter the cave and replenish his hydration. Upon entering the cavern, he soon discovered a vast underground lake, teeming with numerous dazed beasts. Suddenly reminded of a legend, he approached the water's edge to drink and then faced one of the dazed beasts, asking, "Can you understand me? If so, please respond." The dazed beast remained silent. Lu Yangshuo sighed, deciding not to disturb them any further, as communication was evidently futile. He turned to leave, muttering, "It's scorching outside. If you can summon rain, please do so." After departing from Day's Lake, he proceeded towards Happy Town. 3 hours later, one of the dazed beasts stirred, letting out a call. An hour after that, the group of dazed beasts began to move, making their way outside to a higher vantage point, each yawning. The multitude of dazed beasts invoked rain, and the weather transformed drastically, with torrential rain pouring down. Meanwhile, Luoyang Shuo had arrived in Happy Town, which was also filled with dazed beasts revered as deities. Respecting their sanctity, he inquired with the townsfolk and successfully located the residence of the Master of Steel. After knocking on the door, a young girl opened it. Glancing at Luoyang Shuo and asking, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "Hello, I am Luoyang from Shinshin Town. Professor Okido mentioned that I should pay a visit to the Master of Steel," Luoyang Shuo replied. "Oh, wait a moment. I'll ask my grandfather," she said before closing the door and running off to find the Master of Steel. After a short while, the Master of Steel and his granddaughter welcomed Luoyang Shuo into their home. Once in the reception room, the Master of Steel remarked, "So, Professor Okido sent you. How is he faring?" "He's in good health. Thank you for your concern," Luoyang Shuo replied. "I am here to order a batch of Pokeballs, as I run a breeding house and have a significant demand for them. Your craftsmanship in Pokeball creation is renowned, so I would greatly appreciate your assistance." "Well, it's not that I am unwilling to help you, but," the Master of Steel began, his expression one of resignation. "Money is not an issue," Luoyang Shuo assured him. "That is not the problem. It's the water. The special Pokeballs made from round citrus fruit require water from Days Lake. And with the recent lack of rain, the well is nearly dry. There is simply no way around it," the Master of Steel explained. "Understood. I will find a solution," Luoyang Shuo contemplated. "Once the water issue is resolved, we can discuss your order," the Master of Steel conceded. "Additionally, I have heard from Professor Okido about your breeding house. I hope you can assist my granddaughter in selecting a Pokemon as her starter." "That is certainly possible. Just bring Qianhui to my estate, and we shall proceed according to the usual process. I won't charge you for capturing a few," Luoyang Shuo proclaimed generously. With his breeding house thriving, he felt confident in fostering a good relationship with a master renowned for crafting special Pokeballs, worth any expense. After their discussion, Luoyang Shuo prepared to return to Days Lake to devise a plan for the group of dazed beasts. Yet, halfway there, thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain began to pour. Glancing at the time, Luoyang Shuo was bemused. It took them 4 hours to react. Their reflexes are quite sluggish. Braving the downpour, he returned to the Master of Steel's home, where he was warmly welcomed and assured that his desired Pokeballs would be ready soon. However, he was reminded that he would need to gather the round citrus fruit himself, as the Master of Steel's stock was dwindling. Luoyang Shuo agreed without hesitation, and the Master of Steel enlisted Qianhui's assistance to teach him how to select the fruits. However, the rain persisted for an entire day. The following day, with the rain finally ceased, Luoyang Shuo and Qianhui set off to the back mountain to gather round citrus fruits. There are 7 colors of round citrus fruit: white, red, blue, black, peach, green, and yellow, Qianhui explained as they walked. Each color lends unique characteristics to the Pokeballs made from them, which can also be crafted into various types, including level balls, quick balls, lure balls, moon balls, friendship balls, sweet balls, and weight balls. As she elaborated on the attributes of each type of ball, they arrived at the back mountain and began picking various round citrus fruits. "Don't go over there. There are hazelnut balls," Qianhui cautioned. "Fear not. Trainers have their methods." "Gung-Gue, use hypnosis." "Jigglypuff, sing a lullaby," Luoyang Shuo commanded, sending out Gung-Gue and Jigglypuff. "Just ensure you don't harm those hazelnut balls." The 2 Pokemon nodded in understanding, and with Jigglypuff's melodious song and Gung-Gue's eerie hypnosis, all the hazelnut balls were lulled into a slumber. Luoyang Shuo approached and carefully picked 5 or 6 yellow round citrus fruits before Qianhui stopped him. He nodded in agreement. Understanding her reasoning, it was essential to practice sustainable harvesting. They soon encountered a swarm of beedrill, and the appearance of the Gyarados demonstrated to Qianhui the true prowess of a trainer, leaving her quite impressed. After gathering the round citrus fruits, Qianhui tugged at Luoyang Shuo's sleeve and asked, "Luoyang, will I become as strong as you in the future?" "Absolutely. As long as you have dreams and work hard for them, success will follow. Even if you face setbacks, transform your failures into experience and continue to grow stronger." Luoyang Shuo reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Qianhui nodded, her understanding still budding, but a seed of ambition had been planted within her heart. Upon returning to the Master of Steel's residence, they presented the round citrus fruits. A day later, Luoyang Shuo received a set of 7 different Pokeballs, with the remaining ones to be sent to Shinshin Town, alleviating any concerns he had. Nodding in satisfaction, Luoyang Shuo prepared to head to the Happy Gym, eager to claim his second batch. Chapter 70, Battle Against Abai. Upon arriving at the Hinoki Gym, which resembled more of a botanical garden than a traditional gym, Luoyang Shuo successfully located the gym leader, Abai. "Please wait a moment. I need to finish feeding my bug-type Pokemon before we can commence the gym battle," Abai stated. After tending to a multitude of bug-type creatures, Abai turned to Luo Yangshua and remarked, "You are the young trainer from New Town, aren't you? I've heard whispers about you. Did you bring your Beedrill along? I am eager to witness its mega evolution. Bug-type Pokémon are truly remarkable. I apologize, but Beedrill is currently at home training hard." Luo Yangshua replied, "However, I do have another bug-type Pokémon here. Would you like to give it a try? It's my main contender." "Oh, really? Then I shall bring forth my strongest as well, one that I had to apply for through the league for quite some time to acquire. It is currently the number 1 in my lineup," Abai said as he led Luo Yangshua to the battle arena. "Best of 3 rounds. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, let's begin," Luo Yangshua affirmed. A formal referee approached, nodding at both trainers, declaring, "The gym battle officially commences. Go, Ariados." Abai sent forth his first Pokémon. "Then I shall rely on you, Jengar," Luo Yangshua declared, releasing his Jengar onto the field. "Strike first, Ariados, use string shot," Abai commanded. Ariados expelled white silk from its mouth, swiftly crafting a chaotic web in the air. Luo Yangshua frowned, instructing, "Jengar, use Shadow Ball." Jengar clasped its hands together and then thrust them forward, unleashing a barrage of dark purple energy orbs directed at Ariados. Utilizing the web, Ariados evaded the attack with remarkable speed, moving at more than double its usual pace. "Useless, young Luo. With the web in place, my Ariados will never lose in speed," Abai called out. Ariados moved swiftly and unleashed Signal Beam from various angles. Ariados darted across the web, using its agility to launch Signal Beam attacks from different positions. "Heh, just the same old trick," Luo Yangshua replied. "It merely relies on its surroundings. Without the web, it is nothing." "Will-o-wisp," Jengar cackled menacingly, unleashing a wave of pain that drained a significant amount of Ariados' health, followed by an eerie flame that ignited around the web, causing Ariados to tumble down from the burning strands. "Watch out. Ariados, use string shot," Abai shouted. "Too late. Hypnosis, Dream Eater, finish it," Luo Yangshua commanded. Jengar vanished in an instant, and just as Ariados attempted to release its string shot to evade, Jengar appeared face to face, successfully landing Hypnosis. Jengar then transformed into a shadow and invaded Ariados' body, emerging only when Ariados had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Come back, Ariados," Abai said. "What a troublesome Pokémon." "It's your turn, Shedinja." Gazing upon the floating Pokémon before him, Luo Yangshua could only utter, "Are you serious? Don't underestimate this Pokémon. Its defensive capabilities are astonishing," Abai exclaimed. "Shedinja, use Wonder Guard." "Astonishing defense, indeed," Luo Yangshua scoffed, knowing full well the limitations of this Pokémon. If it weren't for its Wonder Guard ability, it would be utterly useless. "Eliminate it, Shadow Ball." Luo Yangshua covered his face, unable to watch. Jengar scratched its head in confusion. Is it really that simple? Nevertheless, it chose to trust Luo Yangshua, unleashing a Shadow Ball towards Shedinja. "Shedinja, dodge," Abai shouted, realizing too late that Jengar, being a ghost type, had an advantage. Shedinja, lacking speed, was hit by the Shadow Ball and immediately fell, unable to continue fighting. "Come back, Shedinja," Abai said. "Luo, do you recognize this Pokémon?" "Yes, it's a regional specialty from Hoenn," Luo Yangshua nodded. "Your main contender wouldn't be it, would it?" "Of course not. Alas, I should have sent out my Shiftry," Abai lamented. "But now, I shall summon my true strongest." With that, a fiery whirlwind erupted as Abai sent forth his next Pokémon. Luo Yangshua pondered, muttering, "Fire and bug type, could it be?" As the flames dissipated, a Volcarona emerged on the battlefield. Resembling a moth, it boasted white neck fur, a pair of red antennae framing its cheeks, and 3 sets of reddish-brown wings adorned with black specks, creating a floral pattern. "Behold, this is my strongest Pokémon. Come forth, young Luo," Abai declared earnestly. "Return, Jengar," Luo Yangshua said respectfully. "Let us engage in a true bug-type battle. Go, Beautifly." Beautifly appeared, striking a pose with one hand on its hip, gazing proudly at Volcarona. Abai's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of Beautifly. "Strike first, triple kick," Luo Yangshua commanded. Beautifly swiftly approached Volcarona, delivering a powerful kick. However, Volcarona twisted its body in an unusual manner, evading Beautifly's assault. With a flap of its wings, it created distance between them. "What incredible speed! It rivals my Shiftry at maximum acceleration," Abai noted with seriousness. Luo Yangshua realized his oversight. If Abai had a Pokémon faster than Beautifly, it was unlikely ENT trained its response time, making the battle more challenging. In terms of speed, the fastest Pokémon was the mythical Deoxys in its speed form, followed by Shiftry, and then Beautifly, even if Beautifly's effort values were maximized. Shiftry's ability to accelerate could theoretically lead to infinite speed, though physical limitations would prevent it from achieving such. Flame Dance. Abai commanded. Quiver Dance. Luo Yangshua countered. Volcarona was enveloped in flames, its wings fluttering as it performed an ancient, graceful dance, the flames swirling like ribbons towards Beautifly. Beautifly, too, danced lightly on its toes, evading Volcarona's fiery onslaught, enhancing its special attack, special defense, and speed significantly. Let us try again. Use agility and then jump. Luo Yangshua shouted, feeling slightly at a disadvantage. Heat Wave. Abai called out. Beautifly accelerated, leaping to the top of the botanical garden, then propelled itself off the peak, aiming a kick at Volcarona. Volcarona responded by flapping its wings, unleashing a scorching gust of wind towards Beautifly. Endure it and charge through. Luo Yangshua urged. Beautifly, unable to change course mid-air, gritted its teeth against the intense flames, delivering a solid kick to Volcarona's wing. Both Pokémon stood panting, battered and bruised. Beautifly was charred and flickering with embers, while Volcarona's wings sagged limply, temporarily immobilized. Flamethrower. Abai commanded. Swift. Luo Yangshua shouted. With their final reserves of strength, both Pokémon unleashed their respective moves, striking each other simultaneously, leading to their mutual defeat. Chapter 71. The Cedar Forest, Time Corridor Comeback. Fire God Moth, Abai said as he retrieved the creature. Indeed. It was still a close call. Your Ferrothorn has been cultivated exceptionally well. This is proof of your victory over me, the insect badge. Luo Yangshua healed Ferrothorn and accepted the badge, smiling. Thank you, Abai. Let us have a rematch next time. Absolutely, Abai replied, extending his hand for a brief handshake. Departing from the Hinoki Gym, Luo Yangshua set his sights on the Cedar Forest, hoping to capture a Celebi this time. At that moment, Celebi emerged from its Ultra Ball, alighting on Luo Yangshua's shoulder, voicing its displeasure at being confined. Luo Yangshua gently tapped Celebi's little head and chuckled. I'm sorry, but some situations are not suitable for you. I promise to buy you a treat later. With that, Celebi forgave him, humming cheerfully, sensing that it was nearing home. After purchasing some of Celebi's favorite snacks in Inoki Town, Luo Yangshua and Celebi hastened their journey to the Cedar Forest. Deep within the Cedar Forest, in a simple shrine, a peculiar distortion of temporal energy twisted a small space, resulting in the appearance of 5 Celebi. 3 were old and frail, exuding an aura of profound mystery, while 2 younger ones anxiously awaited. What remarkable luck to have 5 appear, an aged voice echoed. A figure cloaked in black, donning an unusual icy mask, emerged before the 5 Celebi. The Celebi observed the newcomer with a calm demeanor, uncertain of his intentions. Are you not afraid of me? The masked man chuckled. Truly, you are divine beings, but I hope you remain so nonchalant for a little longer. Attack. Yes. Echoed a multitude of voices from the forest. Subsequently, large equipment was pushed forth, encircling the area with a total of 24 devices. As these mechanisms activated, an invisible wave swept through the space, causing the 5 Celebi to pale in shock. Their powers had been rendered inaccessible. Surprised? This is the fruit of my years of labor, designed to prevent you from utilizing your abilities, the masked man declared. All the waiting has been worthwhile. With that, he produced 2 peculiar Pokeballs. If Ash were present, he would surely exclaim, these are 2 GS balls. After years of searching, I finally acquired feathers from both Lugia and Ho-Oh. Crafted from their feathers, these time-capturing spheres are beyond your ability to resist. The masked man exclaimed, hurling the 2 GS balls towards the 5 Celebi. Ferrothorn, intercept. Luo Yangshua shouted. Ferrothorn descended from the sky, executing a series of kicks that sent the 2 GS balls flying. It then positioned itself before the 5 Celebi, confronting the masked man. Have you finally arrived? Did you think I had no backup? My people have been aware of you for some time, the masked man sneered. A messenger bird darted swiftly towards an elderly Celebi, retrieving 2 GS balls from its pocket and capturing 1 old and 1 young Celebi within them. This is bad, Luo Yangshua cried out. Dragonite landed with Luo Yangshua but was unable to prevent the unfolding events. The messenger bird, having dashed from behind Ferrothorn, was also not intercepted. Fortunately, Luo Yangshua had switched out his Gyarados for Dragonite. Otherwise, all 5 Celebi would have been captured. After storing the 2 GS balls in his pocket, the masked man recalled them with a Pokeball. Upon releasing them again, the 2 GS balls containing the Celebi were now in his possession. The masked man glanced at the young Celebi perched on Luo Yangshua's shoulder and remarked, You are fortunate, boy, to have captured a Celebi. But you cannot stop me now. Celebi, open the time corridor and let me return to the past. 1 GS ball was placed on a device, and a surge of energy was drawn into the machine. Ferrothorn, Dragonite, destroy that machine. Luo Yangshua commanded. Do not act rashly. The masked man retorted, gripping the other GS ball. I have a hostage, and I cannot guarantee their safety. Luo Yangshua halted Ferrothorn and Dragonite, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Abai, do not be stubborn. Even if you return to the past, what can you change? I do not know what you are talking about, the masked man, or rather Abai, replied. In that moment, a time corridor began to form. Abai laughed heartily, declaring, I have finally succeeded. Wait for me, I am coming. With that, he raised the GS ball high and leaped into the time corridor. Ferrothorn, Dragonite, take care of the machine. Jengar, Blissey, restrain these individuals. Shalebi, you too, assist. We cannot notify the League this time. Abai is merely obstinate, not yet mad. I will retrieve him. Ferrothorn and Dragonite swiftly dismantled the machine, while the returning powers of Shalebi summoned the Forest S Pokémon. Within 10 minutes, they managed to subdue the intruders. Afterward, they destroyed the GS ball, leaving the elderly Shalebi weakly collapsed on the ground. The young Shalebi cried out in concern, hoping Luo Yangshua would rescue its parents. Luo Yangshua gazed at the now-vanished time corridor and inquired of the Shalebi, which of you can open the time corridor? I need to pursue Abai and the other Shalebi. The two elderly Shalebi sighed, communicating through telepathy. Young one, we implore you. Our powers cannot excessively interfere with time. Only one Shalebi may enter the time corridor at a time. If we do so, it could result in temporal chaos. The young Shalebi flew forward, patting its tiny chest and calling out a few times. No, you have not fully mastered it. There is a high chance you will become entangled in another time. The young Shalebi communicated telepathically. Let it try, one of the elderly Shalebi suggested. Once we rescue them, we will intervene. Maximum, we will only make them wait a month. In terms of time, they will enter first, and 1 minute later, we will set off to find them, bringing them back to this moment. They will be safe. Then let us not hesitate. Trust in my Shalebi one time. It has grown, Luo Yangshua urged. While the young Shalebi hesitated, the two elderly Shalebi combined their powers to open the time corridor. Gazing into the bizarre expanse of the time corridor, Luo Yangshua wasted no time in recalling his Pokémon, preparing his belongings, and, cradling Shalebi, plunged into the time corridor. As the time corridor sealed behind him, the elderly Shalebi said, regardless of their success, we will enter the time corridor in 1 minute. First, we will observe from another timeline and ensure there are no issues before we enter and retrieve them. I will summon some of our kin. Having more numbers will aid in the search, the young Shalebi stated, hoping the child would be safe. He is a fine trainer. That child will not neglect it. The elderly Shalebi remarked. Agreed, the other elderly Shalebi concurred. Supporting the weakened elderly Shalebi, the young Shalebi opened another time corridor and ventured inside to seek its kin. The two elderly Shalebi sensed that a minute had passed and opened the time corridor, diving in to begin their search. Chapter 72. Lost and cast into the ancient era, isn't it a beautiful sight? Lu Bo murmured, lingering at a moment in time. Watching as his two Lapras perished on the icy expanse, tears cascading down his cheeks. When Luo Yangshua and Zioa Sheila arrived, they were met with this poignant scene. Luo Yangshua sighed and said, Senior Lu, why do you put yourself through this? In that timeline, there is you. It is impossible for two versions of you to coexist. If you force your way in, only one of you can survive, and you, the intruder, will simply fade away. Such is the rule of time. Luo Yangshua had long inquired about the rules of time with Shilabai. Initially, he had hoped to assist Lu Bo, but upon learning the truth, he realized that Lu Bo could not achieve this alone. His attempt to forcibly capture Shilabai would ultimately culminate in tragedy. I can help you, Luo Yangshua declared. In that time frame, I do not exist. I can lend you a hand. Lu Bo, filled with excitement, grasped Luo Yangshua's shoulder and exclaimed, You truly wish to help me. Thank you, thank you. Witnessing the elderly man's tearful gratitude, Luo Yangshua found it difficult to refuse. With a resigned sigh, he said, Shilabai, let us proceed. Shilabai shook its head, softly voicing its objection. It understood that entering another time would inevitably lead to discrepancies upon returning to their original timeline. Such discrepancies could span from mere seconds to several years, and it could not allow Luo Yangshua to take that risk. Wait. Here are the Pokeballs for the two Lapras. It will expedite matters, Lu Bo said, removing his mask and producing 2 Pokeballs. Shilabai, give it a try. Luo Yangshua said, accepting the Pokeballs. Shilabai vehemently shook its head, determined to prevent Luo Yangshua from risking his safety. Use this. Lu Bo handed the GS ball to Luo Yangshua and then stepped into the time portal, vanishing from sight. Is it worth it? Luo Yangshua murmured to himself, gripping the GS ball with resolute determination. For Lu Bo's love of Pokemon, I shall give it my all. Ignoring Shilabai's protests, Luo Yangshua plunged into the timeline, arriving upon an icy plain. In the distance, he spotted the young Lu Bo struggling alongside the 2 Lapras. I hope I can make it in time. Luo Yangshua surged forward, racing across the ice. As he closed the distance, he pressed the button on the Pokeball, successfully retrieving the two Lapras just as they were about to fall into a crevasse. He tossed the Pokeballs to the startled Lu Bo, but found himself unable to stop, sliding directly towards the icy chasm. "Be careful," the young Lu Bo shouted. Luo Yangshua, to his dismay, realized he could not control his descent and plummeted into the crevasse. "Whether I succeed depends on this step." In a moment of desperation, Luo Yangshua shattered the GS ball, releasing Shilabai. Just before he hit the ground, a time portal opened beneath him, and he plunged into it. Inside the time portal, Luo Yangshua felt himself being pulled backward uncontrollably. Shilabai communicated telepathically, "This is not good. Your interference with history has caused a temporal rift. We may be swept into an unknown era." "Seriously? This is possible?" Luo Yangshua could not help but complain. Suddenly, a wave of pressure enveloped him, and he lost consciousness, being swept along with the temporal chaos into a different time. In the ancient lands, a person and two Pokémon descended from the sky, landing upon the back of a colossal Pokémon. The impact jolted Luo Yangshua awake, and he coughed up blood before succumbing to unconsciousness again. The enormous creature scratched its back, examining Luo Yangshua and the two Shilabai with curiosity. What kind of being is this? It recognized Shilabai, the guardian of time and protector of the forest, though their relationship was tenuous. Yet, what was this other creature? A human from a different timeline? It seemed somewhat different from the humans of the present. The creature noted the blood at the corner of Luo Yangshua's mouth and decided to assist him. Gently placing Luo Yangshua and the two Shilabai upon a rock, the Pokémon turned to seek healing herbs. If Luo Yangshua were awake, he would surely call out in amazement. This Pokémon was none other than Groudon, and it was in its primal form. It should not be termed primal, as this was indeed the ancient era. This was Groudon's true appearance. Groudon returned with herbs and a small bowl-shaped rock. Placing Luo Yangshua and the Shilabai within the bowl, it squeezed the herbs, allowing the juices to flow in, thus providing them with a herbal bath. Not wasting any remnants, Groudon chewed the remaining herbs and swallowed them. Currently, Luo Yangshua was unconscious and unable to hear the system's notifications. Otherwise, he would be overjoyed. Ding. Absorptive bodily energy detected. Absorption commencing. Ding. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Strength 1. The physical strength Luo Yangshua had worked so hard to build was now rapidly enhancing. This was the healing herb Groudon used to recover from its injuries. With Groudon's massive size, standing 5 meters tall and weighing 999.7 kilograms, one herb sufficed for its recovery. Translated for Luo Yangshua, this was a tremendous boon. As Luo Yangshua groggily opened his eyes, he noticed the two Shilabai anxiously watching him. He intended to greet them, but a large head suddenly obstructed his view. The loud call nearly caused Luo Yangshua to faint again. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure and said, "Sorry to worry you, kid. We are stranded in the ancient era. For now, do not run off. Let us wait for rescue." Shilabai communicated telepathically. Zioa Sheila, appearing quite irritated, playfully swatted Luo Yangshua's head with its tiny paws, seemingly scolding him for his foolishness. Apologetically scratching his head, Luo Yangshua's gaze fell upon the enormous creature, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Groudon. It's primal Groudon. No, wait. This is the ancient era. We shouldn't call it primal Groudon. This is its normal form." Then, Luo Yangshua noticed the sticky green substance covering him, realizing his hair was also matted with the same hue. Dazed, he finally registered the system's notifications. And upon seeing his stamina and strength surge to over 70, he leaped with joy, only to discover that his jump had exceeded 3 meters in height. Instinctively employing the 6 techniques bestowed by the system, he produced a resounding crack as he propelled himself upward. Luo Yangshua erupted into laughter, only to comically crash back onto the rock with a thud, rubbing his sore chest. Luo Yangshua was certain he had become exponentially stronger and could now utilize the 6 techniques, albeit with some difficulty. "Thank you, Groudon." Luo Yangshua expressed his gratitude, having learned from Shilabai that it was Groudon who had saved him. Groudon squinted its eyes and nodded, a somewhat fierce smile spreading across its face. In the presence of such a majestic Pokémon, attempting to appear cute or endearing was futile. It was a wonder if one could avoid being frightened altogether. Chapter 73. The 3 Tribes of Land, Sea, and Sky in Times of Peace. Thunderbolt Attack. Roared Luo Yangshua through a megaphone. Groudon unleashed a powerful surge of electricity towards the colossal creature lurking in the ocean, known as Kyogre, the Sea Emperor. Unfazed, Kyogre summoned a wave that effortlessly neutralized Groudon's electric assault. The spectators, Groudons and Kyogres alike, cheered in excitement, while several juvenile Rayquazas in the sky curiously observed the contest between the 2 tribes. Having spent nearly 2 weeks in this realm, Luo Yangshua had gradually adapted to his surroundings. The father of his companion, the captured Shiarabi, had departed to seek assistance from his kin, leaving Luo Yangshua with his 6 Pokémon. As he watched the spirited battle between Groudon and Kyogre, he understood that it was merely a friendly spar between their respective tribes. Indeed, they were 2 factions, upon glancing at the juvenile Rayquazas above. It was evident that they represented the 3 tribes of land, sea, and sky. Time was a murky concept here. Luo Yangshua had encountered primitive humans in this landscape, but communication was futile, leaving him stranded in Groudon's territory. He later witnessed the interactions among the Groudon tribe, the Kyogre tribe, and the occasional appearances of the Rayquaza clan. Contrary to the legendary battles recorded in history, he observed a community of Groudons and Kyogres in their primal forms. The reasons behind the eventual decline of these tribes to a single entity and their departure from their original states remained a mystery to him. In this enchanting realm, Luo Yangshua encountered various Pokémon species of astonishing size, each adorned with peculiar patterns reminiscent of the massive Jengar and Gyarados unearthed by Ash and his companions in the Kanto region. Initially, he contemplated capturing a few of these magnificent beings to showcase upon his return. However, the shattering of high-grade Pokeballs and heavy balls extinguished his hopes of acquisition. In his boredom, Luo Yangshua began to engage Groudon with skill machines, teaching them techniques, while Groudon reciprocated by providing him with rare herbs, leading to a rather comfortable existence. The sole regret lingered in the absence of his Greninja, for the on-site tutelage from Kyogre would undoubtedly benefit any water-type Pokémon. As the youthful contest between Groudon and Kyogre concluded, Luo Yangshua leaped down from a rock to land atop a Groudon, suggesting it was time to return. The leading Groudon nodded in agreement, guiding its tribe toward a volcanic rocky terrain. Upon their arrival, Luo Yangshua dismounted and marveled at his enhanced physical prowess. Leaping 5 meters down was effortless, devoid of any need for shock absorption. Before him stood Groudon, a creature akin to a dinosaur, enveloped in a protective, red, plate-like hide. The darker underside of its body was gray, adorned with large, protruding spikes along its head, torso, and tail. Each of its 4-clawed hands bore bulldozer-like teeth at the tail's end, while its feet sported 3 claws with gray markings on their soles. Blue spikes emerged from the seams of Groudon's skin, becoming visible when it gathered energy. The primordial Groudon bore an insignia on the circular part of its arm, a symbol that would later appear on the crimson orbs. Finding his cozy nook, Luo Yangshua reclined atop a bed of grass. The 3 tribes still coexisted peacefully. Yet with the precarious nature of their truce, one could never predict when conflict might arise. As night fell, he noticed the glowing embers from the volcano lighting up his surroundings, revealing 3 enormous Pokémon eggs nestled in the grass, gifts from the tribes, representing Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. He considered these eggs a reward for his persuasive efforts, having informed the tribes that in the future, only one of their kind would remain while the rest would vanish. Whether through death or departure from this world remained uncertain. Thus, Luo Yangshua yearned to test whether he could transport these 3 eggs back to his original world. The tribes, albeit skeptical of his claims, agreed to bestow the eggs upon him, sealing them with their primordial powers, which could only be unlocked by the corresponding essence from Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza in his time. Should Luo Yangshua's words prove false, the tribes had entrusted Shirabi's clan to retrieve both the eggs and Luo Yangshua, so he would bear the brunt of their wrath. Luo Yangshua was unfazed, for he had only concealed the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre. Everything else was indeed truthful. Regarding the Shirabi clan of this era, he had paid them a visit, but they expressed their inability to pinpoint Luo Yangshua's time, necessitating the presence of a Shirabi from that specific time frame to bring him back. If they attempted to intervene directly, they might cast him into an unknown abyss. The following morning, having absorbed the essence of the herbs provided by Groudon, Luo Yangshua glanced at his attributes, with both stamina and strength reaching 100, nodding in approval. He decided to test his skills against his Frosmoth, only to be utterly defeated. Rubbing his sore body, he remarked, "Not too shabby. I barely managed to reach a level where I can withstand a thunderbolt unscathed, akin to Ash." Tears welled in his eyes as he reflected on his attributes. Achieving 100 in stamina and strength merely allowed him to scrape the surface of Ash's prowess. That individual was truly extraordinary. Then there was Professor Oak, who, despite his age, continued to experiment with Pokémon skills. He must possess extraordinary strength to have thrived until now, as Luo Yangshua dedicated himself to this rigorous training. Another half-month slipped away. At last, a time portal manifested before him, witnessing the emergence of nearly 70 Shirabi. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the Shirabi tribe, for no legendary Pokémon clan could rival such numbers. The young Shirabi finally reunited with its parents. And although Luo Yangshua was curious about how Shirabi, with their ambiguous genders, propagated, he prudently chose to remain silent for the sake of his own safety. Placing the 3 Pokémon eggs into his backpack, Luo Yanxuo bid farewell to the 3 tribes and re-entered the time portal. Within the portal, a Shirabi periodically guided him and the others along their path. Following the trajectory, they ultimately returned to the present time. As the Shirabi gazed at Luo Yanxuo, they returned to the time portal, vanishing from sight. Glancing at the Shirabi perched on his shoulder, Luo Yanxuo mused, "So, does this mean I've succeeded?" The young Shirabi shot him an exasperated glare, patted his face, and emitted a series of chirps, signaling him to hurry and find a populated area to ascertain how much time had elapsed. With a light chuckle, Luo Yanxuo briskly exited the grove. Noticing the absence of the forces and machinery of the Lu Bo faction, indicating that a considerable amount of time had likely passed. Chapter 74. The Pokémon Exchange Conference Full. Do you wish to court disaster? Professor Oak thundered, his voice laced with exasperation. Do you believe history can be rewritten so easily? One misstep, and you may find yourself erased from existence. Luo Yanxuo nodded, bowing slightly in deference. Acknowledging that he had erred, he understood that Professor Oak was looking out for him. This warm-hearted elder genuinely regarded him as a prodigy. The thought of Luo Yanxuo's earlier reaction nearly sent a chill down his spine. By the way, Professor Oak, how do you know so much about Shalebi? Luo Yanxuo inquired, feigning ignorance. At the mention of Shalebi, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed Professor Oak's face. He then spoke earnestly. In any case, be more cautious next time. Take good care of that little Shalebi. Yes, I understand, Luo Yanxuo replied. Additionally, Ash just asked me to send a Tauros to him. He is not far from you in Leaf Town. Ash mentioned there is an exchange conference happening there, so you understand what that implies, Professor Oak continued. The Pokémon Exchange Conference. Luo Yanxuo exclaimed, a spark of delight igniting within him. Such an event seemed tailor-made for him. He envisioned all the mid-tier Pokémon from the breeding house being traded for superior or even exceptional ones, which could then be sold at a premium. The prospect of easy money beckoned enticingly. Observing the gleam in Luo Yanxuo's eyes, Professor Oak remarked dryly, remember to exchange for some rare Pokémon. I still need them for my research. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, Luo Yanxuo assured him. After ending the video call, he promptly dialed the breeding house, instructing them to send dozens of Pokémon to Leaf Town. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, he stretched his legs and sprinted eagerly towards Leaf Town, the sea breeze invigorating his spirit. After a brisk 5 to 6 minutes, he arrived in Leaf Town, slightly breathless from the exertion. However, the bustling crowd at the Pokémon Exchange Conference filled him with relief. He had made it in time. He headed to the Pokémon Center to gather the Pokéballs that had been teleported and packed them neatly. Spotting a Pokémon exchange machine, he pulled out a piece of cardboard and began to write rapidly. He then placed the cardboard next to the exchange machine. As several passers-by glanced at it, a young boy read aloud from the sign, Massive Pokémon Exchange. I run a breeding house and am seeking to acquire numerous Pokémon from other regions. You may inspect the Pokémon for any damage and freely choose the ones you desire. Really? A crowd began to gather, exclaiming in excitement. Indeed. But I will also assess the condition of the Pokémon before agreeing to any trades. If I find something appealing, I will exchange any Pokémon available in my breeding house, Luo Yanxuo clarified. I want to trade. I want a Bellossom. Do you have a Ghastly? I'll trade you a Stantler. Hold on, one at a time. Luo Yanxuo called out, urging everyone to form an orderly line. Anyone who cuts in will not be traded with. The crowd instinctively formed a long queue, and Luo Yanxuo surveyed the throng with satisfaction. He began the process of checking each Pokémon, exchanging for those of higher quality. He was particularly selective, trading mid-tier Pokémon only when they were rare. In his exchanges, he discovered 3 exceptional Pokémon, a Hoppip, a Ledyba, and a Quillfish. Unfortunately, they were not particularly powerful, so he decided to leave them in the breeding house. Just as I expected, Luo, Ash's voice called out. He, along with Brock and Misty, approached, accompanied by a boy named Ade. Can we trade with Ade? He wants to raise different Pokémon. Sure, I'll give you a favor. If there is any issue with his Pokémon, we can trade, Luo Yanxuo replied with a wave. Thank you. Come forth, Gyarados. Ade called, releasing his Pokémon. Luo Yanxuo squinted. Gyarados, exceptional quality. His heart swelled with joy as he remarked, not bad. What Pokémon do you wish to acquire? I can trade any available in my breeding house. Really? That is wonderful. I want a Ponyta, if possible. Ade exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Not a problem. I have one right here. Let me show you. Luo Yanxuo rummaged through his Pokéballs and produced one labeled with Ponyta. Ade nodded enthusiastically, and Luo Yanxuo promptly exchanged Ponyta for Gyarados. Watching Ade leave with heartfelt gratitude made Luo Yanxuo chuckle as he tossed the Gyarados Pokéball in the air. Gyarados isn't particularly strong, aside from its health. It lacks notable attributes. Its 4 skills are rather underwhelming. Nonetheless, this Pokémon had remarkable endurance. With proper training, it could prove to be a formidable opponent, reflecting physical and special attacks while employing Mystical Shield to evade status ailments. The final move, Destiny Bond, could lead to a dramatic finish. In terms of overall ability, it was quite well-rounded. Moreover, Luo Yangshua contemplated the future. Should he successfully train Gyarados into a legendary Pokémon, its innate powers would surely reflect its potential. If utilized wisely, it could be akin to a Pokémon version of an unstoppable force. As the exchanges continued, along with the interference from Team Rocket, Luo Yangshua ended the day having traded 86 mid-tier Pokémon for 12 superior ones, a remarkable profit, except for Gyarados, which he valued. The rest of the exceptional Pokémon lacked significant appeal and would be entrusted to the breeding house for future endeavors. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Luo Yangshua prepared to stay the night. Ash and his friends shamelessly squeezed into the same room. Celebi was joyfully playing with Togepi, and seeing Celebi's expression, Luo Yangshua refrained from voicing any objections. In front of Ash and the others, he released Gyarados from its Pokeball, gazing at its vacant expression. From now on, I shall be your trainer. Let us strive for greatness together, he said cheerfully. Gyarados, the Pokémon acknowledged with understanding. Luo Yangshua retrieved a Master Ball to recapture it. Ash remarked, Luo, are you planning to train Gyarados to its fullest potential? Indeed, it possesses considerable promise. In terms of my breeding house's standards, it is an exceptional Pokémon, Luo Yangshua affirmed. Oh, I can't believe this seemingly simple Pokémon has such high potential, even surpassing my Gyarados, Misty commented. Misty had previously acquired a superior Magikarp, which had since evolved into a Gyarados. I've already mentioned, focus on training your Psyduck. It will be your primary asset moving forward. Any Pokémon recognized for its exceptional potential in my breeding house holds vast promise, Luo Yangshua advised Misty. I know, but it's so foolish. I really have no idea how to train it, Misty lamented. Perhaps if you can alleviate its headaches, it may experience significant improvement, Brock suggested. Misty exchanged glances with Psyduck, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Chapter 75, The Wild Miltank and the Evolution of Cosmoem. On the following day, Luo Yangshua embarked on a journey to Manjin City alongside Xiaoji and his companions. Although reluctant to join them, the path was fortuitously aligned, compelling him to accompany them. Moreover, having squandered an inordinate amount of time in the time tunnel, he could not afford to linger there any longer. After a brief journey, they arrived at the next town, where a firefighting competition was taking place, and Xiaoji and his friends eagerly participated. Luo Yangshua, however, felt indifferent and bid them farewell to continue his own adventure. 2 days later, he reached a vast expanse of grassy land, where he intended to have lunch. To his delight, he discovered several wild Miltanks. This was a joyous occasion for him, as his breeding house lacked such Pokémon. Furthermore, the Moo milk produced by Miltanks was a highly sought-after commodity, renowned for its delectable taste and nutritional value. Monopolized by various ranches, encountering wild Miltanks in the wilderness was indeed a stroke of luck. Upon counting, he found 6 in total, one of which was of superior quality while the others were of average or lower grade. Without delay, he dispatched a few Pokémon to encircle the Miltanks. Gungue, cut off their escape routes. Jilly Dan, flank them on the right, and Fast Dragon, take the left. Shalabi, assist as well. You enjoy the milk they produce, don't you? Luo Yangshua commanded, concluding with, Guanyin, engage them head-on. As Guanyin appeared, it immediately stepped onto the shadow of the superior Miltank, activating its ability to immobilize. Realizing it could not move, the Miltank charged at Guanyin. Guanyin, double the return, Luo Yangshua exclaimed. The Miltank collided with Guanyin, who radiated a brilliant light, sending the Miltank flying with remarkable efficacy. Miltanks, should you defeat my Guanyin, I shall let you go. However, should you lose, I will capture you, Luo Yangshua declared. The superior Miltank bleated, and all 6 charged at Guanyin. Double the return, targeting 1. Luo Yangshua commanded. The 6 Miltanks collided with Guanyin. Their combined force redirected back to the superior Miltank, sending it hurtling several meters away, where Fast Dragon swiftly retrieved it. Luo Yangshua tossed a Pokeball and successfully captured it, subsequently transferring it to his estate. Is that all you have? Luo Yangshua scoffed, noting that Guanyin had only lost 1/5 of its health, indicating that defeating the Miltanks posed little challenge. The remaining 5 Miltanks rolled together, forming a spherical shape, and charged at Guanyin once more. Same tactic, he instructed. The impact from the 5 Miltanks coalesced into a single force, striking 1 Miltank and incapacitating it. Luo Yangshua captured it with another Pokeball, glancing at Guanyin's health, which still stood at 3/5, ample enough. Seeing this, the 4 remaining Miltanks opened their mouths, unleashing icy beams towards Guanyin. Mirror reflection, Luo Yangshua shouted. The beams ricocheted back and struck the Miltanks, one of which was unfortunate enough to freeze a leg. One Miltank immediately utilized Heal Bell to cure its status condition. Subsequently, one Miltank unleashed an icy beam towards Guanyin while another attempted to crush it with a heavy slam. Using two moves simultaneously? What a pity. Given your special attack capabilities, the damage is hardly significant, Luo Yangshua remarked. Guanyin, double the return and take it down. Guanyin absorbed the two attacks before reflecting the damage, rendering the Miltank incapable of battle. Turning to the remaining Miltank, he noticed it was frightened and preparing to flee. Without hesitation, Guanyin advanced, stepping onto the Miltank's shadow, rendering it unable to escape. Luo Yangshua stroked his chin, appreciating Guanyin's utility. While it could not attack directly, the reflected damage was doubled, and when its health was depleted, it could take down opponents alongside it, a rather insidious tactic. However, there were drawbacks. It could not initiate attacks, necessitating a slow war of attrition that could drive those lacking patience to madness. The three remaining Miltanks recognized this and, after using milk drink to recover their health, sat down, resolutely unyielding. They stared at Luo Yangshua, conveying the message, "Come and take us if you dare." "Well, you're playing coy now. If you don't get up, I'll switch Pokémon," Luo Yangshua retorted. One Miltank bleated in response, seemingly indifferent. "Fast Dragon, resolve this," he commanded. Fast Dragon nodded, gathering energy in its hands, unleashing 3 aura spheres at the Miltanks. The Miltanks resigned themselves, offering little resistance, and were swiftly incapacitated by the 3 aura spheres. With a trio of Pokeballs thrown, he successfully captured the 3 Miltanks. Ding! Cosmoem is evolving. Please release it immediately for its evolution. A system notification chimed just as the 3 Pokeballs were transported away. Finally, it's happening, Luo Yangshua thought, eagerly releasing Cosmoem from its confines. As the slumbering Cosmoem began to emanate a white glow, the luminescence abruptly dissipated, transforming it into Cosmoem. However, a vortex formed around Cosmoem, drawing in all light and coalescing into a miniature black hole. Even Luo Yangshua, despite his composure, felt compelled to curse at the sight. Instantly, he recalled his Pokémon, attempting to flee, only to find himself ensnared by the formidable gravitational pull, rendering escape futile. The moment he moved, he risked being pulled into the black hole. In a flash, memories of previous games flooded his mind regarding Cosmoem's lore. It was said to have ruled over Alola in ancient times, revered as the cocoon of stars, with altars built in its honor. Within its hardened shell, an incessant gathering of energy gravitated towards its dark nucleus, absorbing light and continuing to grow. The golden shell was astonishingly resilient. The system provided the answer Luo Yangshua sought. "Don't give me any more introductions. I can't hold on much longer," he shouted. Now on the ground with his hands and feet clawed into the earth, yet still being dragged backward, leaving deep marks in the soil. His fingers had sunk several centimeters into the ground, and his nails were tearing away. Despite the agonizing pain, he could not afford to let go. 10,000 diamonds. "The system provides ample energy to Cosmoem," the system announced. "Hurry, provide it," Luo Yangshua yelled. The diamonds were deducted, and energy began to flow. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped Luo Yangshua, only to be immediately consumed by the black hole. Fortunately, the strong light continued to be supplied, maintaining a precarious balance. He felt the gravitational pull gradually wane until it finally ceased. "System, heal my injuries. Deduct the cost from my account." "What on earth is happening? I remember nothing like this from the anime," Luo Yangshua exclaimed. "Ding. Healing complete. Analyzing cause," the system replied. "The reason is that Cosmoem, while in its Cosmoem form, did not absorb sufficient solar and lunar energy, resulting in the current scenario where it must replenish its energy all at once post-evolution. Speak plainly. It means it has been cooped up in my bag and Pokeballs without basking in the sun or exercising," Luo Yangshua said, gazing up at the sky, speechless. Chapter 76. An unexpected encounter with a kin. Observing the tranquil and levitating Cosmoem, Luo Yangshua instinctively reached out to grasp it. It was met with an absence of weight. Puzzled, he scratched his head and mused, "How curious. Have I, like Xiaoji, developed extraordinary arm strength?" No sooner had he spoken than the Cosmoem suddenly became heavy, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater before resuming its gentle levitation. "I understand now," Luo Yangshua remarked, holding the Cosmoem. "You used your psychic abilities to float, didn't you? All right, no more tantrums. I shall allow you to venture out more frequently in the future." With a Master Ball, he recalled the Cosmoem, feeling the urge to leave the area swiftly. The ground, now resembling a battlefield, might lead onlookers to believe that a colossal Pokémon had wreaked havoc. 3 days later, by a serene little lake, Luo Yangshua and his companions took a momentary respite after lunch. He retrieved his super fishing rod, hoping to catch some superior water-type Pokémon. Strangely, while he would typically snag a fish within a minute of casting, this time had already stretched to 3 minutes without the slightest hint of a bite. Could it be that this body of water lacks any high-quality Pokémon? He pondered aloud. Gazing at the still rod, he glanced at the Pokémon beside him, already dozing off, and yawned, succumbing to a brief nap. Just as he began to drift into slumber, the rod suddenly jerked violently. Instantly alert, he unleashed over 100 units of power, yanking a shadow from the depths of the water. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yangshua was at a loss for words. A boy clad in swim trunks and sporting diving gear clung tightly to a Mariani, which had become ensnared on his fishing hook. What a peculiar situation. Their eyes met, and Luo Yangshua recognized a hint of familiarity in the boy's visage. Struggling in the air, the boy spat out his mouthpiece and exclaimed, "Hey, who are you?" "That Mariani is one I dived for to capture." At that moment, a frogadier leaped from the water, confirming the boy's claim. "My apologies for the trouble, Akin," a voice chimed in. Emerging from the bushes was a girl dressed in overalls, adorned with a large hat, and sporting twin ponytails that curled slightly upwards. Upon seeing Akin's predicament, she remarked, "Akin, it's evident that this Mariani was caught by this person. You should refrain from interfering." "Absolutely not. I discovered this Mariani after much effort underwater and pursued it for quite some time," Akin retorted without hesitation. "Very well. If you wish to capture this Mariani, go ahead." Luo Yangshua interjected, though he had begun to piece together the identities of the duo. "Really? Thank you so much. My name is Krista. Feel free to call me Chris." The girl expressed her gratitude. "Hey, thanks, buddy," Akin chimed in. "Serious, Taro. Let's do this." Leaf Blade. Summoning a Sunflora, Akin commanded it to swing its leaf-like arms, sending a flurry of leaves toward the Mariani. Caught off guard, the Mariani was knocked back repeatedly. "Serious, Taro. Use Spore to ensnare it," Akin shouted. The Sunflora released a barrage of spores that quickly took root on the Mariani, binding it securely. Akin then captured it with a Pokeball, which was promptly whisked away. Rubbing his nose, Akin turned to Luo Yangshua and said, "Thanks, brother. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Luo from Masera Town, currently challenging the Johto League, preparing for the Silver Conference." "What about you?" Luo Yangshua replied with a smile. "Oh, us. We're just wandering around," Akin replied. "By the way, Luo, that name sounds familiar." Suddenly, Krista exclaimed, "I remember. You're the one who wants to catch a Shelebi." Luo Yangshua nodded and beckoned to the Shelebi resting atop a large tree, which gracefully descended onto his shoulder and greeted Krista. "An acquaintance?" Luo Yangshua inquired curiously. The Shelebi chirped a few times, indicating it had met Krista in the league and found her amicable. Luo Yangshua smiled and then asked Krista and Akin, "Are you on vacation?" From the Shelebi's words, Luo Yangshua had pieced together their identities. Akin, the male protagonist from Pokémon Gold and Silver, and Krista, the female protagonist. It appeared they were engaged in league affairs. "Indeed, we are. We're back to explore a bit. The league is dispatching us to the Hoenn region soon, so we likely won't have much time afterwards," Krista explained. "Yes, I regret agreeing to the league's invitation. Constantly on the move is such a hassle," Akin complained. Suddenly, Luo Yangshua recalled that in the comics, one was a hatcher and the other a catcher. He wondered if this was true. Thus, he posed a question. "Chris, I've heard you are quite skilled at capturing Pokémon. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is," Akin interjected before Krista could respond. "You should see the Pokémon Chris has captured. There are nearly 500 of them." Krista playfully swatted Akin, saying, "I know you run a breeding center. Are you hoping I'll assist you in capturing Pokémon?" "Yes," Luo Yangshua nodded. "My apologies, but I haven't done that in quite some time." "After all," Krista began, but was interrupted by Luo Yangshua. "I assure you, my breeding center offers premium Pokémon with first pick rights, provided you possess the skill and can pay." He stated, "Deal. Send me the teleportation address for the Pokémon," Krista responded without hesitation. Since joining the league, her horizons had broadened. She understood that to advance, a high-quality partner was essential. Luo Yangshua's breeding center provided priority selections to the league, typically reserved for champions and Elite Four members before reaching others. Despite the requirement for the Pokémon's consent, wouldn't those champions and Elite Four members showcase their prowess? Following the strong was a sure path to success. Thus, Luo Yangshua's first pick rights were indeed enticing, and it seemed both had taken the bait. Seeing Krista agree, he turned to the eager Akin and said, "I would also like to ask you for a favor, Akin. Count on me. What is the reward?" Akin replied, "I shall gift you a premium Pokémon of your choice, free of charge," Luo Yangshua offered. Akin hesitated, realizing the terms were even better than Krista's. Suggesting a challenging task lay ahead. He inquired, "What is it?" Luo Yangshua handed Akin 3 Pokémon eggs, saying, "Since you are headed to the Hoenn region, Please investigate the whereabouts of those 3 individuals. If you can find them, it would be ideal to have them unlock these eggs. Akin's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Yangshua nodded, assuring him, just keep it in mind. Failure is acceptable, but do ensure you find their locations. Once the Silver Conference concludes, I will journey to the Hoenn region to meet you. I'm counting on you. Even if you fail, while I cannot directly gift you a Pokémon, the first pick rights will still apply. Biting his lip, Akin declared, I'm in. Chapter 77. The fishing competition having bid farewell to Akira, Chris, and Luo Yangshua, they embarked on their week-long break before heading to the Hoenn region. Luo Yangshua, too, anticipated that they would successfully accomplish their tasks. After a brief respite, he resumed his journey towards Manjin City. 2 days later, Luo Yangshua arrived at a quaint little town named Bobobo, only to discover that a fishing competition was underway. It was rumored that the winner would not only take home the caught Pokémon but also receive a rare Pokémon from another region as a bonus. Although Luo Yangshua held little interest in the competition itself, his curiosity was piqued by the prospect of acquiring a Pokémon from a distant land, prompting him to register for the event. With his super fishing rod in hand, he was confident that losing would be a challenge. However, upon entering the venue and spotting 3 competitors among the dozen participants, his spirits plummeted. One was the familiar figure of Shigeru, accompanied by his EV. Another was a boy wearing a beanie, whom Luo Yangshua suspected to be Ruby from the comics. To his astonishment, Ruby was the son of Kinji, while Shafiya, originally depicted as a daughter of the character, had transformed into Xiao Yao, the daughter of Kinji, with a brother named Xiao Sheng, who, then, was Ruby's father. As he observed Ruby adjusting his hat, revealing a hairstyle identical to Kinji's, Luo Yangshua was certain that Ruby was indeed related to Kinji. He contemplated the possibility of conversing with them after the competition. The third participant was an energetic girl whom he recognized as Mei from the Unova region, known by various names such as Yi, Xiao Mei, or Nianer. What brought her all the way to Johto? Although aware that the timeline of this world diverged from his memories of the anime and games, the sudden appearance of these characters ignited an urge to comment. The fishing competition took place in the renowned Bobobo Lake, where contestants would navigate small boats and employ fishing rods and bait provided by the organizers. Captured Pokémon would be caught using Pokeballs supplied by the organizers, and the evaluation would depend on the rarity of the Pokémon caught. Initially optimistic about winning effortlessly with his super fishing rod, Luo Yangshua soon realized that victory was no longer a certainty. He deftly attached bait to the hook, casting his line into the water, and settled back in the boat to await his catch. Occasionally, others would reel in their lines, mostly pulling out Magikarp, with a few catching Kingler or Goldeen. Soon enough, Luo Yangshua felt a tug on his line and, upon reeling in, discovered he had caught a Magikarp, albeit a low-quality one. His dismay deepened. Without his super fishing rod, his fishing skills were indeed lacking. System, do you have any comparable bait for sale? Luo Yangshua inquired, summoning the system. Beep. This constitutes cheating and is strictly prohibited. The system replied sternly. Are you kidding me? You, a system capable of enabling cheats, are telling me not to cheat? Luo Yangshua scoffed. I'll pay double, triple, deal. With that, the system's marketplace displayed bait identical to that provided for the competition. However, priced at 300 coins per piece. It amounted to a staggering 900 coins. Reluctantly, he purchased a piece, blending it with the original bait before casting the line once more. With a sense of assurance, Luo Yangshua awaited his catch, mindful that his reputation as a fishing master in Shinshin Town was at stake. Failing to secure the championship in such a minor competition would be utterly humiliating. Before long, his line went taut, and without hesitation, he began to reel it in. The overwhelming strength of his attribute easily countered the aquatic creature lurking below, which had yet to react, and soon he was pulling a Gyarados to the surface. An excellent catch, he exclaimed. System products are indeed of premium quality. He promptly released his Jengar, instructing Jengar, use hypnosis. Jengar floated before the Gyarados and swiftly put it to sleep. As the slumbering Gyarados splashed down heavily, drenching Luo Yangshua, he resigned himself to capturing it before paddling back to shore to change his clothes. His commotion attracted the attention of many onlookers. Shigeru shook his head, saying, with Luoyang here, we needn't compete. Let's simply enjoy our leisurely time, Eevee. Eevee nuzzled Shigeru's face, letting out a few contented cries. Ruby, noticing Luo Yangshua, murmured, he seems to be the person my father mentioned. I should meet him after the competition. Mei glanced at Luo Yangshua and remarked, he appears to be that individual. I won't lose. Go, Mei. Once changed, Luo Yangshua presented the Pokeball containing the Gyarados to the organizers for inspection. For the time being, he held the lead. And barring any unforeseen events, victory was assured. He then made his way to the shore to observe how the others were faring. Shigeru seemed to have resigned himself to simply enjoying the experience, while Ruby had successfully caught a soul rock and was preparing for battle. Regardless of the passage of time, its charm remains unchanged, Ruby declared as he sent out his soul rock. It dawned on Luo Yangshua that Ruby had not yet moved to the Hoenn region. Indeed, he recalled that Ruby's family originally resided in Manjin City before relocating to Hoenn after Kenji's move. The realization struck him. Ruby must indeed be Kenji's son. Consequently, Xiaoyu was likely not Xiaoyao at all, but rather Dr. Otamaki's daughter, Shifiya. Ruby displayed considerable skill, and his soul rock was evidently a recent acquisition. Luo Yangshua was impressed by Ruby's abilities, affirming the saying, like father, like son. Mei, meanwhile, unleashed her Servine, commanding it to use Leaf Tornado against a Marini, showcasing her prowess. Observing the increasingly powerful Leaf Tornado, Luo Yangshua deduced that Mei's Servine possessed the contrary ability. As the competition drew to a close, there was no doubt that Luo Yangshua would emerge victorious. Following a brief closing speech, the event concluded, and he obtained the Pokémon he desired. The Gyarados was promptly transported back to his estate. Come forth. Luo Yangshua eagerly summoned his new Pokémon, curious about the rare creature he had received. Before him appeared a diminutive Pokémon adorned in hues of yellow and red, exuding a fierce gaze. Upon noticing Luo Yangshua, it smiled and performed a traditional Chinese bow, acknowledging him. Kung Fu Weasel. What a delightful surprise. Luo Yangshua exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ah, a Kung Fu Weasel from the Unova region. It appears quite formidable. A feminine voice chimed in. As Luo Yangshua turned, he found Mei standing behind him, her face illuminated by a bright smile. Chapter 78. A temporary team. Hello. I am Mei, from the city of Hinoki in the United Regions. Mei introduced herself with a bright smile. Greetings. I am Ruby, hailing from the city of Macon. You must be the little Luo from Jinshin Town. My father has spoken of you, Ruby replied, stepping forward. Xiao Mao also approached, exchanged a brief greeting with Luo Yangshua, and soon departed. Luo Yangshua regarded the two in front of him and said, Indeed, I am the little Luo from Jinshin Town. What brings you to seek me? Mei and Ruby exchanged glances, and Mei spoke first. I heard about your breeding house and hurried over from the United Regions, hoping to see if I could acquire a Pokémon. Ruby nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same intention, to visit your breeding house and see if I can obtain a Pokémon. However, the competition here caught my interest, which is why I decided to participate. What a surprise to encounter you, little Luo. Mei also concurred with Ruby's sentiments. Luo Yangshua nodded and scrutinized the Kung Fu Weasel. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. It was indeed an exceptional Kung Fu Weasel. As a Pokémon representing Chinese martial arts, it was an ideal fit for the modified moves within Luo Yangshua's system. Securing such a compatible and outstanding Kung Fu Weasel, combined with the system's modified moves, could very well render it a cornerstone of Luo Yangshua's team. Let me secure the Kung Fu Weasel and send Jigglypuff back, Luo Yangshua declared as he stood. If you both are heading to my breeding house, are you planning to go to Macon City, or do you have another route in mind? That's exactly what I wanted to discuss, Ruby interjected. Little Luo, if you're challenging the Johto League, your next destination will undoubtedly be Macon City. We could travel together. What do you say? Indeed, traveling with companions is always more enjoyable, Mei chimed in. Luo Yangshua pondered for a moment and replied, That sounds agreeable. Ruby, since you are from Macon City, I will rely on you as our guide. Of course, Ruby exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Afterward, he glanced at the Shelebi perched on Luo Yangshua's shoulder and pulled him aside, saying, Little Luo, I want to share something with you. Recently, I acquired a Shelebi, and it informed me that I would be relocating to the Hoenn region due to a significant disaster looming there, one only I and a girl can resolve. It contacted me again, expressing a desire for your assistance if possible. This is why I sought you out. Noting Ruby's serious demeanor, Luo Yangshua grasped the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he nodded and asked, When do you plan to move? I have no immediate plans, but my father has been appointed as the gym leader of Orange City by the League, so it will likely be soon, perhaps after the Silver Conference, Ruby replied earnestly. Thus, Little Luo, I would like to request a favor. What is it? Luo Yangshua inquired. I wish to accompany you on your journey, at least until that significant event concludes. Additionally, I hope to train under your guidance. Although my father has arranged for me to learn from Macaulay, he is far too busy to provide much instruction. I believe training with you, who has achieved the title of champion in the court's conference, would be beneficial, Ruby explained. Luo Yangshua was momentarily speechless. The disparity in their experiences was quite pronounced. While he had merely received some guidance from Dawu, Ruby had directly taken Macaulay as his master. And yet he felt Macaulay was too occupied to teach him adequately. Luo Yangshua contemplated shaking Ruby awake from his naivety, but after some consideration, he decided to acquiesce. There was value in having a champion mentor. Perhaps he could glean some insights himself. Once the two had concluded their discussion, May approached and said, "Have you boys finished your secret conversation? Now it's my turn. Little Luo, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me?" She gazed at him with a hint of affection, seemingly ready to make an earnest confession. Luo Yangshua felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Were children today so bold as to declare their affection so directly? Seeing Luo Yangshua's startled expression, May burst into laughter. "Just kidding. I don't fancy your type." Watching May's sudden shift in demeanor, Luo Yangshua shook his head in resignation and said, "All right, let's go together. First, we head to Macon City." "Yay," May exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Then let us proceed," Ruby added. Observing the contrasting expressions of the two, Luo Yangshua realized that their journey would not be a solitary one. Subsequently, the trio ventured into a dimly lit forest where the light was scarce. Luo Yangshua, ever cautious, summoned his Jengar. Strangely, there were no ghost-type Pokémon to be found in this forest. May remarked, in such a shadowy forest, it should be a haven for ghost-type Pokémon. Why haven't we encountered even one? It must be due to that. Ruby pointed to a Pokémon perched on a tree. Luo Yangshua looked up and understood. No wonder. It's a Noctowl. Noctowl has a natural advantage over ghost-type Pokémon, while it may not necessarily overpower them. Its innate ability to see through their tricks would surely intimidate them. As he spoke, Luo Yangshua recalled that this was likely the place where Ash had captured his own Noctowl. Just then, May exclaimed, "Look, it's a shiny Noctowl." Following May's indication, they spotted the shiny Noctowl on a branch, twisting its head 180 degrees, intently observing Luo Yangshua and his companions. "All right, I will capture it. Go, Superior. Use Leaf Storm," May shouted, sending out her Superior. Luo Yangshua facepalmed. They were underestimating this Noctowl. Every shiny Pokémon possesses a unique trait that sets it apart from its standard counterparts. For instance, Luo Yangshua's Beedrill and Jengar exhibited their own exceptional qualities. Beedrill with its extraordinary strength, evident from the poison needles it shot, and Jengar, a master of deception, adept at feigning weakness to lure opponents into a trap. As for this Noctowl, animation had indicated its exceptional intelligence. It might not boast remarkable strength, but its cleverness could shine brilliantly in the hands of a strategic trainer. However, under the impetuous Ash, it seemed to have been misused. As the leaf storm surged toward it, the Noctowl spread its wings, shedding a flurry of feathers that obscured everyone's view. By the time they regained sight, it had vanished without a trace. How frustrating. This Noctowl is truly clever. It obscured our vision and escaped. We probably won't find it again, May lamented. Let it go. It clearly wasn't interested in you. There's no need to force it, Ruby remarked. Luo Yangshua shot Ruby a glance, thinking to himself, do you assume everyone is like you? You managed to defeat a Dragonite with a Meowth, a Houndoom, and a Ralts. Though he bore the scars of that battle on his forehead, he had been mere years old at the time. This also illustrated Ruby's impressive combat talent. However, following that incident, Ruby had shifted towards a more balanced approach to training. As for the reasons behind it, Luo Yangshua could surmise. After all, it was a matter between the two of them, and he felt it prudent not to intervene. Chapter 79, Psychic Town, the divination of the natural bird powerful weasel, unleash your strength. Called Luo Yangshua. Nana, strike. Directed Ruby. Monarch Serpent, ensnare them with your vine whips. May instructed. Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived at the Circle Bear Forest. Initially, they thought nothing of it, but May couldn't resist capturing a baby bear. It was spring, the season when circle bears breed. The female circle bears, already somewhat sensitive and irritable, were provoked by May's actions, resulting in a swarm of circle bears surrounding Luo Yangshua and his group, preparing to attack. Apologies, May said sheepishly after dealing with the circle bears. Not a problem. We can deliver some Pokémon to the breeding house, Luo Yangshua replied. Ruby, would you like a circle bear or a baby bear? As a newcomer, Ruby found it challenging to cope with such an intense battle. He waved his hand dismissively. I'll pass. I prefer graceful and powerful Pokémon. I cannot endure a circle bear. Luo Yangshua patted Ruby's shoulder, saying, young man, you still lack training. How about exercising with me daily? Get lost. Who would train with a weirdo like you? Ruby retorted, somewhat exasperated. He had witnessed Luo Yangshua's training routine, where the currently robust Luo Yangshua, with strength exceeding 100, performed push-ups with Cosmoem pressing down on him. However, it was not merely a matter of Cosmoem lifting the psychic force, rather, it involved gradually increasing its weight to create the perfect resistance. But Ruby and May were unaware of this. Initially, Luo Yangshua had them move with Cosmoem's psychic force, and thereafter, they viewed his training with a sense of disbelief. After capturing the incapacitated circle bears and baby bears, Luo Yangshua and his companions resumed their journey. 2 days later, they arrived at a place called Psychic Town. Ruby excitedly exclaimed, "I must tell you, there are many Psychic-type Pokémon here. Almost every household has one. I also know a secret. There's an old man who raises a powerful natural bird and runs a divination shop that is quite accurate." With that, Ruby led Luo Yangshua and the others through a winding path to a dilapidated wooden cabin. He knocked on the door and called out, "Grandpa Anyang, are you there?" "It's Ruby. Come in. The door is unlocked." "I anticipated your visit today," an elderly voice answered. Luo Yangshua smirked. He certainly has a flair for the dramatic. We shall see if he truly possesses any abilities. Ruby pushed the door open, and Luo Yangshua and Mei followed him inside. The cabin contained nothing peculiar. It was an ordinary wooden room where an old man was feeding a very aged natural bird, presumably the Grandpa Anyang Ruby had mentioned. "Grandpa Anyang, I'm back," Ruby said shyly. "Could you do a divination for me?" "You needn't bother. I cannot tell you what you wish to know. That existence has already conveyed it to you. What you do next is up to you," Grandpa Anyang replied calmly. "Young man over there, come here. Let me see you. Please, I beg you, master," Luo Yangshua said with a serious expression. The reason was simple. The aged natural bird was a top-tier Pokémon, and it emanated a hint of primordial power related to time, a force Luo Yangshua was all too familiar with, linked to Dialga. If that natural bird lacked the ability to foresee the future, Luo Yangshua would be the first to doubt it. "My old friend, I implore you to reveal the future," Grandpa Anyang said. The natural bird nodded, its eyes glowing blue, appearing contemplative. After a moment, Grandpa Anyang fell silent before speaking. "Another destined individual. Young man, hold steadfast to your heart, and you shall achieve your aspirations. You have already formed too many connections and entanglements. Do not pursue excessively. Simply go with the flow." "How long will it take to take that step?" Luo Yangshua inquired. 3 years should suffice," Grandpa Anyang replied. "Understood. Thank you," Luo Yangshua said. "Let me remind you. All things have dual aspects. The heart may harbor a fierce tiger while delicately inhaling the scent of roses. Human nature possesses 2 sides. And the essence of opposing natures is harmony," Grandpa Anyang intoned mysteriously. May I ask about fate and love?" Luo Yangshua blushed slightly. Grandpa Anyang chuckled. "What is meant for you will inevitably come to you. It cannot escape." "Grandpa Anyang, please read mine as well." Mei could no longer hold back and eagerly approached. "Very well, let me see," Grandpa Anyang smiled. He then had the natural bird perform another future divination. After a brief moment, Grandpa Anyang sighed. "Alas, chaos shall soon arise. The battle of divine beasts is not far off, and the destined ones will soon appear to avert disaster." "What does that mean?" Mei asked, perplexed. Luo Yangshua felt uneasy. He had seen the anime where Ash traveled from region to region, resolving disasters. However, the timeline had changed, and it was likely that the villains from various regions might conspire together. If the Alliance failed to handle it properly, they could indeed find themselves in dire straits. "I cannot divulge specifics. After all, the future is mutable. When people intentionally attempt to alter it, the future will change accordingly," Grandpa Anyang said. While directed at Mei, Luo Yangshua understood this was a warning for him, especially since Dialga was perched on his shoulder. "And my fate and love?" Mei urgently asked. "Childhood sweethearts, growing up together," Grandpa Anyang replied. "Now, off you go, children. Do not waste too much time with this old man." Luo Yangshua and his companions respectfully bowed to Grandpa Anyang, acknowledging him as both a senior and a powerful figure deserving of their respect. Upon leaving Psychic Town, Ruby curiously asked, "By the way, you both inquired about love. Who are the respective parties?" "Adult matters are not for children to meddle in," Luo Yangshua replied, instinctively forgetting he was only 14. "Hee. I don't believe you didn't ask before. Come on, tell me, who is your crush?" Mei darkened, almost ready to pull out a whip to threaten Ruby. Ruby trembled, seeking solace from Luo Yangshua. "By the way, Ruby, your strength is commendable. Why choose the path of a coordinator? Isn't that typically a girlish choice?" "Could it be?" Luo Yangshua amused with a mischievous grin. "Bro, you are my actual brother." Ruby hurriedly covered Luo Yangshua's mouth, pleading for mercy. "Oh, so that's how it is." Mei elongated her tone. "Looks like childhood sweethearts indeed. Aren't you the same?" Ruby exclaimed, flustered and angry. "Oh ho ho ho. It seems you're itching for a fight." Mei suddenly snapped, chasing after Ruby, ready to unleash her wrath. "Hey, slow down." Luo Yangshua sighed, chasing after them. Grandpa Anyang watched the trio depart, sighing, "Children, do your best. The future truly rests in the hands of you destined ones. I hope the Alliance remains vigilant. Otherwise, it may be irretrievable." Chapter 80. Arrival at Manjin City. Manjin City stands as the largest metropolis in the Chengdu region, characterized by its towering skyscrapers and unparalleled vibrancy. Within the city, one can find a grand Pokémon Center, expansive department stores, a communication tower, a tram station, entertainment arcades, florists, and even subterranean passages that host Pokémon grooming salons, among other facilities. Notably, Manjin City also houses a Pokémon gym, the normal-type Manjin Gym, where the gym leader is a trainer named Xiaoqian. Ruby turned to Luo Yangshuo and Mei to introduce his hometown. "Let us first head to my home for a brief respite," he suggested. Luo Yangshuo and Mei nodded in agreement. For the journey from Super Psychic Town to Manjin City had consumed 5 long days, leaving them utterly fatigued. They decided it would be wise to rest at Ruby's home before challenging the Manjin Gym, true to the nature of a bustling metropolis. After traversing the city for quite some time, the trio finally arrived at Ruby's residence. They were warmly welcomed by Ruby's mother, Mizuko, a gentle woman with short hair who graciously attended to Luo Yangshuo and Mei. "Is Mr. Qianli not at home?" Luo Yangshuo inquired after lunch. "Oh, my husband? He has been reassigned to the Hoenn region to familiarize himself with the Orange Flower Gym. Ruby and I will also be relocating to Hoenn next year," Mizuko replied. "Ruby, your father was originally a gym leader," Mei exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I have heard rumors that Mr. Qianli is quite formidable. It wouldn't be surprising if he aspired to become a member of the Elite Four," Luo Yangshuo remarked earnestly. "That's not true. My husband is quite family-oriented, which is why he chose to be a gym leader," Mizuko said with a blissful expression. The 3 friends felt somewhat disheartened by this display of affection. Ruby interjected, "Mom, I'll take Senior Lu to the Manjin Gym for a match. Afterwards, I will accompany Senior Lu to his estate to select a Pokémon. For the time being, I will assist Senior Lu in completing the Chengdu Alliance before we move." "Understood. Senior Lu, I entrust Ruby to your care," Mizuko responded. "Rest assured, Auntie, I will look after Ruby," Luo Yangshuo assured her. Following this, Luo Yangshuo and Mei accompanied Ruby to the Manjin Gym, where they met gym leader Xiaoqian. "Ah, Ruby, what brings you here?" Xiaoqian asked curiously as she groomed her Miltank. "Hello, I am Luo Yangshuo from Jinxing Town, here to challenge the Manjin Gym," he introduced himself. "Oh, a challenger. I accept your challenge. However, my other Pokémon are resting, so this Miltank will be my ace. Let us settle this in one round," Xiaoqian declared. "Very well, let us begin, Kung Fu Panda." Luo Yangshuo called forth his Pokémon. "Kung Fu Panda, this is your first gym match. Give it your all." Kung Fu Panda performed a series of flips before landing gracefully. With fists clasped in salute, it acknowledged both Miltank and Xiaoqian, then assumed a fighting stance, inviting Miltank to strike first. "Kung Fu Panda." Mei and Ruby gasped, realizing the intensity of Luo Yangshuo's training regimen for his Pokémon, which had been rigorous yet effective. They had both attempted to challenge Kung Fu Panda, but found it nearly invincible in close combat. Seeing Luo Yangshuo's Kung Fu Panda, and knowing that fighting types have an advantage over normal types like Miltank, both Mei and Ruby felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaoqian. "Looks quite strong. Let's initiate the attack. Miltank, roll out," Xiaoqian commanded. "Use its momentum against it," Luo Yangshuo instructed. Kung Fu Panda drew circles with its hands, skillfully evading Miltank's charge. With a deft movement, it redirected Miltank's trajectory and delivered a powerful blow, sending the unsuspecting Miltank hurtling out of the arena, taking a wide arc before returning. "Interesting strategy. Miltank, continue rolling," Xiaoqian urged. Luo Yangshuo smiled, pleased with the success of his training. Kung Fu Panda swiftly grasped the martial arts techniques imparted to it, executing them with remarkable precision. "Such a pity. If only I could unlock the cheat for suitable move modifications for Kung Fu Panda, it would be even stronger," Luo Yangshuo murmured. Without needing further guidance, Kung Fu Panda evaded another attack and unleashed a forceful strike, disrupting Miltank's momentum once more. Wait a moment. While not immediately apparent, Miltank's speed and strength have indeed increased. "This won't do. Kung Fu Panda, dig," Luo Yangshuo commanded. In an instant, Kung Fu Panda burrowed underground, evading Miltank's rolling attack. "Earthquake. Do you think I only have one move?" Xiaoqian exclaimed. Miltank halted its rolling and stomped fiercely on the ground, sending shockwaves that sent Kung Fu Panda flying, inflicting significant damage. "Maintain the pressure. Flying knee strike," Luo Yangshuo shouted. "That's impossible to hit," Xiaoqian countered. "Miltank, retreat and drink some milk to recover." Miltank repositioned itself to avoid Kung Fu Panda's strike, beginning to sip its milk for recuperation. Luo Yangshuo remained silent as Kung Fu Panda spun in midair, landing on its hands and pivoting, executing a flying knee strike that struck Miltank mid-sip, sending it flying. "Do not hold back. Unleash a barrage of punches," Luo Yangshuo instructed. Kung Fu Panda charged at Miltank, delivering a flurry of punches. A dark energy field enveloped Miltank as it absorbed the force of Kung Fu Panda's strikes. Watching Kung Fu Panda relentlessly pummeling Miltank, Luoyang Shua thought, a series of rapid punches would surely be exhilarating. After a relentless onslaught, Miltank collapsed, unable to continue fighting. Miltank. Hey, Luoyang Shua, that was a bit excessive, Xiaoqian said, tenderly lifting Miltank while expressing her displeasure. My apologies, I got carried away, Luoyang Shua said sheepishly, scratching his head. Here, this full restore should help revive your Pokémon. He promptly produced a full restore as an apology. Xiaoqian used it to heal Miltank, and after a huff, she tossed a badge to Luoyang Shua as proof of his victory. Kung Fu Panda approached Miltank, offering a courteous bow to acknowledge its missteps. Miltank, being gracious, forgave Kung Fu Panda. Exchanging resolute glances, Mei Yi and Ruby silently agreed. Should they encounter Luoyang Shua's Kung Fu Panda, they must avoid close combat. Ranged attacks and gradual attrition would be the way to victory. Unbeknownst to Luoyang Shua, who was oblivious to their thoughts, he would have been both amused and baffled. After bidding farewell to Xiaoqian, the trio prepared to board a plane directly to Jinxing Town. Initially, Luoyang Shua was reluctant to return, intending to wait for them in the next city. However, a message from Ferrothorn reached him, informing him that the Alliance had come to claim the rare Pokémon from his estate. Reluctantly, Luoyang Shua decided to make a brief return. After all, one should seize the opportunity to harvest what is readily available. He vividly recalled being taken advantage of by the Alliance during the Shalabi incident, and he was determined to reclaim every cent along with interest. Chapter 81. Sharabi vs. Mutwo. That evening, Luoyang Shua and his companions boarded a flight to Jinxing Town, arriving at Luoyang Shua's estate the following morning. Wow, how luxurious! Mei exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy as she beheld the grandeur of the estate. Even Sharabi seemed to revel in the surroundings, joyfully soaring through the courtyard. Wherever Sharabi flew, the trees and flowers flourished even more vibrantly. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and a fossil pterodactyl descended from the sky, landing before Luoyang Shua. I'm just back for a brief visit before I embark on my travels again. Let us head to the villa. Don't worry, if luck is on your side, the Silver Conference might just grant you a spot, Luoyang Shua said, patting the pterodactyl's head. This is your fossil pterodactyl, little Luo? It looks so impressive, Ruby remarked, gazing hungrily at the creature. I won't disturb you for long, as there are people from the League arriving, and I need to engage in some negotiations with them. Here's a tip, the closer you are to my estate, the higher the qualifications of the Pokémon you will encounter. Several scenic spots also follow this rule. The better the location, the higher the Pokémon's potential. Luoyang Shua winked at them. Ruby and Mei nodded in excitement, beginning their search. Luoyang Shua leaped onto the back of the fossil pterodactyl, which then carried him back to the villa on the second floor. Upon entering the house, he saw Kinna and Shaba seated on the sofa, sipping tea, accompanied by two unfamiliar staff members. Luoyang Shua's lips twitched as he spoke. Sister Kinna, Mr. Shaba, how terrified is the League of me to send both of you here? Kinna sighed. There's no choice. The League has been duped by you too many times, so they are understandably cautious. Indeed, considering what happened with Sharabi, the League hopes we can persuade you not to be too harsh, Shaba added. 3 times, 20 million. That's my lowest offer. Luoyang Shua hesitated before continuing. Let us discuss it next time, but this time, each exceptional Pokémon will cost 20 million. All right, fine, Kinna conceded, pulling out her phone to contact the League. After a moment, Kinna stated, 5 times is absolutely the lowest I can go, as the League must be prepared for any eventuality. However, the price can be raised to 50 million each. Luoyang Shua pondered briefly and agreed. Deal. This time it's 10 Pokémon. Transfer 500 million first, and then I'll take you to select them. Kinna nodded, sending a message to the League. 2 minutes later, Luoyang Shua received a notification of the funds being deposited. With ample resources now at his disposal, Luoyang Shua promptly exchanged 200,000 diamonds to purchase 2 qualification-enhancing potions, meant for his Greninja and Sylveon. With 500 million received, he felt a pang as 200 million vanished instantly. Thankfully, none of his main Pokémon were still in the high-quality tier. Otherwise, the cost of 100 million for each enhancement potion would have been unsustainable. Luoyang Shua had contemplated the effects of allowing his exceptional Pokémon to consume these enhancement potions. However, the system clarified that such potions could only elevate Pokémon of lower tiers to exceptional status, rendering them mere sweets for the exceptional ones. He led Kinna and Shaba to the area designated for raising exceptional Pokémon, a specially constructed independent ecological garden that the League had invested heavily in, utilizing the finest materials to create a habitat that mimicked their natural environments, with mountains, rivers, icy plains, and volcanoes, all artificial. Of course, this garden was designed to provide a comfortable home for the Pokémon. Kina immediately headed to the icy region and claimed an Alolan Ninetales, which Luo Yangshua had originally intended to cultivate himself. However, knowing Kina's desire for it and considering their good relationship, he decided to let her have it. Satisfied with her acquisition, Kina secured the Alolan Ninetales, while Shaba chose an Alolan Marowak from the volcanic area. A dual-type fire and ghost Pokémon that was well worth his cultivation efforts. The two league representatives then began selecting from a list: Kianzinchi, Natural Sparrow, Lanternfish, Noctowl, Ghastly, Teddiursa, Sunflora, and Giant Wingfish. Luo Yangshua counted, and with Kina and Shaba's selections, they had exactly 10 Pokémon. It seemed most of their choices were strategic, likely aimed at winning over the Elite Four or those who had applied for them. There might even be a champion among them, though his identity remained unknown. After sending them off, Luo Yangshua instructed 2 ordinary Chansey to inform Ruby and May that they could also select Pokémon from the ecological garden. Each of them was a protagonist in their own right, and their future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Every little assistance would strengthen Luo Yangshua's network. A thunderous explosion erupted, interrupting his thoughts. As he released his Pokémon to familiarize themselves with their new home, the deafening sound compelled him to act. He leaped onto the back of the fossil pterodactyl, which soared towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he found Sharabi and Mutwo facing off. Mutwo wielding a spoon and pointing it at Sharabi, who was enveloped in waves of temporal energy, indicating a serious engagement. "Stop it. What are you two fighting about?" Luo Yangshua exclaimed as he jumped off the pterodactyl and landed heavily. "Dad, we're just sparring," Mutwo replied, a hint of confusion in its tone. "Is it too noisy? Sparring? Is this the level of noise you call sparring? What would serious combat sound like? Would you explode the planet?" Luo Yangshua retorted, deciding to sit cross-legged on the ground, curious about what these 2 Pokémon were truly capable of. Mutwo nodded, twirling the spoon in the air before launching an attack towards Sharabi. In an instant, Sharabi dodged the assault, retaliating with a barrage of psychic orbs. If there were any move that suited Sharabi best, it would undoubtedly be Future Sight. Not only was it high in damage, but for Sharabi, who could traverse time, predicting Mutwo's next move was a trivial task. Mutwo frowned as it gathered a chilling aura around the spoon, thrusting it like a lance towards Sharabi. However, several psychic orbs emerged in the void, shattering the icy lance. More psychic orbs followed, targeting Mutwo from various angles. Mutwo skillfully maneuvered the spoon, deflecting the incoming orbs, which resulted in minor explosions upon impact, inflicting some damage. After exhausting its psychic orbs, Mutwo performed a self-restoration, returning to its original state while launching a fresh barrage of psychic orbs into the void. Sharabi chuckled lightly, sending forth a beam of light that surrounded Mutwo in numerous glowing rings, effectively blocking its healing abilities. Subsequently, Sharabi clasped its hands to its chest, pushing forward with a scattering of shadow balls aimed at Mutwo. Mutwo instantly teleported behind Sharabi, lifting its spoon high to strike down upon it. "Cease this at once," Luo Yangshua commanded. Fossil Pterodactyl used Spike Attack to separate them. With a mighty roar, the Fossil Pterodactyl unleashed a barrage of spikes towards Sharabi and Mutwo. Mutwo retaliated, shattering the spikes with its spoon, while a multitude of psychic orbs surged towards Sharabi, which in turn released its own orbs from the void, resulting in a thunderous clash of explosions. A colossal shadow ball also obliterated the fossil pterodactyl spikes. Finally, they had been halted, Luo Yangshua thought to himself. A glance at the fossil pterodactyl revealed that it had indeed touched upon some primal essence. Otherwise, it would not have been capable of intercepting the attacks of 2 divine beings. Although these 2 deities had not fully matured, the system's documentation now prominently featured the term Divine Beast in their profiles. Chapter 82. The Aruf Ruins, the Space of Unknown Totems Well. "Even if you each possess the ability to respond, your actions were rather excessive," remarked Luo Yangshua, observing the returning spoon of Mutwo. Sheila Bai flew back to Luo Yangshua's shoulder, prompting him to inquire, "Mutwo, how is your progress with that other Mutwo?" "For the time being, it is satisfactory. I have begun to grasp the essence of destruction," communicated Mutwo telepathically, "but I am still far from that senior's level." Nodding, Luo Yangshua replied, "Indeed. For now, focus on learning from that Mutwo. You need not participate in this year's Silver Conference. However, next year, we shall venture to the Hoenn region, where a formidable battle awaits. I hope you will have made significant progress by then." Mutwo nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, Luo Yangshua added, "Additionally, you all may train in the manner. It will provide the fossil pterosaurs an opportunity to witness the might of legendary Pokémon, allowing them to gauge their own capabilities." "I understand, Father," Mutwo acknowledged, before vanishing in an instant. "Well, the matter is resolved. Let's take a good rest, and we shall depart tomorrow, Luo Yangshua said, playfully poking Shilabai's cheek. Shilabai, irritated, swatted away his finger, emitting a few high-pitched calls. Yes, we are still 10,000 popularity points short. Once that cheat code is activated, Shilabai, will you take the stage at the Silver Conference? Luo Yangshua inquired. Shilabai nodded, responding with a few calls, indicating its willingness but insisting it must be the final act. Luo Yangshua acquiesced, and then turned his thoughts to which Pokémon to bring along. After careful consideration, aside from Shilabai and Cosmoem, he decided on Greninja, Tyranitar, Weevil, and Hawlucha. Luo Yangshua had long been dissatisfied with the limit of only 6 Pokémon and had proposed to the League the removal of this restriction. However, his request was curtly dismissed with the response, only those serving the League on missions will have the 6 Pokémon limit lifted. While the system could offer a service to unlock additional slots, it demanded an exorbitant price of 10,000 diamonds per slot, a staggering sum. Now that financial resources were available, he contemplated unlocking a few slots, especially since Shilabai and Cosmoem were occupying 2 positions, one of which required no training from Luo Yangshua, while the other hardly moved at all. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to bring a few extra Pokémon. For some had not yet reached the level of understanding their essence like Mewtwo and Charizard. Beedrill, Chansey, Gengar, Gyarados, Dragonite, and Frosmoth were among those considered. Nidoqueen was still in a phase of attachment and would remain behind, as would the fossil pterosaurs, who were also beginning to understand their essence. Alas, another 70 million was spent. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yangshua paid to unlock the Pokémon slots. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua began to await Ruby and May. And after they had made their selections, he planned to visit the Aruf ruins. After all, the Pokédex task involved an unknown totem, and he was aware that the only place containing such totems was the Aruf ruins. Early the next morning, the trio disembarked from the plane and arrived at the Aruf ruins. According to archaeological records, the Aruf ruins had been preserved since the ancient year of 1500. A remarkable feat of architecture. Luo, what are we doing here? There are no Pokémon, May remarked, playfully toying with the captured Drowsy. Who says there are no Pokémon? Allow me to introduce you to some rather peculiar ones, Luo Yangshua responded. Upon reaching the innermost part of the Aruf ruins, Luo Yangshua stated, that should suffice. Shilabai, can you awaken them? Shilabai nodded and soared into the air, letting out a triumphant call. To Ruby and May's astonishment, the inscriptions on the walls began to float forth, revealing a series of unknown totems. How strange. I had previously touched these inscriptions and found no signs of life. How could so many unknown totems manifest now? Ruby exclaimed in wonder. This is precisely why Pokémon harbor countless mysteries yet to be unraveled by humanity, Luo Yangshua noted, diligently recording the data with his Pokédex, with the intention of capturing a few unknown totems. Seeing this, Shilabai quickly intervened, anxiously communicating with Luo Yangshua. Upon hearing her, he retracted the Pokéball, asking, can the unknown totems guide us? Shilabai nodded and called out to the unknown totems. They encircled the trio, spinning rapidly, causing Luo Yangshua and his companions to feel disoriented. The scene then shifted, transporting them to a peculiar space. Trees lay withered, riverbeds were parched, the earth cracked, and the sky was dim, a scene of utter desolation. Shilabai sat sorrowfully on Luo Yangshua's shoulder, calling out, the legendary Pokémon has perished, were Shilabai's exact words. Luo, where are we? Ruby and May exclaimed in unison, unable to conceal their shock. The legendary Pokémon has perished, Luo Yangshua said, a tinge of sorrow in his voice. Ruby and May exchanged glances, falling into silence. No one would assume that even legendary Pokémon could meet their end. How could such powerful beings die? Of old age? Or were they slain? This enigma remained unanswered. Shilabai called out sadly, then flew in a specific direction, prompting Luo Yangshua and the others to follow. As they advanced, the desolation persisted, devoid of any signs of life. Luo Yangshua picked up a stone from the ground, gently gripping it, only for it to crumble into yellow sand, a testament to years of abandonment. Following Shilabai's lead, they arrived at a grove of withered trees. Scattered across the ground lay a dozen Pokémon eggs, decaying leaves beneath them. Luo Yangshua crouched down to cradle one of the eggs, sensing its condition. He shook his head, declaring, this one is beyond saving. It shows no signs of life. Alas, Ruby and May sighed in unison, reflecting on the fragility of life. At that moment, Shilabai let out an excited call, using its psychic abilities to levitate two of the eggs. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yangshua recognized the red and blue triangular patterns. Undoubtedly, they belonged to Togepi. Luo Yangshua gathered the two eggs, feeling the faintest pulse of life within them. Silently, he contacted the system. System, is there hope for these two Pokémon eggs? Beep. Yes, the system replied. What fortunate little ones, Luo Yangshua chuckled, his joy infectious, prompting Ruby and May to share a smile in return. After all, Luo Yangshua had deemed them fortunate, and according to the system's assessment, they had only one more day before they would be beyond saving. Fortunate indeed that Luo Yangshua and his companions arrived in time, and fortunate for having Shilabai, a legendary Pokémon capable of awakening these unknown totems, thereby granting access to this realm and rescuing the two little ones. If this wasn't luck, then what was? After expending 20,000 popularity points to save the two little ones, Luo Yangshua sighed. I was nearly at the threshold, and now I find myself 20,000 points short. I wonder if I can gather enough before the Silver Conference. However, gazing at the two eggs in his arms, gradually regaining their vitality, Luo Yangshua felt that the expenditure of those 20,000 points was worth every moment. Chapter 83. The Great Hot Spring Operation. The birth of Bakubi having secured 2 Bakubi eggs, Luo Yangshua inquired, Shirabi, is there anything else? Shirabi shook its head, letting out a few calls, implying that the unknown totem had indicated that these were the only Pokémon eggs available, and nothing more remained. Luo Yangshua nodded and said, then let us depart. This place is far too oppressive. Indeed, replied May, this world devoid of vitality is truly disheartening. Ruby nodded in agreement. Though uncertain of how this space had come to be, he recognized its lifelessness. Regardless, rescuing 2 Bakubi was a triumph, and there was no need to linger any longer. Shirabi softly called out, summoning the unknown totem. Subsequently, a circular portal appeared before them, allowing Luo Yangshua and his companions to swiftly return to their original world. As they emerged, they turned to witness the space slowly collapsing, dissolving into nothingness. Soon, the portal closed, and the unknown totems returned to their rightful places. Ruby instinctively touched the wall, confirming it was indeed a wall adorned with murals, devoid of any Pokémon traces. What a marvelous Pokémon, Ruby marveled. Luo Yangshua and May nodded in agreement. The nature of such Pokémon was beyond their comprehension, shrouded in mystery. The trio departed from the rough ruins, embarking on their journey towards Yuanzhou City. Days later, they found themselves amidst a tropical jungle. May wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, though summer is nearly upon us, the heat here is quite intense. I suspect it must be over 30 degrees. Indeed. What is happening? Ruby exclaimed, removing his hat, revealing a scar on his forehead. Ruby, how did you acquire that scar? May inquired, noticing the mark. Oh, just an injury from my childhood, Ruby replied nonchalantly. Luo Yangshua couldn't help but scoff internally. How could a child of such tender years have bested a violent dragon with 3 baby Pokémon, and yet dismiss it so casually? However, considering the reason behind his injury, Luo Yangshua understood. If he were to divulge it, May would surely delve into it with great curiosity. Wait, I smell sulfur, Luo Yangshua suddenly said, sniffing the air. Ah, indeed, May confirmed, also taking a whiff. Could there be a hot spring nearby? Ruby speculated. The trio quickened their pace, pushing through a thicket, and were greeted by the sight of a lake. Luo Yangshua approached, crouching to test the water temperature, exclaiming, it truly is a hot spring. No wonder the temperature here is so high. Turning to his companions, he declared, let us rest for the day. We shall continue our journey tomorrow. Yay! Ruby and May cheered excitedly. The 3 set up their tents and built a cooking area from stones. They then changed into their swimsuits, eager to relax in the hot spring and alleviate the fatigue from their travels. Let's release our Pokémon to join us, May suggested, and promptly summoned her Pokémon, a Serperior, a Teddiursa, and a Mismagius. Ruby followed suit, releasing his Pokémon, a Litten, a Rockruff, a Ralts, and an Eevee, the latter of which Ruby had captured at the ecological park. One wondered how Ruby would choose to evolve it in the future. Come on out. Luo Yangshua also summoned his Pokémon, creating a lively scene. How wonderful, Xiao Luo. Your restrictions have been lifted, May exclaimed enviously. Luo Yangshua smiled, but remained silent. After all, the unlocking of his Pokémon slots had cost him diamonds, not a favor from the League. If the League were to find out, it would surely lead to complications. The lake's vastness allowed for all the Pokémon to swim without issue. Initially, Tyranitar was hesitant to enter the water, being more accustomed to sandy terrains and fearing the water type's inherent advantages. However, Luo Yangshua regularly encouraged it to swim, as training its resistance to water types was essential. Over time, it had grown accustomed to the water and no longer objected to a bath. As the group enjoyed the hot spring, Luo Yangshua decided to prepare lunch. While slicing vegetables, he watched the Pokémon frolicking in the lake, his gaze lingering on May in her one-piece swimsuit, noticing her developing figure. This inadvertently reminded him of Lily, who at 11 years old had yet to mature physically. Luo Yangshua dismissed any inappropriate thoughts, acknowledging that his own body had not yet fully developed. Suddenly, Luo Yangshua noticed his backpack shaking at his feet. Upon inspection, he saw a white light emanating from within. Alarmed, he quickly retrieved 2 Pokémon eggs. As he had suspected, the eggs were glowing and shaking vigorously, causing him to chuckle at the unexpected simultaneous hatching. The light attracted Ruby and May, who rushed to the shore with a flurry of Pokémon surrounding the eggs, hoping the 2 little ones would not be frightened upon emerging. As the egg shook, tiny hands reached out, followed by small feet, and finally, the heads broke through the shells. So adorable! May exclaimed in delight. Indeed, Luo Yangshua thought, observing the newly hatched Pokémon. Their small size resembled eggs, predominantly bright yellow in color, with black eyes and 5 spiky protrusions on their heads resembling a crown. When asleep, these spikes would align, making them appear even more egg-like. The majority of their bodies remained encased in the shell, which featured red and blue triangular patterns. They had short, stout arms and round feet with 2 toes, and their soles were adorned with semicircular brown pads. The sight was utterly charming to all present. Luo Yangshua assessed the 2, discovering they both possessed exceptional qualities. 1 male and 1 female. He checked their statuses: Pokémon, Pokémon, level 0, gender, male, height 30 centimeters, weight 1.5 kilograms, ability, super luck, skills, lucky chant, inherited, growl, charm, Pokémon, Pokémon, level 0, gender, female, height 30 centimeters, weight 1.5 kilograms, ability, super luck, skills, lucky chant, inherited, growl, charm. Both possess the hidden ability of super luck, with the inherited skill of lucky chant. Clearly, these 2 little ones were destined for great fortune, serving as a perfect complement to Luo Yangshua, who often found himself lacking in luck. Ding. Host. Do you wish to modify their abilities? The system prompted. Upon evolution into Togekiss, the most suitable ability would be Serene Grace. Enough. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions, Luo Yangshua retorted. Pokémon is said to transform the warmth and joy it experiences into happiness, and if treated gently, it will share its luck with others. This is what the Pokédex states. I was skeptical, but your eagerness to modify their abilities suggests it may indeed hold truth. Luo Yangshua chuckled. System. Wait. Do not adjust the probabilities if I end up with nothing good in future draws. I will assume you tampered with the odds, Luo Yangshua warned. System. Excitedly, Luo Yangshua embraced the 2 Pokémon, planting a kiss on each, declaring, From now on, you shall be my good luck charms. I promise to take excellent care of you. The 2 Pokémon squinted their eyes, smiling blissfully, feeling the overwhelming joy Luo Yangshua radiated upon their arrival. Chapter 84. The Pot and the Special Medicine. Kung Fu Weasel, Dark Energy, Intercepting Fist. Luo Yangshua exclaimed, simultaneously striking a rock with a powerful punch. The Kung Fu Weasel followed suit, delivering its own blow to the stone. 3 seconds later, Luo Yangshua shook his right hand, nearly shedding tears from the pain. That hurts. I can't believe it. Kung Fu Weasel chuckled, bowing slightly to the rock. With a sharp crack, the towering stone split in 2, followed by a series of resounding cracks. Xiao Luo, why are you competing with Pokémon for no reason? May waved her sandwich in the air. Indeed, Lu Bai chimed in. Your cooking is so delicious, it would be a shame to hurt your hand. Luo Yangshua rolled his eyes at them and replied, if Pokémon and humans can achieve a state of unity, they would not need the trainer's commands. A mere glance or gesture would suffice, which is immensely advantageous in battles. Kung Fu Weasel nodded, showcasing its strength by swinging its fists. It was quite content with its current existence. Its master was gentle, and it had acquired numerous skills, enhancing its own prowess. The daily meals were excellent. Friendships with companions flourished, and mentorship from seniors made this place a veritable paradise for it. Hey, there's a hole beneath the rock. May exclaimed suddenly. What's down there? Luo Yangshua turned to look, and Kung Fu Weasel moved the rocks aside. They discovered a hard, red shell riddled with numerous holes, some of which were corked, leaving them puzzled. It should be a pot, Luo Yangshua said, pulling out his Pokédex to confirm. Indeed, it was a pot. He lifted it, removed one of the corks, and a sweet aroma wafted out. It seems to be fruit juice, Luo Yangshua declared excitedly. The pot Pokémon had a natural inclination to ferment berries into juice, and he had not expected to encounter one here. He took a sip and found it sweet with a hint of bitterness, reminiscent of chocolate, quite delightful. Come try it. The flavor is exquisite, he encouraged, giving a thumbs up to his companions. Is that wise? The corked holes suggest it might belong to someone else, May cautioned. Not a problem, we can simply pay for it. This juice is truly delightful, Lu Bai replied, unable to resist the temptation. Seeing this, May also grabbed the pot and took a sip, quickly becoming unable to stop. Hey, leave some for us, Luo Yangshua lamented. Initially, he thought it was just ordinary juice, But soon a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. The host has consumed a secret potion. Muscle enhancement, physique 0. 5, strength 0. 5. Luo Yangshua's composure shattered as he felt a noticeable effect. He had not anticipated that the juice from the pot Pokémon would have such properties. Watching Mei gulp down the juice, his expression turned pained. Hey, what are you all doing? A voice called out. The three turned to see a chubby boy approaching, accompanied by another pot. Luo Yangshua awkwardly said, Is this your pot? Sorry, but the juice tasted so good that we drank it. We'll pay for it. Oh, it's the old man's pot, the boy replied. I'm Xiao Wei. But people also call me Wei Gu, or Fatty. The juice fermenting inside is not merely fruit juice. It's a special medicine crafted by the old man, with remarkable effects. Luo Yangshua nearly choked on his saliva. Such a name existed, but considering this was the world of Pokémon, it seemed fitting. What? It's medicine. Will we be alright after drinking it? Mei asked, her face filled with concern as she set down the now empty pot. Xiao Wei took the pot, sniffed it, and reassured. No worries. This is a secret medicine that enhances the muscles of Pokémon, particularly those of the fighting type. Humans can also consume it without issue. It boosts physical fitness, but moderation is key. Too much can lead to complications. What kind of complications? Mei pressed anxiously. Luo Yangshua and Lu Bai had only taken a sip, but she had drunk the entire contents. Nothing major, just that your physique might start resembling mine. After all, it's quite high in sugar. An excessive consumption could lead to weight gain, Xiao Wei replied nonchalantly. For Mei, this was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Observing Xiao Wei's physique, she felt on the verge of tears. By the way, Xiao Wei, since you mentioned this pot belongs to your friend, he must have produced a lot of medicine. Could you introduce me? I'm Luo from Jinxing Town, running a breeding house. This is Lu Bai and Mei. What? You are the Luo from Jinxing Town? Xiao Wei exclaimed, astonished. Is there a problem? Luo Yangshua asked, puzzled. My family is in the food business. I've been wanting to find you. I wanted to know if you'd be interested in introducing our Pokémon food. Don't worry, I can give you a 30% discount, Xiao Wei said excitedly. Let's first check out the medicines. We can discuss the Pokémon food later, Luo Yangshua said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiao Wei nodded and led them to a small house. Inside, a short, stout elder was pouring the juice from the pot into a pot on the stove for steaming. Once the juice evaporated, it would leave behind crystals to form small pills. Hearing the commotion, the elder turned and said, Xiao Wei, you're back. Did you find the pot? Hee, old man. I brought you some business, Xiao Wei replied. This is Luo, who runs a breeding house in Jinxing Town and is quite well known. He wants to purchase some pills from you. Oh, I see. I have many kinds of medicine here. Which one do you need? The elder asked. I have potions for restoring stamina, enhancing muscle strength, and strengthening various moves like flamethrower and water gun. Strengthening flamethrower? What does that entail? Mei inquired, curious. Don't you know? The elder asked. All fire-type Pokémon have a fire sac that produces high temperatures, allowing them to execute various fire-based moves. My medicine targets that fire sac, enhancing its resilience and capacity, fundamentally boosting the power of fire-type moves. The same principle applies to all types of Pokémon. Understanding their anatomical structure allows for targeted adjustments, making them stronger. Is it really that amazing? Lu Bai questioned skeptically. Why not give it a try? Luo Yangshua suggested. He released his Greninja and requested a pill to enhance its water abilities. Greninja consumed the pill and, upon stepping outside, unleashed a water gun on a tree. Luo Yangshua observed its power, compared it with the system's data, and nodded. Though the effects may not be pronounced, they are indeed effective. Of course, my medicine gently nurtures Pokémon's bodies. While the effects may not be immediately visible, over time, they accumulate significantly. Just look at my Boki. At the elder's call, a Budew appeared. Luo Yangshua gasped, recognizing it as a mid-grade Budew, but its base attributes were already comparable to those of a high-grade specimen, indeed exceeding some. Old man, I want all your medicine, Luo Yangshua stated earnestly. From now on, I will purchase all the medicine you produce. You set the price, and I can have it sent to Jinxing Town, where someone will receive it. Chapter 85, Battle with Xiao Wei. No need. I will provide you with some pills. As for the money, you can give what you deem appropriate. The old man needs to keep some for emergencies, the elder said. However, I have a condition. You must first battle Xiao Wei, 3 against 3. If you win, I will grant you the pills. If you lose, they will be out of reach. Luo Yangshua glanced at Xiao Wei, who grimaced and said, Old man, he is the champion of the tournament. Having little Luo fight me is simply bullying. Didn't you say your defense is invincible? Let us see if that holds true, the elder replied. Stepping outside to the open ground. Please take it easy on me, Xiao Wei, Luo Yangshua said, patting Xiao Wei's sturdy shoulder. Little Luo, be gentle, Xiao Wei said with a pained expression. The two took their positions on the open ground. Luo Yangshua sent out his Kung Fu Weasel, and Xiao Wei exclaimed, "Hoo-hoo! I'm counting on you." Luo Yangshua nodded at Xiao Wei's hoo-hoo. This particular sprite was quite extreme. With a defense of 230 but a meager attack of just 10 and a paltry speed of 5. However, if utilized properly, it could yield remarkable results. Hoo-hoo! Strike first and use power split. Xiao Wei commanded. With such a slow speed, there was no hope of striking first. Spirit Ball, Luo Yangshua declared. The Kung Fu Weasel unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Hoo-hoo, who, unable to evade due to its sluggishness, took the hit directly, interrupting its power split. Hoo-hoo! Use Euro Ball. Xiao Wei shouted. Dig to avoid it. Luo Yangshua instructed. The Euro Ball's power increased with speed. And with Hoo-hoo's pitiful speed attribute of 5, the damage it could inflict was explosive, potentially capable of defeating Kung Fu Weasel in a single hit. Thus, Luo Yangshua ordered Kung Fu Weasel to evade. Hoo-hoo spun rapidly, and despite its slow movement, the gusts of wind it generated indicated the magnitude of its attack. Kung Fu Weasel also dug to avoid the move, not daring to take it head-on. This is troublesome. If that move connects, Kung Fu Weasel will likely be rendered incapable of continuing the fight, Lu Bai remarked, furrowing his brow. Don't worry, he is little Luo after all. He should have a solution, Mei said, her confidence in Luo Yangshua unwavering. Kung Fu Weasel, send it flying into the air, then use Absorb Punch. Luo Yangshua decided to take a gamble. As Hoo-hoo spun at high speed, it was suddenly propelled into the sky. Kung Fu Weasel emerged from beneath Hoo-hoo, clutching its slightly reddened right hand, and fixed its gaze on the descending Hoo-hoo. With a sprint, it reached the spot where Hoo-hoo was falling, unleashing a flurry of punches. The effects of Absorb Punch kicked in, invigorating Kung Fu Weasel further. The dark energy Luo Yangshua had taught it manifested with a series of cracking sounds as visible cracks appeared on Hoo-hoo's shell. Come back, Hoo-hoo, Xiao Wei said, heartbroken as he recalled Hoo-hoo. Little Luo, didn't you say to take it easy? Luo Yangshua scratched his head sheepishly, realizing that in tandem with Kung Fu Weasel, he easily got carried away in the heat of battle. I forgot to mention, Hoo-hoo is our food supplier. If you hurt Hoo-hoo, the next two will go berserk. Come forth, Snorlax, Xiao Wei declared. Snorlax. A notably overweight Snorlax appeared in the open field. Its massive form and thick layer of fat suggesting that a single punch from Kung Fu Weasel would cause the entire sprite to sink into Snorlax's blubber. Yet, Snorlax's fierce gaze was locked onto Kung Fu Weasel, not permitting Luo Yangshua to recall it. How dare you harm our Hoo-hoo? Unforgivable. Snorlax unleashed tenfold its explosive power, leaping forward with a move reminiscent of a mountain pressing down on Kung Fu Weasel. Never underestimate a glutton's pursuit of food. Luo Yangshua thought as he observed Snorlax's formidable move. Evade with Flying Knee Kick. Kung Fu Weasel swiftly left its original position, leaping into the air above Snorlax and delivering a Flying Knee Kick to its back. However, the thick layer of fat absorbed most of the impact. Had Kung Fu Weasel not grasped a hint of dark energy, it likely wouldn't have even penetrated Snorlax's fat layer. 100,000 horsepower, Xiao Wei shouted. Snorlax shrugged off the attack, charging at Kung Fu Weasel with tremendous momentum, leaving a deep trail in its wake. Wave Bomb, Luo Yangshua commanded. Kung Fu Weasel instantly formed a wave bomb and fired it at Snorlax, only for Snorlax to send it flying with a belly bounce, inflicting minimal damage. Luo Yangshua was at a loss. Snorlax's thick layer of fat was simply too resilient for any effective strikes. Strike? Strike. I've got it, Luo Yangshua quickly realized. Quick return. Having accumulated wealth, Luo Yangshua had invested heavily in acquiring every skill machine available, making his sprites some of the most versatile in the entire league. With a swift return, Kung Fu Weasel collided with Snorlax, who merely scratched its belly, feeling a bit itchy. Kung Fu Weasel, now low on health, was recalled into its Pokeball, and the next sprite to emerge was Beedrill. Just as I hoped. If strikes don't work, let us try Poison Jab, Luo Yangshua declared. Beedrill, Mega Evolution. In an instant, he unleashed a long-unused Mega Evolution, but Xiao Wei's sprite warranted such a move. The Super Beedrill transformed into a streak of light, its 5 stingers piercing Snorlax's back. Snorlax, use Reverse Mountain Press, Xiao Wei commanded. Snorlax immediately toppled backward. But Super Beedrill had already positioned itself in front of Snorlax, delivering another 5 stings. Subsequently, a copious amount of venom was injected into Snorlax's body through Super Beedrill's tail stinger. Poison, activate. Damn it, flying around is infuriating. Snorlax, yawn, Xiao Wei shouted. It's over, Venom Shock, Luo Yangshua declared. As Snorlax yawned, a wave of lethargy enveloped the battlefield. Yet, Super Beedrill's tail stinger struck Snorlax once more, igniting the venom and inflicting significant damage, depleting Snorlax's remaining health. Subsequently, Super Beedrill also succumbed to sleep. "Come back, Snorlax," Xiaowei said. Luo Yangshua tossed him an antidote, and Xiaowei thanked him before recalling Snorlax to cure it. "Little Luo, you are truly strong. But my travels over the past few years have not been in vain. This is my trump card. Don't think I merely excel in defense. Come forth." "King of Absence," Xiaowei announced, recalling Snorlax and sending out his ace, King of Absence. "Then let us bring forth my Pokémon, Togepi," Luo Yangshua declared. A charming Togepi appeared in the open space, the male of the two Togepi, with the other having been gifted by Luo Yangshua to Lily. Mei and Lu Bai shivered at the sight of Togepi. If there were any sprite among Luo Yangshua's that they dreaded facing, Togepi was certainly one of them, as battling it was a dual blow to both body and spirit. "Togepi, finger wave," Luo Yangshua said, feeling a sense of fortune wash over him. "It's coming." Lu Bai and Mei thought helplessly. The finger wave skill was unique, allowing the user to select any move to unleash. Indeed, any move. It was a skill entirely dependent on luck. With good fortune, it could become a miraculous technique, while bad luck would lead to calamity. After the finger wave, a black hole engulfed the King of Absence, the dark hole of nightmare. The King of Absence fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Wei's mouth twitched in exasperation. "Why is Togepi so quick to act?" Luo Yangshua chuckled, not revealing that Togepi carried the quick claw. "Togepi, continue with finger wave." Luo Yangshua laughed. Togepi beamed joyfully, waving its fingers. Yet, such a smile sent shivers down Xiao Wei's spine. Chapter 86. The Darkness of the World. Xiao Wei, thank you. Luo Yangshua shook the several bulging bags in his hands, realizing that these pills should suffice to sustain his spirit for an entire year. Xiao Wei huddled in the corner, his face ashen, with only one thought echoing in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? The impact of the situation seemed to have struck him deeply. That was quite a blow, Mei remarked, still shaken. Lubi nodded in agreement. We must either defeat Bikibi instantly, or it will always use the most suitable moves against us. A combination of attacks, coupled with the Lazy King's lethargic trait, could wear it down completely. It wouldn't have a chance to retaliate, and anyone would feel frustrated in such a predicament. Remember, don't feed them too much. 1 pill a day is sufficient. Moderation is key, the elder instructed solemnly. Understood, Luo Yangshua replied earnestly. Now, let us discuss the issue of spirit food, Xiao Wei. Certainly. No problem. Xiao Wei instantly revitalized, enthusiastically introducing the spirit food from his family's factory. Luo Yangshua was taken aback to discover that this young man, Xiao Wei, was from the largest grain supplier in the Chengdu region, with numerous partnerships within the alliance. It made sense that the majority of his spirits were gluttons. With wealth and a focus on spirit food production, their meals would be abundant. Xiao Wei presented some samples, and after Luo Yangshua tried them, he found them quite palatable and nutritionally rich, ideal for spirited creatures that required substantial exercise. After careful consideration, he signed a 1-year contract with Xiao Wei, with intentions to extend it to 10 years if the results were favorable. After all, Luo Yangshua's breeding facility was in dire need of spirit food, and purchasing from the alliance had proven to be quite costly. Having secured a deal, Luo Yangshua and his companions bid farewell to Xiao Wei and the elderly pharmacist, continuing their journey toward Yuanzhou City. However, life is seldom static, and unexpected events do occur, as evidenced by their current predicament. Before them stood a group of individuals adorned with a large letter R emblazoned on their chests, clearly identifying them as members of Team Rocket. A total of over 30 individuals surrounded Luo Yangshua and his friends. Lubi nudged Luo Yangshua, your enemies? Indeed. They released their artificial divine beasts, Luo Yangshua replied indifferently, releasing all his spirits. They're merely a bunch of lackeys. What is there to fear? Mei scoffed as she summoned her monarch serpent. I'd appreciate it if you could ascertain our current location before declaring yourself the boss, Luo Yangshua stated with exasperation. Mei glanced at the cliff behind her and sighed. What do we do now? We can't escape. Should we surrender? Let us fight, Lubi exclaimed. Then let us do it. Luo Yangshua shouted. Shirabi, don't slack off, predict the future. Charizard, Hailstorm, and everyone capable of creating blizzards, unleash a full blizzard. Jengar and Beedrill, go for the kill. Gyarados, protect everyone. Charizard launched an energy ball into the sky, instantly shrouding the area in dark clouds, followed by a fierce blizzard unleashed by Ferromantis, engulfing the Team Rocket members. Did we just solve it with one move? Lubi hesitated. It's not that simple. Be careful, Luo Yanshua warned, his eyes glinting dangerously as a needle shot toward Lubi and Mei. In a split second, Luo Yanshua pressed down on both of their heads. With a sickening sound, intense pain surged through him as a Beedrill's stinger pierced through both of his arms. blood instantly gushing forth and splattering on Luby and Mei's faces. A powerful psychic blast sent Beedrill flying, as Shirabi, now enraged, unleashed countless psychic orbs upon Team Rocket. Are you alright, Xiao Luo? Luby wiped the blood from his face, staring at Luo Yangshua's impaled arms. Guilt etched across his features. If it weren't for you pressing us down, those 2 punctures would have been in our heads. I'll survive. I possess superpowers. Luo Yangshua reassured him. He then opened the shop and browsed the superpower list, discovering the ability to self-heal for 1,000 diamonds. He purchased it, only to realize that the abilities were tiered, and his was currently at level 1, requiring additional diamonds for upgrades. Inwardly, he inquired with the system. How many levels are needed for instant healing? Ding. According to the current injury, level 5 self-healing is required for recovery. Level 2 costs 5,000, level 3 10,000, level 4 50,000, and level 5 100,000, the system replied. You're just eyeing my funds. Fine, take it and upgrade to level 5, Luo Yanshua conceded. The system was efficient. Upon receiving the diamonds, it upgraded his self-healing to level 5, and Luo Yangshua's arms visibly healed at an astonishing rate, returning to normal in no time. Had it not been for the blood still pooling around them, Luby and Mei would have thought they were imagining things. Observing Shirabi, who had succumbed to a violent rage, Luo Yangshua called out, Enough, Shirabi. Do not kill. Shirabi snapped back to reality, and the sight before them left all 3 gasping. Though no lives had been taken, limbs twisted grotesquely, rendering no one able to stand. We should inform the authorities, Mei suggested, pulling out her phone. They were in the mountains, uncertain how long it would take for Junsha and the others to arrive. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Luo Yangshua caught a glimpse of movement and shouted, You dare. Rumbling stone, earthquake. Shouted one lackey, Long live Team Rocket. Without hesitation, the panting rumbling stone crashed violently onto the ground, the force so great that it shattered itself against the cliff. The entire mountain trembled, and ominous cracks echoed in despair. Luo Yangshua felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted over the edge of the cliff. Not only Luo Yangshua, but Luby, Mei, and the Team Rocket members found themselves in a similar plight. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yangshua shouted, A bunch of lunatics. Charizard, Shirabi, save Luby and Mei. Gyarados. Come catch me. Luo Yangshua kicked his feet in midair, creating a sonic boom that allowed him to hover momentarily before launching upward again with another boom. However, 2 leaps had already pushed him to his limits. Gyarados, realizing the urgency, swooped in to catch Luo Yangshua as he hastily recalled his spirits into their Pokeballs. The 3 landed safely, turning to witness the horrific sight of blood pooling at the foot of the collapsed cliff. A heavy silence fell upon them. This was Luo Yangshua's first encounter with the darker facets of existence, confronting the grotesque reality of so many distorted corpses. It was overwhelming, leaving him breathless, and he doubled over to vomit. Luby and Mei, unable to hold back, also succumbed to the urge to retch. The bloody lesson lay stark before them, vividly imparting a harsh truth. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Chapter 87. The Devouring King of Gluttony. What? They are not from Team Rocket? Luo Yangshua was taken aback by Miss Juncha's report. Indeed, these individuals are documented in our files as members of a notoriously ruthless poaching organization. It seems they couldn't withstand the pressure from Team Rocket in the city and resorted to such desperate measures, Miss Junsha explained. Is it possible that this poaching group has been dismantled and absorbed by Team Rocket? Ruby inquired with a furrowed brow. The likelihood is slim. Although Team Rocket is an evil organization, they maintain a semblance of transparency in certain matters. At the very least, if their members are captured or meet their demise as in this case, they would provide the Alliance with an explanation. Whether through exorbitant ransom payments or vengeance for their losses, they would issue a warning beforehand, Miss Junsha clarified. Luo Yangshua and his companions were speechless. You are supposed to be an evil organization. Must you be so forthright? It appeared that Team Rocket had indeed pushed them to their limits, prompting such drastic actions. Moreover, with the rising fame of your breeding facility, many organizations would likely set their sights on it, Mei remarked. What is there to fear? If they come again, I won't hold back, Luo Yangshua declared with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Despite the lingering discomfort in his stomach, this incident had granted him clarity. Should they cross paths again, he would not show mercy. After taking notes with Junsha, Luo Yangshua and his companions continued their journey to Yuanju City. Ruby, what is on your mind? Mei asked curiously, noticing Ruby lost in thought. Ruby rolled his eyes and replied, Do you think I'm as thick-skinned as you? I'm still recovering from the shock. Luo Yangshua nodded and said, Take your time to recover. It will pass. Just as he was about to finish, his phone rang. Upon answering, Lily's voice came through. Xiao Luo, can you come to Alola? We're facing some trouble. The Ultra Beast that has appeared is proving to be quite formidable. All right, I'll help you resolve the issue and clear my mind in the process, Luo Yangshua agreed. He then turned to Ruby and May, asking, would you like to join me for a change of scenery? Absolutely, the two replied in unison. A few days later, the trio landed at the Ether Paradise and swiftly boarded another helicopter bound for Pony Island. Upon arriving, they were transported to Pony Canyon. May admired the scenery, exclaiming, it's quite beautiful here. Ruby nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a splendid vacation spot. Enough of that. Our mission is to confront the Ultra Beast. My Pheromosa is one such entity, and you both are aware of its power. The fact that Lily and her team have been unable to handle this situation indicates they are in serious trouble, Luo Yangshua stated earnestly. They arrived at a large pit, where Lily and her group awaited them. Lily rushed over to embrace Luo Yangshua, saying, the Ultra Beast we're dealing with is incredibly powerful. We have no means to contend with it. Fortunately, it has an appetite and has been lured into this pit, where we provide it with food daily, preventing it from disturbing the populace for now. Nodding, Luo Yangshua approached the edge of the pit and peered down. As he caught sight of the Ultra Beast, he gasped. Having previously encountered the massive primal Groudon, he had grown somewhat accustomed to large Pokémon. However, this Ultra Beast was conservatively estimated to be nearly 6 meters long. Its shadowy form characterized by a gaping maw on its belly, Luo Yangshua instantly recognized it as the Gluttonous King. Lily. This pit surely at ISNT Luo Yangshua felt an unsettling premonition. Yes, it has consumed everything it has devoured, Lily confirmed. We named it the Gluttonous King. It doesn't merely swallow dirt and rocks. Even the attacks from our Pokémon are absorbed without a trace. We truly have no way to deal with it. How could we possibly have a solution? Luo Yangshua thought helplessly. This Gluttonous King had evidently reached the threshold of a divine beast. Its innate energy comparable to that of his own Mutuo. Moreover, Luo Yangshua suspected that the source of the Gluttonous King's power was indeed its ability to consume. If Lily and her team's attacks had any effect, it would be a miracle. May and Ruby approached the pit and were equally astounded. The pit was over 10 meters deep, with the Gluttonous King continuously feeding. In its haste, it bit into the earthen walls, consuming a mixture of food, dirt, and stones, all of which were swallowed into its monstrous form. This is troublesome. Bring me the Pokémon transport device. I need to summon Mutuo, Luo Yangshua said, rubbing his temples. And what about Tapu Koko? Can we locate it? We need the guardian Pokémon of Pony Canyon as well. This situation is genuinely perilous. I'll notify the Island Queen, Kaki said, mounting his Charizard to seek her out. Mao and I will search for the guardian Pokémon, he added, teaming up with Water Lily to venture deeper into Pony Canyon. You all stay put. I'll speak with it, Luo Yangshua instructed. He leaped into the pit, deftly using the protruding rocks to propel himself until he landed on the back of the Gluttonous King. Luo Yangshua patted its head firmly and said, hello there. You are the Ultra Beast, correct? Have you lost your way? Would you like me to escort you back to where you belong? The Gluttonous King paused its chewing and let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the pit, nearly shattering Luo Yangshua's eardrums. The essence of its response was clear. The food here was too good. Why would it want to return to that wretched place? But this place does not belong to you. If you could exercise some restraint, we would welcome your presence. However, you are currently causing destruction. Luo Yangshua spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing his anger. The Gluttonous King offered no reply, instead swinging its smaller arms towards Luo Yangshua. Dragonite. Luo Yangshua summoned his Dragonite, which swiftly lifted him away from the Gluttonous King. Sharabi, use Song of Ruin. He commanded. Sharabi unleashed an eerie melody, emitting a wave of black energy that coalesced into a red and black assault on the Gluttonous King. Yet, the area around the Gluttonous King warped in an enigmatic manner, causing the effect of the Song of Ruin to dissipate entirely. This can consume sound too. Luo Yangshua was utterly dumbfounded. Such an auditory attack being devoured was utterly unfathomable. Tapu Koko. A clear cry echoed as Tapu Koko arrived from the distance, landing gracefully before Luo Yangshua. Simultaneously, the other 3 Tapus joined him, their collective presence forming a protective circle around Luo Yangshua. As he activated his Master Ball, Cosmoem floated into the air. Tapu Lele nodded at Luo Yangshua, signaling him to follow her as the 4 Tapus guided Cosmoem away from the pit. Luo Yangshua quickly grasped the situation. His Cosmoem had reached the level required for evolution, but had yet to undergo the transformation. It appeared that evolution in reality required not only a level condition, but also specific circumstances. After informing the Ether Foundation of the situation, instructing them to continue feeding the Gluttonous King, Luo Yangshua prepared to pursue the 4 Tapus. However, 3 hands pulled him back. Seeing Lily's resolute gaze and Ruby's concerned expression, Along with May's curious eyes, Luo Yangshua sighed and released his Aerodactyl, traded for with a fossil Pokémon. Dragonite carried Luo Yangshua and Lily, while Aerodactyl took Ruby and May, and the four sped off in pursuit of the four Tapus. Chapter 88. Under the Sunlight, the Celestial Sphere, the Sunwheel Altar. An essential site located at the far end of the Pony Island in the Alola region. Luo Yangshua and his companions descended upon the Sun Altar, where they beheld the mesmerizing sight of Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele performing a peculiar dance around the levitating Cosmoem. Glimmering phosphorescence and sparkling droplets of water swirled around Cosmoem. Has it begun? Luo Yangshua murmured. How beautiful! May exclaimed. Little Luo, do you know what Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele are doing? Lily inquired, grasping Luo Yangshua's hand. Such fascinating Pokémon. Are these the four guardian deities of Alola? Ruby remarked, observing the four Tapus. Luo Yangshua urged them to lower their voices, stating, From what I understand, this is a ritual, a ceremony to evolve Cosmoem once more. Evolve again? Lily exclaimed in shock. Is what you told me true, little Luo? Is Cosmoem the legendary Solgaleo? Let us wait a moment, Luo Yangshua replied, settling down cross-legged to observe the unfolding ceremony. Lily and the others also sat on the steps, intently watching the ritual. As Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele finished their dance, Tapu Bulu and Tapu Fini flew forward. The four Tapus alighting upon the four stone pillars of the Sunwheel Altar, beginning to sing. Their melody was long and resonant, evoking an ancient ambience. Subsequently, the power of the four Tapus flowed into the stone pillars beneath them, with energy coursing along the designated path into the Sunwheel. As the energy infused into the Sunwheel, it gradually opened, revealing a radiant energy core akin to sunlight. This energy coalesced into a brilliant beam, directly illuminating the center of the Sunwheel Altar, where Cosmoem resided. A potent energy field enveloped Cosmoem, and it began to emit a glow of evolution. As the light soared skyward, Cosmoem transformed, growing into a lion-like form. Solgaleo, Lily gasped, covering her mouth to avoid disturbing Cosmoem's evolution. As the radiance dissipated, Solgaleo stood majestically, roaring to herald its arrival. Luo Yangshua approached, retrieving a jar from his backpack and pouring out a few golden candies. Smiling, You've finally grown. Solgaleo affectionately licked Luo Yangshua's face with its golden tongue, then devoured the candies from his hand. Koko, Tapu Koko softly called to Luo Yangshua, presenting him with a Z crystal. Observing the Z crystal, which had 2 additional corners, Luo Yangshua shook his Z-ring on his left wrist, saying, It seems mismatched. Tapu Koko chuckled, waving its little hand, causing the Z-ring on Luo Yangshua's wrist to float before it. Then, Tapu Koko's shell closed, enveloping the Z-ring within its body and shaking gently before tossing it to Tapu Lele. With the 4 Tapus passing the Z-ring. After Tapu Fini handed it back to Luo Yangshua, the Z-ring had transformed, fitting perfectly as he embedded the Z-crystal into it. Thank you, Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Fini, and Tapu Bulu. With this, even the Devourer of Worlds must retreat, Luo Yangshua declared. Tapu Bulu demonstrated the Z-move posture to Luo Yangshua, and the 4 Tapus dispersed, vanishing from sight. Little Luo, all the Tapus have left. Is everything all right? May asked. It will be fine. With Solgaleo here, everything will be all right, Lily confidently replied. According to some ancient documents I've seen, Solgaleo has recorded feats of devouring the sun. How could it not be powerful? Devourer of the sun, Ruby said with a newfound respect, recognizing that every legendary Pokémon holds a tale of its own. Let us go. We must confront the Devourer of Worlds, Luo Yangshua proclaimed, leaping onto Solgaleo's back and recalling Dragonite and Aerodactyl. Solgaleo knelt down, allowing Lily and the others to climb onto its back. So warm. It has the scent of the sun. Lily gently lay upon Solgaleo's back, savoring its fur. Let us set off, Solgaleo, Luo Yangshua called once the 3 were settled. Solgaleo roared mightily, bounding into the air, moving swiftly towards the location of the Devourer of Worlds. Upon arriving at the deep pit, Luo Yangshua noticed Queen Hapu had already arrived, commanding her Mudstail to battle the Devourer of Worlds, alongside a massive Bagon engaged in combat. Make way, Luo Yangshua shouted. Hapu and Bagon immediately retreated upon seeing Luo Yangshua and Solgaleo. Mounted on Solgaleo, Luo Yangshua spun the Z-Power Ring, preparing to unleash the Z-move with all his might. This is our full power. Sunlight spiral under the celestial sphere. With the aid of Z-Power, Solgaleo transformed into its radiant state, suddenly accelerating and crashing into the Devourer of Worlds. A colossal ultra wormhole materialized behind the Devourer of Worlds, and with Solgaleo's forceful impact, it propelled both the Devourer and Luo Yangshua's group into the ultra wormhole. Is that the legendary Pokémon Solgaleo? Hapu exclaimed, astonished. What about Lily and the others? Mallow asked, concern etched on her face. They will be fine, Mamina reassured her. After all, little Luo is incredibly strong. Especially with Solgalio's assistance. Everyone, rest assured. Ignoring the commotion outside, Luo Yangshua and his companions plunged into the ultra wormhole, immediately sensing an extraordinary corridor filled with vibrant circular openings, radiating myriad colors. Everyone, help me find the white opening, Luo Yangshua called out. The Devourer of Worlds had regained its senses and was relentlessly attacking Solgaleo, who struggled to pinpoint its location within the ultra space. Fortunately, Luo Yangshua, having played the game, remembered that the Devourer of Worlds resided within the ultra building accessed via the white opening. Shaman, use Seed Flare to restrict its movements, Luo Yangshua commanded. Shaman promptly unleashed a flurry of seeds that sprouted and ensnared the Devourer of Worlds in numerous fights. With a moment of respite, Solgaleo surged forward. Is it over there? Lily pointed towards a white opening. No, Luo Yangshua replied after a glance. It appeared to be a place filled with crumbling buildings. There, Ruby exclaimed. Luo Yangshua looked and indeed spotted a white opening in the distance, uncertain if it led to the ultra building, but he noticed another Devourer of Worlds emerging from within. Solgaleo, charge! Luo Yangshua shouted. Solgaleo roared in response, colliding with the Devourer of Worlds as it attempted to crawl out. With a powerful impact, Luo Yangshua and his companions successfully pushed both Devourers into the ultra space, but Solgaleo also plunged into the ultra realm alongside them. Chapter 89. The ultimate space. The air was thick with foul odors, dust, and haze, rendering the sky a dismal gray. Upon inhaling just a few breaths of this noxious atmosphere, Luo Yangshua and his companions felt a constriction in their lungs, struggling to breathe. In haste, Luo Yangshua procured 4 gas masks from the mall, and only after donning them did they feel a slight alleviation. The environment was unbearably harsh. It was unimaginable that the Devourer King hailed from this place. A muffled voice emerged from beneath Lily AI's mask. Luo Yangshua gazed at several Devourer Kings in the distance and urged, "We must leave at once. Living here is no longer viable. Remaining any longer would invite danger." Solgaleo nodded in agreement, preparing to lead the group away. Wait, why does this place resemble Hao City so much? Lily AI exclaimed suddenly. Hao City? The one on Melee Island? Luo Yangshua replied, incredulous. You can't be serious. How could I be mistaken? There's a fashion store over there, a shopping plaza, and a Malasada chain. Lily AI identified the dilapidated buildings one by one. Solgaleo stepped forward, and everyone began to recognize the familiar outlines, albeit obscured, of the signs that confirmed Lily AI's assertions. Is this a parallel space? Luo Yangshua pondered. The current scene indeed suggested that they were in Hao City of Melee Island, yet it was not quite the same. Perhaps only the concept of a parallel dimension could elucidate this anomaly. Regardless, we should depart. A few Devourer Kings are approaching, Ruby warned in a hushed tone. Solgaleo. Let's go, Luo Yangshua decided without hesitation, activating Sunsteel Strike to ascend into the skies. Solgaleo swiftly burst forth from this ultimate space. Upon entering the ultimate cave, Solgaleo harnessed its power to constrict the white portal, ensuring no further Devourer Kings could emerge. Should we go back for a moment? Luo Yangshua inquired of his Feraligatr. The creature nodded, yearning to glimpse its homeland, despite its unwelcoming nature. Luo Yangshua surveyed his companions and suggested, let's south visit another place. It's the perfect opportunity for Feraligatr to return. Now unencumbered by their masks, Ruby shrugged, I'm fine with that. I agree. It would be refreshing to see something new, May added. Indeed, after our recent experience in the ultimate space, I find myself intrigued by other dimensions, Lily AI remarked. Subsequently, Luo Yangshua gestured to Solgaleo, who nodded in affirmation before diving into a nearby white space, leading them into an expansive desert. The ultimate desert was a vast expanse of arid land, dotted with towering stone pillars and numerous caves, some of which were adorned with azure crystals. The group noticed many Feraligatr peeking out from the caves. Luo Yangshua's Feraligatr leaped down from Solgaleo's back and amidst the stone columns. It was warmly embraced by a throng of its kin. Luo Yangshua chuckled, I never anticipated my Feraligatr would be so popular. As his Feraligatr conversed with the wild ones, Luo Yangshua listened intently, a frown creasing his brow. What are they saying, Luo? Lily AI inquired with curiosity. They wish for my Feraligatr to stay and take up the mantle of chief, but my Feraligatr desires them to relocate to Alola, as the conditions here are exceedingly harsh. Luo Yangshua explained. Before long, his Feraligatr returned, somewhat disheartened. Luo Yangshua recognized that his encouragement had not swayed them, though some wished to leave. The idea of venturing into an unfamiliar land caused hesitation. Moreover, the bonds among the Feraligatr made it difficult for any one of them to abandon their kin for the unknown. Do not be disheartened, Luo Yangshua consoled his Feraligatr, gently patting its lowered head. Your intentions are noble, and their apprehensions are valid. There is no need to dwell on it. The Feraligatr nodded, and Luo Yangshua returned it to its Pokeball. He then signaled to Solgaleo that it was time to return. Solgaleo surged forth from the ultimate space, racing back to their original direction. Luo Yangshua glanced back at the distant colorful realms. The ultimate mansion space and ultimate desert space had been confirmed to harbor ultimate beasts. What of the other dimensions? The answer remained elusive, yet with Solgaleo by his side, he felt emboldened to explore further. However, without sufficient strength to confront divine beasts, Luo Yangshua resolved not to return until he was better prepared. Upon returning to the real world, they were welcomed by a throng of curious onlookers, all eager to touch Solgaleo. Professor Kukui, undeterred by the distance traveled, hurried over, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. I can't believe you captured Solgaleo. What unique skills or abilities does it possess? All right, let them rest first, Professor Burnett interjected, pulling Kukui back. Luo Yangshua and his companions dismounted Solgaleo, and he used a Master Ball to recall the slightly anxious creature. Why did you return Solgaleo? Luzaman complained mildly. We'll have plenty of time to observe it later, Luo Yangshua replied. The situation with the Devourer King was quite perilous. If another ultimate beast arises, just call me, and I will respond swiftly. How about leaving Solgaleo with us? Luzaman suggested. Not a chance, it's my Pokemon. Luo Yangshua defended the Master Ball. With the matter of the Devourer King temporarily resolved, Luo Yangshua and his companions planned to recuperate in Alola for a day before flying to Hawali City the next day, aiming to challenge Luo Yangshua's fourth badge. Later, they returned to Melee Island and paid a visit to Professor Oak, intending to spend a day at the Pokemon school. Luo Yangshua also inquired of Lily AI about her egg, concerned for the offspring of a Charizard. It has hatched. Come forth, Night Thief Lizard, Lily AI declared. Releasing the creature from its Pokeball, Luo Yangshua inspected it, noting its exceptional quality. It was a fitting result given the enhancement potion provided to Charizard. Otherwise, producing a mediocre Night Thief Lizard would have been disappointing. Moreover, this Night Thief Lizard was female and could evolve into a Flame Lizard. And Lily AI had trained it well, raising it to level 20. And this Togepi is quite well behaved, just as you said, Xiao Luo, it's a lucky little fellow. Lily AI added, releasing the Togepi that Luo Yangshua had sent her. Luo Yangshua summoned his own Togepi, and the two immediately began to frolic together. He and Lily AI sat beneath a tree, watching the playful antics of the Togepi. Ruby and May exchanged glances at the sight and, with a bemused scoff, Ruby muttered, "Couple goals." They turned away, each seeking out their own interests. Chapter 90, The Scorch Tower and the Bell Tower, battling Komatsu a few days later. The plane carrying Luo Yangshua, Ruby, and May finally arrived at the charming city of Yuanju. Ruby pointed at the towering bell tower and remarked, "The Yuanju Gym is right beside the bell tower. Should we take a look first?" "No, let's head to the Scorch Tower first. I am quite intrigued by the place where the three sacred beasts were resurrected," Luo Yangshua replied. "After such a long time, what could we possibly discover?" May inquired curiously. "Regardless, let's go take a look. If we find nothing, we can consider it a sightseeing trip," Luo Yangshua said, then set off toward the northwest. Ruby and May followed suit, eager to explore the legendary site. The Scorch Tower is located in the northwest of Yuanju City, originally known as the Bell Tower. It was destroyed in a great fire 150 years ago, leaving only the ground and the first underground level. As they walked, Ruby shared her knowledge of the area's history, having been born in the Kanda region. According to legend, Lugia once resided here, but when the Bell Tower collapsed, Lugia vanished without a trace. During the fire, 3 unknown Pokémon perished, and it was Ho-Oh who resurrected them. Ruby elaborated. However, the people of that time did not comprehend this, believing Ho-Oh's power to transcend life and death was monstrous. They subsequently attacked Ho-Oh, attempting to drive it away, which hurt Ho-Oh's heart, leading it to also depart. It is said that it seeks individuals with pure hearts. Only when people genuinely understand the essence of peaceful coexistence will Ho-Oh return. The 3 sacred beasts act as Ho-Oh's messengers, observing the world. Upon reaching the Scorched Tower and stepping into the dilapidated structure, Luo Yangshua immediately sensed that a multitude of eyes were upon them. He recalled that this place seemed to be a haunt for ghost-type Pokémon and quickly stated, "Pardon our intrusion. We are merely here to take a look and will leave shortly." "Who are you talking to?" May asked, bewildered by Luo Yangshua's sudden utterance. "This is the lair of ghost-type Pokémon, and our presence has disturbed them. They exhibited hostility towards us just now, so I felt it necessary to address them. While it's not a major issue, it's best to minimize any potential troubles, Luo Yangshua explained. As the cold, watchful gazes dissipated, Luo Yangshua had the system scan the Scorched Tower. It appeared that little remained. He shook his head and said, "Let us go. There is truly nothing here." After speaking, he led the way out of the Scorched Tower, with Ruby and Mei exchanging glances before following him. They arrived at the Yuanju Gym, where they found Komatsu conducting a lesson for some children. Luo Yangshua announced, "Excuse us, I am Luo from Shinshin Town, here to challenge the Yuanju Gym." Komatsu gestured for them to wait a moment while he continued explaining the advantages of Ghost-type Pokémon to the children. Once he finished, he turned to Luo Yangshua and said, "Hello, Luo. Would you mind if the children watched our battle?" "Not at all. Please go ahead," Luo Yangshua replied. Komatsu nodded and signaled to the waiting referee, who promptly declared, "The next match features Luo from Shinshin Town against Komatsu, the gym leader of Yuanju. Each trainer will use 3 Pokémon, and the match concludes when all Pokémon on one side are unable to battle. Only the challenger may switch Pokémon. Let the battle begin. My first Pokémon is Ghastly," Komatsu announced, sending out his Ghastly. "Please, Jigglypuff." Luo Yangshua called forth his own Pokémon. "Jigglypuff, use Hail." Jigglypuff immediately conjured an energy ball that soared into the air, gathering dark clouds within the room as snowflakes began to fall. Komatsu frowned and said, "Using that move in someone else's home is rather rude. Ghastly, use Hypnosis." Unfortunately, Jigglypuff didn't fall for it, and under the snowy conditions, Ghastly would undoubtedly be affected, rendering its invisibility futile. "Close your eyes, Jigglypuff. Use Blizzard," Luo Yangshua commanded. Ghastly's Hypnosis targeted Jigglypuff, but with its eyes shut, the move failed to take effect. Jigglypuff then unleashed a powerful blizzard towards Ghastly, who could not withstand the assault and was frozen solid, losing its ability to battle. "Return, Ghastly. Come forth, Jengar." Komatsu immediately sent out his Jengar. Seeing Luo Yangshua allowed Jigglypuff to recover, Komatsu swiftly declared, "Curse, then share the pain." Jengar moved with incredible speed, using Curse to ensnare Jigglypuff, who immediately displayed signs of anguish. In that brief moment of confusion, Jengar's Share Pain activated, restoring nearly all its health while draining half of Jigglypuff's. Luo Yangshua frowned. Another blizzard. Being a trainer of Jengar himself, Luo Yangshua understood the troublesome nature of Ghost-type Pokémon, though he could remove the curse status from his Pokémon. He knew Jengar would use Shadowy Glare to prevent Jigglypuff from escaping. Jigglypuff exhaled a chilling breath and summoned another ferocious blizzard aimed at Jengar. Jengar made no attempt to evade, absorbing the blizzard before launching Share Pain again, followed by the Curse's energy, which ultimately took Jigglypuff down. Luo Yangshua smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. "I was careless. Return, Jigglypuff. Come forth, Tyranitar." As Tyranitar emerged, it conjured a powerful sandstorm, dispelling the snowfall, resembling a tyrant of sand as its roar startled numerous children. "Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse," Luo Yangshua commanded. "Jengar, use Destiny Bond." Komatsu countered, witnessing the approaching Dark Pulse. "Naive. Defend," Luo Yangshua replied calmly. Tyranitar's Dark Pulse struck Jengar, and the Destiny Bond was thwarted, eliminating Jengar in an instant. "Return, Jengar. Go, Jengar." Komatsu called, "Hypnosis." Jengar flickered, instantly appearing before Tyranitar, its eyes glowing with an eerie light as it began to weave its hands for hypnosis. "Close your eyes, Shadow Claw," Luo Yangshua ordered. Tyranitar promptly closed its eyes to evade hypnosis, and Shadow Claw formed on its hands. Komatsu attempted to retreat Jengar, but he likely underestimated Luo Yangshua's bond power. Although the bond's effect was not significant on Tyranitar, a simple mental connection was still possible. With the aid of a vantage point, Tyranitar lunged forward, grasping one of Jengar's hands before sinking its massive jaws into Jengar, delivering a devastating blow that knocked it out in one strike. "Alas, I have lost," Komatsu said helplessly. While Ghost-type Pokémon are indeed enigmatic, their low health and defense are substantial drawbacks. Despite his defeat, Komatsu continued to teach the children, demonstrating his dedication as a teacher. Luo Yangshua received the badge from Komatsu, holding it aloft and flashing a V sign to Ruby and Mei, exclaiming, "The Spectral Badge. I have obtained it." Chapter 91. The first encounter with Chobai after departing from the Yuanju dojo, Luo Yangshua consulted his electronic map and remarked, "The road ahead diverges into 2 paths. To the east lies the route to Qiansong City, while to the west leads to Kaji Town. Which direction shall we choose?" Ruby pondered briefly before suggesting, "Xiao Luo, I recommend we first head to Qiansong City, then take a boat to Zhanlan City, as it is more convenient. After acquiring these 2 badges, we can return and proceed to Kaji Town." I've heard that Lu Bo in Kaji Town is quite formidable, so it's best to be well prepared. Ultimately, we can head straight to Yanma City without any detours. Lu Bo, Luo Yangshua murmured, recalling the figure of Lu Bo who had vanished into the time portal. If Luo Yangshua had saved those two lappers, it meant that Lu Bo would not be as stubborn, indicating that history had indeed been rewritten. I wonder how Lu Bo is faring now. Surely, he must be doing well. Luo Yangshua chuckled, declaring, then it's settled. We shall go to Qinsong City. Yi shrugged, indicating her indifference to the destination. After replenishing their supplies, the three of them continued their journey. Upon leaving Yuanzhou City, they entered a dense forest. The dimness of the woods posed little hindrance to their progress. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and sharp claws lunged towards Luo Yangshua's throat. Be careful! Yi and Ruby shouted in unison. Luo Yangshua narrowed his eyes, swiftly retreating. He drew a swift motion from his waist, summoning his Greninja, whose energy-infused blade met the shadow's claws with a clash. It was then that Yi and Ruby discerned the shadow to be a Rayquaza. Who are you? Lurking behind us. Luo Yangshua demanded coldly. Tell me where Mutuo is, and I might spare your life. A chilling voice responded, and a figure clad in black, draped in a dark trench coat and wearing black sunglasses, appeared atop a tree branch to Luo Yangshua's left. Team Rocket? Luo Yangshua queried, as Beedrill, Infernape, Frosmoth, and Jengar positioned themselves, surrounding the tree from four directions. What do you think? Rayquaza flashed with electric speed, the figure replied. In an instant, Rayquaza evaded Greninja's attack and lunged towards Luo Yangshua, its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Superior, bind it with Vine Whip. Yet Yi summoned her superior to disrupt Rayquaza, asserting that there was no need for diplomacy with Team Rocket. Ruby, let us attack together. Rilu, use Psychic to control that person. Ruby released his Ralts, preparing to employ Psychic Energy. Black Houndoom, Moonlight Eevee, intercept them. The figure in black sent forth two more Pokémon. Am I being underestimated? Luo Yangshua remarked wryly. Not even close. Greninja, execute your blade dance. Beedrill, handle him. Simultaneously, Sylveon appeared, unleashing a powerful moonblast that sent Rayquaza flying, rendering it incapable of battle. Luo Yangshua then turned his gaze toward the figure in black. Hiss. Tyranitar, Hydreigon, Sableye, Dragapult, Croconaw, Sharpedo, all powerful Pokémon. It seems they are elite members of Team Rocket, Luo Yangshua murmured. Moreover, with 9 Pokémon at his disposal ordinarily, he would have been at a disadvantage, as the standard assumption is that trainers typically command 6 Pokémon. Even if he were to falter, the remaining 3 would provide a means of escape. But now, he thought, Sylveon, create a misty terrain, then unleash Fairy Wind. Sylveon instantly enveloped the area in mist, while Fairy Wind blew towards Houndoom and Moonlight Eevee, providing cover for Yi and Ruby. The figure in black, realizing that he could only match Luo Yangshua's 4 Pokémon with his 6, understood he was outmatched. Moreover, the Pokémon perched on Luo Yangshua's shoulder had been watching him closely. Any sudden movement would likely result in a fierce attack. With a sigh, acknowledging the futility of the situation, he quickly recalled his Pokémon and unleashed a barrage of smoke bombs, enveloping the entire forest in a thick haze. Timmy, with a flick of her hand, dispelled the smoke in an instant. Looking back at the figure in black, they saw him swiftly departing atop Hydreigon, his voice echoing distantly. Remember, my name is Chiobai. Next time, it won't be so easy. As they watched Chiobai vanish, Luo Yangshua scoffed. Should he dare return, Timmy, take him down without hesitation. Timmy nodded. After all, letting him escape was somewhat disgraceful for a legendary Pokémon. It seems Team Rocket still has their sights set on you, Ruby remarked. Indeed, we must exercise caution next time, Yi concurred. Should I catch him? I would ensure he serves a lifetime in prison. Besides, I am no longer the same as before. I possess 3 legendary Pokémon now. Though I may not yet rival the older legendary Pokémon, 3 combined are formidable enough. Should he provoke me, I will truly pursue a relentless vendetta against Team Rocket. Luo Yangshua declared. Luo Yangshua's words rang true. Team Rocket's intelligence network had already reported his situation to Sakaki. While they may be unaware of his Solgaleo, they certainly recognized that neither Mutuo nor Timmy were to be trifled with. Furthermore, the Mutuo that had fled likely remained with Luo Yangshua, leaving Team Rocket hesitant to act against him. A large-scale operation against Luo Yangshua was out of the question. Did they believe the alliance was complacent? Any significant movements from Team Rocket would likely prompt an immediate response from the alliance's forces. Thus, they could only operate independently, seeking to locate Mutuo's whereabouts. Luo Yangshua released Chansey to heal the injured Pokémon before contacting Kona, as Kona was currently unable to manage the Johto region. He handed Luo Yangshua the phone number for Dato before hanging up, likely engaged in a meeting. Luo Yangshua dialed the number for the flying-type champion. No. He was now a champion. After a brief ring, the call connected. Hello, is this Dado? Yes. Is this Xiao Luo? What can I do for you? Dado's voice resonated on the other end. I was ambushed by Team Rocket. I'm preparing to report to you and see if I can gain some advantages from the alliance. Otherwise, I might just divulge Muo's whereabouts to them to avoid further harassment, Luo Yangshua stated. Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. Dado rubbed his temples, clearly experiencing a headache. After a brief pause, Dado finally spoke. The alliance can be flexible. What do you desire? Is there anything that can alter one's luck? Something that might improve fortunes? Luo Yangshua inquired, posing a challenge to the alliance. Such a thing is impossible. Dado exclaimed. If I could change luck, I would want it for myself. Wait, did you say there is one? A voice suddenly interjected, interrupting Dado's outburst. Luo Yangshua's eyes brightened as he quickly inquired. Is there really? Tell me what it is. Do you know about Jirachi? A serious voice replied. Jirachi has a wish tag affixed to its head, and legend has it that it will grant the wishes inscribed on this tag upon awakening. The Alliance possesses one such tag. You can write your desire for good fortune on it. However, since it has left Jirachi's body, this tag can only bestow you 1 minute of good luck. What do you think? I accept. Please send it over. Luo Yangshua's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had little faith in the lottery system due to his unfortunate luck, which rarely yielded exceptional or rare Pokémon. However, a minute of good fortune would allow him to gamble in the lottery system, perhaps even securing a legendary Pokémon.